10 seconds until you and the objects you touch will arrive at the safe house. Please note, touching the house is ineffective. 10:9. Although she did not fully comprehend the meaning, Wen Xinyou hastily seized 2 shovels from her side and tossed them onto the nearest workbench. Then, she grabbed 3 shopping bags by her feet and dragged the cart towards the workbench. For with only a few seconds remaining, Wen Xinyou also moved several large bottles of nutrient solution from beside the workbench onto the surface. 10 countdown complete, beginning teleportation. As the numbers reached 0, Wen Xinyou was enveloped in darkness before a bright flash revealed that she, her cart, and the workbench had materialized in an exceedingly cramped little room. The sight before her momentarily stunned even Wen Xinyou. It was astonishingly small, a room barely 4 square meters in size, with a shaky door and a yellowed light bulb from an unknown era hanging from the ceiling, casting a dim glow. Beyond that, there was little else of substance. Though still somewhat perplexed by the situation, Wen Xinyou felt compelled to tidy up, for the disorder was so overwhelming that it hindered her movement. She maneuvered the cart to the door, leaning it against the wall, and aligned the 3 large boxes along the side. These were the 2,000 coconut bricks she had just restocked, intended for a greenhouse warehouse, yet they had vanished before she could even step inside. Fortunately, the last load had yet to be unloaded, representing a crucial resource. Next, she turned to push the workbench against the opposite wall, forming an angle with the cart. The 1-meter-long cart, combined with the 120 by 80 centimeters workbench, nearly filled the tiny room. After removing the shovels, bags, and nutrient solutions from the tabletop, the space appeared even more cramped. The nutrient solutions, 3 liters each, resembled bulky stones, prompting Wen Xinyou to stow them beside the cart. She also hung several bags filled with the day's freshly harvested potatoes and tomatoes from the cart's handle. With the tabletop now cleared, it became evident that this table was less of a workbench and more of a storage space for seeds, aside from occasionally addressing problematic hydroponic crops. She opened the drawers, inspecting the neatly arranged seed packets within, and breathed a sigh of relief upon discovering them intact. Losing them would have necessitated an arduous task of reorganization later. After completing her inspection, Wen Xinyou found herself at a loss for activities. Although the workbench had come along, the accompanying chair had not. She could only sit beside the cart, staring into the dark void beyond the dilapidated door, lost in thought. She could not recklessly venture outside, as the situation remained unclear, but that screen-like object would likely reappear. After a spell of idle waiting, nothing manifested, prompting Wen Xinyou to recall her phone, only to realize it was missing. She let out a wry smile and a sigh. Had she truly reverted to a primitive state? As she was not one to remain idle for long, she stood up and began to take inventory of the items on the workbench. There were various seeds for fruits, vegetables, and flowers, a sunlight plant lamp, a lighter, 3 pairs of gardening gloves, a long-handled steel shovel, 2 black garden trowels, a large pair of scissors, a small pair, a roll of transparent tape, 2 bottles of glue, a cloth, a fruit knife, a half-consumed 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, an unopened 700 milliliter sports drink, a box of ballpoint pens, and 3 notebooks, along with a ruler of each length. These were all rather ordinary tools. The more essential ones had already been moved to her studio. Nevertheless, most were quite useful. At the very least, the steel shovel, scissors, and fruit knife could serve as weapons in dire circumstances. Of course, Wen Xinyou hoped her beloved tools would remain untainted by unwarranted substances. She meticulously wiped down each tool with the cloth, arranging them neatly so that she could easily locate what she needed. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed from above. Ding, data, loading in progress. Wen Xinyou paused, quickly looking up. Player name, Wen Xinyou. Player level, 1 profession. Skill points, 0 life, 15 strength, 6 attack, 2 defense, 2 agility, 2 retaliation, 0 mental strength, 8. Please select a novice gift package. Wen Xinyou furrowed her brow at the displayed values. This seemed rather weak. If her physical attributes were so low, then she shook her head, choosing not to dwell on it here. Wen Xinyou was not particularly shocked by the term player. For years, reports of missing persons had flooded in from around the globe, individuals seemingly vanishing without a trace, no longer existing in any corner of the world. Wen Xinyou had mentally prepared for this moment since her siblings began to disappear from home 6 months ago. She knew this day would inevitably come. She wondered how they were faring now. Furrowing her brow, she selected the second gift package. Gift package has been issued. Please check your inventory. Today's task: survive the first day to gain survival qualifications. Reminder: players are under novice protection for the first 3 days, and the safe house is absolutely secure. Furthermore, as long as players strive to survive, they will receive one system gift package each day. Wishing you an enjoyable game. After dismissing the final message box, a wooden box descended from above, landing squarely at Wen Xinyou's feet. Her brow furrowed deeper. The box's sudden appearance confirmed that a higher intelligence was indeed orchestrating this. A game, is it? She murmured softly, squatting down to open the box, which contained merely a spring knife and a thin blanket. The spring knife appeared to be of inferior quality, even less impressive than her own fruit knife. Staring at the obviously plastic novice equipment in her hands, her heart sank further. What kind of novice gift was this? Shouldn't it include water or food? However, she quickly recalled the recent prompt. Technically, she had not yet qualified for the game. The door of the safe house remained sealed, and it was undeniably safe within, free from external dangers. Thus, the first day's challenge must revolve around her ability to withstand hunger. If that were the case, it was quite simple. Although she had entered at night when most would be deep in slumber, she had eaten something before stepping out to unload her cargo. Moreover, she had brought along several bags of tomatoes and potatoes. The tomatoes alone could last her several days, and potatoes were known for their longevity, ensuring she could eat well for a while. However, she noticed that the room's temperature seemed slightly elevated compared to reality. Even after merely shifting a few items, she already felt a noticeable stickiness enveloping her. Chapter 1. The Desolate City. 10 seconds until you arrive at the safe house with the object your hands are touching. Please note, touching the house itself is ineffective. 10-9. Although Wen Xinyou did not fully grasp the meaning, she swiftly grabbed 2 shovels nearby and tossed them onto the nearest workbench. Next, she lifted 3 shopping bags from her feet, dragging the cart along as she made her way to the workbench. For with just a few seconds left, she hurriedly moved several large bottles of nutrient solution from beside the workbench onto the surface. 1-0 countdown complete, teleportation commencing. As the numbers reached 0, darkness enveloped her momentarily before a bright light emerged, and she, along with her cart and workbench, found themselves in a very cramped little room. The sight before her left even Wen Xinyou momentarily speechless. It was an exceedingly small room where the door appeared to be on the verge of collapse, encompassing a total area of perhaps 4 square meters. Above hung a yellow bulb of indeterminate age, casting a dim glow. Beyond that, there were no primitive items to be found. Although she still did not fully understand the situation, Wen Xinyou decided to tidy up a bit. Otherwise, the disarray would hinder her ability to move. She maneuvered the cart to lean against the door, aligning the 3 large boxes against the wall. These contained 2,000 coconut bricks she had just restocked, meant for transport to the greenhouse warehouse, but they had vanished before she could enter. Fortunately, the last load had not yet been unloaded, as it was an essential resource. Turning back, she pushed the workbench against the opposite wall, creating an angle with the cart. The 1-meter-long cart, combined with the 120 by 80 centimeters workbench, nearly filled the small room. Once she removed the shovels, bags, and nutrient solutions from the tabletop, it appeared even more cramped. The nutrient solutions occupied considerable space, resembling 3 stone blocks. When Xinyou decided to stuff them into the cart. She also hung several shopping bags filled with freshly harvested potatoes and tomatoes onto the cart's handle. Now the tabletop was relatively clear. This table, rather than serving as a workbench, primarily functioned to process troubled hydroponic crops and store seeds. She opened the drawer to inspect the contents and found the seed packets neatly arranged, prompting a sigh of relief. If they had gone missing, it would have been a considerable hassle to reorganize them. After completing her inspection, Wen Xinyou realized she had nothing else to do. Though the workbench had come along, its chair had not, leaving her to sit beside the cart, gazing at the dark void outside the dilapidated door, lost in thought. She could not recklessly venture outside. The circumstances remained unclear, but the screen-like object should reappear. After sitting idle for a while without any developments, Wen Xinyou recalled her phone and attempted to retrieve it, only to discover it was missing. With a wry smile, she sighed as she truly returned to a primitive state, not one to remain idle for long. She got up to inventory the contents of the workbench. She found an assortment of seeds for various fruits, vegetables, and flowers, a solar plant lamp, a lighter, 3 pairs of gardening gloves, a long-handled steel shovel, 2 black steel gardening trowels, a large pair of scissors, a small pair, a roll of transparent tape, 2 bottles of glue, a cloth, a fruit knife, a half-consumed 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, an unopened 700 milliliter sports drink, a box of ballpoint pens, and 3 notebooks, along with 1 ruler of each length. These were all quite ordinary tools. Most of the other primary equipment had already been moved to the studio. However, many of them were quite useful at the very least. The steel shovel, scissors, and fruit knife could serve as weapons in dire situations. Yet, Wen Xinyou hoped fervently that her treasured tools would remain untainted by unwarranted use. She wiped each tool with a cloth, carefully placing them in an organized manner for easy access. Suddenly, a cold mechanical voice echoed from above. Ding, data, loading. Wen Xinyou paused, quickly looking up. Player name, Wen Xinyou. Player level, 1 occupation. Skill points, 0 health, 15 strength, 6 attack, 2 defense, 2 agility, 2 retaliation, 0 mental strength. 8. Please select a novice gift package. Wen Xinyou frowned slightly at the displayed values. These seemed rather weak. If her physical attributes were this low, then she shook her head, dismissing the thought. Wen Xinyou was not particularly surprised by the term player. In recent years, reports of disappearances from around the globe had surged, with individuals seemingly vanishing without a trace, no longer existing in any corner of the world. She had long prepared herself for this eventuality after several siblings had mysteriously disappeared from home 6 months ago. She knew this day would eventually come. She wondered how they were faring now. Furrowing her brow, she clicked on the second gift package. Gift package has been distributed. Please check. Today's task: survive the first day to acquire survival qualifications. Reminder: players are under novice protection for the first 3 days. The safe house is absolutely secure. Additionally, as long as players strive to survive, they will receive 1 system gift package daily. Wishing you an enjoyable game. Upon dismissing the final text box, a wooden box descended from above, landing directly at Wen Xinyou's feet. Her brow furrowed. Even deeper, the box had appeared out of nowhere, confirming the presence of higher dimensional intelligence at play. A game, is it? She murmured softly, squatting down to open the lid of the wooden box. Inside lay only a spring knife and a thin blanket. The spring knife appeared to be of inferior quality, even less impressive than her own fruit knife. Staring at the seemingly plastic novice equipment in her hand, Wen Xinyou felt increasingly disheartened. What kind of novice gift package was this? Normally, one would expect provisions such as water or food. However, she quickly realized the implications of the earlier message. Strictly speaking, she had not yet qualified for the game. The door to the safe house would not open, and it was utterly secure, meaning her first day's challenge would likely be to endure hunger. If that were the case, it would be simple enough. Although she had entered the room at midnight, a time when most would be in deep slumber, she had eaten something before stepping out to unload her goods. Moreover, she had brought along several bags of tomatoes and potatoes. Just the tomatoes could last her several days, while the potatoes were long-lasting, ensuring sustenance for quite some time. The room did seem to be slightly warmer than reality, and after merely shifting some items, she already felt a noticeable stickiness on her skin. Chapter 2. The Desolate City. Wen Xinyou wiped the sweat from her brow, approached the cart, and picked up the bag of tomatoes, returning to her workstation to arrange them neatly on the countertop. There were a total of 24 plump and luscious fruits. As she gazed at these magnificent specimens, she felt a twinge of conflict regarding the exceptional quality of her produce. Given her solitary appetite, it was impractical to consume them all within 3 days, especially without any cooking utensils. Moreover, with the current room temperature, the flavor would likely deteriorate by the 3rd day. She could only hope that upon acquiring her survival qualification, she would have the opportunity to venture out and perhaps engage in trade with other players. Having organized her current resources, Wen Xinyou found herself at a loss for what to do next. Fortunately, it was the time she usually allocated for sleep. Her biological clock was consistently punctual. After a long day of labor, weariness began to envelop her. Without the need to ponder how to pass the time, she embraced the little blanket from her beginner's package and nestled herself in the gap between the workstation and the cart, leaning against a cardboard box. curling up her body and drifting into a deep slumber. Congratulations, player Wen Xinyou, for obtaining the survival qualification for the realm Desolate City LV1. Players must survive for a minimum of 28 days, with a maximum stay of 30 days. On the morning of the 30th day, the system will initiate forced transportation. Please prepare accordingly. Player Wen Xinyou and Oppos. As safe house meets the upgrade conditions. Area expanded. 3M2. 5M 3M. Simple wooden bed 1. Paper-thin blanket 1. Basic bathroom 1. Complete door 1. The second day's Beginner S package has been distributed. Please check your inventory. Player profession detected as farmer. Random skill matching in progress. Skill 1, Vibrant Vitality, successfully granted. Vibrant Vitality connects plants to one's own vine, allowing for rapid growth under adequate conditions, consuming corresponding energy. The higher the level, the more energy can be stored, resulting in faster plant growth. Vibrant Vitality LV1. Skill 2, Plants have their temperaments, successfully granted. Plants have their temperaments. The vine can transform into a weapon during combat, with extensive potential awaiting player development. Plants have their temperaments. LV. 1. Please select attributes for Skill 1 to determine energy acquisition method. When Xinyou leaned against the wall, her expression impassive as she regarded the floating panel before her. The system had been incessantly beeping since dawn, bombarding her with pop-ups, and at last, there was a portion that required her participation. The screen displayed 100 numbers. Without much thought, she casually tapped on number 66, believing it to be a good omen. Attribute loading successful. Your vine's full name is Bloodthirsty Little Vine. Energy source, blood. Upgrade method, quantity of blood. Derivative skill, loading completed. Skill 3, Passionate Rebirth successfully granted. Passionate Rebirth LV1. Targets ensnared by the vine will recover 15 of their health. Activation condition. Vine penetrates the bloodstream to input energy, with no cooldown period. Passionate Rebirth LV1. Skill 4, Nature's Bounty successfully granted. Nature's Bounty LV. 1. For every effective consumption of 1 kilogram of Vibrant Vitality product, the player's defense increases by 1. Defense can be transferred, and there is no limit on product consumption targets. If the consumer is another person, they will gain 1 defense for every 5 kilograms effectively consumed. If products are wasted, both the player and the consumer will incur a -2 defense penalty per kilogram. Nature and Oppos. S Bounty LV1. Would you like to collect today as rewards? This appeared to be a commendable combination of skills, especially Skill 4, which, if scaled up, could render her defense invincible. When Xinyou had little reaction to the stipulations of Skill 1. Firstly, it did not explicitly state that only human blood would suffice, and secondly, this game was clearly not a wholesome endeavor. If death was inevitable, bloodshed was unavoidable, and from another perspective, this skill could be quite advantageous. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, when Xinyou selected yes. Day 2 Beginner S package. Please collect 500 milliliters bottled water 1, whole grain bread 1, fried egg 1, starch sausage 1, water card for 1 day 1, electricity card for 1 day 1. The rewards were hardly lavish, merely sufficient to stave off starvation. Moreover, if this was considered a beginner's benefit, it implied that after the novice period, even these meager supplies might be unavailable. Contemplating this, when Xinyou promptly consumed the chili fried egg. In this room temperature, it would not last long. From today, you may commence outdoor activities. Please gather as many resources as possible in preparation for the next realm. Once again, we remind players that the survival duration is at least 28 days, not exceeding 30 days, at which point the system will enforce transportation. Today and Oppos. S task. Eliminate a mutated creature 1. Mutated creature? When Xinyou pondered this term carefully, it did not specify whether it referred to zombies or mutated animals, implying that both humans and animals could be potential threats. Furthermore, after the 3-day novice period, the safe house would lose the system and AMP, Oppos, S absolute security. How could she enhance the defense of her safe house to ensure a certain level of safety? Additionally, there were external dangers to consider, whether from players like herself or the so-called mutated creatures. Would they also pose a threat to her? These questions lingered in Wen Xinyou's mind as she directed them toward the system, yet offered no direct answers. Clearly, she would have to seek out the information herself. However, she did obtain some information regarding her safe house. Player, Wen Xinyou and Oppos. Safe house. Safe house level. 0. Defense. 1-1. Retaliation. 0. Stealth. 0. The information was succinct and clear. Upon seeing the solitary defense point, she felt a twitch in her eyelid. At that moment, the expansion and renovation of the safe house were completed, and the dim, yellow light bulb flickered back to life. Wen Xinyou gazed intently at the safe house's status panel, allowing herself to exhale once the fragile and Oppos. 1 and Oppos. Transformed into A and Oppos. 10 and Oppos. Cardboard was certainly preferable to paper-thin materials. Otherwise, a defense of 1 would have been utterly ludicrous. Only then did she begin to survey her surroundings, reassessing the small room. Her first glance was drawn to the door, as it was the primary source of security. The previously dilapidated wooden frame had been repaired. Though it still appeared frail, it was now a complete door. The room itself had visibly expanded. Yet with the addition of a single bed, the space still felt confined. The single bed was slightly wider than those found in university dormitories, taking up roughly a third of the room, about 1 meter across, leaving just a bit of space due to the room's width of only 2.5 meters. A narrow bathroom stood awkwardly between the bed and the workstation, leaving merely a few centimeters of polite distance on either side. Inside, there was a small iron wash basin, a squat toilet, and a shower head hanging above, all squeezed into a space slightly over half a square meter, creating a compact washing area. Wen Xinyou did not mind. She took the water card and inserted it into the slot on the wash basin. A small red dot lit up, and she turned on the faucet, clear water gushing forth. Warning: the faucet water is untreated and may contain various bacteria and unidentified microorganisms. It is not recommended for drinking. Chapter 3. The Desolate City 3. An expected hint when Xinyou had no intention of drinking that water, even in her original world. She would never consume tap water that had not been filtered or boiled. Now, she had neither a kettle nor even a stick of wood. However, while this water was unfit for human consumption, it could certainly be used to irrigate plants. Without delay, Wen Xinyou turned to her cart, retrieved a box, and began to unpack it, extracting the coconut core bricks that were contained within thick white plastic bags. After taking out 2 bricks, she securely tied the bag and set it aside before opening the remaining boxes, from which she collected the hydroponic plastic pots, a set of gardening tools, and seeds that were provided by the seller. Wen Xinyou's farm maintained a long-term partnership with this coconut core supplier, who always included some complimentary items in the boxes. Typically, she found little use for these extras, which she would stack in the warehouse or give away as gifts to guests, but now they proved to be invaluable. Each core brick was individually packaged, rendering the absence of a box inconsequential. She repacked 2 boxes, placing the last bag atop, while reserving 1 box for future use. The accompanying new supplies included 2 packs of cabbage seeds, 1 pack each of pea and soybean seeds, 2 packs of scallion seeds, 2 packs of chili seeds, 1 pack of mint seeds, 1 pack of cucumber seeds, 2 packs of corn seeds, along with 2 bags of garlic cloves. This was part of their new business venture, and Wen Xinyou had agreed to assist with testing, thus gaining extra benefits. In total, there were 14 packs of seeds, all of which were relatively easy to cultivate. Additionally, there were 3 sets of iron gardening tools, comprising the 5 commonly used implements: 2 wide shovels, 1 narrow shovel, a 2-in-1 hoe, a 3-pronged cultivator, a 5-toothed rake, and a weeding tool. Finally, there were 6 large hydroponic plastic pots, of which Wen Xinyou stacked 5 neatly and secured them in a large bag of core bricks. It was not that she was unwilling to use them. Rather, the room was too small to accommodate everything, especially with 1 large box still in the way. Although, in theory, most everyday vegetables could be grown hydroponically, the challenge lay in acquiring the essential plant roots for hydroponic cultivation. Under such rudimentary conditions, she had no choice but to resort to traditional soil cultivation. The cardboard shipping box was quite sturdy, serving well as a temporary container for some time. Wen Xinyou swiftly opened the core packaging, breaking off a quarter of a brick to place in the hydroponic pot before heading to the bathroom for water. Once soaked, The core would expand several times its original size. Typically, one brick could fill a basin with core, especially since she had procured the larger bricks designated for farm use. Standing at the sink, she waited patiently as the core began to absorb water, gradually adding more until it was nearly overflowing before returning to the cardboard box to lay the still damp core evenly across the bottom. To mitigate the decay of the box and oppos base, it was prudent not to saturate it completely from the outset, as subsequent watering would gradually seep down. Wen Xinyou patiently waited for the remaining core to fully soak before layering it on top, as the box was quite large, 60 by 50 by 50 centimeters. It took 2 bricks to achieve the appropriate soil depth for planting crops, while the box made her already cramped safe house feel even more confined. With the soil laid out and ridges formed, she scattered sweet potato and corn seeds, prioritizing food that could be stored for extended periods. The potatoes she had brought along would not be consumed, but rather planted once they sprouted. The weather was stiflingly hot, likely exacerbated by the absence of windows and ventilation in her space. After only a few trips back and forth, performing the simple tasks of covering the soil and soaking the peas, she was already drenched in sweat, the clamminess of her skin becoming increasingly pronounced. She yearned for a shower, but had no change of clothes, forcing her to abandon the idea. Instead, she cut the thin blanket on her bed into pieces of varying sizes, using the larger ones to cover the hydroponic pots and the smaller ones as makeshift towels. Though the blanket was painfully thin, it was fortunately clean, and without hesitation, she dipped it in cold water to wipe her skin, managing to lower her body temperature somewhat. During this time, she made a new discovery. Upon first touching a new object, a system interface would automatically pop up, displaying item information and upgrade requirements. For instance, the faucet required 1 iron block for an upgrade. After tending to the cultivation box, Wen Xinyou methodically touched everything in her room, apart from the iron faucet and sink. Other items, such as the door, bed, and floor, required wooden planks for upgrades. Roughly calculated, to upgrade the entire room, she needed 245 wooden planks. Could it be that this desolate city was actually a forest? As Wen Xinyou contemplated various potential scenarios, she placed 10 tomatoes into a shopping bag and tucked 2 short knives along with the spring knife from her starter kit into her apron pocket. Fortunately, she had not removed her work gear, apron, rubber boots, and gloves, while working, or her current equipment might have been less than satisfactory. After conducting a final check of her surroundings, Wen Xinyou stood at the door, took a deep breath, and slowly opened it. She first peered through the crack to assess the situation outside. Her safe house appeared to be nestled in the gap between 2 towering buildings, with a tangle of wires not far overhead. Satisfied that there was no immediate danger at the entrance, Wen Xinyou cautiously pulled the door halfway open and stepped outside. However, at that moment, as she crossed the threshold, a shadow accompanied by a sharp cry darted towards her from around the corner like a cannonball. As someone accustomed to farm work, the sound of a rat was ingrained in her DNA. Even if it were pitched an octave higher, she would not mistake it. Before her brain fully registered the situation, her body instinctively lifted her foot, accurately stomping down on the shadow. With A and oppos, splat and oppos, a sticky noise erupted beneath her foot, the sound of bones and viscous matter being crushed. The thick-soled plastic rain boots she wore could not shield her from the clear and revolting sensation of the explosion beneath her. When she lifted her foot, she discovered that she had obliterated the creature's head, leaving a messy amalgamation of red and white, rendering its form unrecognizable. Yet its corpulent body, short limbs, and long, slender tail unmistakably identified it as a rat. But this rat was unervingly large, nearly the size of a cat. Was this what they referred to as a mutated creature? Wen Xinyou furrowed her brow and kicked the rat's carcass away from her. It was filthy. If it carried any viruses, it would pose a problem. Beyond food, she needed to find cleaning and disinfecting supplies, as well as essential medications. Congratulations, player! You have completed today's task. Mutated rat offspring killed. 1. Rewards have been issued. Would you like to check them now? Chapter 4. The desolate city. She felt no inclination to return for her belongings and simply declined. To think such a large creature was merely a juvenile? Having just stepped outside, Wen Xinyou immediately felt the game and Oppos as formidable difficulty. As she contemplated kicking the mouse carcass aside, she suddenly recalled her abilities. Glancing down at her right wrist, she saw her once pristine arm now entwined with a vine resembling a dried twig. It caused her no discomfort and did not impede her movements. The vine began at the vein near her forearm, its delicate tendrils gradually thickening until culminating in a small white flower at her wrist. The flower bore resemblance to a daisy, but had a slightly larger center and only 10 petals. The vine encircling her wrist featured 2 rows of rivet-like protrusions, with 6 hard and 4 soft, leading Wen Xinyou to deduce that the 2 skills she was utilizing involved different types of vines. As she concentrated on the essence of skill 1, visualizing it in her mind, one of the soft protrusions actually responded. Following her imagination, it forcefully pierced the mutated mouse nearby. However, there was no blood-sucking process as she had envisioned. Frowning, she retracted the vine and pulled up the skill interface to review it again, realizing it specified fresh blood, which the corpse's blood hardly qualified as. With a sigh, she regretfully kicked the mouse carcass out of the alley, its weight akin to that of a soccer ball. Emerging from the alley, she tilted her head to observe the unshrouded surroundings. They were not as she had envisaged, yet not entirely different. It was a forest, albeit a forest of steel. When Xinyou gazed at the towering, dilapidated buildings, their dark hollows and shattered windows inducing a sense of discomfort. From this vantage point, visibility was limited, yet she could faintly discern even taller structures behind the high-rises. The buildings seemed endless, devoid of any human presence, and the hollow, eerie gusts of wind spoke the language of this steel jungle, a veritable desolate city. Turning back, she noticed that the safe house had transformed into a white square after her departure, neatly positioned in the dim, chaotic alley like a clean little box inadvertently dropped in the filth. Memorizing her surroundings, she opted to navigate the wide road to her right, instinctively sensing it would be more convenient. The city and Oppos' main thoroughfares were largely uniform, stretching infinitely without visible end. After 10 minutes of walking, she had yet to reach the end of these towering edifices, and the road bore no intersections, only an endless array of crumbling skyscrapers and shadowy alleys. From within these alleys, she spotted numerous small, distinct squares and witnessed individuals emerging from them. Yet, upon seeing her, they either retreated inside or fled without a backward glance, disappearing into other darkened passages. Thus, Wen Xinyou found it impossible to inquire about any information. However, it was clear that those small squares were other players in Oppos' safe houses, with an estimated density of 1 for every 3 or 4 alleys. Casting another look at the desolate street, she surmised that the likelihood of encountering passers-by for communication was slim. By some twist of fate, Wen Xinyou halted before a crumbling building, where a tattered sign displayed the faded words, Spring Flower Travel Agency. Drawing her sharpest short knife from her apron, she cautiously stepped inside. And Oppos, snap, and Oppos, she stepped on a decaying wooden plank, the brittle sound echoing painfully in the lifeless space. Suddenly, a familiar shriek pierced the air, prompting Wen Xinyou to instinctively lower her center of gravity into a defensive stance. Gripping her bag tightly to prevent her tomato from flying out, she swiftly pivoted, delivering a decisive kick that sent the charging enemy crashing to the ground. Even Wen Xinyou, upon seeing a mutated mouse larger than an adult cat, felt her pupils momentarily tremble. Yet, this time she had learned her lesson. Instead of delivering a fatal blow, she quickly activated her skill, aiming the vine directly at the mutated mouse's artery. However, her control was still somewhat unrefined, and it took 3 attempts to strike the correct spot. As the vine began to writhe, the mutated mouse and Oppos' screams grew increasingly ghastly, an unsettling sound that gnawed at her subconscious, compelling her to accelerate the absorption process. Remarkably, the vine indeed quickened its pace. Soon, the mouse's cries diminished to a whisper, eventually fading away completely, leaving behind a hefty rodent carcass through the diligent work of the vine. Wen Xinyou did not retract the vine, remaining poised for another assault. She sensed the lurking creatures stirring in the shadows, their green eyes gleaming prominently in the darkness. Before long, a dozen mutated mice surged forth from both sides. She forced herself to exert strength, a sharp pain coursing through her wrist as if it might snap, nearly causing her to involuntarily fling the vine away. Fortunately, being left-handed, the pain in her right hand did not hinder her ability to wield her knife with precision. As she fought, she stole a glance at her wrist, noting that where only one vine had emerged, now 3 had sprouted. She struggled to direct them at the mutated mice, necessitating her to split her focus to observe the situation on the other side. It took a considerable amount of time for the vine to dispatch a single prey, nearly resulting in her being bitten from the other side. Reluctantly, she abandoned the notion of overwhelming her foes simultaneously. Controlling 3 vines at once was an impossibility. Instead, she swiftly retracted 2, leaving only the original vine. This adjustment made her actions considerably more manageable. The space was not particularly vast, and the mutated mice, despite their size, presented clear targets. Discovering that the vine could sharpen, she executed a serpentine maneuver, efficiently skewering the mice to her right. Simultaneously, the soft vine diligently drained the life from one after another, eventually becoming so proficient that what once took half a minute to drain could now be accomplished in under 10 seconds. Wen Xinyou rapidly acclimated to this combat style. The right side, devoid of other exits and designated as a resting area for travelers, limited the number of mutated mice, most of which emerged from the entrance on the left. She dispatched her foes without a hint of hesitation, perhaps due to her overwhelming aura of menace. After eliminating 3 or 4 waves, no more mutated mice dared to emerge, retreating instead to the safety of their passage. She could even hear the sounds of their hurried retreat up the stairs. As she savored another successful drain, the vine, now somewhat weary, seemed to droop slightly. Wen Xinyou chuckled softly, reaching out to gently stroke the little white flower, inadvertently smearing it with blood. The flower immediately recoiled, extending its tendrils to evade her touch, shaking its head as if to rid itself of the impurities. Chapter 5. The Desolate City. Wen Xinyou raised an eyebrow. You possess a self-cleaning function as well? The little white flower proudly swayed upward, noticeably flaunting its leftmost petal. Wen Xinyou and Appo's gaze was drawn to it. The dim lighting had obscured her earlier observation, and in her fervor for exterminating the mutated rats, she had failed to notice that one of the flower's petals had transformed into a vibrant red. Did this signify that Skill 1 could now be activated? The little white flower gently shook, which Wen Xinyou interpreted as an affirmative nod. After absorbing so many mutated rats, achieving just 1 petal was no trivial task. However, Wen Xinyou did not dwell on this for long. She rubbed the flower, which seemed to seek praise. With her clean wrist, wiped the red and white mixture off her short blade, tucked it back into her apron, and proceeded to rummage through the travel agency's counter. This city had been abandoned for an indeterminate length of time. The items on the table had begun to decay, the papers adhered together in a grimy mass. Yet everything was neatly arranged. A pen rested atop a booklet, as if someone had recently been using it to write. Wen Xinyou observed her surroundings with care, noting that not only the counter, but also the chairs and tables in the lounge, as well as the vases at the entrance of the emergency exit, remained undamaged. Although dirty, they were orderly in their placements. It was as if this scene of ruin had appeared suddenly, and the inhabitants had been abruptly forced to vanish. This realization sent a chill down her spine. As she pondered, her hand unconsciously rested on the tabletop. Would you like to convert counter into wood plank 4? A prompt suddenly appeared, momentarily startling Wen Xinyou, who then smiled. So this was how resources were sourced. Nevertheless, she declined, as she had yet to finish her search. Finding no useful information on the surface, she began to explore the drawers. In the main cabinet, she discovered 2 mutated rats lurking, their intentions unclear. With an impassive expression, Wen Xinyou swiftly subdued each by the neck. The little white flower immediately shook its head in excitement, and Wen Xinyou adeptly controlled 2 soft vines to drain the rats dry. With a short distance and no need for combat, the vines were remarkably easy to manage. This experience served as a reminder to Wen Xinyou that honing her skills was as vital as gathering resources. She was grateful for having maintained her training over the years. Beyond the 2 rats, the cabinet yielded an unexpected bounty: 2 1-liter bottles of mineral water. Wen Xinyou and Appo's eyes sparkled as she examined them. They were still sealed. Without hesitation, she stowed them away, relieved that her shopping bag was sturdy enough to accommodate the extra weight. Though they felt somewhat heavy and might restrict her movements later, she could not leave them behind, as others might enter at any moment, and she had no desire to become someone else's resource. As she contemplated whether to return to the safe house or find a place to hide her loot before heading upstairs, she began to sift through a smaller drawer nearby. Inside lay an assortment of miscellaneous items, some of which remained intact due to being sheltered from the air. Among them were 2 pens, 2 unopened bottles of ink, and 2 metal lighters adorned with brand logos, which she tested and found still functional. There was also a stack of unopened A4 paper, a stainless steel lunchbox, and a nail clipper. However, the remaining wrappers from snacks and cosmetic containers were beyond salvage, indicating that this had once been a female employee's workstation. Adhering to her principle of waste not, want not, Wen Xinyou collected all usable items and stuffed them into her pockets. When she reached the last drawer, she discovered a well-preserved promotional brochure tucked within a notebook's compartment. The notebook had succumbed to water damage, but this brochure, aside from being a bit soiled, remained intact. Wen Xinyou quickly deduced that it was a useful item. The brochure was thin, merely a folded A4 sheet, one side filled with text and the other depicting a map of the city. With the faint light filtering in from the door, she couldn't discern the map well, so she focused first on the text. Welcome to Steel Forest City S. Our agency is dedicated to serving you throughout the upcoming month. This journey in City S is divided into 2 parts: cultural attractions, 20 days, and celebration festivities, 8 days. Visiting hours for cultural attractions, 8 a.m. to 8 o'clock p.m. Any injuries occurring outside these hours will not be covered by our agency, so we advise all tourists to be aware. Visitors should note that the hours for cultural attractions coincide with the working hours of the residents, and we kindly ask that you do not disturb them. Please do not be overly anxious. The first 10 days are public holidays in City S, and residents will be resting at home, allowing tourists to explore freely. Once the celebration festivities commence, local residents will enthusiastically invite everyone to join in the festivities. If you prefer to avoid lively gatherings, please remain in sturdy rooms. Residents will leave after knocking for 5 minutes if there is no response. Each day, they will extend 3 invitations, and during the last 3 days of the festivities, their enthusiasm will peak. Tourists should exercise caution. Additionally, City S is located in a southern region and is currently experiencing a warming period, so tourists are advised to take precautions against heat. City S is a developed, civilized, and technologically advanced city, harmoniously blending modernity with cultural sentiment. We wish you a delightful journey. S City Spring Flower Travel Agency. The game rules were clearly articulated. Wen Xinyou quickly folded the brochure into a compact form and tucked it in her tall rubber boots. The rules indicated that for the first 10 days, the indigenous people would not appear, marking a period of safety, a prime opportunity for players to scavenge for resources. However, the time allotted for action each day would be limited to 12 hours, with peril lurking beyond that window. For the subsequent 10 days, the indigenous inhabitants would emerge, and according to the brochure, disturbing them could provoke an attack. The circumstances surrounding their appearance remained uncertain, requiring a prudent approach. Most critically, during the final 8 to 10 days, the indigenous people would actively assault players, targeting even safe houses. Players with insufficiently fortified shelters risked being taken by the indigenous folk to partake in their celebrations, a fate that might prove irreversible. Simultaneously, the rising temperatures posed an additional threat. Even on the first day, the heat was already intense, foreshadowing the challenges to come. When Xinyou crouched down, having engaged in a mental whirlwind in mere seconds, striving to extract information and envision the worst-case scenarios. With her siblings gone without a trace, starting from her eldest sister to Wen Xinyou herself, a span of 3 years had elapsed. during which she had witnessed the disappearance of countless individuals. The extent of this game's entanglement with so many lives remained a chilling unknown. Thus, from the very beginning, Wen Xinyou had never underestimated this so-called game. Chapter 6. The Desolate City. Having grasped the fundamental rules of the game, the next step is to comprehend the regulations among players. Can players engage in combat? What are the consequences of such conflicts? Is it permissible to attack an opponent and oppose a safe house or to seize their resources? If so, what conditions must be met? Is there a chance of resurrection after death? These inquiries can only be resolved through encounters with others. Thus, Wen Xinyou resolved to return to her safe house, to securely store her possessions in a place that remains unequivocally safe for the time being. She also intended to test her skills. With determination, Wen Xinyou deftly transformed the counter into wooden planks. The table in the adjacent living room was also made of wood, despite its considerable decay. It was clear that the proprietor had opted for cheap lumber, yet she managed to procure 3 planks from it. There was also a wall-mounted display rack, which was significantly larger, yielding 7 planks. In total, she acquired 14 wooden planks. Though they were solid, they were not overly cumbersome, yet quite weighty, particularly since she also carried a shopping bag filled with 10 large tomatoes and 2 liters of mineral water. Initially, Wen Xinyou contemplated using vines to transport her load, but she soon realized that striding down the street like a tree would be too conspicuous. Fame is a burden, and as a newcomer, she deemed it wiser to maintain a low profile. Nevertheless, her current appearance was undeniably affluent. She was clad in protective gear, and the wooden planks, along with her bulging bag, drew the astonished and covetous gazes of the few passers-by. Wen Xinyou focused ahead, hastening her pace, ignoring the curious stares, as long as no one approached to provoke her. The Chunhua Travel Agency was a mere 10-minute walk from her safe house, approximately 2 kilometers away. Given her current burden, she estimated that a brisk walk back would take just over 6 minutes. During her earlier journey, she had noted around 30 safe houses along the 2-kilometer stretch, some closely situated while others were more distant. She felt fortunate that no other safe houses were within 100 meters of hers, at least not on her side. Despite her efforts to remain undisturbed, someone relentlessly pursued her and intercepted her path. The individual sprinted swiftly, almost instantaneously closing the distance from 100 meters behind her. A fast runner, perhaps? Wen Xinyou speculated as she braced herself, prepared to deliver a flying kick at the first sign of aggression. She sensed no intent to harm, indicating that either the pursuer was outmatched or lacked hostility. "Miss, please wait. I mean no harm. I just want to ask how you acquired those wooden planks. Are there any trees nearby?" Upon hearing the voice of a girl, Wen Xinyou halted. A young woman with a bob haircut stood a meter away, blushing and fidgeting with her fingers, seemingly apprehensive about being perceived as a threat. A quick glance revealed that she was still in her pajamas, likely another newcomer who had been captured in the middle of the night, much like Wen Xinyou herself. "There are no trees in this city. You can find wooden furniture inside the buildings. Simply touch it, and it will automatically convert." This was not a secret worth concealing, and Wen Xinyou readily shared the information. The girl's complexion paled, and she glanced anxiously at the dilapidated, shadowy entrance of the nearby building. "Do I have to go inside?" Wen Xinyou was momentarily taken aback by her reaction, but quickly rationalized that the girl was merely an ordinary student, likely still attending school. Moreover, the conditions within the building would indeed pose a challenge for the timid. After pondering for a couple of seconds, Wen Xinyou replied, "If you're not in a hurry, you can accompany me, but I must return to my safe house first." She jostled the items in her hands. The girl nodded enthusiastically, her excitement palpable as she looked at Wen Xinyou with adoration. "All right. Thank you, sister." Wen Xinyou offered a slight smile, though she added, "But this is not charity. Your skills must relate to speed, correct? Once we finish, you shall assist me in transporting my belongings back to my house." The girl blinked in surprise before nodding vigorously. "No problem. I will follow your lead." Wen Xinyou gestured for her to join. "Come along. Let us familiarize ourselves with the route." The girl exclaimed, "Sister, isn't it unwise to expose the location of your safe house?" Wen Xinyou chuckled softly, casting her a sidelong glance. "What is there to hide about something visible to all?" With that, she resumed her brisk pace. The girl, scratching her head in realization that there was indeed no reason for concern, hastily keeping up with Wen Xinyou. After a mere minute of walking, they arrived. Wen Xinyou glanced at the now dim white square in the alley and turned to the girl. The girl promptly interjected, "I'm Zhao Xinrui's sister," as in the character for Flower in Flower Bud. Wen Xinyou nodded. "I am Wen Xinyou, meaning my heart is tranquil. Xinrui, wait here for me for a moment." "All right, heart tranquil sister." The young girl quickly adapted her address. With her quirky and clever demeanor, she reminded Wen Xinyou of her mischievous younger sister, and she wondered how that girl was faring now. With a smile, she shook her head and quickly entered her safe house. Upon returning, Wen Xinyou instinctively checked her planting box, finding it utterly still. It was merely a habit she could not break, and she had no intention of doing so. Although she had intended to test her skills, circumstances had shifted, compelling her to postpone until evening. She placed her shopping bag on the table, unpacking its contents. Mineral water stacked in a corner of the cart, tomatoes and potatoes squeezed together, and miscellaneous items neatly organized in the drawer. Finally, she crumpled the emptied shopping bag and tucked it into her shoes. After clearing out the bag, Wen Xinyou paused for 2 seconds before deftly using scissors to cut 2 large pieces and 2 long strips from the plastic bag containing the coconut bricks. Having completed her task, she stepped outside. Upon exiting, she noticed the young girl lurking at the alley's entrance, peering out cautiously, giving the impression of a thief. "What are you doing?" Wen Xinyou inquired as she approached. "Ah!" Zhao Xinrui gasped, startled, and darted across the street. Wen Xinyou sighed, exasperated. Seeing it was her, the girl froze, her face flushed as she hurried back. "I am so sorry, heart tranquil sister. I didn't hear your footsteps, and when I suddenly heard a voice." Wen Xinyou found it amusing yet perplexing. "With such timidness, how will you fare in this game? I doubt it will be gentler in the future." The girl's expression fell, her face displaying dismay. "What will I do? I'm the type who can't even muster the courage to go to the restroom alone after watching a horror film." Wen Xinyou nearly burst into laughter, but restrained herself for the sake of the girl's dignity. Chapter 7. The Desolate City. Although Zhao Xinrui was timid, she possessed a great heart, and her attention was swiftly diverted by the object in Wen Xinyou's hand. "Oh, Sister Xinyou, what do you need those 2 pieces of plastic for?" "Oh, this," Wen Xinyou replied, glancing at her belongings before handing them over. "Wrap them around your feet. There are many mutated rats in that building. Be careful not to get bitten." As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at the little girl's flip-flops, which seemed entirely inadequate for protection. She feared that a few runs would wear them down completely. More than finding boards, her priority was to secure a proper pair of shoes. Zhao Xinrui accepted the plastic sheets, her lips quivering as tears threatened to spill. "Sister Xinyou, you're so kind. To be honest, my toes are already raw. It hurts so much." Indeed, it and Appo's, as quite evident when Xinyou thought, observing the girl and Appo's, as crimson toes. "By the way, Sister Xinyou, are the mutated rats the same as the mutated creatures mentioned in the mission? What do they look like? Do they fly?" The little girl chattered on while fashioning her makeshift shoe covers. Wen Xinyou remained silent, merely gesturing for her to follow after she finished. They reached the alley and Appo's mouth, scanning their surroundings before pointing to a spot on the left. "Look, those are the young mutated rats." The girl's smile faded upon seeing a rat the size of a cat on the road, and she turned pale, clutching the wall as she heaved. "Is this a young one? How big must its parents be?" The university student, who was terrified of insects and large rodents, was on the verge of a breakdown. Wen Xinyou extended her arms, indicating the size. The girl immediately placed a hand on her forehead, adopting a dramatic posture as if to convey her fragility. Wen Xinyou stifled a laugh and caught her. "Stop pretending to be dead. Even if you don't encounter me, you still need to find a way to complete your daily tasks, right? Do you have any weapons?" Shakily, the girl retrieved a spring knife from her pajama pocket. "Well, it's clearly a piece of junk from the system," Wen Xinyou noted. "That should suffice. It may look intimidating, but it's easy to kill. Just be cautious not to get bitten. If you can't fight, run. Your skills will serve you well." Although Wen Xinyou was unsure of the consequences of being bitten by a mutated creature, she doubted it would result in anything as fantastical as becoming Spider-Man. The girl followed closely, her face pale and steps heavy as they pursued their destination, the Xinyou travel agency. The rules of the game might be conveyed to players in various forms, but since Wen Xinyou had discovered this place herself, seeking further clues here was undoubtedly more convenient. Upon entering the dimly lit building, Zhao Xinrui, who had previously maintained a polite distance, could no longer contain her fear and clung tightly to Wen Xinyou's arm. As they ascended the stairs, Wen Xinyou noticed that the girl was already on the verge of tears, silently staring ahead as tears streamed down her cheeks, as if willing herself to gather courage through sheer will. Wen Xinyou felt a twinge of sympathy. Perhaps you should explore the first floor of another building. There's no need to force yourself. The girl shook her head vigorously, sniffling. No, this is inevitable. I know I can't oppose to escape it. This time, I was fortunate to encounter you, Sister Xinyou, who is willing to guide me. If I run away now, I'll never dare to come back. When Xinyou was surprised by the girl and oppose, resolved despite her apparent timidity. She offered a nod of approval. All right, just stay close to me and Don and oppose to wander off. Zhao Xinrui eagerly nodded in agreement. After all, the probability of being frightened to death by her own imagination was likely higher than that of being killed by a mutated creature. It was around 9 in the morning. The sun had risen high, yet the layered steel forest offered little sunlight to the lower levels. The safety passage was eerily quiet, with only a few beams of light filtering through the windows, providing minimal illumination. However, Wen Xinyou had wisely brought a lighter, and they safely reached the second floor of the travel agency. In contrast to the towering buildings surrounding it, the modest 5-story Xinyou travel agency seemed like a child lost in a crowd, which was precisely why Wen Xinyou had initially paused here. Strangely, there were no mutated rats attacking this time, despite her preparedness for a confrontation. This was fortunate, as it allowed her to search for clues without frightening the girl further. The second floor of the agency was an office area, and the desks were still arranged neatly, an eerie reminder that someone had been there just moments before. When Xinyou approached the window, drawing back the curtains to brighten the room slightly. Disappointingly, she found that there were hardly any wooden items here, only a small wooden cabinet in the corner, which she assessed to be worth no more than 2 planks. Though meager, she decided to take it, with the light now illuminating the space. Zhao Xinrui felt less afraid and dared to move away from Wen Xinyou to rummage through the desks. Yet she remained closely attached, frequently glancing up to confirm her companion's presence. Wen Xinyou also searched, but after inspecting several desks, her expression grew grim. It wasn't that there was nothing, rather, the items she discovered were merely stationary. Paper, pens, staplers, and the like. Taking 1 or 2 would suffice, but accumulating more would only burden her, as they had no value. There was no food or water to be found. The only valuable item was a manual she unearthed, which she pretended to read before tossing it to Zhao Xinrui. The girl rushed to the window to catch the light, and upon finishing, she gasped in disbelief, holding the manual aloft. Sister, is this the game rules? When Xinyou casually placed 2 thermoses into a shopping bag, responding nonchalantly, probably you can keep it. The girl was taken aback, unsure whether to accept such an important item. Sister Xinyou, this is something you discovered. You should keep it. Without turning her head, When Xinyou collected a bundle of elastic hair ties nearby. No need. I've already memorized everything. The university student, whose intellect seemed to have regressed to that of a primary school child post-exams, was left dumbfounded. Even the map? When Xinyou answered coolly with a simple The girl, who had only retained a few keywords, quietly folded the paper and tucked it into her pocket. The two quickly scoured the second floor, with Wen Xinyou finding no additional wooden items, while Zhao Xinrui discovered 2 wooden stools in a corner, successfully acquiring 2 wooden planks. Elated with her newfound sense of accomplishment, the girl twirled around joyfully, holding the planks aloft before turning to Wen Xinyou. Sister, should we continue to the next floor? However, Wen Xinyou merely glanced at the ceiling and shook her head. No, we're done here. Let us go. Oh, okay. Zhao Xinrui scratched her head, having assumed that Sister Xinyou would lead her all the way to the top. Nevertheless, given Wen Xinyou's impressive demeanor, the girl trusted her judgment, realizing that her role was merely to follow orders. Chapter 8. The Desolate City thus. the two departed from the travel agency, each bearing their spoils of 2 wooden planks. For Huo Ze, acquiring the agency's handbook was a tremendous gain. The wooden planks felt like mere bonuses, filling her with uncontainable joy. The rules were so peculiar that knowing them earlier could have been a matter of survival. Had she remained oblivious, she might have impulsively ventured out one night and met an untimely demise. However, Wen Xinyou was not so easily satisfied. She had no intention of postponing the upgrading of her shelter until the 10th day, and who could guarantee that a wooden house would indeed fend off the natives? She beckoned Huo Ze, and the two turned to enter the adjacent building to the travel agency. This establishment was a hotel of several stories, its dilapidated sign and remnants of decor indicative of its poor quality. Yet the price list on the wall directly opposite the entrance was exorbitantly steep, suggesting that this unscrupulous hotel capitalized on its proximity to the travel agency to exploit customers. Consequently, the hotel lacked any lavish furnishings. Even the floorboards were wooden, creaking and splintering beneath their weight. The noise attracted the mutated rats of the building, and upon seeing the first one, Huo Ze's instinct was to flee. However, Wen Xinyou swiftly yanked her back. "No running. You have a knife. Take down one, and that will suffice." The small girl squealed in terror as Wen Xinyou, resembling a cold-hearted drill instructor, pushed her toward the side with fewer mutated rats. Meanwhile, Wen Xinyou herself was not idle. She swiftly dispatched several rats, skillfully maneuvering her vines to ensnare them, while also keeping an eye out for potential ambushes targeting the young girl. Similar to their earlier experience at the travel agency, after defeating 3 or 4 waves, the mutated rats ceased their attacks, retreating into the dim safety corridor. Wen Xinyou speculated that these creatures could discern who was formidable enough to defeat them. Or perhaps it was a game mechanism whereby slaying a certain number granted immunity to attacks within a specified range. She glanced back at the girl, who was sitting on the floor, panting heavily. "Are you hurt?" The girl waved her hand, breathlessly assuring, No, sister. You were right. They look intimidating, but their size makes them easy targets. I didn't miss, though I came close to being nibbled a few times." Wen Xinyou nodded, noticing the young girl's white flower had already turned red in 2.5 places. She helped her up, and without further delay, they ascended to the 2nd floor. It was Huo Ze's first taste of real combat. After her initial fear, a spark of excitement flickered within her, and she chattered behind Wen Xinyou. "Sister Xinyou, your skills are so cool. Those vines are incredible. They can drain the mutated rats dry." Wen Xinyou remained nonchalant, yet the little flower, feeling proud, tossed her head. "Yes, it's called the bloodthirsty vine. Its energy derives from the blood of mutated creatures. Next time, let it absorb the rats you kill." The name surprised her with its over-the-top and gruesome flair. She had thought her own skill, the charging speedster, was amusing enough. "I'll try my best." Huo Ze, unbeknownst to herself, found that traversing the dim, daunting staircase this time was not as frightening. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, they encountered a row of doors, and joy spread across their faces. Huo Ze touched one of the wooden doors and exclaimed, "Sister, a wooden door. The frame is wooden too." Wen Xinyou nodded, and they immediately set to work exchanging door panels and frames. In no time, the entire floor of 20 rooms was stripped bare, leaving only gaping holes. Each door panel yielded 4 wooden planks, and each frame 3. Thus, they amassed a total of 140 wooden planks from this endeavor alone. The young girl was overjoyed and offered to take 7 planks, while Wen Xinyou took 3, promising to collect more for herself once Wen Xinyou had enough. Wen Xinyou readily agreed. They continued dismantling wooden furniture, such as the TV stand, wardrobe, and bed frames. All wooden items faced the same fate of returning to their primal state. What they initially thought would be a laborious collection process was efficiently completed after thoroughly scavenging an entire floor. "Sister, we have a total of 625 wooden planks. I only need my share of 245. You can keep the rest, Sister Xinyou." Wen Xinyou gazed at the towering pile of wood and shook her head. "Take 300. I lack the space in my shelter." It was not that Wen Xinyou was unwilling, but the limited area of her safe house made even the wooden planks a substantial burden. Huo Ze empathized with this and did not protest. her face clouded with frustration. Yes, that room is so small. Sister, you have no idea how miserable I am. My large bed and nightstand nearly fill the space. The bed provided by the system cannot be dismantled, and in such a tiny room, I can barely find a place to stand. Wen Xinyou was not surprised. As it was already past midnight, it was commendable that Zhao Xinrui had realized to bring an additional nightstand. Many must have attempted to carry their beds over. The two took a moment to rest, and Wen Xinyou fashioned a simple backpack from some rope discovered in one of the rooms, while Zhao Xinrui began transporting items back to her home. Since one needed to remain behind to guard their spoils, they decided to carry all the wooden planks to Zhao Xinrui's house first, then later transfer Wen Xinyou's portion to her shelter. The wooden planks were heavy. Carrying over 100 sturdy planks was a significant challenge for a university student unaccustomed to physical labor. Yet, the thought of upgrading her flimsy paper house into a cozy wooden cottage on the very first day filled her with renewed vigor. On her fifth trip, she was utterly exhausted, collapsing onto the ground, her legs trembling like leaves in the wind. Sister, I can't run anymore. I'm out of energy. Wen Xinyou glanced at the remaining few dozen planks, quickly untying the rope to secure them onto the young girl's back before lifting her onto her own. Zhao Xinrui was startled. Sister, I'm heavy. However, Wen Xinyou moved with the steadiness of a rock, even bounding down the stairs with ease. This little weight? You should be grateful. This flabby body of yours will be at a disadvantage if you don't toughen up, she admonished relentlessly. Zhao Xinrui whimpered pitifully, lying against her back, too intimidated to speak. Along their return journey, they encountered a few passers-by, but perhaps due to the blood covering both of them from the mutated rats. Zhao Xinrui, appearing lifeless on Wen Xinyou's back, painted a scene too intense for most novice players. They opted to take detours, allowing the pair to return to Zhao Xinrui's safe house without incident. Upon arrival, Wen Xinyou realized that Zhao Xinrui was her nearest neighbor. A mere 100 meters away lay her own safe house. With such a short distance, she did not burden the exhausted girl with carrying anything further, swiftly making several trips back and forth until they had divided their spoils. Chapter 9. The Desolate City before departing for her afternoon quest to procure supplies. Wen Xinyou turned to Zhao Xinrui and inquired, "Would you care to join me?" Upon hearing this, Zhao Xinrui, in a state of despair akin to a dying ember, attempted to rise, but, upon glancing at her incapacitated legs, succumbed once more to the embrace of her bed. "Not today, sister. My recovery is slow. Rest assured, tomorrow, Xiao Zhao will once again excel as a capable delivery woman." Wen Xinyou smiled gently, advising her to hasten her recovery so they could upgrade their dwelling, leaving the rest for another day. Without lingering, she departed swiftly. Given Zhao Xinrui's progress, Wen Xinyou considered it quite normal. In fact, with her assistance in deciphering the game mechanics, the young woman might have already gained an advantage over other novice players. Yet, when Xinyou was accustomed to preparing for the worst, she required a profound sense of security to feel at ease, and in this game, that security was synonymous with supplies, defenses, and strength. An inexplicable unease enveloped her regarding the carnival of the past 8 days. One source of her anxiety was the realization that there were no clocks in sight. Whether within the system or on the streets, she had diligently searched, yet found no means of measuring time. The dense cluster of buildings obstructed her ability to gauge the hour by the sun, leaving her to rely solely on the system and oppos as time notifications. If the initial prompt indicated 8 o'clock, the hour when players could commence their free actions, then nearly 3 hours had surely elapsed by now. She needed to familiarize herself with the nearby routes and notable landmarks without delay. As she wiped the sweat from her body with a cloth, memories of the travel agency's map resurfaced in her mind. The game was insidiously frustrating. The map was merely a topographical representation, marking the city's main thoroughfares without naming the buildings. Thus, acquiring the manual was little more than grasping at straws. Of course, one could hope for more detailed clues from other sources, but that was a matter of luck. Time was of the essence. After cleaning herself, she consumed a tomato and a slice of whole grain bread, finishing off half a bottle of energy drink before transferring the remainder into a smaller container and setting off once more. This time, She did not linger on her original path, but instead traversed the alley to the opposite street. The buildings here were taller and denser, and it appeared more populous as well. Just as she emerged from the alley, she nearly collided with another individual. The stranger, his face obscured by a dark cloth, paused momentarily, his cold gaze meeting hers before swiftly averting his eyes and hastily passing by. A fellow traveler, Wen Xinyou instinctively discerned. There exists a peculiar magnetism among those who have served in the military. Even strangers can often identify one another with uncanny accuracy. Hesitating for a moment, Wen Xinyou decided to follow the path of the stranger she had just encountered. She had observed which building he entered and opted for the one adjacent to it. It was a nondescript office building, and upon entry, she prepared to face a wave of mutated rats. Perhaps due to the size of the building, the number of opponents was evidently greater than in the travel agency or hotel. The red petals had distinctly increased by 2.5, transforming the once white flowers into a blend of red and white. However, this exertion had drained her stamina significantly. After a morning of vigorous activity and minimal caloric intake, fatigue began to creep in. She resolved to search for anything useful and return swiftly. Shaking the blood off her blade, she headed toward the emergency exit. There in oppose, a rat king above. With your gear, I advise against going up, a gravelly male voice warned from outside. When Xinyou turned to see the man she had just brushed past, she had already noted his presence at the door, but had not sensed any hostile intent from him. Initially intending to feign ignorance, she was surprised when he initiated conversation. A rat king? No wonder the mutated rats in this building seem more formidable than those in the previous two, and the oppressive atmosphere from above is palpable. It must emanate from a dominant presence. When Xinyou was prudent, she never engaged in battles without assurance of victory and promptly exited the building. Thank you. No need. Both were succinct, and upon concluding their exchange, they prepared to part ways. Yet, when Xinyou could not resist asking, "Are you lacking in vitamins?" the man paused, his tall figure halting abruptly as sunlight illuminated half of his pale face, casting an eerie glow. "Can you tell?" he replied, revealing a hint of exhaustion in his voice. "I merely studied a bit of nutrition. I have fresh tomatoes. Would you be interested in a trade?" A flicker of interest sparked in his eyes. "What do you desire in return?" "Food, water, information, tools, weapons. Anything will do, though information would be preferable." He chuckled softly. "Why do you presume I possess such items? We are all novices, are we not?" When Xinyou gazed at him incredulously, newcomers don't typically appear this frail on their first day. After a moment of silence, he stepped closer and inquired in a lowered voice, "How many can you offer?" 20. To preempt any suspicion of her undervaluing the tomatoes, she demonstrated their size with her hands. His eyes brightened. "I'll take them all. In exchange, I can provide you with 2 crucial pieces of information and offer you a 1 cubic meter personal space, where time flows at a rate 30 times slower." When Xinyou and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement, a personal space was indeed a valuable asset. Information could be sought from other seasoned players, but opportunities for such spaces were rare. "For cubic meters, I don't need the information." He hesitated, then sighed. "That's not feasible. I can only trade 1 cubic meter per day." "Then let an Appo's divided over 4 days." He paused for a moment. "You truly Don and Appo's. Do you want the information?" When Xinyou frowned, irritated by his indecisiveness, "I can inquire with others. If you require additional fruits or vegetables, I can offer you direct exchanges." "You possess other fresh vegetables?" His astonishment was palpable. Did this newcomer emerge from a marketplace? "My profession is that of a farmer. I receive a certain quantity of fresh vegetables daily." This was a fabrication. The extent of her skills remained uncertain, but she aimed to impress him for now. Then, recalling another skill, she pressed further. "The fruits and vegetables I obtain possess additional properties. For every 10 pounds consumed, your defense value increases slightly. If you reserve your space exchange quota for me, I'll provide you with at least 2 pounds of fresh produce each day. And for vital information, we can trade 10 pounds at a time." Though the exact value of the defense increase remained unclear, if her initial defense value were merely 2, it would likely be of significant worth. Indeed, after her proposition, the previously hesitant man promptly agreed. Deal. Chapter 10. The desolate city Su Qin was uncertain whether the newcomer spoke the truth, but the allure of the skill he described was enough to captivate his interest. If it were deception, he could always eliminate the individual later. Only those who had genuinely immersed themselves in the game could truly comprehend the significance of defense points. The higher one progressed, even a single point became increasingly difficult to accrue. This was his final opportunity to remain in the level 1 realm. He needed to swiftly enhance both his attack and defense. Furthermore, even without this enhancement, fresh vegetables were a luxury in most realms, particularly in this one, where there was no means to acquire them. He had nearly succumbed to despair, as the gum bleeding and fatigue he experienced since the last realm had been excruciating. Unexpectedly, he stumbled upon the rare profession of farmer. "I can allocate all my spatial exchange opportunities to you," he proposed. "Additionally, I have a chance each day to exchange twice. If you need, I can also offer you 2 pounds of vegetables." He continued, "If you have any surplus, you may exchange it directly with me for other resources and information." This method is certainly more convenient than scavenging in this realm. For crucial information, as you mentioned, I will require 10 pounds, while less significant details can be shared freely as a bonus. Wen Xinyou listened intently, concerned he might run out of breath. The most critical issue stemming from vitamin deficiency was the accelerated loss of stamina, a potentially fatal consequence in this game. "All right," she nodded. His demand seemed reasonable, and he did not attempt to exploit her novice status, which indicated he was not a rogue. "Now, follow me back. My name is Su Qin," he stated, matching her pace. Wen Xinyou reciprocated with her name. Su Qin trailed Wen Xinyou back to her safe house, sitting judiciously at the entrance of the alley without encroaching further. Upon entering her dwelling, Wen Xinyou selected the 3 finest tomatoes for herself, placing the remainder into a bag to carry out. Su Qin was engaged in some task midair. Upon seeing her emerge, he rose to his feet. "Please accept my friend request first. We can transmit via the trading box," he instructed. Wen Xinyou's brows lifted in surprise at such a convenient feature. She opened the system interface and finally discovered the Friend tab tucked away in the lower right corner. It was so well hidden that she had overlooked it. Upon accepting Su Qin's request, she noted that he was already a level 5 player. The trading box required both players to engage in face-to-face transactions 5 times to unlock remote trading, and it was limited to the same realm. Moreover, player levels did not hold much significance. One ascended a level merely by surviving in a realm, and this was his 5th game. Wen Xinyou was momentarily at a loss for words. Was this 2 pieces of information? Su Qin chuckled, continuing to click away at the interface. Not quite. Such knowledge becomes apparent after spending a few days in the game. Wen Xinyou found the information quite useful. "All right, the space has been sent over. Take a look." She opened the received items section in the chat box. "Would you like to accept the 1M portable space from player Su Qin?" After confirming, she mentally recited space. As she did so, a luminous cube materialized in her consciousness. She then tried to envision the tomatoes in her bag, and in an instant, they floated into the cube. The effect was satisfactory. If she exchanged with Su Qin at least once daily, she could accumulate 30M by the end of this realm, facilitating her efforts in gathering supplies or storing perishables. Trading with him had indeed proven to be a wise decision. "Excellent, thank you. I will send you my part now," Su Qin replied, visibly eager as he quickly accepted her information. "These tomatoes lack special effects, so let us exchange them for the 2 vital pieces of information and a space." This exchange rate was considerably more favorable than what she initially proposed. Yet Wen Xinyou had no intention of taking advantage of him in their long-term dealings. Su Qin, being straightforward, immediately agreed. "No problem. First, every realm is divided into 3 phases, with a unit lasting 10 days. The difficulty peaks in the final days, yet with ample defense and attack. One can survive indoors to complete the game. Thus, the first order of business in each game round is to find the rules for that round and enhance the defenses of both your safe house and yourself." Wen Xinyou hesitated momentarily. "I'm already aware of this." Su Qin was taken aback. "You've already found the game rules?" Wen Xinyou nodded. Su Qin, frustrated by his own misfortune, muttered, "Damn it. Fine, that point doesn't count. Secondly, novice players have a protection mechanism during the first 20 days of their initial game. Though not as secure as the first 3 days in the safe house, any attack on a novice during this period will result in a 100 counterattack. Killing someone will lead to one's own demise. This can be utilized to eliminate competitors or intimidate them, but this protection ceases on the 21st day. This game is quite brutal. There are no resurrection opportunities, so be cautious. This information was indeed valuable and aligned with what she wished to inquire. May I ask the remaining question myself? Su Qin gestured for her to proceed. Is it possible to attack another Indamp, Oppos, as safe house to acquire their resources? Su Qin paused, taken aback by the audacity of her question. It is possible. Safe houses are bound to the player's lives. Once breached, it signifies the end of the game, and the resources will belong to the invader. However, I do not recommend attempting this during the first 20 days, as safe houses also possess counterattack effects during this period. Moreover, most players are novices, so you won't gain much. Wen Xinyou realized her phrasing could be misconstrued, but she had no intention of correcting it. Thank you. These 2 points are crucial. Additionally, I wish to exchange for some weapons and tools. Certainly, what do you desire? Wen Xinyou contemplated briefly before responding. I need a long knife, preferably a tang knife, and a toolbox with basic tools. Su Qin readily agreed. No problem. I just found a decent tang knife in the previous realm, but it will cost 20 pounds of vegetables. The toolbox can be a gift. Wen Xinyou pressed her lips together, hesitating to respond. Noticing her reluctance, Su Qin quickly added, I can extend credit to you. You can repay me later. That works. Given his thoughtfulness, Wen Xinyou had no reason to decline. Su Qin promptly sent A and Oppos, 20 and Oppos, in the chat box, then swiftly dispatched the tang knife and toolbox. Wen Xinyou drew out the knife, unsheathing it to inspect its sharpness and quality. The steel was robust, and it was indeed an excellent blade. Su Qin was a generous person. A genuine smile finally graced her face. Where shall we meet for the transaction tomorrow? Su Qin replied. The game updates daily tasks at 8 o'clock. Let us convene in front of that building around 8:30. Wen Xinyou had no objections, and they reached a consensus. Su Qin swiftly vanished from the alley, his anticipation for the tomatoes palpable. Chapter 11. The desolate city having acquired a Tang Dao, Wen Xinyou felt a renewed sense of capability. Her short knife, though sharp, left her somewhat ineffectual against the nimble and numerous mutated rats. However, with the long knife in her possession, her attack range had increased by a staggering 500. She examined the blade with delight, flipping it in her hands, and then swiftly ventured into the adjacent building, launching a frenzied assault on the mutated rodents. Simultaneously, her proficiency in controlling vines had reached new heights. After vanquishing the mutated rats in 2 buildings, her little white flower transformed into a vibrant red, swaying on her wrist as if intoxicated. The space she had recently acquired brimmed with spoils. In a drawer of an office desk on the 2nd floor of the 2nd building, she discovered 5 cans of tuna and 3 bottles of mineral water, alongside a dozen empty plastic bottles. To others, these might seem like refuse, but to a cultivator, they were invaluable culture vessels. The small size of the plastic bottles was especially advantageous given her currently cramped quarters. Additionally, she found several hardwood planks. Initially, she had no intention of collecting more wood, but with the toolbox now at her disposal, she felt invigorated. These planks were perfect for constructing shelves, which would enable her to fully utilize the remaining hydroponic pots. Upon returning to her safe house, she meticulously organized her newly acquired supplies, not forgetting to claim her daily task reward. Today's task rewards are as follows. Whole wheat bread 2, mineral water 500 milliliters 2, water card for 1 day 1, electricity card for 1 day 1. Paper thin outfit 1, Wen Xinyou gazed at the outfit that seemed as if it could be torn with minimal effort. One absurdly flimsy garment. However, it wasn't entirely without merit. After all, a bath was long overdue, and she needed fresh undergarments. She had initially contemplated going without clothing in the house, but this outfit would serve in a pinch. She took a refreshing cold shower, washing her clothes with a semblance of care, draping them over a stool and the handle of a cart to dry. Lacking proper cleaning supplies, the garments would inevitably carry a scent, but there was little she could do about it. Wen Xinyou contemplated trading with Su Qin the next day for some toiletries and cleaning products. After her bath, she swiftly utilized the wooden planks to upgrade her entire dwelling. The dilapidated grass hut was revitalized, and its defense value rose from 10 to 30. With these tasks completed, she finally approached the planting box. Glancing at the little red flower on her wrist, she extended her hand towards the box, and the flower responded as if it had caught a whiff of something enticing, shaking its petals and extending a soft vine. The vine delved gently into the soil, and as the little red flower emitted a faint white glow, the plants within the box visibly began to sprout. In mere minutes, a sweet potato vine and 2 corn plants flourished abundantly. Wen Xinyou's eyes widened in astonishment, although she knew it was merely a game. Witnessing such an extraordinary growth rate was still breathtaking. Carefully, she unearthed the sweet potato vine, which bore a remarkable 10 sweet potatoes. They were impressively sized too. Typically, a sweet potato vine would yield about 7 or 8 tubers, especially in such a confined space, making 10 an exceptional harvest. The corn plants were no less impressive. Normally, one would need to trim excessive ears to ensure the main stalks received adequate nutrients. Yet, due to skill enhancements, all 6 ears on these 2 corn plants had produced kernels. Upon breaking open 2 of them, she found them plump and golden, each one promising sweetness. Nothing excites a cultivator more than a bountiful harvest, especially when it requires no watering, fertilizing, weeding, or pest control. Simply pure delight in the bounty. Suddenly, Wen Xinyou mused that perhaps staying in this game wasn't such a bad idea after all. Having harvested 10 sweet potatoes and 12 ears of corn, the little red flower had only lost half a petal, indicating that 1 petal could hasten the growth of 2 planting boxes, approximately 1 square meter. She then cut all the empty bottles in half and re-sowed a batch of lettuce, yielding 6 robust plants, each nearly a pound in weight, with roots that nearly wooden and oppose. Teeth fit into the bottles. Vegetable roots, water, and containers created a perfect hydroponic environment, and Wen Xinyou had brought 3 bottles of nutrient solution, prepared specifically for this purpose. Currently, she possessed 14 bottles, 12 she had scavenged and 2 from her own consumption, perfectly accommodating 1 batch of lettuce and 1 batch of oilseed lettuce. For the remaining difficult-to-stand bottle tops, Wen Xinyou used the tape from her toolbox to bind them together, creating a makeshift bottle ready for sprouting mung beans once they soaked overnight. After managing these tasks, she planted 2 more batches of sweet potatoes, 1 of mung beans, 1 of onions, 2 of corn, and 3 of potatoes. Including her initial harvest, she now had 50 sweet potatoes, 60 ears of corn, 15 onions, and 45 potatoes, in addition to several she had brought with her, along with approximately 3 pounds of mung beans and various harvested lettuce and oilseed lettuce. And all of this had only cost her 5 petals. Wen Xinyou felt she could comfortably sustain herself indefinitely in the safe house through her own cultivation. Alas, survival in this game was not merely a matter of resources. As Su Qin had stated, if one wished for safety, they must ardently enhance their attack and defense. Even with her skill that allowed her to increase defense through vegetable consumption, she could not achieve much through sheer gluttony. Stowing away the vegetables that could not fit, she organized her various possessions and began crafting shelves from the wooden planks. The planks were relatively small, approximately 30 by 20 in size. Wen Xinyou, lacking professional carpentry skills and limited to her available tools, managed to construct 2 rickety 3-tiered shelves that clearly could not bear significant weight. Though she was tempted to salvage them further, her hands protested from the effort of sawing wood. It seemed prudent to leave professional tasks to those with the requisite expertise. With no plans to venture outside again that day, she resolved not to waste the remaining time. She repurposed a notebook she had collected into a ledger and a planner, organizing all her supplies before commencing her exercise routine. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and jumping in place, Wen Xinyou endeavored to train every essential muscle within the confines of her cramped quarters. After completing her routine, she took another shower, realizing she truly had no clothes left to wear. However, with no one around, this was rather refreshing. When she glanced at her stats, she noted her attack power had risen from 2 to 3, confirming that her ruthless extermination of the mutated rats had been beneficial. With no clock to measure time, she was unaware of the hour, but peering through the door crack, she saw the night had fully enveloped the world outside. The street, devoid of streetlights, was pitch black, and the sound of the wind was even more unsettling than during the day. She pondered how many players unaware of the rules might encounter misfortune that night. With these thoughts swirling in her mind, she succumbed to a deep slumber, lulled by the eerie whispers of the wind. Chapter 12. The Desolate City. Wen Xinyou's biological clock dictated a rise at 7 o'clock, and without waiting for the system's prompt, she arose. Her tasks included changing the water for her plants, processing the soaked mung beans, and planting 4 boxes of corn, 2 boxes of sweet potatoes, 2 boxes of lettuce, 1 box of tomatoes, and 1 box of potatoes. She continued until the small red flower had completely transformed back into a small white flower. As she planted more, Wen Xinyou noticed that the yield and weight of the crops remained identical, all growing in perfect uniformity, a testament to the game and Appo's power. This, however, proved advantageous for her calculations of weight. After years of cultivating vegetables, her hands had become her own scale, allowing her to measure weight with remarkable precision, saving her the trouble of searching for a weighing device. Upon completing her tasks, the system promptly issued a notification. Congratulations, player, you have entered the 3rd day. Would you like to collect the Day 3 Beginner's Gift Pack? The gift pack has been issued. Personal care set X1, soap X1, women's underwear X1. Reminder, the 3 beginner and Appo's gift packs have all been distributed. Starting tomorrow, the safe house will automatically lose its absolute safety buff. Players are encouraged to strengthen their safe house defenses. Today's task, eliminate 10 mutated creatures. Compared to the previous days, today's gift pack could finally be deemed generous, much to Wen Xinyou's delight. The personal care set included a toothbrush, toothpaste, a cup, and 2 bottles of 300 milliliter shampoo and body wash. The soap was palm-sized, and the quality of the underwear was decent, certainly better than the plain robe she had received yesterday. Cheerfully, she used the soap to wash her underwear from the previous day. The soap had no scent but left the fabric remarkably clean, which pleased her greatly. Sensing that time was of the essence, she quickly prepared a sandwich using whole grain bread, lettuce, and tomato, finishing her meal before heading out with her tang knife to meet Su Qin. The distance was minimal when Xinyou arrived in just a minute, only to find Su Qin already there, waving at her with a cheerful demeanor. However, half of his face remained covered by a black cloth, revealing only his strikingly sharp eyes and brows, leading Wen Xinyou to suspect he might be a rogue of sorts. "Good morning," he greeted. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they swiftly concluded their transaction. Su Qin's eyes lit up upon seeing the items she had sent over. "So much? These must be your skill products, right?" Wen Xinyou nodded, indicating that she had 3 pounds of lettuce and 2 pounds of potatoes, having cut off the roots without affecting the total quantity. Su Qin's expression changed slightly. "Why did you leave the roots?" Wen Xinyou explained without reservation, "I'm conducting an experiment to see if hydroponics will succeed, but given the current temperature, I'm skeptical. You'd be wasting your skill if you don't give it a try. Today's temperature is 0.5°C higher than yesterday," he remarked, pausing briefly before adding, "By the way, for the next few days, send me a few rooted ones. I want to see if I can experiment with them in the next dimension." Wen Xinyou gave it an Appo's okay and Appo's sign. "What are your plans for today?" he inquired. Wen Xinyou pondered for a moment before replying honestly, "In the morning, I'll be hunting mutated rats for supplies, and in the afternoon, I'll continue hunting and then seek out other players to see if I can make some trades." Su Qin nodded, not probing further about her companions. Glancing at the tang knife in her hand, he suggested, with a new weapon, "You might try to hunt the Rat King. I recall that new players receive rewards for defeating their first small boss." Wen Xinyou regarded him skeptically. "Don't be anxious. It won't cost you anything. Your vegetables have indeed been a great help to me. Consider this a friendly tip," he assured her. He had no reason to harm her. Rather, he likely hoped she would continue to thrive and provide him with fresh produce. Wen Xinyou had no doubts about that. "All right, thank you. Will you still be here tomorrow?" she asked. "Unless something unexpected occurs, I will remain here," he replied. "Very well." With that, they nodded in acknowledgement and turned to depart. Wen Xinyou retraced her steps back to find Zhao Xinrui, who was eagerly waiting at the alley entrance. The girl and Appo's lively demeanor was a stark contrast to her lethargy from the previous day, suggesting she had fully recharged. "Sister, you and Appo's here?" Where are we going today? Wen Xinyou pointed to the 4 buildings surrounding them. Right here, it's wise to familiarize ourselves with the environment. Instantly, the girl's eyes brimmed with tears. Woo, sister. You're so good to me. You're more like my real sister than my own brother. Wen Xinyou was taken aback by the child's exuberance. However, she couldn't deny that the girl reminded her of her younger sister, which was why she felt compelled to take her under her wing. They were similar in age and temperament, both timid yet boisterous, creating a strong sense of familiarity for Wen Xinyou. She first led Huo Ze to explore the left office building. Compared to the previous day, when the girl had merely shouted and flailed blindly, today, though still dramatic, she adeptly utilized her skills to evade danger, an encouraging sign of her potential. Wen Xinyou only guided Huo Ze through the first and second floors, as she sensed an oppressive aura emanating from the upper levels, likely home to the Rat King or other formidable creatures. The first and second floors felt like the novice zone, while the third and above likely belonged to seasoned players. Ordinary players should refrain from venturing too close until they had honed their skills. Yet, Wen Xinyou had confidence in her abilities, and since Su Qin had suggested it, she was determined to give it a try. Today's haul proved more fruitful than the last, yielding 4 packs of instant noodles for cans of yellow peaches, 3 cans of codfish, 2 cans of pork belly, 10 packs of compressed biscuits, a hammer, and 2 rice cooker liners salvaged from the office building's small kitchen. They split the spoils evenly. Wen Xinyou claimed the hammer, while Huo Ze took an extra can of codfish. Upon learning about Wen Xinyou's skill, the girl excitedly traded 2 cans of cod for 2 pounds of potatoes. Sister, your skill is amazing. Don't worry. I'll work hard to gather resources and trade you more vegetables. With a beaming smile, the girl stuffed the potatoes into her bag, made from rough fabric, her resolve to cling to Wen Xinyou deepening. By the way, sister, what are your plans for the afternoon? My skill upgrades by the total distance I run, so I plan to jog around the streets for a couple of laps while gathering information. Before Wen Xinyou could respond, Huo Ze rambled on, eager to share her thoughts. While training your skills, make sure to run to build your stamina, but avoid confrontations with troublemakers, Wen Xinyou advised casually. The girl nodded obediently. After a moment's thought, Wen Xinyou added, keep an eye out for anyone selling goods while you run. If you find anyone, remember to take note and tell me when you return. Of course. Sister, I'm quite crafty. Huo Ze responded with a confident grin, patting her chest, prompting Wen Xinyou to chuckle softly. All right, off you go. I have some matters to attend to. If anything arises, just message me. Okay. With that, they bid farewell. Wen Xinyou returned to the safe house, as usual, organizing her belongings before planting 4 batches of tomatoes, 1 batch of garlic, 1 batch of ginger, 2 batches of lettuce, and 2 batches of cabbage, 10 in total, perfectly utilizing the 5 petals she had collected earlier. Chapter 13. The desolate city. Wen Xinyou was not one to seek the limelight. She believed that, even in the face of adversity, it was better to endure than to confront danger head-on. Life took precedence over all material interests. Therefore, during the first 20 days under the system's protection, she resolved to exert herself, slaying monsters and, most importantly, seeking clients to establish a steady source of customers. This way, she could remain in her safe house and conduct transactions online without venturing outside. At noon, Wen Xinyou prepared a meal using 2 slices of whole wheat bread rewarded from her daily tasks, layered with tomatoes and lettuce, topped with a generous portion of canned tuna. The taste was quite pleasant. After her meal, she armed herself with a knife and stepped outside, heading to the neighboring building. She had already scouted the area. Should she encounter trouble, she could easily escape through the window and return to her safe haven. The 3rd floor, slightly elevated compared to the first 2, received ample sunlight at this hour, making it less dreary. The mutated rats had nowhere to hide. Upon spotting one, Wen Xinyou dispatched it, following its escape route deep into the innermost part of the floor. There lay the darkest and dampest corner, home to the long-haired Rat King, whose size was comparable to that of a medium-sized dog. Its eyes glowed with an unsettling green light, and its massive fangs resembled bricks. Its tail whipped like a whip, and upon noticing the intruder, it let out a shrill scream and charged forward, accompanied by a swarm of smaller minions. Gigi. Wen Xinyou could not help but curse under her breath. It wasn't fear that gripped her. It was the sheer grossness of such a large rodent. Despite feeling an overwhelming pressure, the Rat King and Oppos' offensive capabilities were not excessively formidable. It was agile and its strikes were powerful. A swish of its tail left her calf aching, but ultimately, it remained just a rat. By overcoming her instinctive disgust and seizing the moment, she could sever its limbs, rendering it a mere wobbling figure. With swift precision, she maneuvered 2 tendrils to pierce the Rat King and Oppos' neck. Little White Flower had become remarkably adept at bloodsucking. Within mere seconds, the corpulent Rat King lay lifeless on the ground, a hefty corpse devoid of sound. Congratulations, player has achieved Kill the Mutated Rat King achievement. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, player has achieved Pioneer achievement. Rewards have been distributed, along with the daily task rewards from the morning. Wen Xinyou's notification panel now gleamed with a prominent 3. The system continued to send pop-ups. Congratulations. Player Wen Xinyou has become the first novice player to defeat a minor boss in this realm. You may choose one of the following as a reward. A. Increase counterattack NPC effect by 35 in this realm. B. 10 cans of 5-flavor pork, 10 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water. Wen Xinyou was speechless. There was no dilemma in her choice. She decisively clicked on A. With the Rat King slain, the mutated rats in this building, already timid around her, further retreated. She had hoped to draw more blood for Little White Flower, but now even catching one was impossible. She conducted a brief search of the floor, acquiring an unopened OL uniform, 3 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 2 lighters, and 2 cans of tuna. She then ascended to the 4th floor and dispatched the Rat King there, yielding 5 bottles of mineral water, 3 packs of sweet potato chips, 3 cans of yellow peach, and 3 lighters. After clearing this level, Wen Xinyou realized that capturing any more mutated rats was futile. She required blood more than food for Little White Flower. With determination, she swiftly made her way to the next building. This time, she learned her lesson. As long as she did not completely slay the Rat King, the lesser mutated rats would flock to defend their leader. Little White Flower exclaimed, I can't an Oppos. Drain them all. They're an Oppos. That's just too much. Just as Wen Xinyou pondered how to fashion the Rat King's tail into a weapon, a sudden wail echoed down the corridor, startling her. Stepping outside, she spotted a man in a lab coat sprinting towards her, pursued by a throng of mutated rats, the commotion shaking the floor beneath them. Upon seeing her, the man's expression shifted from shock to joy, then to terror as he yelled, Run, miss. Rats. So many rats. Wen Xinyou thought, how could this man dare to venture to the 4th floor? With no time to waste, she swiftly dispatched the nearly defeated Rat King with her vines and turned to flee. The man, Jiang Shao, hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and quickening his pace to follow her. They rushed down from the 4th to the 1st floor, continuing to run together until the sight of the mutated rats faded away. Bond, I'm dead, utterly exhausted. To her surprise, he had managed to keep up. Wen Xinyou turned to examine him closely. How had he made it to the 4th floor? He looked like someone accustomed to the confines of a laboratory, lacking in physical strength and unarmed, hardly the type to confront dangers on the 4th floor. Was it possible he possessed some extraordinary skill? Unconsciously, she heightened her guard. Jiang Shao froze. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he awkwardly explained, I thought the first 3 floors were safe since there were hardly any rats. So I thought I struck gold. But as soon as I reached the 4th floor, I was besieged by a swarm of rats. Wen Xinyou realized why he had acted so recklessly. Jiang Shao, not being foolish, could sense her incredulous gaze and awkwardly scratched his head, saying, I'm sorry, miss. I didn't mean to cause trouble. It's all right, Wen Xinyou replied, shaking her head. It was a common occurrence, nothing to fuss over. She would have done the same. Seeing that she bore him no ill will, Jiang Shao let out a sigh of relief. This woman, armed with a knife and entwined with vines, her apron stained with blood, was clearly not someone to provoke. He had stumbled into this place without understanding anything for days, nearly starving to death. If he angered her and received a knife in return, he would have no one to blame but himself. Miss, Could you please tell me how to find food? I've eaten all the supplies I brought into the game, and now I have nothing left. This game wouldn't just let us starve to death, would it? Noticing her amiable demeanor, Jiang Shao mustered the courage to seek her assistance. He truly was at his wit's end. He had subsisted on a meager supply of snacks for days, and today he had completely run out, even his water supply dwindling. He dared not risk drinking from the safe house's water, feeling utterly trapped. Today, he had finally gathered the courage to search for food, only to find nothing useful and nearly getting bitten by a giant rat. Truly, his luck had run out. Chapter 14. The desolate city. Wen Xinyou cleared her throat. Please, don't call me Big Boss. I am a newcomer. Jiang Shao widened his eyes in surprise, glancing again at her impressive demeanor. Is this the so-called disparity between individuals? Wen Xinyou, eager to bypass unnecessary chatter, directly informed him that entering the building and exterminating the mutated rats would yield supplies. Without missing a beat, she shifted the conversation. What is your profession? Do you possess any skills? If you have other supplies, I could trade food for them. His words made Wen Xinyou realize a crucial point. Not everyone receives food as their daily reward. Jiang Shao was not naive. Despite understanding the perils of blindly trusting others in this wretched city, he was genuinely in need of sustenance. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, "Before coming here, I was a medical student, and perhaps because of that, my current profession is medical staff. I have a certain probability of receiving various medications daily, and my task rewards include medicine and water or electricity cards. Do you need any medicine, miss?" "Indeed, I am in dire need of it." When Xinyou and Appo's eyes sparkled with excitement. While she might not require it immediately, having medicine was essential. "What kind do you have?" Seeing the opportunity, Jiang Shao quickly pulled out several strips of different capsules from his small pouch. "I happen to be up all night working on a thesis, and these are all I have: cold medicine, anti-inflammatory drugs, fever reducers, and Lianhua Qingwen. Which do you need, miss?" When Xinyou noticed that each strip contained 5 rows of 20 pills, all of which were common medications. Accepting them all would be prudent. "I am a farmer. For every 10 pounds of crops I consume, I gain 1 point of defense. I can purchase your medicine at the price of 10 pounds per strip, but if you lack storage means, we will need to conduct the transaction in batches, as wasting 2 pounds will deduct 2 points from our defense." Jiang Shao and Appo's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this really happening? Not only do I get food, but you also provide refrigeration services?" He recalled the disheartening moment of discovering his 0 defense value upon arriving in this dreadful place. Lacking any combat prowess, he felt utterly vulnerable. "Absolutely. Yes, indeed," he exclaimed, when Xinyou nodded and took 1 row from each of his 4 strips. "This serves as a deposit. I will send you daily supplies according to your needs. Let us add each other as friends, as we must conduct 5 face-to-face transactions before we can trade online." Jiang Shao followed her lead, pointing where she directed, and when he finally saw potatoes and lettuce in his inbox, he nearly cried out in joy. He had prepared himself for a life devoid of fresh vegetables upon seeing the desolate state of this place. Being a medical student, he understood all too well the detrimental effects of long-term vitamin and mineral deficiencies from an absence of fruits and vegetables. Perhaps he would not perish at the hands of mutated creatures, but rather succumb to the imbalances in his own body. He gazed at Wen Xinyou with reverence. Those who once looked down on farmers would undoubtedly learn humility through this game. Satisfied with her acquisition of medicine, Wen Xinyou, in a good mood, casually suggested, "I can guide you through a building. While I search the 3rd and 4th floors, you might find a lighter, a lunchbox, and water on the 2nd floor." Implicitly, she was offering assistance in procuring cooking tools. Jiang Shao was ecstatic, nodding vigorously as if pecking at grains. "Yes, thank you, Big Boss. From now on, you are my elder brother." When Xinyou's eye twitched. "Who is your brother?" "Call me sister." Jiang Shao paused, immediately correcting himself. Yes. Sister, you are my big sister. What should I call you?" "Wen Xinyou." "Got it. I am Jiang Shao, with Jiang for my family name and Shao for my given name." The young man felt as though he had latched onto a lifeline, his excitement bubbling forth. Being in the presence of someone as formidable as Wen Xinyou, he could hardly contain his enthusiasm, wishing to applaud her efforts in dispatching the mutated rats. Following her, even scavenging would allow him to complete his daily tasks. The world seemed so wondrous. However, Wen Xinyou began to regret bringing him along. Though they were both university students, this fellow was even older than Zhao Xinrui. Yet he could scarcely slay a handful of mutated rats, his voice far louder than any woman's. His incessant chattering grated on her nerves. As they ascended to the second floor, she promptly excused him. "You can search on your own. Once you finish, leave first. I won't be quick." "All right, Sister One. Will we need to meet again tomorrow to trade?" "Yes, at the base of this building. We can discuss the specifics later." "Understood. Thank you, Sister One." Jiang Shao awkwardly bowed to her before happily dashing into the adjacent office. Wen Xinyou shook her head and proceeded to the third floor. After dispatching the Rat King on the third and fourth floors, her little white flower had become a vibrant little red flower, and she prepared to return home to cleanse the blood from her attire. Before leaving, she glanced at the entrance to the fifth floor, feeling an unsettling chill that lingered. The discomfort was more pronounced than when she had initially encountered the Rat King on the second floor, indicating the presence of a new boss far stronger than the Rat King above. She had no intention of acting recklessly and resolved to wait until tomorrow to consult Su Qin. Upon returning to the safe house, Wen Xinyou estimated it was around 4 to 5 p.m. Due to the unforeseen variable of Jiang Shao, she had wasted considerable time hunting the mutated rats. But the unexpected gain in medicine made the day worthwhile. At that moment, Zhao Xinrui sent her a message, informing her that there were currently no trading posts in the vicinity, only a few veteran players who could exchange supplies. Upon reading the message, Wen Xinyou decided against venturing out again. With only veteran players present, it would be more convenient to seek Su Qin directly. She messaged Su Qin, inquiring if he had a small stone roller and a stone mill, and then headed for a shower. When she emerged, Su Qin had already replied, "Bliger, suineliube." 5. Are you looking grind flour? The intention behind her request for these two items was evident, leaving no need for subterfuge. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Indeed. So, do you have them? Player, Su Qin LV5. I do not, but the store has a flour mill. If you need it, I can assist you in purchasing it. Wen Xinyou and Appos. His eyes gleamed with interest. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. A store? Player, Su Qin LV5. Yes, generally, it will open on the 21st day, which is the third phase of the first dungeon. You can obtain exchange points by defeating monsters. Wen Xinyou was taken aback by the sheer volume of information he casually shared. She was momentarily at a loss, unsure whether he was simply oblivious or truly believed such information was of little value. Of course, she sincerely hoped it was the latter. The more information, the better. Chapter 15. The Desolate City Player, Wen Xinyou, Level 1. How many exchange points for a flour mill? Player, Su Qin, Level 5. It's not too expensive, 200 points. But you need to gather the raw materials yourself. If you need it, I can spare you a bit of the flour I grind. Since you asked, it's only fair to share a little in return. Player, Wen Xinyou, Level 1. That works, but my planting area is too small, and the wheat yield is quite low, not comparable to common vegetables. Generally 25 pounds of wheat can produce a pound of flour. I can give you 4 pounds. Wen Xinyou isn't pursuing skill enhancement with this, as it isn't particularly cost-effective. However, for her, a life without noodles is akin to a life without a soul. If the system doesn't provide it, she must find a way herself. A quick reply came from the other side. Player, Su Qin, Level 5, deal. I'll bring it to you tomorrow. Player, Wen Xinyou, Level 1. Also, the flour mill should only process wheat. Do you have a threshing tool? Player, Su Qin, Level 5. What is that? Let me check. After a while, he returned. Player, Su Qin, Level 5. Yes, I have a threshing machine. It's also cheap, 150 points. And it's a dust-free version. How about 3 pounds in exchange for that? Wen Xinyou had no objections. Player, Wen Xinyou, Level 1. No problem. And I'll throw in 2 potatoes as a bonus. Player, Su Qin, Level 5. Ha, thanks. Do you need anything else? Player, Wen Xinyou, Level 1S. I need sealed jars and storage jars, all sizes, and sealed bags will be even better. Player, Su Qin, Level 5. I have those. A full set of jars, large, medium, small, holds 2 pounds of vegetables. If you buy 10 sets, I'll throw in 20 sealed bags of each size. Wen Xinyou smiled. This guy truly knows how to do business. Player, Wen Xinyou, Level 1. Then I'll take 20. Player, Su Qin, level 5. Got it. Is there anything else you require, dear customer? Player, Wen Xinyou, level 1. Not for now. If I can't find anything outside tomorrow, I'll come back to you. Player, Su Qin, level 5. No problem. I'll be here anytime. Player, Wen Xinyou, level 1. Alright, logging off. We'll trade tomorrow. Player, Su Qin, level 5. Okay. As the conversation ended, Wen Xinyou pondered the store and Oppo's situation. Clearly, to slay monsters and earn exchange points, she must diligently practice her skills. She glanced at herself and sighed, realizing she had bathed too early. Before consuming her precious red flowers, Wen Xinyou did not forget to claim her 3 gift packs for the day. Daily task rewards distributed. Whole wheat bread 2, fried egg 1, 500 milliliters mineral water achievement pioneer rewards distributed. Sharp dagger 1, old refrigerator. Achievement defeated the mutant rat king. Rewards distributed. Old boiler and old ladle. No need to search. She had both the pot and ladle, albeit a bit worn. Wen Xinyou looked at the furniture strewn across the floor, resembling a recycling market, and resigned herself to moving it. The greatest advantage of the safe house is that appliances requiring electricity do not need dedicated sockets. As long as there is an electric card, any functioning appliance can be used directly. Wen Xinyou cleaned the boiler and ladle, placing them in the farthest corner from her bed along with the refrigerator, minimizing the risk of fire or smoke reaching her sleeping area. However, the current safe house resembled a tin box, lacking windows or a chimney, meaning that cooking would inevitably permeate the air with odors. There was nothing to be done but wait for the safe house to upgrade. The refrigerator was quite small, around 20L, comparable to a typical car refrigerator. It couldn't hold the 500 milliliters mineral water horizontally, but could fit 4 bottles vertically, with a small compartment above for the fried egg. It was at best a modest convenience. In this weather, being able to enjoy a chilled bottle of water was a luxury. Having organized these items, Wen Xinyou proceeded to plant 2 rounds of pumpkins, cucumbers, tomatoes, and peas, reserving the remaining 6 cloves for wheat. She did not mind the space the wheat occupied. The threshed straw could be saved for future fuel or made into wheat bricks, useful in any case. The pumpkins thrived well, although each plant produced only 1. The skill enhancements allowed it to grow to an impressive 8 pounds. Peas had a low yield, with each harvest producing only about 1.5 pounds. However, they were quite filling, and as long as the pods were not shelled, they could be preserved for a while, making them suitable for long journeys. Cucumbers also yielded abundantly and were versatile in culinary applications, though the previously low-calorie advantage might soon turn into a disadvantage. Vitamins were plentiful now, yet the issue of protein loomed. Wen Xinyou felt a pang of concern. She had only 1 can of pork, and insufficient caloric intake would soon leave her weak. Judging by Su Qin's demeanor, food might not be available in the marketplace. Surely they wouldn't only sell meat without any vegetables. After much contemplation, the only option was to venture into the building. As expected of a survival game, one must toil relentlessly for sustenance. She sighed and settled for a dinner of canned tuna, paired with lettuce, tomatoes, and lightly fried potato slices. Afterward, she engaged in her daily 2-hour workout, meticulously recording her supplies before drifting into a deep slumber as the winds of the new night whispered around her. The next day, at 7:00 and Oppo's clock, Wen Xinyou rose promptly. After her usual routine of washing up and warming up, she replaced the frequently used nutrient soil with a fresh batch. At 8:00 and Oppo's clock, the game notification appeared as scheduled. Desolate City, Level 1 day, for today's task. Defeat mutant creatures 10 special task. Defeat mutant creature boss 10 reminder. Starting today, the safe house will lose its absolute protective effect. Players should take heed. The life force of the safe house is bound to the player's life. If the safe house sustains damage, the player will be ejected. Players should exercise caution. Congratulations to player Wen Xinyou. For upgrading skill, plants have their own temperament. To level 2, skill effect enhancement. Attack range increased by 100, hardening by 50. Wow, that was a swift upgrade. And there's a special task. Wen Xinyou raised an eyebrow, realizing that this meant she could receive rewards for her normal actions as well. How delightful. She then opened her status panel. Player name, Wen Xinyou. Player level, 1 occupation, farmer skill points, 0 health, 15 strength, 6 attack, 4 defense, 6 agility, 3 retaliation, 0 mental strength. 8 her attack had increased by 1 point, defense by 4 points, and agility by 1 point. The attack boost was likely due to defeating the mutant Rat King. The agility increase was uncertain, while the defense surge was probably because the 3 traders she dealt with yesterday consumed a kilogram of vegetables each. Excellent. Her defense had tripled from the initial value, suggesting that increasing stats wasn't exceedingly difficult. Wen Xinyou found herself feeling somewhat optimistic. If Su Qin were to hear her thoughts, he would undoubtedly scold her vehemently. Clutching a handkerchief in indignation, she then inquired of the system, what are the upgrade conditions? Skill, plants have their own temperament. Upgrade conditions are based on the quantity of monsters defeated. For level 1 to level 2, the requirement is 200, and for level 2 to level 3, it is 888. Wen Xinyou, that is quite a disparity in numbers. Isn't it? What about other skills? The conditions for skill upgrades can only be viewed when the skill is upgraded. Wen Xinyou, very well, as expected of you. Chapter 16. The Desolate City. It is uncertain whether it is due to the conclusion of the absolute safe period or simply because the 4th day has become unbearable. But the streets seem to be bustling with an increased number of people. Many appear fatigued, clearly having endured hunger for some time. In the brief span of less than half an hour, from her safe house to Zhao Xinrui's place, crossing 2 streets to Su Qin's, and then backtracking to find Jiang Xiao, she encounters at least 20 players, more than the total she had seen in the previous 2 days combined. A few men, noticing that only she and Zhao Xinrui were present, initially attempted to approach and extort them, but upon seeing Wen Xinyou brandish her knife, they quickly retreated. Su Qin, evidently aware of the growing tension, reminded her to stay safe before parting ways. Wen Xinyou, however, was not overly concerned. She believed that novice players generally lack the capability to challenge her, while capable newcomers and seasoned players were too preoccupied to engage in robbery. Anyone with a modicum of intelligence understood that these 10 days were crucial and should not be wasted. The individuals who had the time to engage in such antics were either too timid to enter the building or had yet to comprehend the game and oppose. As rules, such people posed no threat. Today, she traded with Su Qin for a thresher, a flour mill, a 1M personal space, 10 500-milliliter sealed jars, 10 2L sealed jars, 10 5L sealed jars, and 20 sealed bags in various sizes, in exchange for a pumpkin. With Jiang Xiao, she bartered for cold medicine, fever reducers, anti-inflammatory drugs, and 10 capsules of Hu Qing Ping, along with 2 bottles of medicated oil she had obtained by trading a pound of vegetables, giving away 2 pounds of tomatoes and 3 pounds of corn. Zhao Xinrui, in contrast, had a meager offering of cod fish cans from yesterday's spoils, trading them for 2 pounds of sweet potatoes. In the morning, she raided 4 buildings, returned to plant wheat at noon, raided another 4 buildings in the afternoon, and before dusk returned to sow more wheat. After dinner, she continued her raids on 2 more buildings, acquiring 5 petals, which she also planted as wheat. Daily tasks yielded a loaf of whole wheat bread, 500 milliliters of mineral water, and a fried egg. Special tasks rewarded her with 5-day water and electricity cards, and a brand new lock. Raiding buildings provided her with 4 1L mineral water bottles, 12 500 milliliters bottles, 10 cans of cod fish, 8 cans of tuna, 8 cans of yellow peaches, 8 packs of instant noodles, 8 packs of starch sausages, 8 cans of pork belly, 12 lighters, 2 boxes of matches, 10 packs of compressed biscuits, and 2 500G packs of iodized salt, along with a jar of honey weighing 500G. She consumed 2 loaves of whole wheat bread, half a pound each of lettuce and cucumber, 1 pound of tomatoes, 1 fried egg, 1 sweet potato, and 2 bottles of mineral water. Wen Xinyou meticulously recorded her transactions and spent the night using the thresher to process all the wheat. Although the thresher was automatic, the task still left her quite fatigued. The amount of wheat harvested was minimal. The real challenge lay in managing the considerable quantity of straw left over. She laid a thick layer of straw as a mattress, reserved 1M for storage, and planned to burn the remainder at dawn, transforming it into ash to fill 3 5L jars. The heat from the open door nearly caused her to faint. On the 5th day, at 8:00 and oppos clock, the system notification appeared promptly. Desolate City LV. Day 5. Today's task. Kill 20 mutant creatures. Special task. Kill 10 mutant creature bosses. Wen Xinyou aimed to process the flower today, intending not to waste too much time outside. She planned to complete both tasks and return home to feed her little white flower. However, she was met with an overwhelming amount of attention on her way, and even someone as composed as Wen Xinyou found it difficult to ignore. Upon arriving at Su Qin's safe house, she curiously inquired, "Is there something on my face? Why is everyone staring at me?" In response, Su Qin's half-visible face could not conceal the subtle expression that emerged. Rumor had spread that a female Valkyrie had recently slaughtered the bosses of 10 buildings on 25th Street, wielding a long knife and drenched in blood. Such melodramatic tales, coupled with the exaggerated gestures of the people, left Wen Xinyou feeling bemused. She sighed, "I'm merely completing a task and getting some exercise. Is that so extraordinary?" The men's gazes were laden with meaning, as if to say, "Miss, you must understand that there are still those who dare not even enter the first floor." Wen Xinyou's lips twitched. What would those players do about their daily tasks? She found it hard to believe that the game system would be so benevolent as to impose no penalties for failing to complete tasks. Su Qin shrugged, explaining that failure to complete tasks would lead to property confiscation, taking 1 or 2 items per day, and ultimately resulting in the loss of the safe house, expelling the player from the game. Wen Xinyou fell silent. Though she too wished to survive, she knew that merely surviving did not equate to living. Opting to change the subject, she asked, "What's the situation on 25th Street?" Su Qin replied, "In recent days, a few seasoned players have scouted the vicinity and eliminated several potential hidden item locations. From the first street where they found traces of safe houses, counting left to right, there are a total of 50 streets." Wen Xinyou stroked her chin, realizing that the player's basic activity range was confined to these 50 streets, a smaller area than she had anticipated. Su Qin did not affirm or deny this, but it was indeed the case. There was no need to continue this topic, and Su Qin wisely shifted the conversation. "Today, I have 2 spaces available. Would you like them?" Wen Xinyou nodded eagerly. "Yes, of course. I'll take as many as you have." They quickly completed the transaction, with Wen Xinyou giving away 2 pounds of tomatoes and 2 pounds of lettuce in exchange for 1 of space multiplied by 2. Subsequently, she used 15 pounds of cucumbers and 1 pumpkin to settle her debt for a tang knife and sealed jars. As a gesture of gratitude, she also included half a pound of onions and half a pound of sweet potatoes. Wen Xinyou felt that the exchange rate with Su Qin was somewhat low. The personal space was worth much more. However, she refrained from suggesting an increase in price, opting instead to sweeten the deal with each transaction. Su Qin was not particularly fond of cucumbers, but the substantial defensive value they provided compelled him to accept them with reluctance. If he could consume all the vegetables he had accumulated thus far, his defense would increase by at least 4 points, while hers would skyrocket by a full 20 points. Wen Xinyou held high hopes for this significant client. "By the way, although I doubt you would, I must remind you not to waste vegetables. For every kilogram wasted, we will both lose 2 points in defense," she warned. The implication was clear. Even if he disliked cucumbers, he ought to swallow them down. Sure enough, Su Qin's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Is that even possible? Are you some kind of ambassador for the operation cleanup?" Wen Xinyou merely smiled and waved her hand in farewell, as she had others waiting for her. Approaching the designated meeting place with Jiang Shao, she spotted his white lab coat from a distance, surrounded by a group of burly men. Wen Xinyou hesitated, contemplating whether to hide and observe the situation. However, Jiang Shao's keen eyes caught sight of her before she could conceal herself, and he waved frantically, his face a picture of distress. "Xinyou, save me." Chapter 17. The desolate city. In an instant, 3 burly men turned their gazes towards this side. Wen Xinyou remarked, "You truly are a sister's breezy vest." With the arrow already on the string, there was no escaping now. Wen Xinyou had no choice but to step forward. At that moment, Jiang Shao seized the opportunity while the others were distracted and forcefully broke free from his captors, dashing towards Wen Xinyou. "Sister, save me." The corner of Wen Xinyou's mouth twitched. Jiang Shao fully understood her expression. "Look at your pitiful state." Yet he felt aggrieved. As a slender medical student, He was utterly helpless against several muscular men. "What are you doing?" Wen Xinyou questioned with evident dissatisfaction. "Why are you being targeted by those men instead of collecting supplies?" Jiang Xiao, with a forlorn expression, murmured, "It and Oppos. It's all because of this white coat. They immediately recognized me as a doctor and forced me to hand over all my medicine." What? This was intolerable for Wen Xinyou. Jiang Xiao and Oppos, as supplies were practically reserved for her, and these robbers were indirectly robbing her as well. She could not turn a blind eye. At this moment, the men caught up, and upon recognizing Wen Xinyou and Oppos, S face exchanged knowing glances, revealing ambiguous smiles. "You little skinny chick. We thought you were merely weak, but it seems you're weak enough to need a woman to save you. What a disgrace to manhood. However, your sister is rather impressive. Hand over all the medicine, and this little lady can have some fun with us. Then we'll let you off the hook today." "Ha! They're in Oppos. It's a hotel nearby. What a perfect opportunity." The men laughed uproariously, clearly underestimating Wen Xinyou. At that moment, Jiang Xiao's fear morphed into an even greater dread, but not for himself. Rather, for these men. Goodness, even he, a novice, had heard the rumors of the Valkyrie of 25th Street today. These fools hadn't realized that Wen Xinyou had already unsheathed her blade in silence. When he heard the keyword Tang Dao earlier that morning, he instinctively knew that the Valkyrie must be Wen Xinyou. He had never dared to question her strength. Though they were all newcomers, she existed in an entirely different realm than these men. He discreetly stepped back, fearful of Wen Xinyou accidentally injuring him in her fervor. However, Wen Xinyou did not draw her blade. She merely rubbed her thumb against the scabbard a few times before pressing it back. Following that, she raised her hand and twisted her wrist, the joints cracking audibly. Jiang Xiao observed her expressionless demeanor, poised for action, while the men continued to guffaw. In the next moment, a dull thud echoed, followed by the anguished cries of a man as he flew backward like a kite with a severed string. Jiang Xiao, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Wow, how cool. Oh no, how cruel." The men, who had just been laughing, fell silent, equally dumbfounded by the scene unfolding before them. Wen Xinyou wasted no time, delivering an uppercut followed by a swift kick, swiftly dispatching the remaining two. The street, once filled with laughter, was now awash with wails as the towering men curled on the ground, clutching their injuries and howling in pain. "Sister Xinyou, you're magnificent." Jiang Xiao cheered from the back, reveling in the glory of his leader's victory in combat. What could be more exhilarating than witnessing one's leader triumph in a fight? The answer was, of course, nothing. Wen Xinyou ignored him and approached the fallen men, methodically searching them one by one. This was a technique taught to her by Su Qin yesterday. Direct contact with the opponent's bare skin would reveal their name, level, and profession, and it only worked for the active party. The touched individual remained oblivious to the information. One boxer, two fitness enthusiasts, no wonder they were so brazen. It was inevitable that ordinary players would be intimidated, but unfortunately for them, they had encountered the formidable Wen Xinyou. "Chen Han, Miao Gao Chao, Shang Hao. I've memorized your names. We shall have some fun together in 21 days. Wen Xinyou tilted her head, offering a smile that was more chilling than friendly, emphasizing her last words and making a slicing motion with her hand across her throat. Even her delicate features appeared quite menacing. The men on the ground finally noticed the Tang Dao at her waist, recalling the recent urban legends, and their faces contorted in fear. Yet the pain rendered them incapable of begging for mercy. Wen Xinyou had no time to waste on them. She turned and completed her transaction with Jiang Xiao before departing. As she walked, Wen Xinyou took a moment to glance at the status board, still somewhat anxious about the reflection damage effect Su Qin had mentioned. Player name, Wen Xinyou. Player level, 1 profession, farmer skill points, 0 health, 14-15 strength, 7 attack, 5 defense, 10 agility, 3 reflection, 0 mental power, 8 despite her efforts to control her strength and deliberately targeting areas that, while painful, would not inflict serious harm. Her power far exceeded that of an average player. Through reflection, even with 10 points of defense, her health had still decreased by 1 point. However, health would regenerate over time, and as long as she didn't kill anyone outright, it should not pose a significant issue. With that thought, Wen Xinyou swiftly cast her concerns aside and plunged into the building to commence her extermination of pests. After days of training, she had now reduced the average time taken to clear a 4-story building to just 40 minutes. By midday, she had already completed her task ahead of schedule. She had also come to an important realization. Due to some idle fool who had given her an unfortunate nickname, she attracted a fair amount of attention from passers-by each time she emerged from a building. It was not embarrassment nor social anxiety that troubled her. Rather, she worried it might draw unnecessary attention, leading to unforeseen troubles. Of course, such attention could sometimes be two-sided. For instance, at this moment, Wen Xinyou noticed a pair of young adults approaching her. Their polished appearance and neatly arranged equipment clearly indicated their status as seasoned players. "Hello, may we have a word?" The young woman on the opposite side initiated, her tone amiable. Wen Xinyou, unaware of any ulterior motives, readily agreed to converse. Curious for any useful information that might be shared, she nodded, "Go ahead." The young woman smiled and pointed to herself, "I'm Wen Xinyou." Then gestured to the expressionless young man beside her. "This is my brother, Wen Xinyou. We are both level 3 players, and we'd like to inquire if you would be interested in forming a team with us." Such a pleasant name. Wen Xinyou mused momentarily. Forming a team? Is that a feature in this game? Chapter 18. The Desolate City. Wen Xinyou discerned her thoughts and chuckled, shaking her head. The game itself lacked a team mechanism. Yet based on our experience from the previous 2 rounds, the last 3 to 5 days always promise substantial rewards for defeating the boss. The greater the number of players, the higher the probability of success. Your skills are commendable. You might even be the strongest player in this dungeon. To put it bluntly, we are here to seek your support. Beside her, Wen Xinyou nodded in agreement, wearing an expression that conveyed, "Sister is right." Upon hearing this, both Wen Xinyou and the nearby eavesdropping onlookers were utterly astonished. Wen Xinyou remarked that since entering this game, the frequency of her astonishment had nearly surpassed half of what she had experienced in over 2 decades of reality. After a brief silence, she posed a question on behalf of all the bystanders. "Are you certain you're not suggesting that I should seek your support?" Wen Xinyou waved her hand grandly, unabashedly declaring, "No mistake, we are seeking your support." Following this, she grinned and took a step closer, lowering her voice to a level only audible to their small group. "My skill is rather mediocre. I combined with another player to ensure we enter the same dungeon in every round. My brother is a ninja. His combat prowess is decent, but he is quite fragile. We have barely survived the first 2 rounds, and this dungeon seems relatively easy with fewer experienced players. We thought to recruit a few capable individuals to tackle the boss together and share the rewards." Wen Xinyou had little interest in forming a team, yet she gleaned a crucial piece of information from Wen Xinyou's words. She countered, "Is your defensive value quite low?" At this, the 2 siblings froze momentarily, a hint of embarrassment crossing their faces. "Ahem, why are you pouring salt on a wound?" The implication was clear. Their defenses were indeed not high. This revelation provided Wen Xinyou with 2 insights. 1, they were potential clients, and 2, even with low defensive values, they could still manage to survive in the game. Observing their demeanor, it seemed that with a touch of caution, they could last through a couple of rounds without issue. Feigning contemplation for a moment, Wen Xinyou replied, "Allow me to consider the notion of teaming up, but we can certainly engage in a trade." Although feeling a tinge of disappointment at being declined, Wen Xinyou had anticipated this outcome. Strong players typically preferred to venture solo, leaving the weaker ones to fend for themselves. Thus, her attention swiftly shifted back to Wen Xinyou's proposition. "What trade? Do enlighten us." The eavesdroppers perked up their ears in curiosity. However, Wen Xinyou had no desire to broadcast her abilities. While she needed clients, she did not wish to become a target. Given the game's unpredictable nature, she did not want players to think of her first when they found themselves in dire circumstances. Therefore, she lowered her voice. "My profession is that of a farmer. I can produce a small quantity of fresh vegetables daily. My skill allows anyone consuming my vegetables to gain 1 defensive point for every 10 pounds consumed. I happen to have a bit of stock today. Would you care to try?" Wen Xinyou and Wen Xinyou exchanged astonished and ecstatic glances. This time, Wen Xinyou was quicker on the uptake than his sister, exclaiming, "Yes. We want all. How shall we trade?" It was a no-brainer. This was tangible defensive value. Compared to the system's outrageous exchange rate of 1,000 points for just one defensive point, Wen Xinyou's offer was nothing short of a blessing. Wen Xinyou replied, food, daily necessities, tools, weapons, anything can be traded. I just so happen to have 10 pounds of cucumbers. The siblings and Amp, Oppo's eyes sparkled with excitement as they immediately pulled her into a secluded alley for a discreet transaction. Wen Xinyou stood guard at the entrance, ensuring no crucial information slipped out. Wen Xinyou provided Wen Xinyou with 3 disposable items and 2 boxes of smokeless matches, all related to her skill, effectively allowing her to bind with another player in the next dimension, ensuring a 99.9 chance of entering the same realm together. Although Wen Xinyou felt she might not find such a partner, she found the items intriguing, and since she had no immediate need for them, they could always be resold for a profit later. After reminding them not to waste anything, the trio exchanged friend requests and departed, each filled with joy. On her way back, she fortuitously encountered Huo Ze, the young girl who had been diligently training over the past few days. The baby fat on her face had visibly diminished, and her efforts had naturally resulted in an increasing yield of resources. Wen Xinyou had taken special care of her, offering 2 pounds of vegetables for a can of food, an arrangement that would have made Su Qin wary of potential conflict. Yet, that individual appeared to have no worries regarding sustenance, seemingly indifferent to such trivial exchanges. Perhaps she was just a tad unlucky, having spent all her luck on acquiring spatial skills, leaving little opportunity to replenish her stock of fresh vegetables. Meeting Wen Xinyou was a fortunate encounter for her. Today, the young girl traded 6 pounds of vegetables for a can of pork belly, a can of yellow peach, a can of tuna, and even gifted her a liter of mineral water, which made Wen Xinyou feel her efforts were worthwhile. Sister, I heard some news today, the girl said mysteriously, leaning in to whisper. Wen Xinyou raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the abundance of secrets today and eager for more. She leaned down to listen closely. Ever since our house upgraded to a wooden structure, there hasn't been any movement, right? Today, I ran an errand for an experienced player's sister, and she informed me that the safe house upgrade system resets every 20 days. She suggested that I gather some stone materials in advance for the next upgrade. Upon finishing, the girl's eyes sparkled brightly, eagerly seeking Wen Xinyou and Oppo's approval, much like a puppy seeking praise. Wen Xinyou couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling her hair affectionately. Well done. I shall reward you with a rat king tomorrow. Sister, how did you know I was planning to go to the 3rd floor tomorrow? I adore you. Huo Xinyou's eyes gleamed even brighter as she leaped onto Wen Xinyou, nuzzling against her, entirely unfazed by the blood-stained apron she wore. After all, both of them were equally dirty, and no one minded the mess. After a winding journey, Wen Xinyou finally returned to her dwelling. She opened the refrigerator and guzzled down half a bottle of icy water with satisfaction, exhaling a contented sigh. In this weather, water is absolutely essential, especially considering my activity level. A daily intake of over 2,000 milliliters is just the baseline. Next, she took a shower and washed her clothes, scrubbing herself clean from head to toe before settling onto her bed to tally her resources. Today marked the 5th day of the game, and after tomorrow, her transactions with Su Qin and Huo Xinyou could transition online. As for Jiang Xiao, he had 2 days left, just in time to exchange all those potions. Following that, she could seek out trustworthy new clients during her building searches. While contemplating her next steps, Wen Xinyou accepted today's task rewards. Chapter 19, Desolate City. 19 daily task rewards have been issued. 500 milliliters bottled water 2, whole wheat bread 1, fried egg 1, water card 1, electricity card 1. Special task rewards have been issued. Furniture upgrade 1. Furniture upgrade? Such a delightful surprise. Without hesitation, Wen Xinyou rushed to the boiler and placed her hand upon it. Do you wish to upgrade the furniture? Rundown electric boiler? She decisively affirmed. Ding, upgrade complete. Rundown electric boiler has been successfully upgraded to old electric boiler. Though it still appeared quite shabby, Wen Xinyou felt a sense of satisfaction. God knows how fearful she was that this contraption would explode at any moment. She ignited the boiler for a test run, and while it still produced a slight commotion post-upgrade, it was now within a safe range for use. Having upgraded the boiler, Wen Xinyou took a seat at her workbench to document the day's scavenging haul. Indeed, she was now someone who possessed a chair. She had discovered a pristine Nama chair in a manager's office, although it took up a considerable amount of space. Wen Xinyou was quite pleased with this addition to her everyday furniture. To return to the matter at hand, her haul for today was as follows. 1L bottled water 4. 500 milliliters bottled water 12. Pork belly canned food 4. Fruit canned food 4. Tuna canned food 2. Instant noodles 4. Yeast 30G. Broken alarm clock 1. Broken electronic thermometer 1. Lighters 12. Storage cabinets 2. Compressed biscuits 5. Ice packs 4. Metal baseball bat 1. Stainless steel lunchboxes 5. And 3 rolls of cling film. Today, she had brought back an assortment of items. Firstly, her space was now ample enough to accommodate previously unmanageable items, such as the storage cabinets. Secondly, with both a refrigerator and a boiler at her disposal, along with the means to cook, Wen Xinyou felt it prudent to stock up on some prepared foods. As for the alarm clock and thermometer, she believed it was only a matter of time before she encountered a player skilled in repairs. These 2 items were of significant importance to her. In the worst-case scenario, if she remained unfortunate and could not find a repairman, she could always purchase new ones from the shop once it opened in 21 days, incurring no substantial loss. After organizing her assorted belongings, Wen Xinyou placed one storage cabinet in the corner at the foot of her bed and squeezed the refrigerator onto the cart, cramming it beside her workbench. Although this arrangement slightly hindered her movements, Wen Xinyou, being left-handed, faced it with unwavering resolve. The cabinet by her bed held wooden boards and tools, perfectly accommodating 2 racks for sprouting bean sprouts side by side atop the boards and toolbox. The workbench was designated for water and long-lasting food items, such as bottled water, canned goods, and instant noodles, with a rough wooden board glued together in the middle to prevent the stacked water from toppling and damaging the food. Once organized, her already cramped safe house felt even more constricted. However, there was no alternative. With so many supplies, she needed containers to store them, rather than leaving everything in the open space. The gradually filling small room also filled Wen Xinyou's heart, as an abundance of supplies brought a profound sense of satisfaction. With her current reserves, she could comfortably hunker down until the end. Yet this was not an option. The first point she had written in her notebook was to at least strive for a better situation before lying idle. Lying idle required capital. Even with her gardening skills, she could not survive solely on vegetables. After organizing her supplies, Wen Xinyou began preparing lunch. With her provisions plentiful, she resolved to eat well moving forward. After days of gnawing on whole wheat sandwiches, she was on the verge of nausea. Wen Xinyou opened a can of pork belly, heating the fat in the pan, then added diced tomatoes and a pinch of salt to saute. Once the tomatoes softened, she poured in a bottle of water, added a seasoning packet and a generous handful of lettuce. Then, after a minute, she added the instant noodles, pork belly, and fried egg, finally covering the pot to simmer for 3 minutes, completing the dish. While waiting, Wen Xinyou sliced half a cucumber. Her senses intoxicated by the fragrant aroma wafting from the pot, her stomach growling incessantly. At this moment, she felt no disdain for the sweltering air. This aroma could indeed be deemed a deadly temptation in the realm of survival games. Despite the absence of windows, the fragrance slipped through the cracks of the door, dispersing into the surroundings. Passers-by could not resist pausing, captivated by the delicious air. Some felt envy and jealousy. Others were tempted to approach, while some stood transfixed, unable to move away from the enticing scent. However, the residents of the nearby streets had already come to know, either directly or indirectly, who the owner of this safe house was, and despite the aroma of instant noodles being overwhelmingly enticing, few dared to approach. After all, although most had never seen the Valkyrian Appo's true form, the legend of her slaying 10 foes on the 10th floor was enough to make most timid players steer clear. Moreover, recent news reported that the Valkyrie had single-handedly taken down 3 bullies with merely 3 strikes. Who would dare provoke her? Thus, while the aroma of instant noodles wafted enticingly, most players resolutely chose their own safety above all else. Unbeknownst to Wen Xinyou, who was consumed by her meal, the commotion outside and the whispers of others were lost to her. She was entirely engrossed in her task of eating, wiping sweat, and sipping water. After days of eating only raw food without the luxury of cooking, the rich, fragrant, and hearty noodle soup nearly brought her to tears. The last time she had endured such hardship was years ago in the rainforest. Truly, days of being able to enjoy a good meal felt the most blissful. Physically, Wen Xinyou was somewhat on the lean side, yet devoid of any excess fat. Her muscle density was high, and with her daily expenditure, she consumed copiously. She devoured an entire pot of noodles, leaving not a drop of broth, and even finished off the remaining half of the cucumber. Having eaten her fill, washed the dishes, and utilized all her little red flowers to plant wheat, Wen Xinyou indulged in a brief afternoon nap, waking to continue threshing the wheat. Once all the grains were separated, she stored the thresher and brought out the flour mill, preparing to grind the over 120 pounds of wheat, intending to produce half white flour and half coarse flour, while the remaining husks would be used for fire starters or compost, aiming for a balanced diet without waste. The milling process was lengthy. Even with the machine working, it kept Wen Xinyou occupied from afternoon until deep into the night. According to the machine and Oppo's manual, the yield for white flour was around 82, while coarse flour reached as high as 95. Thus, she ended up with 51 pounds of white flour and 59 pounds of coarse flour from 124 pounds of wheat, filling 7 5L sealed jars and 3 large sealed bags, sufficient to last her for quite some time. One of the bags contained 7 pounds set aside as payment for Su Qin, which Wen Xinyou placed separately in her storage. Having wrapped up her tasks, Wen Xinyou felt she would not be milling flour again for quite a while. She hurriedly tidied her belongings, took a shower, and as soon as she touched her bed, she drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 20. The desolate city. On the 6th day, at 8 in the morning, the system notification appeared punctually. Desolate city LV. 1 day, 6 today's task. Eliminate 20 mutated creatures special task. Eliminate 10 mutated creature bosses at that moment. Wen Xinyou had just awakened and was leisurely cutting dough into pieces. Upon seeing the notification, she remained unperturbed, slowly placing the pieces into the steamer. Lacking a rack, she improvised with chopsticks, and without a tray, she used a lunchbox instead, for there are always more solutions than difficulties. Once she had prepared breakfast, Wen Xinyou set out to find Su Qin, intending to return just in time for a meal after their trade. To her surprise, Su Qin had removed his mask today, an unexpected revelation for Wen Xinyou, who had assumed the cloth was affixed to his face. Noticing her repeated, subtle glances, the man nonchalantly tilted his chin. "What? Are you entranced by my handsome visage?" Wen Xinyou paused for a moment before honestly nodding. He was indeed quite striking. Even before he had removed the mask, she had sensed his exceptional appearance, as his eyes were undeniably beautiful, standard captivating almond-shaped eyes. Even with the lower half of his face obscured, the graceful contours were discernible, and he possessed a prominent nose. If he were not handsome, it would defy all reason. Moreover, he had strong features, with his facial proportions perfectly balanced, embodying the very essence of beauty. His deep contours exuded both allure and an undeniable intensity, rendering him a veritable embodiment of masculine prowess. He was far more appealing than the young stars often seen on television. As a healthy adult woman with a preference for men, Wen Xinyou found it only natural to admire beauty in the opposite sex. Life was already fraught with challenges. The occasional glimpse of a handsome man served as a delightful respite. To her surprise, her straightforward admission left the man, who had intended to tease her, momentarily flustered. He rubbed his nose and cleared his throat. "Is that so? Thank you." Simultaneously, he silently resolved to forego the mask in this dimension for the time being. Wen Xinyou, however, gave it little thought, as she believed it was only natural to appreciate beautiful things. She quickly shifted the conversation. "By the way, I wanted to ask you something. Have you ever been above the 4th floor?" Su Qin's expression shifted slightly, and after a moment, he nodded. "Yes, I went up once." Wen Xinyou seemed to anticipate something. "What is up there?" She hesitated before adding, "It's fine if you don't want to say. I can always go see for myself." Fortunately, Su Qin was straightforward. Waving his hand dismissively, "You'd best avoid going up. It's advisable not to venture above the 4th floor before the 11th day." Wen Xinyou raised an eyebrow, waiting for him to elaborate. Su Qin frowned slightly, lowering his voice instinctively. Do you remember the rule that states the natives will return to their normal routines starting on the 11th day? Wen Xinyou nodded, noticing her lack of understanding. Su Qin sighed. Then guess where those natives have been before that? Wen Xinyou's face paled. They've all been. Her sentence trailed off, but Su Qin nodded in affirmation. This scenario might not be as manageable as she had envisioned. The sheer number of natives could pose a significant challenge. If they emerged, she would seek to test her strength against one. If they proved formidable, she would simply remain in the safe house until the end. Wen Xinyou pondered this and inquired, do you know how to locate the Dimension S boss? What must be done to triumph? 10 pounds of vegetables, Su Qin replied, his brow twitching. Seemingly surprised, she had already gleaned this information. The rules were straightforward. In the final 3 days, there would be real-time tracking of the boss, complete with a health bar. Rewards would be allocated based on actual damage inflicted, with players delivering the finishing blow receiving special rewards, and the one causing the most damage earning the title of MVP, also entitled to a special reward. Wen Xinyou nodded, understood. Thank you. She then produced a pumpkin and 2 pounds of sweet potatoes for him, which Su Qin graciously accepted. After bidding farewell to Su Qin, Wen Xinyou lingered for a moment before Jiang Shao and the Shun siblings arrived, one after the other. She handed Jiang Shao 4 pounds and the Shun siblings 6 pounds, receiving 40 medicinal patches, 2 bottles of cough syrup, and 2 bound items in return. Upon returning home, she enjoyed 3 buns accompanied by canned tuna and 2 tomatoes before setting out to find Zhao Xinrui, having promised the young girl to assist her in hunting the Rat King. You're here, sister. Upon their meeting, Zhao Xinrui eagerly linked arms with her. Wen Xinyou casually offered her a tomato, which the girl promptly devoured with delight. Thank you, Xinyou sister. Wen Xinyou smiled softly. This brought her vegetable intake to a full pound. Beginning today, she set her daily vegetable consumption goal at 4 to 6 pounds, aiming to increase her defense value by 2 to 3 points daily. With her trading efforts, her defense would soon reach a commendable level. As they strolled down the street, they attracted numerous gazes. Setting aside Wen Xinyou's commanding presence, she was, after all, a genuine beauty, while Zhao Xinrui's charmingly delicate appearance complemented her well. The duo of a refined older sister and a sweet younger sister formed a striking contrast against the desolate backdrop of the dilapidated street. 2 beautiful women walking without male accompaniment naturally drew the attention of unsavory characters in this place. Zhao Xinrui continued to cling to Wen Xinyou's arm, her eyes occasionally darting back. She leaned in and whispered, Sister, there are a few men following us. Wen Xinyou maintained her composure. Ignore them. They and amp. Oppos. LL leaves soon. Oh. Okay. Zhao Xinrui paused for a moment, but didn't ask further questions, simply nodding in agreement. Though not entirely understanding, she trusted that Xinyou's sister had her reasons. Wen Xinyou then led her casually into a building, where a swarm of mutated rats burst forth. The girl quickly cast aside her concerns, drawing her weapon and beginning to fight with abandon. Rats were no longer a source of fear for her. She felt a sense of pride. Wen Xinyou allowed her to take the lead, while she herself dealt with any straggling enemies. Now, she no longer needed to draw her weapon against ordinary mutated rats. Manipulating 2 vines was challenging yet sufficient for dealing with them. Standing at the entrance, she paid no heed to the onlookers, and even in Oppos, flung a few blood-sucking rat corpses onto one of the men who had followed them, striking them squarely in the face. The men screamed and fled in panic. Wen Xinyou hadn't anticipated their cowardice. They dared to stalk her, yet couldn't handle such a minor scare. How embarrassing! Unaware of the commotion behind her, Zhao Xinrui felt emboldened with Wen Xinyou at her back. They continued to fight their way to the 3rd floor where, with Wen Xinyou holding off the rat minions, Zhao Xinrui successfully defeated the Rat King, experiencing sheer exhilaration. Chapter 21. The Desolate City with Wen Xinyou's Presence. Slaying 2 Rat Kings hardly consumes much time. The real challenge lies in scavenging for supplies within the office building, where the desks and drawers require considerable effort to rummage through. Wen Xinyou typically conducts a cursory search, primarily gathering food and water, only taking other useful items if they catch her eye. However, today, with Zhao Xinrui accompanying her for the first time on the upper floors, the young girl meticulously scours every corner, resulting in a search that takes even longer than when Wen Xinyou is alone. Nonetheless, they discover a greater abundance of supplies than usual. Although the items are similar to what she usually collects, the increased quantity holds promise for future needs. The young girl is exhilarated, while Wen Xinyou remains indifferent, casually selecting a couple of items as a pretense. Aware of her sister and Oppo's lack of necessity, Zhao Xinrui cheerfully fills a large bag. "Sister, I would like to trade for 8 pounds of tomatoes. Do you have any?" Zhao Xinrui presents 2 packages of instant noodles, a can of pork belly, and 2 cans of tuna before Wen Xinyou. Wen Xinyou takes them and adds them to her bag. "Yes, come find me tonight." "All right." Zhao Xinrui's appetite is modest. Over the past few days, she has consumed only 12 pounds, which translates to a mere increment in her defense value. Her progress is painfully slow. Today, Wen Xinyou notices that Zhao Xinrui has found a usable small pot, which will significantly enhance her consumption of cooked vegetables, a positive development. After parting ways, with Zhao Xinrui returning to organize supplies, and Wen Xinyou continuing her quest, her efficiency in slaying monsters has improved, allowing her to hunt thrice in one day. By day's end, she has absorbed 25 petals, feeling as though the little white flower is exhausted. Yet, Wen Xinyou does not mind the fatigue. She relishes the thrill of gathering supplies in abundance, albeit facing a delightful dilemma: insufficient storage space. It is hard to fathom that this is only the 6th day, yet Wen Xinyou has already begun to feel an illusion of having completed the game. To minimize space occupation, she resolves to cultivate numerous small-volume crops, such as various legumes. After much contemplation, she ultimately decides to plant more rice and wheat. Despite the cumbersome processing involved, the yield is modest and occupies little space, while carbohydrates are her high-consumption staple, offering a commendable cost-effectiveness. After some hesitation, Wen Xinyou messages Su Qin, inquiring if he could procure a compression packing machine and a vacuum sealer. Su Qin has lamented that the system store is cluttered with all manner of items, aside from genuine food. Unsurprisingly, he quickly responds, confirming their availability, but at a steep price of 300 and 150 exchange points, respectively. Faced with an overwhelming surplus of items, Wen Xinyou gestures grandly, trading away 50 pounds of vegetables and delivering 20 pounds on the spot. Today marks the commencement of their online trading, and Su Qin joyfully sends her the machines along with 50 vacuum bags. Inspired by the compressed rice discovered today, she realizes that not only does compression extend preservation, but it also significantly reduces volume, making it ideal for her current circumstances. Flour, however, presents a unique challenge. It does not compress easily and may even explode under certain conditions, making vacuum sealing in bags the superior choice. A remarkable convenience of this game is that any machine produced by the system allows players to bypass the drying process, saving considerable time, particularly in this instance, where sunlight is a rare luxury, and crops do not even require sunlight for growth due to the presence of skills. Skipping the drying process is hardly a concern. Equipped with her tools, Wen Xinyou promptly begins her work, adhering to her habit of completing daily tasks without delay. She immerses herself in her work until midnight, during which she discovers another clever use for the vines, one for holding materials and another for operation, rendering her efforts far less exhausting than working solo. This method not only frees her hands for other tasks, but also simultaneously enhances the flexibility of the vines, a remarkable boon. Before retiring for the night, Wen Xinyou diligently records her supplies and collects her system gift for the day. Daily task rewards have been issued: 500 milliliters mineral water 2, whole wheat bread 1, starch sausage 1, water card 1, electricity card 1. Special task rewards have been issued: furniture upgrade 1. After contemplation, Wen Xinyou decides to reserve the upgrade opportunity for the front door. Transforming the wooden door into an iron one enhances her sense of security. The remaining harvest is as follows. Today, she planted a total of 50 crops, including mung beans 5, totaling 5 pounds, red beans 5, totaling 5 pounds, peanuts 5, totaling 5 pounds, soybeans 10, totaling 5 pounds, tomatoes 5, totaling 60 pounds, rice 20, yielding a total of 30 pounds, with a husking rate of approximately 0.7, resulting in 21 pounds of rice. Except for some crops, most yields closely resemble real-life outputs, of course, based on maximum yield values. The scavenged supplies from the building include 1 L mineral water 8, 500 milliliters mineral water 15, pork belly can 10, fruit can 6, yellow peach can 4, tuna can 8, instant noodles 8, compressed biscuits 15, compressed rice 500 G4, sugar 500 G2, salt 500 G2, lighters 10, matches 4, stainless steel lunchboxes 4, thermos cups 2, broken hairdryers 2, broken lamps 1, broken flashlights 2, large toolbox 1, 2L household bleach 8, sticky notes 5, slate 4. Her personal consumption includes 1 pound of flour, 2 pounds of tomatoes, 2 pounds of lettuce, 1 pound of potatoes, 500 milliliters mineral water 6, tuna can 1. Excluding the items traded directly, she also exchanged 50 pounds with Su Qin. After meticulously recording her transactions, Wen Xinyou leans her head on her hand, contemplating for a moment before tearing off a sticky note to write, "Tomorrow, trade with Su Qin for a dryer." She finds the rice straw bothersome, as it cannot be burned like wheat straw. However, with the compressor now available, there is no need to occupy additional space with sealed jars of ashes. Having organized her thoughts adequately, Wen Xinyou contentedly turns off the light and retires for the night. Day 7 of the game. Wen Xinyou rises early and messages Su Qin, who responds promptly. The dryer costs 200 exchange points, and she trades 20 pounds of vegetables for it, while inquiring if he needs ashes, only to be politely declined. She uses the machine to dry some rice straw, and at 8 o'clock, the system appears on schedule. Desolate City, LV1, Day 7. Today's task: eliminate 20 mutated creatures. Special task: eliminate 10 mutated creature bosses. Wen Xinyou decides to finish processing the rice straw before venturing out, avoiding the long trek, and directly messages the Shun siblings and Jiang Xiao to conduct trading at the safe house. Player, Shun Xingmeng, LV3. Can I bring 2 people along? They're old players from the first 2 realms who wish to trade vegetables with you. Player, Shun Xingmeng, LV3. Don't worry. I only mentioned that your profession is a farmer, not divulging anything further. Chapter 22. The Desolate City. Wen Xinyou was rather indifferent to the matter at hand. Anyone with a modicum of sense would refrain from targeting her once they learned of her profession. After all, survival was paramount, particularly for players who had endured several rounds of the game and understood the principles of sustainable development. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1, come over directly. Player, Shun Xingming LV3, all right, I'm on my way. Closing the dialogue box, Wen Xinyou continued to toast the rice straw while preparing breakfast. Today's meal consisted of steamed buns, which were quite palatable when paired with fried eggs and sot Edham sausage. Soon enough, Shun Xingming and Jiang Xiao messaged her to announce their arrival at the door. Wen Xinyou quickly finished the remaining bun, picked up her knife, and stepped outside. In addition to the 2 siblings and Jiang Xiao, there were also a man and a woman whom she did not recognize. Upon seeing Wen Xinyou, both displayed a hint of surprise on their faces. Wen Xinyou offered a polite nod and greeting before proceeding to complete her transaction with Jiang Xiao. Starting tomorrow, we will conduct trades online. If you have anything you wish to exchange, simply send me a message. Jiang Xiao, who was in a hurry, nodded repeatedly. No problem. Don't worry, sister. I'll definitely save the good stuff for you. After a swift exchange, he dashed off as if someone were chasing him. Wen Xinyou paid him no further mind and turned her attention to the remaining individuals. Wen Xinyou, a newcomer, she introduced herself coolly. Stranger man, Chun Jing, level 3. Stranger woman, Gao Mingyue, also level 3. Both bore a pallid complexion, reminiscent of Su Qin's initial appearance, indicative of a deficiency in vitamins and trace elements. Wen Xinyou nodded and recounted the parts of Shun Xingming and Appo's tale that they had not heard, earning her 2 expressions of astonishment. No player could resist the allure of increased defense value, especially those who had faced life and death trials. Gao Mingyue rubbed her hands together in excitement, her once vacant eyes now sparkling with a glimmer of hope. I have meat, plenty of it. I can exchange it at a 1. 1 ratio. Chun Jing immediately chimed in. I have various medicines. We could trade based on the same ratio as you and the previous newcomer. The two exchanged hostile glances, each wary of the other depleting when Xinyou and Oppo's stock. However, she remained unperturbed, first completing her trades with the two siblings, exchanging 10 pounds of vegetables for 3 bound items. Turning to Gao Mingwei, she stated, I require lard and tallow. Any substantial amount of animal fat will do. Additionally, I would like to trade 10 pounds of various meats and a considerable quantity of eggs. Do you have them? The inquiry left not just Gao Mingwei, but the others, utterly astonished. Just how affluent was this newcomer? Wen Xinyou continued casually, my skill output is directly linked to the number of monsters I defeat. You must have heard of it. I diligently slay monsters every day. The 4 players exchanged incredulous looks. The legendary Valkyrie of Slaughter now sounded like a diligent worker bee, which felt somewhat peculiar. Yet it mattered not. Her efforts only served to benefit the wider community. Indeed, I have pork, beef, lamb, chicken, duck, and fish. I can provide 200 pounds of both lard and tallow. However, I can't part with chicken eggs. I must reserve some for myself. Gao Mingwei was elated, well aware of her previous greed in hoarding meat, which had left her feeling quite wretched. With only one storage car at her disposal, nearly filled with meat, she found herself unable to gather more resources in this new realm, a source of great frustration. Fresh vegetables, however, were another matter entirely. They not only consumed far less space, but also boosted defense value. Even if her storage car were completely filled, she would gladly oblige. When Xinyou smiled and nodded, all right, let us agree on 200 pounds of oil and 20 pounds of meat each. For today, can we trade 20 pounds of lard and 2 pounds of beef? I will provide you with 10 pounds as a deposit, and the remainder I'll deliver to your safe house tonight, as my current inventory is insufficient. Of course, Gao Mingwen nodded vigorously. Thus, they exchanged friend requests, and when Xinyou sent over 5 pounds of cucumbers and 5 pounds of potatoes. Upon receiving them, Gao Mingwen beamed with joy. Thank you, sister. I'll come find you again tomorrow, she exclaimed, then hurried away much like Jiang Shao. Chun Jing, infected by the excitement, felt an even greater urgency. Having gone 2 realms without fresh vegetables, he was desperate for nutritious sustenance, having grown weary of heating packs. It's my turn, when Xinyou said, adding him as a friend. I require antibiotics, antiviral medications, antifungal drugs, and various common pharmaceuticals. You should be more knowledgeable than I. Please procure a little of each for me. I'm willing to offer 10 pounds for each item, and I'll take as many as you can provide. Chun Jing instantly sensed the joy Gao Mingwei had experienced earlier. He had landed a substantial client, one exceedingly generous. Not a problem. I'll prepare all the medications you might typically require, as well as those needed for special circumstances, complete with instructions and precautions. How about we start with 2 boards of antibiotics today? After all, he too wished to test if these vegetables truly possessed such miraculous properties. Gaining 1 defense point for just 10 pounds seemed like a stroke of good fortune, when Xinyou had no objections. In fact, this arrangement suited her perfectly, as her inventory had dwindled significantly after trading 3 machines with Su Qin. At present, she could not produce such quantities. Agreed. I'll provide another 10 pounds as a deposit, and I'll deliver everything tonight. Chun Jing assumed she desired to ascertain their safe house location, as they were already aware of her address. Understanding her reasoning, he consented. Certainly, I will send you the location when the time comes. When Xinyou promptly sent over 5 pounds of sweet potatoes and 5 pounds of cucumbers, solidifying their pleasant collaboration. The only individuals feeling discontent were the Shun siblings. They had consumed far too many resources in the previous realm, leaving them with only a handful of items for trade. They could only watch enviously as others amassed considerable wealth. Simultaneously, the 2 siblings resolved in their hearts, starting today, they would scour the buildings with renewed vigor. After bidding farewell to the others, when Xinyou swiftly returned to finish the remaining rice straw before promptly stepping outside once more. With these lucrative transactions secured, she no longer needed to worry about unsold products and could freely cultivate high-yield crops. The thought alone filled her with joy. Throughout the day, players passing by witnessed the Valkyrie entering and exiting the building with a smile. Covered in blood, yet beaming. Even the most beautiful of women could evoke a sense of unease. Not only passers-by, but even Huo Ze, who encountered her, was startled by her horrifying appearance, letting out a gasp. Consequently, Street 25 became a realm few dared approach, transforming into a veritable paradise for Wen Xinyou. In this survival game, while ordinary players cautiously scoured lower floors for supplies, Wen Xinyou had unwittingly turned it into an agricultural stockpiling venture. As for the ordinary players, their thoughts were, bring on more, even more. Though the Valkyrie was somewhat intimidating, her lack of thoroughness in looting meant they could follow behind and pick up the spoils. Thus, while Wen Xinyou diligently cleared the buildings and vanquished bosses, her title quietly evolved to that of the God of Wealth. As for her reaction upon hearing this news, we shall leave that unwritten. Chapter 23. Desolate City on the 7th day of the game. Wen Xinyou and Appo's income and expenses were as follows. Task rewards included 500 milliliters bottled water x1, whole wheat bread x1, fried egg x1, water card x1, electricity card x1, furniture upgrade x1. Wen Xinyou chose to upgrade the rooftop to a metal plate. The harvest comprised 50 crops, including tomatoes x10, totaling 150 gene, cucumbers x5, totaling 120 gene, pumpkins x5, totaling 20 pieces at 160 gene, apples x10, totaling 60 gene, cabbages x10, totaling 80 gene, rice x10, yielding 11 gene of processed rice. The first batch of hydroponic pea sprouts at 3 gene and mung bean sprouts at 10 gene. From scavenging the buildings, she obtained 1 L bottled water x10, 500 milliliters bottled water x20, pork can meat x8, tuna can x8, cod can x6, yellow peach can x6, fruit can x4, ham sausage x8, instant noodles x8, compressed biscuits x15, a pack of 200 G fruit candy, lighters x12, matches x6, pencils x12, 10L seal jars x2, ice packs x6, survival axe x1, survival hammer x2, life jackets x2, life buoys x2, stone slabs x6, and 500 G of compressed ash from burnt straw after processing all the rice and wheat straw. She traded with Huo Ze, exchanging 1 pumpkin, 2 gene of tomatoes, and 5 gene of apples for 3 cans of pork, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 3 cans of fruit. Today and Appo's, as consumption included, 1 gene of flour, 1 gene of rice, 2 gene of tomatoes, 2 gene of potatoes, 1 gene of bean sprouts, 1 fried egg, 1 starch sausage, and 6 bottles of 500 milliliters water. Calculating her accounts was the highlight of her day. The satisfaction derived from barter was far more immediate than conventional transactions, a sensation she relished. On the 8th day of the game, Desolate City LV. 1 day, 8 today, and Appo's task. Eliminate 30 mutated creatures special task. Eliminate 10 mutated creature bosses upon waking this morning. Wen Xinyou distinctly felt the temperature had risen considerably since her arrival. She had been awakened multiple times throughout the night from the heat, necessitating her to hydrate incessantly. Fortunately, her supply of bottled water was abundant, even slightly excessive. Otherwise, enduring such heat would be arduous. During an online transaction with Su Qin, she casually remarked about the temperature, learning that it had risen by 3 C compared to the first day. The good news, however, was that aside from the initial 2 days, the temperature would only increase slightly thereafter. Yet, for the human body, a mere 1 C rise could be significantly impactful. Wen Xinyou found it hard to envision how she would cope by the final day. Although she was not particularly heat-sensitive, she remained an ordinary human being. After much contemplation, Wen Xinyou decided to directly inquire if Su had any air conditioning available. Su Qin burst into laughter on the other side, having assumed she was impervious to heat. Player, Su Qin LV5. Yes, of course, but this system is quite absurd. Prices fluctuate with environmental changes. In this realm, an air conditioner costs 20,000 exchange points. Wen Xinyou narrowed her eyes, that string of zeros made her head spin even more, and her interlocutor, fearing she might misread, kindly reiterated the 20,000 in text form. Wen Xinyou, I appreciate it, but there was no alternative. Earning such resources required a life to spend. Player, Wen Xinyou LV. 1. Could I exchange all my pumpkins with you? Player, Su Qin LV5. Do I look like a pumpkin? Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Would 800 gene of pumpkins, 600 gene of tomatoes, 300 gene of cucumbers, and 300 gene of other vegetables suffice? There was a prolonged silence from the other side. Wen Xinyou, feeling the pressure, continued to negotiate. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Both pumpkins and tomatoes can be made into sauces. Cucumbers can be pickled, which can be preserved for a long time. If you need help, I can teach you. After a while, the response came through. Player, Su Qin LV5. All right, but you must come teach me in person until I can do it myself. Wen Xinyou sighed in relief and agreed without much thought. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. No problem, it's quite simple. Do you have a pot? I guarantee you'll master it. Player, Su Qin LV5. Sure, I have one. Just come over. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Let's wait until after 11 days. I need to gather more supplies. Player, Su Qin LV5. That works. I can't provide it immediately either. It's too expensive, and I need to hunt more monsters. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. No worries, I'll send you some first. When you're ready, help me buy it. Thanks. Primarily, she had planted too much yesterday, and after trading, she still had a surplus, which would help clear her inventory. Player, Su Qin LV5. No problem. Wen Xinyou promptly sent him 150 gene of tomatoes, 100 gene of cucumbers, and all her pumpkins, 22 pieces, along with 50 gene each of apples and cabbages, instantly freeing up space. She was overwhelmed with goods. Her living space was nearly non-existent, relying solely on the cubic space from her transactions with Su Qin to survive. It was exceedingly challenging. When delivering goods yesterday, she had also inquired with Gao Mingyue about her storage card, only to learn it was a reward for defeating a boss in a previous realm, and it was not available in the marketplace. Currently, Wen Xinyou owed Su Qin a substantial debt, feeling too embarrassed to continue borrowing, thus forcing herself to maximize her limited space. If she were to enter a storage competition now, she might very well take home the championship. Moreover, with a resource exchange comes the necessity for processing. Animal fats must be rendered into oil, and vegetables transformed into sauces. She hardly had the time for this amidst her daily monster hunting, and her equipment's performance did not allow for increased speed. Gazing at the multitude of items for the first time, Wen Xinyou found herself wavering in her decisiveness. Without hesitation, she took 20 gene of lard back to Gao Mingyue's safe house. Help me render the oil. 5 gene of oil for 1 gene of vegetables. How about it? Gao Mingyue paused momentarily, then immediately accepted, giving her a thumbs up. Leave it to me. Hunting monsters was solely to earn exchange points for attribute values. Since she could resolve her food supply issues while safely at home, it would be foolish not to take advantage. Gao Mingyue was now thoroughly convinced of the urban legends. This was indeed the god of wealth, a resplendent, golden god of wealth. Next, Wen Xinyou turned to Zhao Xinrui, handing over all her stored tomatoes along with 1 gene of salt and 2 gene of sugar. If you have spare time tonight, help me make sauce. 3 gene of sauce for 1 gene of vegetables. How about it? Zhao Xinrui reacted similarly to Gao Mingyue, her eyes lighting up with joy. Her sister was not only providing her with benefits, but also imparting skills. Absolutely. Don't worry, I'll work all night. Wen Xinyou, exasperated, tapped the head of the spirited girl and hurried off to hunt monsters. A rare sense of frustration washed over Wen Xinyou. Just the night before, she had been delightfully contemplating how enjoyable the game was. Yet upon awakening, she found herself in substantial debt, transformed into a beleaguered laborer. Truly, the world is most unpredictable. Chapter 24. Desolate City. On the 8th day of the game, Wen Xinyou's income and expenditure were as follows. Task rewards included 1 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, 1 whole wheat bread, 1 fried egg, 1 window, as well as a water card and electricity card. The window was affixed to the left of the door, adjacent to the boiler. She harvested crops totaling 50, 20 tomatoes, weighing 300 gene, 10 cucumbers, totaling 240 gene, 10 pumpkins, amounting to 320 gene with 40 pieces, and 10 rice patties, yielding 11 gene of rice after processing. From scavenging, she obtained 6 1L bottles of mineral water, 10 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 8 cans of pork, 8 cans of tuna, 6 cans of cod, 6 cans of yellow peach, 4 cans of assorted fruit, 1 500g jar of honey, 1 500g pack of salt, 8 instant noodles, and 12 compressed biscuits. Additionally, she collected 15 lighters, 4 boxes of matches, 6 slates, and 3 500g bags of wood ash. In a transaction with Su Qin, she exchanged 270 gene of tomatoes, 200 gene of cucumbers, 320 gene of pumpkins, and 4 gene of corn, acquiring 2 m of storage space. Other transactions accounted for 70 gene, yielding 3 bound items, 24 gene of refined lard, 3 gene of pork neck, 2 packs of antibiotics, 2 packs of instant noodles, and 9 gene of ketchup. Today's consumption included 1 gene of flour, 1 gene of rice, 2 gene of tomatoes, 2 gene of potatoes, 1 gene of corn, 1 gene of pork neck, 1 fried egg, 1 starch sausage, and 6 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water. In just one night, Wen Xinyou felt a significant shift in her mindset. For the sake of an air conditioner, she felt as though she had become an overworked ox, finding little joy even in documenting her progress. Consequently, she silently revised her 30-day goal to 10. Indeed, one constantly evolves through adjustment. The only solace she found was in reviewing her stats each night. She lay exhausted on her bed, as usual, opening her status panel to check her defensive value. Player name, Wen Xinyou. Player level, 1 occupation, farmer skill points, 0 health, 15 strength, 7 attack, 6 defense, 110 agility, 3 counterattack, 0 mental power, 8. Such an astonishingly high defense value could be deemed invincible. At this point, even the most common mutated rat posed no threat to her. Even if the Rat King were to attack, it would inflict no harm. Given the relatively low strength of players in this realm, Wen Xinyou deemed it unnecessary to carry a fortune around, opting instead to allocate 70 points to her safe house. Player Wen Xinyou has safe house level, 2 defense, 110 40 counterattack, 0 concealment. 0. The safe house had already increased its defense by 10 points due to upgrades to the roof and door, now surpassing the 3-digit mark. If anyone could penetrate such defenses, she would simply resign herself to fate. However, the counterattack value was troubling. Without offensive capabilities, even the sturdiest fortress could eventually be worn down. She recalled the obstacles in front of Su Qin and Appo's safe house and contemplated investing some vegetables to inquire further. On the 9th day of the game, the system began to bombard her with new notifications early in the morning. Desolate City LV. 1 day 9 today's task. Eliminate 30 mutated creatures special task. Eliminate 10 mutated creature bosses. Congratulations player. Wen Xinyou, your skill, Vigorous Vitality, has leveled up to LV2. Increasing petal count to 12, Vigorous Vitality. Level up condition unlocked. Petal count Vigorous Vitality. LV2 LV3 requires 188 petals. Congratulations player. Wen Xinyou, your skill, Plants have their own temperament, has leveled up to LV3, with an additional effect increasing toxicity by 20, causing paralysis for 30 seconds, and enhancing counterattack by 20. Plants have their own temperament. LV3 LV4 requires 2,888 monster eliminations upon reviewing these panels. Wen Xinyou couldn't help but reflect. Was she pushing herself too hard? Was her rapid progression in just 9 days excessive? However, she quickly dismissed such thoughts, eagerly finishing her breakfast before heading out. Skill upgrades meant she could now defeat monsters more swiftly and powerfully. Moreover, her little white flowers had leveled up alongside her, signifying she could now achieve the same yield with only 2 outings a day. Although skipping 2 buildings meant fewer resources, Wen Xinyou was currently overwhelmed by the abundance of materials she had, rendering such a concern trivial. With this in mind, her steps grew lighter, and even Xinxing could not help but inquire about her apparent good fortune. Wen Xinyou smiled slightly, and Appo's, "That's just that I no longer worry about having too many supplies." The Xin siblings could only stare in disbelief at her strength. After completing her second collection run in the afternoon, Wen Xinyou returned to her safe house and resolved not to venture out again. The thought of repaying Su Qin's debt today brought her a measure of comfort. She was truly averse to being in debt. Su Qin, on the other hand, could hardly fathom that such a substantial debt could be repaid in merely a few days. leading him to question her authenticity as a newcomer. Otherwise, her abilities seemed akin to having a cheat code, akin to his father and Appo's. When Xinyou had pondered this herself and concluded, some matters truly hinge on timing, location, and the right people. Had she not been in the garden at that moment? Had she not been unloading without taking nutrient soil? Had she been a fraction slower in reaching the workbench or not carrying seeds? Had her combat prowess been a tad weaker? Any of these factors could have led her to merely sigh over her skills, struggling for resources and values like everyone else. When Xinyou acknowledged that beyond her strength, she also possessed a modicum of luck. Nevertheless, she believed luck was an integral part of her strength and felt justified in her current situation. During the leisurely days devoid of monster hunting, when Xinyou found herself with nearly 2 extra hours of free time. However, unable to remain idle, she decided to use the remaining petals to plant wheat and rice, and even took the time to burn the rods in the neighboring building. Despite claiming she wouldn't go out, her body was undeniably honest. On the 9th day of the game, when Xinyou's income and expenditure were as follows, task rewards included 1 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water, 2 whole wheat breads, 1 water card, 1 electricity card, and 1 furniture upgrade. When Xinyou chose to upgrade the window, transforming the open wooden window into an iron grating, she harvested crops totaling 48, 20 tomatoes, weighing 300 gene, 5 cucumbers, totaling 120 gene, 10 pumpkins, amounting to 320 gene with 40 pieces, 10 rice patties, yielding 11 gene of rice after processing, and 3 wheat plants, producing 7 gene of flour after processing. From scavenging, she obtained, for 1 L bottles of mineral water, 10 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water, 5 cans of pork, 7 cans of tuna, 7 cans of cod, 3 cans of yellow peach, 4 cans of assorted fruit, 1 500 g jar of honey, 8 instant noodles, and 12 compressed biscuits. She also collected 10 lighters, 4 boxes of matches, 6 slates, and 4 500 g bags of wood ash. In a transaction with Su Qin, she exchanged 270 gene of tomatoes, 90 gene of cucumbers, 320 gene of pumpkins, and 12 gene of corn, acquiring 1 immense storage space. Other transactions accounted for 77 gene, yielding 3 bound items, 12 gene of refined lard, 3 gene of chicken legs, 2 packs of antibiotics, 5 packs of instant noodles, and 12 gene of ketchup. Today and Appo's, as consumption included 1 gene of flour, 1 gene of rice, 1 pack of instant noodles, 2 gene of tomatoes, 2 gene of potatoes, 1 gene of corn, 1 gene of chicken leg, 1 fried egg, 1 starch sausage, and 6 500 milliliters bottles of mineral water. Chapter 25. The Desolate City Day 10 of Desolate City LV. 1 today in Appo's task. Eliminate 30 mutated creature special task. Defeat 10 mutated creature bosses on the 10th day of the game. When Xinyou awoke feeling quite unwell, the fluctuating temperatures hastened the depletion of her energy, leaving her in a state of lethargy. Unlike the cold, which she could tolerate, she was particularly sensitive to heat. Since yesterday, she had ventured out to battle without her apron and gloves. The rubber shoes were unavoidable, as she had yet to find a spare pair. Unable to contain her anxiety, she messaged Su Qin to inquire about the air conditioning. Fortunately, he replied that it would be delivered tonight. Otherwise, she feared she might be compelled to sleep on the rooftop. Sensing her restlessness, Su Qin sent another message just as she finished breakfast and prepared to leave. Player, Su Qin LV5, if you're free this afternoon, would you like to come over and help me with the pumpkin tomatoes? I'll pay you extra. It was evident to Wen Xinyou that someone who could procure air conditioning for others would surely have one in their own home. She felt tempted, for the heat was unbearable, especially in the afternoon when staying in a building without air conditioning felt akin to being in a sauna. However, the thought of entering another safe house alone was daunting, particularly as she remained uncertain about Su Qin's capabilities and the potential risks involved. As she hesitated, another message from him arrived. Player, Su Qin LV5, no need to worry. I'll be out hunting for exchange points this afternoon. Besides, didn't we agree that you would come over in a couple of days to teach me how to handle ingredients? When Xinyou considered this rationale, after all, she had never intended for him to come to her place, so visiting Su Qin's safe house was inevitable. The prospect of free air conditioning was too enticing to resist. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. All right, I'll come over this afternoon. Player, Su Qin LV. 5. That's the spirit. Just send me a message before you arrive. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Sure. Given Su Qin's unique abilities and his temporary purchasing function, Wen Xinyou was willing to cultivate a good rapport with him. However, she found it peculiar that he seemed particularly eager to forge a closer connection. Nonetheless, she dismissed such thoughts, adhering to her belief that individuals would not target those whom they found advantageous. Thus, she followed her usual routine in the morning, sweeping the floors, returning for lunch and a nap, and upon waking, she messaged Su Qin that she was ready to come over. His response was almost instantaneous, affirming that it was fine. When Xinyou set out, bringing along several pumpkins and tomatoes. If possible, she hoped to make use of Su Qin and Oppo's equipment. A level 5 player would likely have kitchen tools superior to her own. Upon arriving at his door, she found him in the upper loft, polishing his rifle. He smiled and waved her in. Come in. I've already granted you access. Nodding, she stepped over the pile of obstacles at the entrance. The moment she crossed the threshold, a refreshing coolness enveloped her, prompting a sigh of relief. This was her first glimpse into the interior of a high-level player's safe house, and she couldn't help but take in the details. Indeed, the higher the level, the more dungeons one had completed, and the larger and more advanced the safe house became. This single level appeared to measure around 30 square meters, while not expansive. It was more than ample for one person, especially with the loft above and possibly even a basement below. Su Qin had meticulously divided the space into distinct functional areas: a resting area, cooking zone, bathing space, and a work area, all exuding a tidy and efficient aesthetic. When Xinyou noticed very few extraneous items, save for an abundant pile of tomatoes and pumpkins on the kitchen floor, the advantage of spatial skills was evident, and she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy at her cramped 7.5 square meter room. At that moment, Su Qin descended from the loft, casually placing his rifle on the table before leading Wen Xinyou to the kitchen counter. I've set up the utensils and spices here. I believe I have most essentials. Let me know if anything is missing, and I'll buy it. Wen Xinyou glanced around, noting that the pots, spatulas, and appliances were exceedingly clean, with some even gathering dust. She shot a silent look at Su Qin, who seemed to understand without her needing to say a word. Clearing his throat, he admitted, I'm not very good at cooking. I rarely use the kitchen. I hate to waste ingredients. That explained why he had so readily agreed to her teaching him how to make sauce. Tools are all in order. I borrow them later? I need to prepare some sauce for storage. Su Qin waved his hand dismissively. Feel free to use whatever you need. There's a sofa over there. Rest whenever you feel tired. I'll return around 6. Is an hour and a half sufficient for the lesson? He gestured to a digital clock hanging behind her. When Xinyou turned to see the accurate time displayed, 13:42, she mentally noted the hour, hoping to better calibrate her timing today. Su Qin observed her lips moving silently and guessed what she was doing, unable to suppress a chuckle. Just as I expected. Normally, that should suffice. If not, I'll return another time. I've said I'll teach until you understand, When Xinyou replied coolly. Su Qin's expression relaxed, and he beamed at her, giving a thumbs up. Then I leave it in your capable hands, master. When Xinyou felt as though she had unwittingly taken on a troublesome task. Nonetheless, she shrugged it off, bending down to retrieve the necessary pots from the cabinet. She turned to him. Do you prefer meat sauce or plain sauce? Su Qin scratched his chin thoughtfully. Can I learn both? When Xinyou replied, it doesn't matter. The steps are quite similar as long as you have enough meat. Su Qin chuckled awkwardly. I just came from a ranch in the previous dimension, so rest assured there will be plenty of meat. When Xinyou raised an eyebrow. You went to a ranch and couldn't find any vegetables? Su Qin's expression turned somber. I thought the same when selecting my dimension, so I consumed vegetables freely in the last one. However, I soon discovered that the native inhabitants of that world had no need for fruits or vegetables. They were purely carnivorous. When Xinyou remarked, it seems one must always be prepared for any eventuality. All right, place the meat you wish to use aside. Preferably pork or beef, she directed, pointing to the far right countertop. Su Qin promptly produced 2 hefty cuts of meat, each weighing well over 10 pounds. Wen Xinyou could only exclaim, "Damn its spatial skill." Unperturbed by her expression, Su Qin glanced at the time and informed her, "I need to head out now. Feel free to use anything in the house. I will return promptly." Wen Xinyou signaled with an end oppose. "Okay," and oppose, gesture as he retrieved his rifle and knife. Then exited through the door. Chapter 26. The Desolate City. The process of making sauce itself is not particularly complicated. The arduous task lies in the preparation of ingredients. Chopping vegetables and grinding meat is the most tedious and time-consuming part. To be on the safe side, Wen Xinyou first made a pot of pumpkin meat sauce using her own ingredients to taste it, conveniently utilizing the beef she had specially exchanged from Gao Mingwei. She had a total of 22 pounds of beef, and using 20 pounds for the sauce was just about right. To increase the caloric content, Wen Xinyou prepared her portion at the minimum ratio, adding ample salt and chili peppers. With 60 pounds of pumpkin, 80 pounds of tomatoes, and 20 pounds of beef, she produced a substantial 80 pounds of sauce, filling 8 5-liter sealed jars. One significant reason for preparing her portion first was that Wen Xinyou had her eye on the enormous freezer displayed in Su Qin and Appo's living room. By completing her portion first, she could refrigerate it and, after chilling, store it in her space for prolonged preservation. After all, time flows within her space at a mere 30 times slower rate. Not completely stagnant, so any necessary means to delay spoilage should be employed. Following this, she began to prepare Su Qin's portion. Frankly speaking, cooking is not any easier than battling monsters. Wen Xinyou even found it more exhausting. Currently, she hardly needed to swing her weapon while fighting, yet cooking required continuous stirring, leaving her arms inevitably sore. She couldn't bear to imagine the laborious task of chopping meat without a meat grinder. Suddenly, a swarm of mutated rats surged toward the innermost part of the room. The man lurking in the shadows raised his hand lightly, and the multitude of rats vanished as though they had never existed. After a few rounds, and once no new waves of rats appeared, he turned to strangle the ailing Rat King hanging by the window. With another gentle wave of his hand, a cacophony of sounds followed as countless rat corpses thudded against the surrounding walls, while the man's figure dissipated into the darkness like a ghost. This man was, of course, Su Qin. For someone with spatial abilities like him, tangible creatures posed no threat. They would perish once collected into his space, and he could simply discard the bodies later. Compared to Wen Xinyou, his skills were far swifter, and the greater the number of enemies, the better for him. This was precisely why he opted not to directly enter a level 2 realm, instead choosing the Desolate City. Initially, he intended to slay more monsters and accumulate skill points in the final level 1 realm, hoping to prepare thoroughly before venturing into level 2. But he unexpectedly encountered unforeseen adventures. He lifted his gaze toward the safe house in the dark alley across from him, where he could smell the rich aroma of pumpkin mingled with meat from afar. In this game, the scent of a good meal is the most irresistible temptation for the vast majority. Su Qin cast a casual glance at the players surrounding him, enraptured by the fragrant air, and a smile, one he himself was unaware of, crept onto his lips. This expenditure of 20,000 points was indeed worth it. With a buoyant step, he entered the safe house under the envious gazes of those around him. When Su Qin pushed the door open, Wen Xinyou was writing something. Hearing the door's movement, she looked up to greet him. "You're back." The inexplicably cheerful man beamed back at her. "Yes, I'm back." Did he find something good? Wen Xinyou pondered, but refrained from asking out of curiosity, instead pointing to the stove with her pen. "Wash up and then chop the pumpkin and peel it. Score the tomatoes and blanch them in boiling water for easy peeling." After saying this, she lowered her head to continue writing. "All right." Su Qin obediently complied. Although he was not particularly skilled in cooking, he hailed from a unique profession and had survived alone in the game for nearly half a year, thus mastering the basic skills. Su Qin firmly believed that what he lacked was merely a good teacher, not because he was clumsy. Soon, Wen Xinyou finished her writing and brought tape to affix the recipe for the 2 dishes onto the kitchen wall. She had documented the steps and measurements as thoroughly as possible. As Su Qin observed her actions, he suddenly spoke. "I smell chili." Without turning her head, Wen Xinyou replied, "I made my portion first and added chili." Su Qin immediately responded, I want to switch to chili. Without a moment's hesitation, Wen Xinyou refused, no. The yield of chili is low while the demand is high. I previously exchanged flour for you as a thank you for your help. For crops with low yield, I will only consume them internally. Su Qin. Damn it, chili is a precious ingredient, dispelling dampness and coldness. It is undoubtedly invaluable in cold or humid realms. Most importantly, he cannot live without spice. Who knows how miserable it has been since entering this wretched game without a proper taste of chili. His palate was nearly withering away. After a moment of silence, he took out 2 black cards from his pocket. Storage cards, one with 10 slots and the other with 15, each capable of holding 99 identical items. With a time flow reduction of 50 times, 250 pounds of chili peppers. Wen Xinyou. Su Qin watched as the woman, who had just moments ago maintained an expressionless demeanor, turned to him with a smile that could only be described as gentle. 250 pounds is too little. I will gather enough for 300 pounds. As she spoke, she wiped her hands on her apron and respectfully extended both hands toward him. Having dealt with clients for many years, Wen Xinyou always held great respect for those who could afford to pay a fair price. Su Qin found her pragmatic demeanor amusing and tossed the cards into her hands with an exasperated air. Take it. These cards were rather trivial compared to his space. The only advantage was the slightly slower time flow, which he had idly kept and used, not expecting them to come in handy now. Wen Xinyou accepted them with delight, feeling as if the fatigue of the day had been swept away. Su Qin was akin to a treasure chest, frequently producing good things, which Wen Xinyou greatly appreciated. Fortunately, Su Qin did not possess mind-reading abilities. Otherwise, he would have confronted her right then. Today, as chili is gone, growing 300 pounds will take several days. I will deliver it to you in batches afterward. Su Qin nodded in acknowledgement. Following this, Wen Xinyou and he worked together to process the remaining ingredients, and as promised, she meticulously guided him through each step, including how to monitor the fire, how long to stir, when to add seasonings, and what to do in various situations. Even Su Qin, under such patient instruction, could not produce anything resembling a culinary disaster, primarily because the dishes themselves were not complex. As long as he avoided overcooking or overseasoning, it was nearly impossible for them to taste bad. Looking at the final product, a luscious tomato meat sauce neatly jarred, the typically roguish expression on the man's handsome face bore an astonished joy. Wow, I can actually see the original color of the dish. Chapter 27. Desolate City. As Wen Xinyou listened, her hand paused in drying the utensils. What have you made before? The man chuckled, gesturing towards the pot beside her. While its exterior resembled a mere container, its contents were indeed edible. Then, with a serious demeanor, he remarked, next time, I and Oppos, LL prepare something for you to try. Wen Xinyou's expression remained impassive. No, thank you. Su Qin pouted, yet he was aware that his culinary creations were rather unappealing. He turned back, cheerfully holding 2 jars of freshly made meat sauce, admiring them. I knew it. As long as I have a good teacher, I can also whip up delicious and visually appealing dishes. Wen Xinyou Kuden and Oppos. Tea helped but twitch her lips, pondering whether those were 2 jars of meat sauce or 2 children. Was it really that significant? However, upon reflection, if this individual had been consuming meals resembling the color of the pot's bottom for such an extended period within the game, it was somewhat understandable. One could even say it was rather tragic. Yet, she said nothing, tidying up the stove before addressing Su Qin. Everything and Oppos has cleaned up. I should be on my way. Su Qin widened his eyes in surprise. Aren't you staying for dinner? Wen Xinyou hesitated, casting a silent glance at the digital clock, which clearly indicated it was already 7:30. Su Qin quickly realized how swiftly time had passed. There was no choice. Even he would not casually violate the game rules. So he had to let her leave for today. I'll walk you back, he offered earnestly. Wen Xinyou was taken aback as she was retrieving her sauce from the freezer and placing it into her newly acquired storage card. Do you think I need that? Su Qin was momentarily stumped, feeling as though she left no room for him to appear gallant. Nevertheless, he maintained his serious tone. This is called gentlemanly conduct. Wen Xinyou smiled lightly, no longer refusing. Very well then, I appreciate your assistance, my dear sir. Su Qin thought to himself, what on earth? This woman is clearly not aloof at all. Her true character might be quite unpleasant. Unbeknownst to him, he had inadvertently stumbled upon a truth. In the city at 7:30, devoid of streetlights, darkness enveloped the entire area, and most individuals required a light source to navigate. However, the two of them possessed a modicum of night vision. Thus, they were disinclined to use flashlights. Primarily, it was because Wen Xinyou did not yet possess such a useful item, having two broken ones instead. Tomorrow marked the 11th day. The streets were empty save for the two of them, with only the cawing and flapping of crows breaking the silence. The man's deep voice carried clearly with the wind. So what are your plans? She casually inquired, taking it one step at a time. But based on my previous experiences, the difficulty at level 1 is manageable. As long as one dares to slay monsters and increases their defense, survival in the later stages is generally assured. He paused, seemingly in contemplation, when Xinyou patiently waited. And after a moment, he continued, typically, one remains in level 1 for 3 instances. At the conclusion of the third, the option to advance to level 2 appears. However, if resources are scarce, one can remain in the same level for up to 5 instances, which prolongs the leveling process. In other words, once one reaches level 2, level alone cannot serve as a measure of strength. A level 6 player could be someone who has survived 3 instances in level 2 or a newcomer just promoted from level 1. When Xinyou silently analyzed his words, why have you stayed in level 1 until level 5? I believe your strength is more than sufficient for level 2. She finally voiced the question that had been on her mind. Su Qin shrugged. I heard that there are numerous monsters in this dimension. The more monsters, the faster I can gather exchange points. Some dimensions have fewer but stronger monsters, which is quite disadvantageous for me. When Xinyou replied, that makes sense. And what about the previous one? The previous one was a pasture, a prime opportunity for gathering meat. How could I let it slip by? He asserted with conviction. When Xinyou conceded, that is quite reasonable. In summary, although the indigenous people might be somewhat challenging, the overall difficulty of this dimension should not be too great, and resources in the city were relatively abundant. Players were also densely concentrated, providing ample opportunity for collection. She pondered that if they ended up in a desolate area in the next level, gathering resources would become troublesome. Indeed, when Xinyou confirmed her earlier assumption, she suspected that this dimension was replete with resources, and if one collected diligently, a substantial amount could be obtained. To have arrived in this dimension might itself signify being a fortunate player who had gotten a head start in the game. Thus, it was essential to seize the opportunity to gather resources. With this thought in mind, Wen Xinyou silently revised her 10-day goal back to 30. Before long, the two had reached the alleyway leading to Wen Xinyou's safe house. Each of Su Qin's previous remarks had proven quite useful. Although she was unsure why he was so kind to share so much information, she sincerely expressed her gratitude. Thank you for sharing this with me. I shall bring you some vegetables later. The man chuckled softly, appearing to be in good spirits. All right, go on in. The air conditioner has already been sent over. Don't forget my chili. Absolutely. If you encounter any issues while cooking, feel free to ask me anytime. Wen Xinyou was always generous in returning kindness to those who treated her well. Su Qin said nothing further, turning to leave, leaving behind a casual wave goodbye. Wen Xinyou watched him disappear into the distance until his figure was no longer visible before she turned back toward her safe house. Upon entering, she eagerly retrieved the air conditioner from the mailbox. It was a standard home-mounted air conditioning unit, which she affixed above the doorway. With a pleasant beep, within mere seconds, a refreshing breeze enveloped her face. What is happiness, if not this? She stood beneath the air conditioner for a moment, then hastily entered the bathroom to cleanse herself. Upon emerging, the cool air had filled the entire room, and Wen Xinyou felt an overwhelming desire to collapse onto the floor, whether in the present or the past. Returning home after a grueling day of work in the sweltering heat, taking a refreshing shower, and retreating into an air-conditioned room was an unparalleled joy. In that moment, Wen Xinyou regretted not saving even a petal. Otherwise, planting a watermelon would have been utterly perfect. Nonetheless, one must learn to be content. True happiness is derived from gradual attainment, lest it merely result in a fleeting release of dopamine that dissipates all too quickly. Wen Xinyou retrieved a bottle of chilled mineral water from the refrigerator, drinking half of it with great satisfaction, before beginning to tidy her room. With the storage card at her disposal, many items could be directly stored away, and the cards themselves could be further placed into her personal space. In the words of netizens, this behavior was akin to nesting dolls. Chapter 28. The desolate city. Before tidying up, Wen Xinyou first organized the supplies gathered today, making it easier for later inventory. The harvest on the 10th day was as follows. Task rewards: 2 bottles of mineral water, 1 loaf of whole wheat bread, 1 fried egg, and 1 furniture upgrade. Wen Xinyou opted for a faucet, enhancing water quality by 50. The crops yielded 24 batches, 6 chili peppers, 18 pounds. For pumpkins, 16 pieces, 96 pounds. For tomatoes, 60 pounds. For corns, 48 pounds. 2 potatoes, 15 pounds. And 4 cabbages, 32 pounds. Scavenging supplies included 4 bottles of 1L mineral water, 8 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 12 bottles of 700 milliliter sports drinks, 6 cans of tuna, 6 cans of pork belly, 6 cans of yellow peaches, 5 packs of instant noodles, 8 packs of compressed biscuits, 1 jar of honey, 500 g, 3 packs of compressed rice, and 2 packs of salt, 500 g. Additionally, there were 8 lighters, 3 iron barrels, 8 stone slabs, 4 unwrapped soaps, and a roll of blackout cloth. The exchange of vegetables totaled 92 pounds, yielding 1 of space, 2 jars of fish oil, 500 g each, 2 cans of pork belly, 6 packs of instant noodles. 3 bound items, 12 pounds of lard, 8 pounds of oil residue, and 20 pounds of beef, along with 2 jars of wound medicine, 200 g each. Furthermore, there were 40 pounds of tomato meat sauce and 40 pounds of pumpkin meat sauce. Today's anticipated consumption included 20 pounds of chili peppers, 2 pounds of potatoes, 1 pound of tomato meat sauce, 1 pound of rice, 1 pound of corn, 1 fried egg, 1 pound of lettuce, and 6 bottles of mineral water. After organizing, Wen Xinyou began to tidy up, focusing on the larger items that needed to be arranged. First, she dealt with the mineral water that occupied an entire storage cabinet and considerable personal space. After consuming the 500 milliliters bottles, she refrained from discarding them, opting instead to refill 2 1L bottles, knowing the larger containers would prove useful in the future. Currently, she possessed 163 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, taking up 2 slots. Next, she tackled the stack of sealed jars. Upon testing, she discovered that jars of varying sizes could be stored together in the same section, allowing 30 jars to occupy just 1 space. The boxes containing nutrient soil on the cart also consumed considerable space. Wen Xinyou emptied the box designated for vegetable planting, returning the original soil bags, thus eliminating 3 boxes from her immediate area. The iron barrels she acquired today could replace cardboard boxes and were far more durable. With these few adjustments, the space in her safe house became noticeably more expansive, yet she preferred to keep supplies concealed as much as possible. Her ideal scenario mirrored that of Su Qin and Appo's home, where only tools and furniture were visible, while everything else remained stored away. Then, Wen Xinyou retrieved 2 iron barrels, which she had discovered in an industrial building. These were substantial oil drums large enough for an adult male to crouch inside. Many such barrels existed in that building, and she regretted not taking more while she had the chance, especially with the need to interact with the locals starting tomorrow. Nevertheless, she knew there would be more opportunities to approach the situation. Using a marker, Wen Xinyou labeled A4 sheets with categories such as cooking oil, canned goods, convenience foods, meat, vegetables, and fruits, and then affixed the labels to the respective iron barrels. The barrels appeared nearly identical externally, and storing them with the labeled cards would enhance efficiency when searching for items later. She proceeded to organize the lard, which had been rendered by Gao Mingwei over the past few days. From 80 pounds of pork, she derived 48 pounds of lard and 32 pounds of oil residue. She filled 2 2L sealed jars with 2 pounds of lard and 2 pounds of oil residue for daily cooking, placing the remainder into the iron barrels. The canned goods were categorized into fish, pork, and fruit cans, separated into 3 portions, and even with a total of 207 cans, they barely filled half of 1 iron barrel, highlighting their impressive capacity. She maximized the remaining space by filling the oil barrels with flour bags and compressed rice bags, and the canned barrels with instant noodles and compressed biscuits, planning to relocate them when the next batch of cans arrived. After a gentle touch on the card, the previously cramped 7.5 square meter room transformed into a spacious and well-lit area. Energized, Wen Xinyou used a saw to cut the remaining barrels in half, designating one half for planting and the other for storing smaller items such as medicines, salt, sugar, sweet potato slices, starch sausages, and assorted tools. Finally, she stored everything back in the space. The remaining boiler and refrigerator were placed on the cleared card and pushed into the corner, while 2 storage cabinets were positioned side by side near the workbench. The wooden rack for sprouting beans and the half-cut iron barrels for planting were placed at the foot of her bed. By this point, her safe house was not entirely transformed, but had certainly undergone a refreshing change. For the first time since entering this game, she could stretch her legs without restraint. In high spirits, even the dark and eerie street view outside her window seemed less intimidating. Over the past few nights, Wen Xinyou had attempted to observe the outside world through the window. However, the narrow alleyway revealed little aside from the occasional fleeting white figure and unfortunate players who ventured out at night, pursued by the white shadows, screaming in panic. Since she had acquired a piece of blackout cloth today, Wen Xinyou decided to pin it up as a curtain, alleviating her temptation to constantly check the outside situation. Once all tasks were completed, she finally began preparing dinner. The newly made tomato meat sauce was highly palatable, leaving Wen Xinyou utterly satisfied. Desolate City LV. 1 day, 11 today's task. Eliminate 10 mutated creatures special task. Eliminate 20 mutated creatures. Wen Xinyou pondered thoughtfully at the special task section. Typically, the quantity required for general tasks decreased, and special tasks demanded a lower level, suggesting that mutated creatures would no longer be as easily found starting today. Contemplating this, she organized her equipment and set out. Upon opening the door, a wave of hot air mixed with dust and foul odor rushed toward her, almost compelling her to retreat back into the air-conditioned room. Frowning, she stepped out of the alleyway, only to be met by the sight of a bloodied man rushing from the entrance of a nearby building. "Help! Help! There are monsters!" "Ah!" he screamed. Yet the surrounding players stood frozen, either indifferent or shocked, watching him. Before he could dash far, 2 individuals emerged swiftly from the building, each grasping one of his arms and dragging him back like a mere cargo. Soon, the commotion inside fell silent. Wen Xinyou was taken aback, not by the man in Oppo's execution by the locals, but by the fact that these locals bore faces resembling that of mosquitoes. Chapter 29. The Desolate City. Wen Xinyou, with the perceptive vision of version 5.0, could discern every detail across the street. At that moment, she felt a certain inadequacy in her vocabulary. She struggled to articulate the individual she had just observed. Their physique resembled that of an ordinary person, yet their visage was exceedingly bizarre. The skin appeared ash-gray, devoid of eyebrows, and their eyes were disproportionately large, entirely black and devoid of any impurities, bulging outward like 2 apples poised to fall. There was no nose. Beneath the eyes lay a conical, gray appendage that, by estimation, was over 50 centimeters long. Wen Xinyou pressed her lips together, recalling that Su Qin had not mentioned that these natives bore such grotesque appearances. "Greetings, how may I assist you?" As Wen Xinyou pondered silently, a mechanical, rigid female voice suddenly emanated from behind her. Both she and a girl a few meters away turned to find a native had appeared at the entrance of the building, their enormous black eyes seemingly fixed upon both of them. Up close, the sight was even more disconcerting. The girl could no longer contain her fear and screamed, causing the native, who had initially turned towards Wen Xinyou, to stiffly pivot in response to the sound. The metallic sheen of the appendage glimmered coldly. "Do you have any inquiries? Or are you deliberately creating noise to disrupt our work?" For reasons unknown, Wen Xinyou detected a hint of excitement in the native and Oppo's icy, rigid voice. The girl was now wide-eyed and trembling, unable to utter a single word. The focus of those around them swiftly shifted, all eyes silently observing. Not a single person shifting their stance. With a sigh, Wen Xinyou addressed the native who was preparing to approach the girl. "Hello. I would like to inquire about your company's services." The native hesitated momentarily, then stiffly turned to face Wen Xinyou, her dark eyes locking onto her with a tilted head, as if perplexed by Wen Xinyou's audacity to speak first. However, she soon regained composure, adopting a posture befitting her uniform, and gestured towards the entrance, indicating for Wen Xinyou to enter. "Good guest, please follow me." Wen Xinyou glanced at the still, quaking girl on the floor before stepping inside the building behind native. Upon entry, she immediately felt the weight of several intense gazes upon her. Casually surveying her surroundings, she noted that 4 to 5 natives were observing her from both sides. To be precise, their attention was directed solely at her. When Xinyou chose to disregard them, what struck her as more peculiar than their appearance was their behavior. The native guiding her should have been the receptionist, yet she had previously surveyed the first 4 floors of the building and found them completely barren, even having unintentionally damaged a chair. Nevertheless, the native appeared entirely unfazed by the absence of her workstation, gracefully settling into an imaginary seat. When Xinyou thought to herself, wow, not only her, but several male natives in the adjacent lounge seemed to engage in an illusory performance, either sipping tea from thin air, reclining with crossed legs, or even pretending to read a newspaper. Such professionalism, when Xinyou mused silently. Meanwhile, the receptionist resumed her duties, diligently detailing the building and its primary companies, occasionally pointing to an indistinct floor distribution map behind her. When Xinyou let the information flow in one ear and out the other, patiently awaiting the end, while occasionally noting key points, adhering to the rule, "Please do not disturb the residents as they diligently work." Unexpectedly, a mutated rat darted out from the staircase, heading straight for the enthusiastic receptionist. "Ah, a rat." The receptionist let out a scream akin to that of the terrified girl, hastily retreating to the lounge, prompting the male natives to rise in apparent fear of the rat approaching them. Indeed, this scene was far more bizarre than their appearances. When Xinyou hesitated briefly, quickly reviewing the rules in her mind to ensure she had not violated any regulations. Confident she was in the clear, she swiftly activated her vines, piercing the fleeing mutated rat. The soft tendrils quickly wrapped around it, burrowing into its body. In less than 10 seconds, the plump rat, squeaking in distress, was reduced to a desiccated corpse, which Wen Xinyou carelessly discarded in a corner. She offered a slight smile to the receptionist. "No need to fear, dear. It is all taken care of." Despite possessing only a pair of facial features, Wen Xinyou could sense the shock reflected in her expression. "Oh, thank you very much. Esteemed guest, you've been a tremendous help. You see, the building is quite old and particularly susceptible to these creatures nesting within. Our staff is not adept at dealing with them." The receptionist returned to Wen Xinyou's side, her voice now flowing more smoothly than before. When Xinyou seized upon this critical information, unhurriedly inquiring, "If I can assist you in eradicating the rodent problem, would you be willing to offer me compensation?" The receptionist paused. Then her excitement manifested as she clasped her hands together, leaning closer to Wen Xinyou, her sharp appendage almost brushing against her face. "Really, esteemed guest? You truly can? Rest assured, if you manage to eliminate them, the bosses will be more than happy to reward you generously." As she spoke, the males who had been sipping imaginary tea in the lounge approached, their suits appearing dusty as if buried underground for years. Yet the quality of the fabric was evident in its pristine condition. One extended a hand toward Wen Xinyou, his voice grating like a rusty bell. "I am the lead administrator of this building. Should you successfully resolve the rodent issue, we would be willing to compensate you with 10,000 coins for each rat king." The existence of a universal currency was unexpected for Wen Xinyou. She shook the administrator's hand, the cold, sticky sensation evoking a visceral aversion, akin to grasping a mass of mucus. "I will do my utmost," she replied coolly. Following this, Wen Xinyou accompanied the administrator and receptionist upstairs. Naturally, the elevator was out of order, necessitating the use of the familiar emergency staircase. They bypassed the first 4 floors, confirming that the Rat King she had dispatched had not returned. "How many floors does the building have in total?" Her icy voice echoed in the stairwell, sounding no less peculiar than that of the natives. The administrator tilted his head in response. Rest assured, our building is relatively short, containing only 38 floors. As he spoke, his appendage quivered slightly, rendering the dimly lit corridor even more unsettling. Wen Xinyou thought to herself, how unsettling. Chapter 30. The desolate city. Wen Xinyou firmly believed she had triggered the correct conditions for obtaining resources in the second phase. However, compared to the first phase, this reward, though substantial, was not something an average person could easily attain. Wen Xinyou attempted to list the challenges from the perspective of an ordinary individual. 1. Courage. Whether it was calmly conversing with the indigenous people or following them into buildings filled with unknown numbers of natives, or even battling mutated rats under the watchful eyes of many natives until she finally received her reward, the entire process demanded immense psychological fortitude. Wen Xinyou herself had a high emotional threshold and was never afraid of such situations. For her, experiencing emotional turbulence was far more challenging than maintaining composure. As long as she did not betray any fear or act excessively out of it, the natives were unlikely to initiate an attack on the player. 2. Strength. This point hardly needs elaboration. The overseer had explicitly stated that one must slay the Rat King to receive their reward. Yet, there were many newcomers who had never even seen what the Rat King looked like, and merely being able to kill the Rat King was insufficient. One needed the strength to consecutively defeat multiple Rat Kings. 3. Stamina. Leaving aside the physical exertion required for continuous combat, merely climbing dozens of floors in such stifling air demanded exceptional physical condition. Judging by the overseer's demeanor, it seemed there was no option for retreat once one entered. Wen Xinyou was grateful she had brought enough drinking water. Considering these factors, if players had not upgraded their safe house and gathered sufficient resources to survive the entire dimension within the first 10 days, and lacked the strength to challenge the second phase, their chances of success were virtually non-existent. Wen Xinyou wiped the sweat that continuously poured from her forehead, thinking that the seasoned players had underestimated this dungeon. Are you all right, guest? We have reached the 18th floor. The receptionist turned to look at Wen Xinyou, who was drenched in sweat. Her own smooth gray skin bore no signs of perspiration, as if she had no sweat glands at all. Wen Xinyou expressionlessly gulped down a bottle of water. In an oppose. That's all right. Let an oppose. Make haste. Very well. It was imperative to act swiftly, given her current rate of hydration. It would not be long before she felt the urge to relieve herself, and she had no desire to use the restroom in such a ghastly place. Wen Xinyou mentally estimated the time, roughly 5 to 8 minutes per floor. Finding the location of the Rat King was more time-consuming than defeating it. Despite her desperate efforts to quicken her pace, after clearing the first 4 floors, there remained a daunting 34 floors. It took her nearly 4 hours to complete the cleaning task for the entire building. Even though Wen Xinyou considered herself to have a rather resilient bladder, she ultimately could not hold it and had to relieve herself on the top floor. Fortunately, the natives, immersed in the joy of exterminating the rat infestation, paid no attention to her actions. The receptionist even thoughtfully stood at a distance to shield her from the men and oppos' gazes. Thank you very much for your assistance, Miss Wen. Here is your reward for today. The overseer approached Wen Xinyou and shook her hand vigorously. His hoarse and stiff voice conveyed genuine excitement. Wen Xinyou smiled slightly as she accepted the envelope he handed her, opening it in front of him to count the contents. The bills were quite large, adorned with peculiar gray patterns, prominently displaying the characters 10,000. Rather coarse, reminiscent of the counterfeit money I drew as a child. She quickly counted, and her brow furrowed slightly as she pulled out one bill. 35 bills, one too many. The overseer tilted his head, his copper bell-like eyes sparkling. This is our small token of appreciation. Please be sure to accept it. Wen Xinyou nodded, accepting it with composure, then turned to the receptionist who had been quietly standing behind her. I recall you mentioned that many companies in your building are food companies, correct? May I purchase directly from you? To her surprise, the receptionist visibly brightened at her attentive inquiry. She hurried to Wen Xinyou and oppos' side, adopting a very professional stance. Of course, esteemed guest, since you have been such a tremendous help, I believe all the bosses would be delighted to offer you a discount. Wen Xinyou smiled slightly. Then could you kindly leave me there? The receptionist immediately gestured for her to follow. It is my duty to serve you. Wen Xinyou thought silently that not only should one avoid disrupting their serious work, but respecting their efforts would make them even happier. She nodded in acknowledgement to the overseer, who slightly bowed in return, showing no intention of preventing her departure. I will take you to the 25th floor, where all the office information and products are registered. You can place your orders at the front desk there. The receptionist explained kindly. Very well. Do you offer delivery services? Wen Xinyou inquired. The receptionist proudly raised her voice. Certainly, esteemed guest. S-City is a commercial hub. Any building over 10 stories will provide dedicated delivery services for orders exceeding a certain amount. Our building even has a guarding service. If the guest is not home upon delivery, they will wait until you return to prevent any theft of your goods. Wen Xinyou chuckled softly, finding it rather considerate. Descending was far easier than ascending, and they soon arrived at the 25th floor. Behind the front desk, a male native in a uniform identical to the receptionist sat, who Wen Xinyou deemed the front desk gentleman. Upon their arrival, he immediately stood up, waiting for them to approach the counter. Hello, you must be Miss Wen, correct? The overseer has already informed us of your arrival. Thank you for eliminating the rat infestation in our building. The bosses have all agreed to offer you a 20% discount on any orders, along with a complimentary gift. What would you like to order? Wen Xinyou calmly asked, do you have a product list? The front desk gentleman promptly handed over a dusty piece of paper. Yes, please take a look. Wen Xinyou hesitated for a moment, cautiously taking the fragile sheet, fearing that damaging it might be deemed disruptive to their work. Fortunately, although the paper was somewhat dirty, the handwriting was still legible. The items listed were largely similar to those she had found on the lower floors. Instant noodles, canned goods, and compressed biscuits, but the list offered a wider variety and several new options. However, the prices were outrageous, with each item uniformly priced at 500 coins, 500 for a pack of noodles, 500 for a bag of salt, and 500 for a jar of honey. Even after the discount, each item still cost 400 coins. No wonder they had been so generous with the 350,000 in total. Wen Xinyou placed the list back on the counter, took a deep breath, and began to place her order. 150 packs of instant noodles in various flavors, 100 canned pork belly, 100 canned tuna, 100 hot pot base ingredients, 100 self-heating hot pots, 100 self-heating rice, 65 bags of salt, 60 bags of white sugar, 50 jars of honey, and 50 packs of compressed biscuits, with delivery to my home. Chapter 31. Desolate City. As Wen Xinyou finished speaking, the receptionist nodded. Your request is clear. The total amount for the goods is 350,000 coins. We have already commenced arrangements for our staff to deliver your order. Do you require anything else? Is it that quick? Wen Xinyou thought to herself, slightly astonished. However, considering that the staff could be notified promptly during her descent, such swiftness was not particularly surprising. Perhaps her every action was being observed by all the employees in the building. Moreover, her room was just next door, allowing for items to be conveniently tossed from the window. For now, that will be all. I will return if I need anything else. Of course. You're always welcome back, the receptionist replied. Wen Xinyou had no intention of retaining any of their currency. Only by converting it into tangible goods could it serve its purpose. Otherwise, it was merely a stack of poorly crafted paper. Thus, the 350,000 coins she had just acquired were promptly returned to them. I will escort you downstairs, the receptionist stated. Wen Xinyou nodded and followed her, this time without any interruptions, and was led directly to the entrance of the building. Please visit us again, the receptionist said as Wen Xinyou turned to glance back at her, the once dreadful visage now appearing less intimidating. Will there be discounts next time? She inquired. The receptionist tilted her head slightly, and Wen Xinyou felt as though she might be smiling. Certainly, you will enjoy lifetime discounts while in this building. We welcome you at any time. Wen Xinyou nodded and waved her hand in farewell, swiftly turning back into her alley. The receptionist watched her rapidly disappearing figure, then turned her gaze towards the person emerging from the emergency exit. I like this guest. She is so polite, she remarked. The supervisor chuckled softly, his voice hoarse and strained, lending an eerie quality to his laughter. Indeed, she is an intriguing guest. Next time, let the 25th floor send more complimentary items. Understood. Thank you. That will suffice, Wen Xinyou said as she carefully signed her name on the delivery receipt presented by the courier, managing not to tear the paper. The male native gazed at her signature for a moment, then nodded. No problem, Miss Wen. Your goods have all been delivered. Wishing you a pleasant day. Thank you for your hard work, Wen Xinyou replied, watching the courier depart before swiftly stowing away the boxes stacked by the door into her space. She entered her room and locked the door in one fluid motion. The cool air enveloped her overheated body, her shirt soaked with sweat. Phew. Wen Xinyou opened her refrigerator and gulped down a bottle of icy water, finally exhaling in relief, feeling as though she had come back to life. She glanced at the small white flower with petals slightly reddened, feeling a slight headache. The second phase of this monster fighting mode was indeed taxing. This method of exhausting physical stamina meant she could only tackle 2 buildings of around 40 stories each in a day. Solely relying on defeating the Rat King would not yield sufficient blood. She still owed Su Qin several hundred pounds of chili peppers, along with her daily fixed transactions. She needed to gather enough nutrients for at least 1 flower each day. Grumble. Just as she pondered, her stomach emitted a clear rumble. The depletion of her stamina had left her once satiated stomach empty. The sound from her intestines were undeniable. With a sigh of resignation, Wen Xinyou rose to prepare a meal. From the goods delivered by the building, she retrieved a box of instant noodles, extracting 2 packets of seafood flavor. Despite the shabby appearance of the building and its inhabitants, the products were remarkably clean, indistinguishable from the resources she typically scavenged. Climbing dozens of floors had consumed significantly more energy than traversing the lower levels, prompting Wen Xinyou to be less frugal with her ingredients. Onions, lettuce, tomatoes, and potatoes. She tossed a large quantity of accompaniments into a pot, followed by 2 noodle cakes, creating a hearty stew with pumpkin meat sauce. Deliciousness was that simple. As she devoured her meal, she opened her notification panel. Her message inbox had exploded to over 99 notifications, with a few close friends inundating her with messages. Among them, Jiang Xiao and Zhao Xinrui had sent the most, particularly Zhao Xinrui, whose texts were a torrent of frantic concern. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1, Sister Xinyou. I heard you were captured by those wretched mosquitoes and taken into the building. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. Is that true? Don't scare me. Please reply quickly. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. An hour has passed. Why haven't you responded yet? Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. Woo sister, please be safe. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. It's almost noon. Why haven't you shown up? Don't frighten me. Player, Jiang Xiao LV1. What the hell, sister? How did you end up going in with them? Player, Jiang Xiao LV1. You need to find a way out. Those mosquitoes will drain you dry. Once you go in, you can't come out. Player, Jiang Xiao LV1. Sister, please check your messages. Player, Jiang Xiao LV1. Oh my goodness, sister. Don't scare me. You can't really be in trouble, right? Player, Su Qin LV5. You follow the natives inside? Player, Su Qin LV5. So reckless. Just like you. Player, Su Qin LV5. Remember to reply when you see this. The remaining messages from the Shun siblings, Gao Mingyue and Chen Jing, were similarly concerned, initially inquiring about the situation, but quickly shifting to confirming her safety, with some even indirectly sending her condolences. Wen Xinyou, no need for that, absolutely unnecessary. However, upon exiting the building, she indeed noticed the streets devoid of any visible life. Were they all killed? Had they entered the building? Or were they hiding indoors, planning to wait out? Wen Xinyou felt little concern for the seasoned players. They were all seasoned veterans who understood the necessity of survival better than newcomers. Thus, she first replied to Zhao Xinrui and Jiang Xiao, assuring them that she was fine. Both responded almost instantaneously, expressing their relief and concern. Zhao Xinrui insisted on coming to find her, which Wen Xinyou promptly denied. She was exhausted and needed to take a nap to restore her energy. Otherwise, her efficiency in the afternoon would suffer, rendering it counterproductive. Subsequently, she replied to the other friends, all except Su Qin, who also responded almost immediately, expressing shock at her safe return. Wen Xinyou then rescheduled the trading time with them, instructing those who could not trade online to come to her place that evening. Otherwise, she would be overwhelmed with both farming and deliveries. Having addressed these matters, Wen Xinyou swiftly took a shower and promptly collapsed on her bed, falling into a deep slumber. Chapter 32. The desolate city. In the afternoon, Wen Xinyou made her way directly to the industrial building where she had discovered the iron barrels the previous day. I will eradicate the rodent infestation for your esteemed company, and in return, I only require 300 empty diesel barrels and 50 cans of diesel. What do you think? Unlike the earlier morning's hesitation due to ignorance of the rules, Wen Xinyou boldly presented her offer. A male indigenous worker, clad in work attire, paused momentarily before responding with a dazed expression. Please hold on, I will report this to the supervisor. 3 minutes later, a similarly attired supervisor appeared at the safety corridor and Oppo's entrance. As customary, Wen Xinyou shook hands with him and reiterated her conditions. The supervisor was quite agreeable, promptly stating, "No problem. We have as many empty barrels as you need, as long as you can resolve the rodent issue in this building. You may take as many as you wish." Wen Xinyou smiled faintly. "Leave it to me." The industrial building was slightly shorter than the food building, standing at only 30 stories, which was why Wen Xinyou chose to come today. Otherwise, she risked being outpaced by others. After all, a lower floor indicated a lower difficulty level. This time, Wen Xinyou was wiser. Before tackling the rodent king on each floor, she first dealt with a wave of smaller mice, saving time and allowing the little white flower to gather more nutrients, as the indigenous people would not notice any difference. Once the little white flower transformed into a little red flower, Wen Xinyou immediately escalated her efforts to eliminate the rodent king, completing the entire building in merely 4 hours. Due to her remarkable efficiency, the supervisor was exceedingly pleased, shaking her hand repeatedly and expressing his willingness to increase her diesel payment to 100 barrels. He then escorted her to the basement level, gesturing towards a pile of empty iron cans, allowing her to take as many as she liked. Internally elated, Wen Xinyou maintained a calm exterior as she collected 5 full containers for empty barrels and 1 filled with diesel, enough to last her for an eternity. In high spirits, yet mindful of her duties, Wen Xinyou hurried back to her safe house to begin cultivating vegetables. She worked tirelessly, managing to complete all transactions before the sun fully set. Exhausted, she felt as if she had been worked like a dog, and without the last remnants of willpower, she would have had no desire even to take a bath. A refreshing shower revived her slightly, and she quickly prepared a meal before tallying her gains for the day. Today's task rewards: 500 milliliters bottled water 2, whole wheat bread 2, furniture upgrade 1. Wen Xinyou chose the wall by the door, increasing the safe house in Oppo's defense value by 5. Crops harvested: 24 batches. Cucumbers 2, totaling 24 gene. Pumpkins 2, totaling 8 and 64 gene. Peppers 20, totaling 60 gene. Exchange supplies: instant noodles of various flavors 150, pork can, tuna can, hot pot base, self-heating hot pot. Self-heating rice, each 100. Salt 500 G65. White sugar 500 G60. Honey 500 G70. 20 portions as gifts. Compressed biscuits 450 200. Empty iron cans 395. Diesel 99 cans. Vegetables traded totaled 112 gene, repaying 60 gene of peppers, yielding space of 1 m. Lard 12 gene. Oil residue 8 gene. Steak 20 gene. Medical alcohol 500 G3. Bound items 3, tuna cans 6, compressed biscuits 4, iodine solution 10 bottles, basic medical kits 7. Personal consumption: onions, potatoes, tomatoes, lettuce, each 1 gene. Pumpkin meat sauce 1 gene, rice 1 gene, instant noodles 2, bottled water 10. Wen Xinyou's gaze lingered on her water consumption, which had nearly doubled compared to the first phase. Although she had a substantial supply, the loss of the building's search as a stable water source necessitated that she limit her outings to once a day until a new source was found. After organizing her supplies, Wen Xinyou reclassified her gains, ensuring that all the notes she had written the previous day found their rightful place. With ample containers available, she could even redistribute the canned goods by flavor, assigning each type of vegetable its own dedicated barrel. The joy of such perfect categorization was understood only by those with obsessive tendencies. Once everything was in order, Wen Xinyou finally fell on her bed, drifting into a deep slumber. Desolate City, LV1 Day, 12 Today's Task. Eliminate mutated creatures 10 Special Task. Eliminate mutated creatures 20 at 8 o'clock. As soon as the system notification emerged, Wen Xinyou set out with her knife in hand. The morning temperatures were at their lowest, minimizing physical exertion, while the afternoon heat would inevitably lead to greater water consumption. As she turned the corner, Wen Xinyou spotted the receptionist standing at the building's entrance, who greeted her with palpable enthusiasm. Miss Wen, good morning." Wen Xinyou paused, slightly taken aback, but quickly composed herself, replying, "Good morning, Mississippi." Perhaps due to the absence of rodents, the receptionist appeared in good spirits and inquired, "Where is Miss Wen headed today?" Wen Xinyou pondered for a moment and decided to follow her lead. "I was thinking of buying a new pair of shoes. Do you have any recommendations?" She lifted her foot to showcase her heavy black rubber shoes, which looked quite stifling. The receptionist clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "What a coincidence. The building next door is home to the most famous clothing store on this street. I'm close friends with their receptionist. And just yesterday we discussed how if you were willing to help them with their rodent problem, the owners would surely offer you a discount on your purchases. If you're interested, I can introduce you right now." She gestured towards the adjacent building that housed Wen Xinyou's safe house, suddenly caught in an unexpected arrangement. Wen Xinyou felt that refusing was no longer an option. "Well, since I haven't decided where to go today, I suppose nearby is acceptable," she replied, going along with the flow. "Not a problem. It would be my honor to assist you." Seeing that she had taken her suggestion, the receptionist appeared even more delighted. And Wen Xinyou imagined that if she were a mosquito, her wings would be flapping with glee. Upon arriving at the neighboring building, Wen Xinyou immediately spotted a female indigenous worker seated elegantly in the center. She bore an uncanny resemblance to the receptionist, save for a slight difference in uniform. Wen Xinyou mentally referred to her as receptionist number 2. "Xiaoya, this is the incredibly skilled client I mentioned yesterday, who can help with the rodent issue. She said that if you can secure her a discount on clothing, she will gladly take on your contract." The first receptionist announced to receptionist number 2, Wait. Your words are somewhat inconsistent with what you just said. Did you previously work in sales before becoming a receptionist? And do indigenous people actually have names?" Wen Xinyou silently critiqued, though she maintained a cooperative demeanor as she nodded at receptionist number 2. "Yes, please convey my request." Chapter 33. The Desolate City, really? That's wonderful. "Thank you, Miss Wen. And Xiaoqing. Our manager will come down immediately." Xiaoyu exclaimed joyfully, grasping Wen Xinyou's hand. Wen Xinyou offered a faint smile, offering no resistance. Based on her previous experiences, it seemed that shaking hands with the locals was part of the test. Some individuals could not endure the sticky, soft, and unpleasant sensation, and Wen Xinyou initially found it somewhat disconcerting. However, as the weather grew increasingly warm and the locals had lower body temperatures, she eventually came to perceive it as akin to a chilled slime. Provided one could overlook the lingering stickiness, it was rather comfortable. She was completely unaware of how unconventional her thoughts were, even unable to resist giving Xiaoyu and Appo's hand a gentle squeeze. Before long, the building and Appo's manager emerged from the emergency exit, a female local. Although her facial features bore a striking resemblance to those of the two receptionists, Wen Xinyou sensed a certain competence and authority that came with her leadership. "Greetings, Miss Wen. We appreciate your willingness to address our concerns. We are prepared to offer a reward of 10,000 coins for pest control below the 40th floor, 30,000 coins for above the 40th floor, and 50,000 coins for above the 50th floor. Additionally, upon a successful eradication of all pests, you will enjoy a permanent 30% discount on all goods in this building." The manager stated the terms with precision before swiftly changing the subject. "However, this building has a total of 52 floors. Are you certain you wish to accept this task? Beyond the 40th floor, there was a chance of triggering different rewards every 10 floors. After surpassing a certain level, there was an opportunity to withdraw." Wen Xinyou silently summarized in her mind, "I have no issues, please rest assured." She maintained her formulaic smile while the manager and Appo's dark eyes fixed on her for a moment before she gestured for her to proceed. Wen Xinyou possessed an abundance of endurance. In her previous assessments within the team, she consistently achieved perfect scores, surpassing many veterans with a decade of experience. For special forces, in addition to skill and strength, endurance was paramount. It determined a soldier's capacity for survival and their ability to complete missions under arduous conditions, revealing how far one might traverse along this path. Wen Xinyou could effortlessly complete 2 marathons in one breath. The 50-story building posed no challenge for her. Were it not for the insufficient drinking water, she could have run through 3 such buildings consecutively. Once the last Rat King succumbed, Wen Xinyou wiped the sweat from her brow and turned to the manager. The latter promptly disbursed her payment, totaling 780,000 coins, including the 20,000 coin bonus, and instructed Xinyou to escort her to the headquarters for orders. The receptionists, including Xiao Qing, had already bid farewell and returned to their posts, leaving Xinyou to attend to her. The two were indeed good friends. Xinyou was more talkative than Xiao Qing, and while Wen Xinyou occasionally gleaned useful information, she engaged with her amiably. Moreover, Xinyou seemed less guarded than Xiao Qing, making it easier for Wen Xinyou to extract information. She casually inquired, "Miss Xinyou, do you know which building sells drinking water?" Xinyou glanced back at her, seemingly amused. "We don't consume that, so we don't have any related business." Wen Xinyou noted her sharp features, thinking it made sense. However, she perked up. "Oh, but there will be plenty during the parties. To accommodate the tourists, the organizers always provide many items that the guests enjoy as rewards. A carnival party." Wen Xinyou silently committed her words to memory, maintaining her smile. "I understand. Thank you, Miss Xinyou. I am very much looking forward to the party." Hearing this, Xinyou beamed even brighter. "Really? Miss Wen, you are so kind. Many tourists dislike our parties, but they are truly enjoyable. Please make sure to attend." Wen Xinyou nodded with a smile. "I will." The headquarters of this building was also located on the 25th floor, and the male receptionist guided Wen Xinyou through the process, mirroring the previous day and Appo's experience. As she carefully examined the list of goods presented to her, she could not help but gasp. A set of regular clothing cost 10,000 coins, winter attire 20,000 coins, a pair of shoes 10,000 coins, a thin blanket 10,000 coins, and a thick blanket 30,000 coins. When Xinyou's cheeks twitched, the prices were utterly absurd. No wonder they offered a 30% discount. In comparison, the food company's prices were practically a bargain. She swiftly calculated the optimal plan in her mind, and after a moment, she fixed her gaze on the list and addressed the receptionist. 20 sets of regular clothing, all long-sleeved and long pants. 18 sets of winter clothing, the thickest available. 20 pairs of shoes, 10 pairs of sneakers, and 10 pairs of boots. 5 thin blankets and 10 thick blankets. Also, could I receive a few pairs of socks? The receptionist tilted his head slightly. When Xinyou had come to interpret this gesture as the locals and Appo's version of A and Appo's smile and Appo's. Naturally, the manager had already briefed him on the matter. With the 3,000 coins remaining, would it be acceptable to exchange them for 20 pairs of thin socks and 20 pairs of thick socks? Certainly, that would be wonderful. When Xinyou stifled a grin. Thank you very much. Very well. We shall begin arranging the delivery for you. Please keep an eye out for it. With the transaction completed, when Xinyou had no desire to linger and followed Xinyou directly back to the first floor. This outing had taken nearly 6 hours, and she was quite hungry. After politely bidding farewell to Xinyou, she hurried back to her safe house, collecting the delivered garments. Upon returning to the air-conditioned room, when Xinyou instantly felt herself relax. Excessive sweating could lead to fatigue, dehydration, and electrolyte imbalances. These were symptoms that could arise despite timely rehydration, which was among the reasons she advised against excessive ascents even with ample endurance. After a refreshing shower, a bottle of sports drink, and a hearty meal, she finally felt somewhat rejuvenated. Sated, when Xinyou lay on her bed and opened the message panel. Aside from Zhao Xinrui and Appo's, as usual complaints about the difficulties of battling monsters, the challenges of finding lower-level buildings, and the intimidating appearance of the locals, she had yet to locate a suitable building to challenge. There were also occasional messages from Jiang Shaoshi with bits of insider information. For instance, he would share how many individuals had entered a building and never emerged, which seasoned players were involved, and how formidable the locals could be. Although much of it was trivial, it still constituted valuable intelligence. And Wen Xinyou was always receptive to such information. The others also inquired about her trading hours for the day, to which Wen Xinyou replied she would send it once it was set. The established trading relationships had now reached a stage where online transactions were feasible, eliminating the need for face-to-face interactions. Scrolling to the bottom, Wen Xinyou encountered Su Qin's dialogue box. It appeared to have been sent shortly after she ascended. It contained but a single phrase. "Would you like to exchange information?" Without hesitation, Wen Xinyou replied affirmatively. In a world teeming with novices at level 1, the opportunities to genuinely exchange valuable intelligence were exceedingly rare. Most individuals, even if they possessed information, were reluctant to share. When she encountered an earnest individual, Wen Xinyou was not about to let the chance slip away. Chapter 34. The Desolate City Player, Wen Xinyou, Level 1. When shall we go? Player, Su Qin. Level 5. How about dinner time? I'll treat you. Wen Xinyou paused her typing. Player, Wen Xinyou, Level 1. You cook? Player, Su Qin. Level 5. Your words truly sting. It's meat sauce over rice. Is that acceptable? Wen Xinyou suppressed a smile. Player, Wen Xinyou, Level 1, alright. I'll message you before we go. Player, Su Qin, Level 5. Okay. At last, Wen Xinyou comprehended the source of her unexpectedly increasing defense points. She witnessed Su Qin devour an enormous pot of rice and 2 plates of vegetables, easily consuming 5 kilograms, while she could only manage 7 or 8 kilograms in a day of earnest effort. He then looked at her with a puzzled expression, nonchalantly waving his hand. Eat your fill, this meal is on me. Having already exerted herself over a pot of rice and a heap of vegetables, Wen Xinyou replied, Thank you, but that's more than enough. Su Qin shook his head, clicking his tongue. You're so thin yet eat so little. With your level of physical activity every day, can your body handle it? It was the first time in years that someone described Wen Xinyou as eating little, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. Feeling a mix of emotions, Su Qin, mistaking her silence for shyness, kindly shifted the topic. Let us discuss the second phase. Wen Xinyou. Sure. Su Qin, I'll go first. In the past 2 days, I've tackled 3 buildings. One with 42 floors, another with 48, and the last with 54. The reward for floors below 40 is 10,000 coins. For those below 50, it's 30,000, and above 50, it's 50,000. The higher the floor, the greater the reward. That much is certain. Wen Xinyou suddenly sensed that she might not glean any valuable information today. After a pause, she responded, I've also completed 3 buildings, 30, 38, and 52, with similar rewards. I believe there might be a chance to retract our choices for floors above 40. Su Qin seemed to realize the high degree of overlap in their intelligence, falling into an unusual silence for a moment. He continued, Only those who have cleared the building can enter thereafter. Wen Xinyou was unaware of this detail. She nodded and shared the useful information she had extracted from Jiang Shao's ramblings. However, it appears one can enter under the guidance of a cleared player, possibly 1 or 2 people. Jiang Shao mentioned having seen those who emerged from the building leading others inside, though she hadn't thought much of it until Su Qin's words reminded her. Su Qin raised an eyebrow. That makes things easier. We can strive to challenge buildings with different functions and then enter together as companions. Wen Xinyou shook her head. She had already considered this. It's unnecessary. The lifelong discount should only apply to the cleared player, and purchasing their goods at full price isn't cost-effective. Su Qin ran his fingers through his hair, furrowing his beautifully sharp brows. You're right, Wen Xinyou continued, but I agree on the point of challenging different functions. If needed, we can ask others to procure the supplies for us. The buildings I have cleared are the food building, the industrial building, and the clothing building. Su Qin's expression twisted slightly upon hearing this. You, Wen Xinyou. Su Qin took a deep breath, calming himself, and said gravely, I only have 1 industrial building. The other two are just ordinary financial office buildings, which can't be exchanged for anything. Wen Xinyou, no wonder you said as much as possible earlier. She patted her companion's slumped shoulder in consolation. It's fine. I can help you exchange for whatever you need. Su Qin glanced at her with a hint of melancholy, saying nothing. Was he in need of food and clothing? Clearly, jealousy was distorting his perception. Wen Xinyou silently continued. I also inquired with the locals, and it seems their supply chain lacks water. Players must participate in the third phase grand party to obtain water, which they said would be a reward. I surmise there will be various forms of challenges or competitions. Su Qin nodded. I inquired about pharmaceuticals, and the answers were similar. It appears that players in need of supplies must venture out. After saying this, he ran his fingers through his hair again in frustration. And Wen Xinyou genuinely worried he might pull it all out? It's ironic. I thought it would be the simplest dungeon, yet it's the most complicated. Those previous ones could have been easily navigated. Wen Xinyou mused that this could work, as long as one was willing to part with those richly diverse supplies. Yet, this realm was abundant with resources, making it hard to resist not going. Indeed, that is how it is. Let us proceed at our own pace in ascending the buildings. If we discover anything special, we'll keep in touch, Su Qin proposed. Wen Xinyou had no objections. They had received similar guidance and training in the past, leading to a general alignment in their strategic approaches. Regarding the fact that they were both competitors, neither had explicitly mentioned it, but they understood implicitly. As long as their goals aligned, cooperation was feasible. Any action that propelled them toward their objectives was permissible. This was their shared creed. Let us avoid lower floors as much as possible. We shouldn't compete with regular players for survival, Wen Xinyou suggested, lowering her gaze. Su Qin chuckled softly. Lower floors aren't worth it. I won't bother. Wen Xinyou smiled faintly, standing up. All right, I'll take my leave now. Thank you for dinner. Not all. Let me see you off, he replied. Thank you for your assistance, and welcome to visit again. Certainly, absolutely. Zhao Xinrui could hardly suppress her facial muscles, fighting off nausea as she shook hands with the local one last time. As soon as the other returned to the building, she hastily activated her skill to vanish from sight. It was truly a lifesaver, with the menacing locals in front and players lurking behind. Zhao Xinrui felt like she could barely hold on. This game was not meant for ordinary players like them. They were merely there to serve high-level players like Wen Xinyou as NPCs. After entering the second phase, this thought echoed in Zhao Xinrui's mind repeatedly, leaving her feeling desolate. She couldn't bear to think how she would have fared in the second phase had she not heeded Wen Xinyou's advice during the first phase, diligently training and practicing her skills against the mutant rats. If she had relied solely on the meager resources accumulated in the first phase to survive the entire game, it would have been a daunting challenge. In stark contrast to the chaos of the first day, the rules of the second phase had spread following the success of the initial wave of challengers. With almost no conflicts of interest, the elites were willing to share the rules with them. To acquire supplies, one must enter the buildings and eliminate all the rat kings, or face certain death. Thus, weaker players had no choice but to scramble for the lower floors. But in this steel forest, buildings below 20 floors were exceedingly rare. Moreover, even those under 20 floors were sufficient to filter out most players who hadn't climbed a staircase in the past 800 years. Chapter 35. Desolate City. In this scenario, Zhao Xinrui, a university student residing on the 6th floor, found herself with a slight advantage. However, ascending the stairs was merely one of the trials in this game. Simultaneously vanquishing all the Rat Kings was the true reason for the annihilation of ordinary players. Many were unaware of what the Rat Kings resembled before entering the second phase, mistakenly believing they only had to eliminate ordinary mutated rats. Consequently, once they stepped inside the building, they were left dumbfounded. Even if they did not fall victim to a counterattack from the Rat Kings, they would inevitably become a meal for the indigenous residents. Only the Rat Kings that were successfully challenged would permanently vanish. Otherwise, they would immediately respawn, waiting for the next challenger. Today, Zhao Xinrui had set her sights on a building with 21 floors, but, in reality, she only needed to confront 17 floors. As the previous player, Wen Xinyou, had already swept through it. She rushed in the moment the last challenger's corpse was flung out of the building, drawing the ire of the players behind her. Yet, in the face of survival, who would bother to queue? The young girl, using her last ounce of strength, sprinted back to the safe house, her hands clutching 17 large bills, a satisfied smile gracing her face. She quickly reached out to Sister Xinyou, seeking her praise. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Look, Sister Xinyou, am I impressive? Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Indeed, you performed admirably. I will assist you in exchanging this for food supplies later. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Yes. Thank you, Sister Xinyou. The building I conquered today sold toiletries. They had toothpaste, toothbrushes, soap, shower gel, and shampoo, all priced at $500, but I got an 80 discount. Do you need anything? Wen Xinyou paused her writing, flipping through the inventory summary and noting the absence of toiletries. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Yes, I need them. I will send you the list and funds tomorrow. Please help me acquire them. Also, let me know what you need, and I will come to your room to find you. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. No problem. Rest assured. With a smile, Wen Xinyou closed the dialogue box and continued to summarize her gains for the day. After 12 days of gameplay, her income and expenditures were as follows. Today and Oppos. Task rewards, 500 milliliters bottled water 2, whole wheat bread 1, fried egg 1, furniture upgrade 1. Wen Xinyou chose the wall of the opposite room, increasing the safe house's defense value by 5. Crops harvested, 24 batches. Cucumbers 2, totaling 48 pounds. Tomatoes 2, totaling 30 pounds. Peppers 20, totaling 60 pounds. Exchange supplies, casual clothing 20, winter clothing 18, thin blankets 5, thick blankets 10, sneakers 10, boots 10, cotton socks 20, cashmere socks 20. Vegetables traded amounted to 107 pounds, repaying 60 pounds of peppers, resulting in 1 m of space, 12 pounds of lard, 8 pounds of oil residue, 20 pounds of beef, 10 tablets of antipyretics, 3 binding items, 10 cans of tuna, for compressed biscuits, 2 packs of antiviral medication, and 2 packs of anti-inflammatory medication. Personal consumption included 1 pound each of onions, cabbage, pumpkin meat sauce, rice, and 6 bottles of water. After organizing her supplies, Wen Xinyou retrieved 2 pairs of sneakers and placed them by the door. She meticulously cleaned her dirty rubber shoes and, once dried, stored them in the miscellaneous bin of her space. The 7 basic medical kits she had exchanged with Chunjing were now sorted into several distinct medical boxes. Each basic medical kit contained 3 rolls of bandages, 3 rolls of gauze, a 200g bottle of medical alcohol, and a bundle of medical cotton swabs. Wen Xinyou stuffed bandages, gauze, and cotton swabs into 4 of the boxes while setting the medical alcohol aside. The remaining 3 boxes were designated for common medications, special medications, and disinfectants, allowing for easy access. As for the miscellaneous bin that had originally housed the medications, it had now transformed into a true miscellaneous bin. But Wen Xinyou still endeavored to categorize the contents, using wooden dividers to create smaller sections to prevent losing items when needed. Although Suqin and Oppos' space was convenient, locating a specific item immediately required memorizing its precise location. Otherwise, one would have to rummage through their thoughts until it was found. This aspect could be potentially fatal in practical applications, a situation Wen Xinyou refused to permit. Next, she retrieved a thick cotton quilt and laid it atop the bed frame, which had already been layered with 2 layers of rice straw. She then spread a fresh sheet on top, raising the entire bed by half its original height. Yet, lying on it was exceedingly comfortable, neither too soft to harm her back nor too hard, striking the perfect balance. Wen Xinyou then produced an air conditioning blanket, relegating the thin blanket gifted by the system to the same fate as the as thin as paper blanket, repurposing it into scraps to serve as light-blocking fabric for her bean sprouts. Observing her tidy, bright, and comfortably cool room, Wen Xinyou could not help but smile with satisfaction. "Oh, this is life." She turned off the light and nestled into her soft bedding, sinking into a blissful slumber. Meanwhile, in a safe house on 24th Street, Chunhan huddled by the edge of his bed, fearfully peering through the gap in the blanket at the window beside the door. The flickering yellow light cast eerie shadows, illuminating the gray faces that nearly obscured the window creating a chilling spectacle. The indigenous people, with their unervingly dark eyes, reflected an unsettling glow in the thick night, forcing Chen Han to abandon his self-delusion. They were watching him. Regret washed over him as he lamented his poor choices, wishing he had not heeded Miao Gaochao's terrible advice to eliminate the indigenous residents for easy access to supplies. True, the guards had been dispatched, but the outcome was not the acquisition of resources. Instead, dozens of indigenous people surged forth to hunt them down. Had he not run swiftly, he would have met the same grim fate as Miao Gaochao, being drained and torn apart by the furious inhabitants. Initially believing he would be safe upon returning to the safe house, he was horrified to find these relentless specters pursuing him even at night. Bang! The fragile window creaked under pressure, the multitude of indigenous faces seeming to inch closer into the room. Yet they did not enter, merely staring ominously, as if warning him that stepping outside this door would seal his doom. He buried his face in the blanket, screaming in despair. Who would come to save him? In the days that followed, up until the conclusion of the 20th day, Wen Xinyou maintained an impressive efficiency of conquering 70 to 80 floors daily, navigating through the days with a sense of calm. The overall income and expenditures were as follows. On the 13th day, she reached the 72nd floor, effectively conquering the 70th, earning a reward of 50,000, totaling to 1 million. Concurrently, her vibrant vitality upgraded to LV3, with the petals of the small white flower increasing to 15, requiring 368 petals for the next level. The accompanying skill, Passionate Rebirth, also advanced to LV3, with a healing effect of 35, although Wen Xinyou had yet to utilize this skill even once. On the 14th day, she reached the 75th floor, effectively conquering the 73rd, earning a reward of 50,000, totaling to 1 million. On the 15th day, she reached the 73rd floor, effectively conquering the 71st, earning a reward of 50,000, totaling to 1 million. On the 16th day, she reached the 75th floor, effectively conquering the 71st, earning a reward of 50,000, totaling to 25 million. On the 17th day, she reached the 84th floor, effectively conquering the 82nd, earning a reward of 60,000, totaling 18 million. On the 18th day, she reached the 88th floor, effectively conquering the 86th, earning a reward of 60,000, totaling 62 million. On the 19th day, she reached the 85th floor, effectively conquering the 83rd, earning a reward of 60,000, totaling 29 million. On the 20th day, she reached the 83rd floor, effectively conquering the 81st, earning a reward of 60,000, totaling 7 million. The total amount reached 63 million, with a significant expenditure on a luxurious Doomsday Battle Armor RV for 20 million, leaving 63 million for daily necessities. Chapter 36. The desolate city. The RV company was conquered by Su Qin, and the armored RVs were deemed a special resource point. With only 2 available, resources that high-level players snatched up immediately. The earnings over the past 13 to 20 days are as follows. Today and Appos. task rewards included 16 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, 10 loaves of whole grain bread, 6 fried eggs, and 8 furniture upgrades. Wen Xinyou completed a full house upgrade, enhancing the walls, 2, floor, 1, windows, 1, and door 1. The boiler was upgraded to a standard model, and the refrigerator and Appos' capacity was expanded to 45L. Yellow light bulbs were replaced with incandescent lights, increasing the safety house and Appos' defense value by 30. A total of 96 petals were collected, and crops harvested amounted to 192 servings, 20 cucumbers for 180 gene, 20 tomatoes, 300 gene, 100 peppers, 300 gene, 20 lettuces, 180 gene, 20 sweet potatoes, 300 gene, 10 potatoes, 75 gene, and 2 apples, 12 gene. Resources exchanged included 200 units each of white sugar, salt, compressed biscuits, and instant noodles, 100 canned fruits, 100 canned pork, 100 canned tuna, 100 self-heating hot pot meals, 100 self-heating rice packs, and 100 jars of honey, along with 50 hot pot-based materials and 50 complementary hot pot-based materials. Clothing included 20 casual outfits, 15 winter garments, 10 thick and 10 thin blankets, and 10 pairs each of sports shoes and boots, plus 30 pairs of complementary cotton socks and 20 pairs of rabbit wool socks. Hygiene supplies totaled 300 bars of soap and 200 toothpaste and toothbrush sets, with 100 each of 300g shampoo and body wash, and 30 complementary soaps. Vegetables traded amounted to 930 gene, with 180 gene of peppers repaid, yielding a space of 10 m. 96 gene of lard, 64 gene of oil residue, 180 gene of beef, 4 cans of multivitamins, 4 cans of calcium tablets, 5 cans of fish oil, 4 packs of antifungal medication, 10 bottles of medical alcohol, 6 packs of anti-inflammatory drugs, 7 basic medical kits, 6 packs of painkillers, 24 bound items, 40 cans of tuna, 30 cans of pork, 30 packets of instant noodles, and 50 compressed biscuits. Personal consumption included 70 gene of vegetables, 3 gene of meat sauce, 6 gene of rice, 4 gene of flour, 8 packets of instant noodles, 6 gene of apples, and 54 bottles of mineral water. The second phase of intense physical consumption significantly accelerated the depletion of vegetables traded by Wen Xinyou, especially with Su Qin around. She began to suspect he possessed space abilities within his stomach, given the sheer amount he consumed daily. Nevertheless, Wen Xinyou wholeheartedly supported him, for he was the backbone of her numerical enhancement. Wen Xinyou opened her stats panel, adhering to her nightly routine. Player name, Wen Xinyou. Player level, 1 occupation, farmer skill points, 0 health, 15 strength, 8 attack, 8 defense, 430 agility, 5 counterattack, 0 mental strength. 8 player, Wen Xinyou and Oppos. Safety house level, 2 defense, 150 80 counterattack, 0 stealth, 0 with a flourish. Wen Xinyou allocated 200 points to her safety house and amp, Oppos, S defense. Under normal circumstances, her current defense value was sufficient to render her invincible at level 1 and even beyond. Provided she had ample resources, she could easily relax. Now, with enough drinking water, this goal was within reach. Closing her eyes, she felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. In truth, based on her understanding of herself, she would seize any opportunity to obtain resources, even if her inventory was ample. The instinct to hoard was irresistible. She could not bear to watch resources slip away. However, the drive to fight for survival and the desire for self-satisfaction were 2 distinct concepts. With a sense of fulfillment regarding her hoarding and curiosity for the next phase, Wen Xinyou sank into her bed, concluding this fulfilling day. Desolate City, LV1 Phase 2. Concluded. Desolate City LV. 1 day, 21 today's task. Achieve victory in the Carnival Party, Project 1 special task. Achieve victory in the Carnival Party, Project 6, as the game prompt appeared. Wen Xinyou was engaged in conversation with Su Qin. Player, Su Qin LV5. Last night, there were deaths on Street 24, right across from me. It and Oppos. An invasion by the natives. Wen Xinyou stared at this message for a long time. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. I too vaguely heard screams nearby last night. Perhaps the party commenced from then. Player, Su Qin LV5. I had the same thought. Now we await their first knock. After we step out, we will assess the situation. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. All right, we will regroup if necessary. Player, Su Qin LV5. Yes, let us keep in touch. Closing the dialogue box, Wen Xinyou rubbed her temples, feeling a bit of a headache. She then messaged Zhao Xinrui. Player, Wen Xinyou LV. 1. Don't venture out this morning. Keep an eye on the safety house's defense value. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. Understood. Are you heading out, sis? Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Yes, I'll find you after I understand the rules. Remain on standby. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. Yes, sir. Around 9:00 and Oppos. Clock. A knock finally echoed. Dear guest, hello. We are here to invite you to join today and amp, Oppos, S party. The natives stiff, cold voices accompany the knocking, and amp, Oppos, bang, and amp, Oppos, and amp, Oppos, bang, and amp, Oppos, and amp, Oppos, bang, and amp, Oppos. The first 3 knocks could be considered polite, when Xinyou hesitated, waiting to observe their next move. However, the knocking grew increasingly frantic and intense, visibly shaking the door frame, causing the nearby windows to tremble as well. Wen Xinyou had no doubt that an unupgraded wooden safety house would collapse under such violent strain. Even an upgraded wooden house would likely not remain unscathed. After 4.5 minutes, the frequency of knocks resembled a barrage of bombs relentlessly pounding on the door, while the natives continuously repeated the same phrase. It was nothing short of a noise attack. Internally cursing, Wen Xinyou stepped forward and flung open the iron door. 2 men, clad in garish yet tattered attire, simultaneously ceased their knocking and tilted their heads slightly at her. "Hello, have you decided to join us for the party?" Wen Xinyou forced a smile. "Yes, I have been eagerly anticipating this. My apologies, I was just attending to some household chores." The 2 natives tilted their heads again, stepping aside to allow her passage. "No worries, please. After you, madam. We'll guide you through." Their chilling, rigid voices overlapped, injecting an eerie atmosphere into the stifling alleyway. Had it been Zhao Xinrui, she might have cried out in fright by now. However, with her high magical defense, Wen Xinyou simply ignored the excitement in their tone, deftly sidestepping their advances, and calmly stepped outside her home. "Is that so? Thank you." Chapter 37. The desolate city, the world beyond the alley, had undergone a radical transformation. The moment when Xinyou stepped outside, she found herself frozen in disbelief. The streets, once desolate and forlorn just a day prior, were now bustling with a cacophony of sounds. Yet, this in Oppos, sound in Oppos, was predominantly that of the indigenous people, their sharp, rigid, and frigid calls echoing in succession, occasionally interspersed with human screams. Rather than a festive atmosphere, it resembled a scene of execution. The vacant streets had been transformed into a carnival setting, filled with a myriad of stalls. From her vantage point, Wen Xinyou could see ring toss, shooting games, riddles, wrestling. However, the decorations and equipment bore an uncanny resemblance to the garish attire of the indigenous people, vibrant yet worn and dilapidated. Such a juxtaposition, combined with the unsettling background noise, could hardly be described as merely strange. For the players, the most terrifying aspect was not merely being in this street, but rather the chilling cries that pierced through the air. "Ah, no, don't, spare me, help, help." At that moment, in front of a shooting stall, one unfortunate player, having lost the game, let out a haunting scream. 2 indigenous individuals swiftly pierced his neck and heart with their sharp appendages, and within moments he lay lifeless, rapidly turning into a desiccated corpse. The drained body was carelessly tossed to the stall owner by the 2 indigenous beings, who then departed with an air of nonchalance. This gruesome scene left the surrounding players in shock, causing one attempting the ring toss to falter, ultimately meeting the same grim fate. Wen Xinyou's expression darkened. Was this level 1 game truly so twisted? She intended to observe her surroundings further, but the 2 indigenous beings behind her hastily approached, flanking her and blocking her escape route. It was evident, should she lose, she would become their prey. "Look how lively the party is. Madam, which game would you like to play?" 4 pitch-black eyes fixated on her, their sharp appendages quivering with anticipation. Wen Xinyou maintained her composure. "If I win against you, will I be free to move about?" "Indeed, madam. Should you wish for us to accompany you for further games, that is also agreeable." The indigenous being spoke with a cold detachment, unaware of the fate that awaited him. Silently, Wen Xinyou pursed her lips and strode towards the shooting stall. The vendor greeted her enthusiastically. "Ah, welcome. Are you here to challenge us? Our prizes are quite generous. Win the duel, and you can claim all the prizes you hit." Wen Xinyou glanced at the prize display. Instead of tangible items, it consisted of signs bearing inscriptions such as an amp, Oppos, 500 ml bottled water X3 and amp, Oppos, common amp, Oppos, instant noodles X2 and amp, Oppos, common amp, Oppos, soap X2 and amp, Oppos, common amp, Oppos, quilt X1 and amp, Oppos, common amp, Oppos, first aid kit X1 and amp, Oppos. Each sign was adorned with a circular target, the size of which diminished according to the value of the prize, with the largest being the size of a bottle cap, and the smallest merely about the size of a mung bean. She swiftly assessed the offerings and calculated that the total reward for bottled water amounted to 500 milliliters x72 or 1 LX60, necessitating a total of 54 shots to achieve a complete hit. Turning to the vendor, she inquired, "How many bullets does each person receive per attempt? Is there a limit on the number of challenges? Can one challenge alone?" After a brief pause, the vendor responded, "Each person receives 15 bullets per round, with a maximum of 9 challenges allowed in a day, 3 each in the morning, afternoon, and evening. A challenger must have an opponent. Thus, it was impossible to claim all the prizes in the morning." Wen Xinyou nodded and turned to the 2 indigenous beings, declaring, "I wish to play this." They exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, tilting his head slightly. "I shall accompany you for the first round." Wen Xinyou merely nodded, her hand already grasping the gun to take aim. After all, this was merely a level 1 challenge. The game could not be so merciless towards players. The gun was of good quality, thus testing skill and mindset. At the moment she lifted the gun, Wen Xinyou felt a surge of excitement. This party truly felt like a party. "Begin." Bang, 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 bang. As the vendor's voice faded, the stall was immediately filled with the sound of gunfire, the shots drowning out the noise of bullets hitting targets. From that instant, the gunfire did not cease. If the vendor had a mouth, he would have been left utterly speechless. Others may have missed the details, but he saw everything clearly. In those initial 4 shots, this customer hit 3 targets, while his companion missed entirely. Soon, when Xinyou and Appo's battle concluded, with only one brief pause to reload, the bullets were filled with paint. Upon hitting the signs, they burst forth in vibrant colors. When Xinyou and Appo's shots were red, and the wall before her now bore 15 red targets. Her objective was clear. She aimed solely for the 1 L bottled water. When Xinyou smiled at the vendor, "Shall I pay separately or together later? I wish to continue challenging." The vendor was at a loss for words. The 2 indigenous beings stared in disbelief. What on earth is happening? Who is this monster? We've never seen anything like this in all our years of vending. At that moment, the vendor's once cold heart ignited with unprecedented frustration. Ultimately, when Xinyou departed joyfully, arms laden with her spoils, leading 2 disheartened indigenous beings towards the next stall. 1 L bottled water x60, 500 milliliters bottled water x45, acquired. The next game was ring toss, with each participant receiving 10 rings per round, limited to 3 rounds per phase. When Xinyou again achieved a stunning victory, winning 500 milliliters bottled water x30 and 1 L bottled water x15. Subsequently, she played bean bag toss, pot throwing, darts, bowling, basketball, billiards, soccer, and wrestling. By the end of the morning, Wen Xinyou had dragged the 2 indigenous beings through 10 different games. The 2 indigenous beings, who had initially approached her with vigor that morning, now appeared utterly depleted, their legs trembling. Faced with Wen Xinyou, they found themselves at a loss for words. Their appendages seemingly dulled. As the bell chimed, they fled from her presence with haste. "Hey, why are you leaving so quickly? Will you come back this afternoon?" she called after their retreating figures, making a gesture of reluctant farewell. As a mysterious bell tolled, the indigenous people, be they players, vendors, or passers-by, quickly retreated into nearby buildings. By the time the 12 chimes had sounded, not a single indigenous figure remained on the street. What remained were players, some laden with treasures, others having narrowly escaped calamity. Wen Xinyou, of course, belonged to the former group. "What a ridiculous game. I swear I want to come back this afternoon." She overheard a player muttering bitterly, limping away with a bag full of supplies into the alley. As she gazed at the abundant stockpile of bottled water, she tilted her head slightly. Reminiscent of the indigenous people, why did she feel that this was rather enjoyable? Chapter 38. The Desolate City Player, Su Qin LV5. How do you feel? Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Quite good. Player, Su Qin LV5. I anticipated you would say that, though I never expected it to be in this manner. I find it rather enjoyable as well. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. That being said, it is somewhat unfriendly to ordinary players. I've noticed the natives possess considerable strength. Player, Su Qin LV5. Yes, thus one must have at least one specialty. I have encountered many players who have been eliminated. Player, When Xinyou LV1. In any case, one must remain cautious. Player, Su Qin LV5. Likewise. When Xinyou closed the dialog box and continued towards Zhao Xinyou's safe house. For capable players, this realm has been generously bestowing resources, leaving little to fear. However, for the majority of ordinary players, the threat to life is substantial. Knock, knock, knock. She rapped on the door of the young girl's dwelling. The wooden door bearing the marks of vigorous pounding by the natives, clearly having endured much damage. After a moment, no one answered. What could the girl be doing behind the door? When Xinyou furrowed her brow and knocked 3 more times. Xinyou. In the next moment, the door opened a crack, and the girl cautiously peered outside. Upon confirming her identity, she exclaimed, "Wah, sister, you finally came." When Xinyou, "Ah yes." Then a cacophony erupted from within, and a minute later, the door swung wide open. Before she could step inside, the girl rushed forward clinging to her. "Wah, sister, you have no idea how terrifying those wretched mosquitoes are. I've never felt 5 minutes to be so long. I felt as if my room and my heart would be shattered by them." When Xinyou couldn't help but chuckle, gently patting her back. There, it's all right now. See, everything is fine." The girl, still sobbing, looked up at her with big eyes. "Sister, a tough girl like you will never find a boyfriend." When Xinyou. In any case, though her comfort was rather blunt, it seemed effective. The girl wiped her tears, and at least she had stopped crying. When Xinyou sighed with relief. Neither she nor her sister had ever been good at soothing younger siblings. The more they tried to comfort, the more they cried. Just a moment ago, when Xinyou had almost instinctively turned to seek her brother. Ahem, in any case, please tell me about the situation in the safe house. How much health has it lost? Zhao Xinyou. 6. It only lost 1 in the first 2 minutes. Then 2 in the 3rd minute, and 4 in the last 2 minutes. However, the safe house seems to automatically repair itself, and now the health has returned to 25. When Xinyou. You haven't completed any special missions, have you? Is the total health of the safe house still 30? The girl scratched her head. 10 rat kings are too difficult for me. When Xinyou nodded and changed the subject. Do you have any specialties? Shooting, archery, ring toss, or something similar? Zhao Xinyou looked bewildered. Huh? When Xinyou explained the rules of the 3rd phase and the activities she had observed, the girl's expression turned perplexed. I don't know. I used to play ring toss often. Does hitting 8 out of 10 count as a specialty? When Xinyou breathed a sigh of relief, there is still hope. Indeed, I've observed that the average performance of the natives in ring toss is 6. If you can hit 8, you're a practically guaranteed victory, as long as you don't get too nervous and make a mistake. You mean if I go out and play ring toss if I win, I won't have to face those mosquitoes banging on the door? When Xinyou nodded. Theoretically, yes. At least for the next 25 days. There shouldn't be any major changes. After 25 days, there will be what they call the climax, and the final boss will appear then. We can adapt as needed. The girl exhaled in relief, patting her chest. That's good. At least I can manage to complete my daily tasks. Otherwise, being poor and having my possessions confiscated by the system would be too miserable. When Xinyou smiled and ruffled her hair. Little money grubber. Haven't you amassed quite a fortune from the buildings recently? Zhao Xinyou pouted. That's my life at stake. Their only destination is my stomach. That made sense to Wen Xinyou, who silently agreed. All right, I'll take my leave now. You decide for yourself whether to venture out. From today onwards, there is no more beginner-esque protection. Player casualties will begin to occur, so be careful. Don't worry, sister. I may not excel at many things, but I can run away quickly. The girl beamed with pride. When Xinyou felt reassured and departed. On her way home, she passed the food building, where Xiao Qing was, as usual, seated gracefully at the front desk. Upon seeing Wen Xinyou, she cheerfully approached to greet her. Xiao Yu, good afternoon. Did you enjoy the party this morning? Having frequented this place lately, Wen Xinyou had grown familiar with a front desk attendant, who seemed to take a liking to her. One day, she had suddenly started calling her by her nickname, though Wen Xinyou found a bit strange. She did not refuse. Recalling the stacks of bottled water filling the space, Wen Xinyou smiled genuinely. Yes, it was delightful. You were right. The party was indeed fun. Xiao Qing tilted her head. Right? The last 3 days will be even more interesting. By the way, Xinyou, have you collected more stamps as I suggested? When Xinyou pulled out a card filled with various dark-colored stamps from her pocket. Yes, I won quite a few, 30 in total. Xinyou stared for a moment before leaning closer to examine the card with her big eyes. Wow, Xinyou, you're amazing. You're one of the most impressive visitors I've ever seen. When Xinyou, one of? Yes. I heard from a friend that a male visitor on Street 23 also collected 30 stamps this morning. I wonder who will win first prize this time. Street 23 male. When Xinyou felt she might know who it was. According to the information Xinyou had shared, the top 5 visitors with the most stamps on the evening of the 25th would receive a grand gift, while the top 30 would secure a spot to participate directly in the central venue for the final 3 days. When Xinyou surmised that must be where the ultimate boss resided, she slightly lowered her gaze, concealing her thoughts, while maintaining an impeccable smile on her face. I will strive to do my best. By the way, Xinyou, I would like to inquire about something. What is it? During the party? Can I still take on the task of exterminating the rats? My flowers need the nutrients from the rats. Without them, they will wither. Xinyou stared at her, pausing for 3 seconds before tilting her head once more. Yes, that is fine. After all, even during the party, the rats won't just vanish. Xinyou, you can look for them during the party breaks. Since the party is quite special, they shouldn't expect a complete cleanup of the entire building in one day. The prerequisite is that the tourist applying for the job must have participated in the party, as we aren't very welcoming to those who only wish to earn money without appreciating our culture. However, someone as enthusiastic as you, Xinyou, would surely be welcomed by everyone. Upon hearing Xinyou's cheerful remarks, when Xinyou couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Fortunately, she had come with accomplishments. Chapter 39, The Desolate City. With a gentle smile, when Xinyou nodded appreciatively. All right, I understand. Thank you, Xinyou. I am truly delighted to assist you, Xinyou. Suddenly, her tone shifted, prompting Wen Xinyou to become alert. What is a flower? Wen Xinyou fell into an enigmatic silence. Indeed, in this desolate city, there existed only the cold, crumbling steel and residents who fed on blood, devoid of water and soil. Suffocated by heat, yet almost devoid of sunlight. In such an environment, they were certainly unaware of what flowers were. A flower is a beautiful form of life. Xinyou stood motionless, her expression curious. Beautiful? Wen Xinyou affirmed with a smile. Yes, very beautiful. Once I gather enough nutrients, I shall present one to you. What color do you prefer? As soon as the words left her lips, Wen Xinyou regretted her hasty utterance, realizing that she had forgotten the drabness of their surroundings, that they themselves were shrouded in gray, perhaps lacking any concept of color altogether. As anticipated, Xinyou fell silent again, her large eyes fixed intently upon Wen Xinyou. Just as Wen Xinyou felt a cold sweat and prepared to flee, Xinyou tilted her head once more. I really liked the color of your clothes when I first met you, Xinyou. Wen Xinyou quickly searched her memories of that day. She was wearing the same shirt today. Yet Xinyou indicated that it was not white, for on that day, aside from the shirt, she had only worn an apron. An apron? Wen Xinyou hesitated, retrieving the apron she had not worn since it had been torn. She had cleaned it as best as she could. Its original bright yellow had faded somewhat, yet remained a vivid contrast in this world. Is this what you meant? Yes, that's it. The color of the sun, Xinyou exclaimed, her hands clasped together, resembling a delicate maiden. When Xinyou and Appo's gaze softened slightly, she tucked the apron away, saying, all right, I understand. Once the flowers bloom, I will bring one to you. Through their intermittent exchanges, Wen Xinyou had roughly deduced the operational mechanics of this world. The natives could produce the food required by players, yet they themselves did not consume it. The source of their sustenance remained a mystery. They were sustained by the players, who, in turn, were walking resource points. Each round of the game for the players was a repetitive cycle for the natives. Much like the city itself, this system was cold and merciless. They existed as both predators and prey, yet simultaneously, they were mere tools governed by the world. Who could definitively say whether the players ensnared in this bizarre game were more pitiable or the natives trapped within its mechanisms? Wen Xinyou returned to her safe house, shaking her head to dispel these chaotic thoughts. Surely, She had been living too well day by day to still dwell on such matters. It would be more prudent to consider how to allocate her time for monster hunting. After finishing lunch, Wen Xinyou was about to take a nap to recover her strength when, without warning, the system notification chimed. Congratulations! Player Wen Xinyou has completed the daily task for the first day of the third phase of Desolate City LV1. You have gained access to the shop. Would you like to confirm the opening of the shop? In an instant, Wen Xinyou sat up in shock, her finger instinctively tapping confirm. Received. The shop LV1 has been activated for player Wen Xinyou LV1. The shop LV1 icon can be found in the upper right corner of the information panel. Note 1. After the shop is opened, players can earn skill points by defeating monsters. Skill points can be exchanged in the shop. The number of skill points awarded varies with the monster's level. 2. Skill points can be directly exchanged for numerical values at the following rates. Strength, 1, 1000. Attack power, 1, 1000. Defense, 1, 1000. Agility, 1, 800. Retaliation, 1, 2500. Mental power, 1, 1500. 3. The shop's level is bound to the highest level achieved by the player. Would you like to view Shop LV1? Wen Xinyou repeatedly clicked confirm until the shop interface unfolded before her. The homepage displayed a variety of weapons, with the Glock 17 and Browning prominently featured on the popular weapons leaderboard. Wen Xinyou felt a rush of excitement. Lightweight, lethal. With a large magazine capacity and easy to conceal, these were ideal weapons within the game. Additionally, a myriad of knives and explosives, which were low-cost yet highly destructive, also attracted attention. Naturally, players would prefer the Browning, priced at 500 for one shot, over the 5,000 cost K80, a sniper rifle model. A cursory glance at the weapon interface revealed prices far beyond her current capabilities. She navigated to explore the remaining categories: medical, mechanical, daily necessities, and nutritional. Wen Xinyou skimmed through the initial categories, noting the prices were neither exorbitant nor trivial. A cold medicine for 10 exchange points, a bar of soap for 6 exchange points, and a 60L refrigerator for 120 exchange points. Her assessment was that exchanging with others would be more advantageous. No wonder the veteran players expressed such dismay when discussing the shop. It was indeed a ripoff. Finally, Wen Xinyou focused on the nutritional category, recalling that Su Qin had mentioned this game sold everything except food. How could one replenish nutrition without eating? Nutritional supplements? Upon clicking, she found the interface starkly barren, featuring only 2 dim icons, yet the sales numbers were beyond comprehension. Nutritional paste, a carefully crafted supplement made from various mysterious ingredients, effectively providing players with the necessary protein and calories. Players are advised not to scrutinize the ingredients and not to overly rely on this product, as it cannot replace a balanced diet. Prolonged use may result in side effects. Price: 3 exchange points. Nutritional agent, designed for players who cannot tolerate the taste of the nutritional paste, with effects equivalent to the paste. Players are advised not to overly rely on this product, as it cannot replace a balanced diet. Prolonged use may result in side effects. Price: 5 exchange points. The prices were indeed low, but the drawbacks were numerous. Wen Xinyou's curiosity about the mysterious ingredients waned, and she promptly closed the interface. No wonder Su Qin preferred to hunt monsters in this dimension rather than level up. At this price, if one wished to mitigate danger, they could only resort to the Desolate City, where abundance could be achieved through sheer volume. Wen Xinyou sighed, reflecting on her diligent efforts in battling so many monsters over the past 20 days. Nevertheless, it was commendable to gather such resources in the first dimension. One must not be overly greedy. She resolved to rest for a while to regain her energy, preparing herself to venture out and confront monsters once again. Chapter 40. The Desolate City. Around 2 in the afternoon, Wen Xinyou departed promptly from the safe house. To her surprise, there were quite a number of pedestrians on the street, each hurriedly searching for suitable buildings to enter. Wen Xinyou recognized several faces, all players who had participated in the morning's festivities, including the man who had vowed never to leave his home again, individuals qualified to unlock the marketplace. Despite their reluctance to venture out into the perilous third stage, the allure of the marketplace rendered the situation entirely different. During the second stage, buildings below the 40th floor had been nearly exhausted by player activity. Wen Xinyou, feeling a bit lethargic, opted to select a building on the 70th floor that she had yet to explore. The rule was clear. Tasks below the 40th floor had to be completed within a day, while those above could be done within 2 days, with the rewards remaining unchanged. The supervisor's words could essentially be summarized in that one sentence. Wen Xinyou had mentally prepared herself for the possibility of missing the afternoon party. However, while she was engaged in her cleanup, she kept an ear out for any commotion outside and noticed a distinct absence of the lively atmosphere from the morning. After spending about 3 hours clearing the 40th floor, it should have been past 5 o'clock. Was this perhaps the evening event? She attempted to inquire directly with the supervisor, but was met with a curt, "Please wait." With no other choice, even she had to obediently return to her quarters to replenish her energy with a meal. It wasn't an amp, oppos, tea until around 6:00 and amp, oppos, clock that a knock finally resonated at her door. To her astonishment, she felt a surge of joy upon hearing the sound of knocking. The prospect of earning money while indulging in enjoyable activities felt utterly delightful. For a moment, Wen Xinyou believed she was partaking in a game of benefits. Finding it far from terrifying, noticing her evident excitement, the 2 natives who had come to escort her were momentarily taken aback. Before they could follow their usual routine of intimidating the tourists, she eagerly grabbed their hands and rushed outside. "Let us go. You two must accompany me until the end." Native 1. Native 2. Could it be that this was the infamous tourist who relentlessly bested them, leaving their compatriots utterly exhausted? An ominous premonition arose simultaneously in the minds of the 2 natives. Meanwhile, Wen Xinyou was determined not to disappoint them. Drawing from her experience that morning, she engaged in the activities with remarkable speed, completing known tasks while enthusiastically exploring new ones, dragging the 2 natives from one end of the street to the other, heedless of their well-being. Wait, this tourist. Please, we are too tired. Let's take a moment to rest." The 2 tall male natives leaned against the wall, gasping for breath, resembling oxen that had plowed 10 acres of land. Their originally cold and rigid voices softened. Players and natives alike passing by turned their heads, with those who understood the natives' words widening their eyes in surprise. Yet upon catching sight of the woman before them, their expressions shifted to one of understanding, casting a more sympathetic gaze upon the natives. If it were indeed the god of wealth, perhaps it was somewhat comprehensible. Unaware of the psychological turmoil of the onlookers, Wen Xinyou felt anxious. Why were her natives so fatigued after only a short distance? "You were supposed to guide me through the festivities. The bell hasn't even rung yet. You cannot slack off." Dong, dong, dong. Before she could finish her sentence, the bell, signaling the end of the party, rang resoundingly. Catching her off guard, the 2 natives, as if granted a pardon, exchanged glances and, without waiting for Wen Xinyou to speak, dashed into a nearby alley, disappearing without a trace. Wen Xinyou, she silently observed the other natives around her, and those who met her gaze visibly shuddered before promptly fleeing the scene, as if desperate to avoid being remembered by her. Soon, the streets were devoid of natives once more, leaving a group of players staring at one another in bewilderment. Wen Xinyou, expressionless, glanced around before dismissively stating, "Stop staring. Return to your quarters. There's another event tonight." "Yes, indeed." Everyone dispersed quickly. "Go home and rest." Watching the players hastily retreat, she furrowed her brow in confusion. Why were they so frightened of her? She hadn't done anything wrong, having seldom interacted with other players. She had almost forgotten her notorious reputation. Never mind, I need to rest myself. At this pace, the next event was bound to be at midnight. If one was not accustomed to staying up late, participating in nocturnal activities would surely affect their state of mind. Even she, too, will be subject to the influence of her biological clock. As Wen Xinyou made her way back to the safe house, she casually glanced at a corner without pausing, her figure gradually fading into the night. At that very moment, in the alley that Wen Xinyou had casually glanced at, Lu Tianchun clutched his chest, gasping for breath. That fleeting glance from Wen Xinyou had nearly sent his heart racing out of his chest. Had he been discovered? No, that was impossible. He possessed the skill of invisibility. Although this ability lacked offensive power, it had never failed him allowing him to survive until the 21st day. He was a reclusive, unambitious individual, with a minimal presence in real life, possessing no skills beyond gaming. His only talent lay in his ability to pickpocket in crowded places, a skill he had developed when he wanted to smoke but was denied funds by his family. After inexplicably finding himself in this game, he had managed to scrape by, pilfering from one player here and another there. He had heard from an experienced player that for the first 20 days, new players enjoyed a protective mechanism, with a 100 counterattack skill offering immense protection to someone like Huo Ze, who had a mere 6 hit points. Undoubtedly, he had relied on this mechanism to survive under the bullying of veteran players, and he was immensely grateful for it. However, upon learning that this protection would fail in the perilous 3rd stage, he had grown increasingly anxious. Yet today, while eavesdropping on veteran players' conversations, he discovered that by killing another player or breaching their safe house, he could seize all their resources. Huo Ze and Oppos, as perspective shifted dramatically. His skills were practically tailor-made for assassination. In the choice between murder and survival, Huo Ze unhesitatingly opted for the former. After all, this was fundamentally a survival game, for someone of his humble status. Any action taken in the name of survival was justifiable, was it not? Thus, he set his sights on Wen Xinyou, the woman whose abundance of resources was enough to incite envy. Returning to his dim, cramped safe house, he replayed the steps of assassination in his mind. Recalling the comics he had once read, he bit his nails feverishly, beads of sweat forming on his pale face. "It's not my fault. I don't want to do this," he murmured to himself absently. If anyone were to blame, it would be this damn game, not him. Yes, it was all the game and Oppos. As fault, all the world and Oppos. As fault. The blame lay with that woman for being so ostentatious. How dare she flaunt her position so boldly? If she were to be killed, it would be her own doing. Yes, that's right, that's exactly it. Chapter 41. Desolate city upon returning to the safe house, Wen Xinyou collapsed and compelled herself to sleep. She had planned her 3rd session to commence around midnight, concluding at 3, and then starting anew at 9. Though somewhat exhausting, it was still manageable. However, the game deviated from her expectations. Instead of the anticipated arrival at midnight, a thunderous knock resounded at 1 o'clock. Compared to the previous 2 sessions, this was a nearly explosive assault on the door, startling even Wen Xinyou with its suddenness. She abruptly opened her eyes and quickly messaged Su Qin to inquire about the time. His response came swiftly, laced with irritation. Player, Su Qin LV5. Damn it. I waited until midnight for no one, and then this racket at 1. I'm going to kill them. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Calm down. If you kill them, no one will compete with you. Player, Su Qin LV5. Damn it. In a fit of rage, he cursed vehemently before logging off. Wen Xinyou could sympathize with his frustration. Although there was merely an hour and Oppos' difference between midnight and 1, this span constituted the period of deepest human slumber. Awakening during such a time would irritate even the most placid of individuals, herself included. After changing her attire, she swung open the door, which had been battered incessantly, and offered a faint smile to the 2 natives who, upon seeing her, suddenly lost their bravado. Gentlemen, I look forward to tonight and Oppos' encounters. The 2 natives exchanged glances, startled by her politeness, yet equally unnerved. Then came the final 3 knocks, each striking true, as Wen Xinyou unleashed her pin-up frustrations upon the accompanying natives and vendor. No, don't. The vendor, who was in the midst of settling her winnings, was suddenly met with another shriek from a nearby stall. The piercing cries echoed through the night, more chilling than during the day. Wen Xinyou surveyed her surroundings. Amidst the dense darkness and raucous sounds, the festive atmosphere felt ominous. Each stall was illuminated by a solitary flickering yellow bulb, the sole source of light for the players. The relentless banging at the door compelled many inadequately fortified players to venture outside, lest their safe houses succumb to a true demise. To their dismay, emerging from their shelters greeted them with another abyss of darkness. Native inhabitants, lurking in the shadows, their strength enhanced under the cover of night, transforming this nocturnal venture into a veritable celebration for the natives. Moreover, Wen Xinyou noted that, in addition to the natives' predation upon players, The absence of protective mechanisms had ignited fierce rivalries among the players themselves. She had already witnessed 2 instances of murder and theft from the periphery of her vision. The air grew thick with the scent of blood, the natives' cheers and screams increasingly jarring, while human voices faded to a mere whisper, punctuated only by the occasional shriek. Having undergone specialized night vision training, Wen Xinyou remained largely unaffected by the environment. She collected her rewards without trepidation, as the natives showed no inclination to target her. Yet, her foolish compatriots were another matter entirely. She tilted her head, narrowly evading a projectile that whizzed from a shadowy corner, only for it to land squarely in the vendor. Ah, how painful! Who did that? The vendor, already incensed from losing to Wen Xinyou 9 times, was now incensed by yet another affront. Go! Find the scoundrel who ambushed me. With a dart pulled from his hand, the vendor bellowed as 2 towering natives emerged from behind the stall, their elongated beaks resembling steel pipes. They gently tapped the dart with their beaks before striding purposefully in a particular direction. Wen Xinyou, feigning ignorance, stored her prizes in her space and hurried the 2 visibly fatigued natives toward the next battleground. Though she was acutely aware of the numerous predatory gazes upon her, she dismissed their significance. Throughout her journey, many had sought her demise, but who were they? Among those gazes was Lu Tianshan, who, panting and concealed in the shadows, glared coldly at Wen Xinyou's retreating figure. How could it be? She was merely a woman, yet she appeared so carefree, so at ease. Recalling the terror of being jolted awake in her safe house, nearly losing half its defensive value, Lu Tianshan's pulse quickened. He dared not confront the natives directly, nor did he possess the skills to compete against them. Ordinary individuals stood no chance against such monstrous foes. In each of the 3 rounds today, he had relied on stealth, escaping unnoticed while the natives were distracted. Otherwise, with his safe house's meager defenses, he wouldn't have survived a single encounter. To his dismay, the natives had become even more perceptive at night. He had barely evaded capture moments ago. The thought of their monstrous, syringe-like beaks sent shivers down his spine. He toiled daily, enduring hardships that rendered him more wretched than the mutated rodents, while that woman thrived in comfort. Why was this so? It was utterly unfair. Lu Tianshan's gaze grew increasingly venomous, so much so that he bit his nails until they bled without notice. Gripping a fruit knife he had pilfered from another player, he activated his skill and stealthily merged with the crowd, inching closer to Wen Xinyou. At that moment, Wen Xinyou had just secured another victory at a stall, her spirits high, though the inadequate lighting began to strain her eyes. Suddenly, she felt a chill creep up her spine and instinctively turned to assess the source. Her icy gaze locked onto a specific spot behind her, yet all she found were a few natives whose attention was elsewhere. With a derisive smirk, she drew her blade and advanced toward that direction. She never doubted her instincts. A beast that disregards its instincts beckons its own demise. The 2 natives trailing her exchanged glances, resignedly following her lead. They had never perceived the rule tourists must not leave without permission as so daunting, nor did they ever consider the stipulation losing competitors may not pursue tourists as unattainable. They must report to the higher-ups to amend the rule to tourists must not pursue defeated natives. Meanwhile, Lu Tianshan, frozen in place, was drenched in cold sweat. Barely daring to breathe, a voice within him screamed in alarm. Discovered! Discovered! This was no accident. He had truly been found out. Chapter 42. The Desolate City at present. Lu Tianshan possesses 2 fatal weaknesses in the skills he has yet to upgrade. First, he cannot make a sound while moving. Second, he cannot move swiftly. Should he contravene either condition, his abilities will immediately falter. Now, he finds himself helplessly watching as a woman, exuding an aura of lethal intent, approaches him with a knife in hand, utterly at a loss for an escape plan. It is a foregone conclusion. In this moment of clarity, Lu Tianshan and Appo's previously clouded mind suddenly sharpens, and he comprehends his dire predicament with unsettling lucidity. Wen Xinyou and Appo's presence is overwhelmingly potent. The indigenous people, who once formed a protective barrier around her, scatter at the sight of her. Within a 2-meter radius, only his motionless cat remains. Wen Xinyou halts, merely a meter away, squinting her eyes and surveying her surroundings, and Lu Tianchen realizes with a jolt that she cannot see him directly. Run. He must flee. He swallows hard, attentively monitoring Wen Xinyou's actions. After what feels like an eternity, he finally resolves to cautiously step back. However, the instant he moves, her gaze, which had shifted elsewhere, snaps back to him with pinpoint accuracy. Without hesitation, she raises her long knife, slicing through the air with lethal intent. Though his instinct for survival propels him to leap backward, Wen Xinyou's blade nonetheless carves a deep gash across his chest. Lu Tianchen screams, triggering two forbidden conditions, rendering him utterly visible to all around him. Wen Xinyou regards the pitiful figure writhing on the ground, a cold smirk playing on her lips as she presses the tip of her knife against his carotid artery with a mere flick of her wrist. He could become a grotesque fountain of blood. It and Oppos. Su, the little rat who followed me this evening. Lu Tianchen clutches his bleeding chest in terror, raising his eyes to meet her gaze, his expression one of sheer dread. Her cold, disdainful stare envelopes him like a barbed net, and he instinctively looks away, unable to hold her gaze. How did you discover me? I and Oppos, he never been caught before. Wen Xinyou has no interest in conversing with the dying. Yet with numerous players now surrounding them, all eyes fixated on her, she sees no issue in using this opportunity to make an example of him. Thick brown vines, accompanied by the sound of plant growth, visibly sprout from her wrist. They move quickly and efficiently, ensnaring the man curled on the ground, binding his limbs tightly before lifting him high above, to a height visible even through the throng of onlookers. It hurts. It hurts. Let me go. Damn it. Let me go. Help. Help. Someone save me. Please save me. Lu Tianchen's piercing cries resonate, the coarse vines constricting against his wound, causing his vision to blur. Desperately, he appeals for assistance from the crowd, yet the indigenous people eye him with predatory intent, while the players display a range of expressions: astonishment, fear, disgust, schadenfreude, indifference, but not a shred of sympathy or willingness to intervene. His eardrums throb, reverberating with the sounds around him, but he can still faintly discern voices rising from the crowd. Damn it, I recognize him. He's a little thief. This guy stole 2 cans from me a few days ago. I've been searching for him for days. I recognize him too. Damn it. He stole half of the supplies I worked so hard to gather. I couldn't and Oppos. He sleep for days. I've been robbed by him too. Ugh, this guy is disgusting. He even stole my underwear. So many victims. It and Oppos. It's laughable. He has gotten so brazen after stealing so much, and now he dares to thieve from the god of wealth. Kill him. God of wealth. Kill this filthy rat. Kill him. Kill him. As the cries around him swell, Wen Xinyou glances at the man suspended in midair, his face now a mask of despair. I underestimated you. To have caught the attention of so many, you must possess some skill. Lu Tianchen, drained of energy, can only react minimally, his legs instinctively kicking out in a futile effort. Wen Xinyou, unwilling to waste more time on a petty thief, hesitates for merely 2 seconds before commanding the vines to pierce Lu Tianchen and Oppos' neck. This marks Wen Xinyou and Oppos' first time employing this ability to take a life. And a flicker of turmoil stirs within her. It is a natural sentiment when one human turns against another. Yet, she is first and foremost a realist. Her empathy does not extend to those who wish her harm. In combat, she invariably prioritizes strategies that maximize her benefit. To eliminate him with the most intimidating skill, ensuring the players witness the event will, through the power of rumor, amplify the deterrent effect, significantly reducing her future troubles by 80%. After all, while the weak may be feeble and flies may be small, their numbers can overwhelm, and even ants can bring down an elephant. Wen Xinyou permits herself a moment of compassion, yet refuses to let it yield consequences she cannot bear, unwilling to allow her softness to become a bullet aimed at her own heart. Ugh! Ugh! Lu Tianchen emits a pained whimper, his exposed leg thrashing in a desperate struggle, though it is in vain. A 60 kilograms adult male typically contains about 5,000 cubic centimeters of blood. Lu Tianxin's weight likely mirrors this. Wen Xinyou has not calculated the blood-draining speed of the vines, as the mutated rats are limited in size, and each time she must kill many. She lacks the energy to perform calculations. However, now she has the opportunity. She watches as Lu Tianxin's skin continues to shrivel. The petals of the small white flower visibly turning red, one petal per minute, until the fifth petal is fully transformed into a vivid crimson. By this time, the man suspended in the air has become a pale corpse, devoid of any trace of life. As the vines release their grip, his lifeless body thuds heavily to the ground, producing a dull thud reminiscent of a sandbag hitting the earth. The weight of a person does not significantly diminish after blood is drained, for water remains. Blood constitutes merely 7 to 8 of total body weight. Yet, the horror of a bloodless visage is readily imagined. Ugh! Simultaneously, the crowd and Oppo's jeering falls silent, replaced by waves of retching sounds. Wen Xinyou gazes upon the lifeless, gaping figure, pursing her lips. Why is there always a desire to harm others? She murmurs softly, allowing the indigenous people to approach and collect the desiccated corpse without interference. She waves to the two accompanying indigenous individuals. Let us proceed. Do not waste time. The two spectators, who have been observing the entire scene, can only think, help, what is wrong with this tourist? How can she drain blood more thoroughly than they do? Yet, they dare not voice such foolish queries. Instead, silently trailing in Wen Xinyou and Oppo's wake like obedient little followers. The crowd parts for them. No, for Wen Xinyou. This time, not a single malicious gaze dares to linger upon her. Chapter 43. Desolate city at 4 in the morning. The chimes signal the end of the first day's revelry. Wen Xinyou returned to the safe house, a throbbing pain pulsating at her temples. She glanced at the little flower on her wrist, now a third red, and felt a tangle of emotions within her. The data derived from living experiments always left a bitter taste. She had learned that it took 1,000 cubic centimeters, or roughly a liter, of blood to fill a single petal, with the vine's blood-sucking rate being approximately 1,000 cubic centimeters per minute, a commendable speed. What unsettled Wen Xinyou was her first reaction upon discovering these figures, the realization that she only needed to kill 3 individuals each day to avoid the arduous task of battling monsters. From the outset, she had never entertained the notion of murder to satisfy personal desires. If she were to do so, what would distinguish her from the nefarious individuals who had perished at her hands? Wen Xinyou had no intention of becoming such a person. Her weapon could not be directed at the innocent or the unblemished. Taking a deep breath, she buried her face in her palms. A minute later, she lifted her head, her gaze now calm and clear. Yes, she could kill, but she must not betray her principles. She was certainly not, nor could she ever become, a machine of death. Regaining her composure swiftly, Wen Xinyou took a cold shower, emerging revitalized and restored to her former self. The next round of festivities would commence at 9 o'clock, leaving her no time for sentimentality. She settled at her workstation, promptly documenting her earnings and expenditures for the day. Task rewards: 500 milliliters bottled water X1, whole wheat bread X1, fried egg X1, furniture upgrade X1. Wen Xinyou chose to upgrade her bed from a rickety little bed to a sturdy little bed. Party achievements: 93 stamps, 1L bottled water X 173, 500 milliliters bottled water X 226. Crops harvested: 30 yields, cabbage X2, totaling 16 gene, corn X4, totaling 48 gene, white radish X6, totaling 54 gene, potatoes X6, totaling 45 gene, greens X2, totaling 12 gene, eggplants X2, totaling 12 gene, watermelons X1, totaling 36 gene, dried chili X7, totaling 7 gene. Total transactions: 114 gene, yielding 2M of portable space, 12 gene of lard, 8 gene of oil residue, 20 gene of steak, 10 vials of serum, 7 bottles of calcium tablets, instant noodles X5, canned tuna X5, canned yellow peaches X5, and bound items X3. Personal consumption included 2 gene of cabbage, 1 gene of rice, 2 gene of tomatoes, 1 watermelon, 2 gene of beef, 2 instant noodles, and 2 fried eggs, as well as 6 bottles of water. Additional income from building sweeps amounted to 380,000 coins, while monster hunting accrued 638 exchange points, with each rat king yielding 10 points and ordinary mutated rats 1 point each, which she had yet to redeem for supplies. Wen Xinyou planned to focus on drinking water for the first 3 days and medications for the last 2, as both were essential survival resources at all times. After organizing her daily tasks, she lay on her bed and opened the dialog box. Player, Su Qin LV5. Is the bloodsucker on street 25 you tonight? Wen Xinyou. Great, another nickname. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Just dealt with a perverted stalker to send example. Player, Su Qin LV5. You tend to be rather conspicuous, especially as a girl. It's easy to attract attention. Stay vigilant. Wen Xinyou felt a flicker of annoyance at this remark. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Am I really that conspicuous? Isn't everyone doing the same? To gather resources, I enter buildings to hunt mutated rats, moving from one to the next. What is wrong with that? I'm not flaunting my resources. In fact, I feel I've been too low profile. I hardly know any other players. Player, Su Qin LV5, tis TSK, listen to yourself. This is pure Versailles. Think about it. You've been loitering on street 25, and everyone sees you clear each floor. Even if you claim you're not that strong, all the monsters are dead. So they can't just be committing collective suicide upon seeing you. Can they? Wen Xinyou was momentarily speechless. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. I just thought the other streets were someone else in Oppo's territory. Player, Su Qin LV5. See? You've already implied that Street 25 is your turf. Wen Xinyou found herself unable to counter this assertion and decided to concede the point. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Whatever, it's only a few days left. If I have to be conspicuous, so be it. Gathering resources is paramount. Player, Su Qin LV5. Great mindset, respect. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. Thank you. You flatter me. I have to go. I'll talk later. Rest early. Having sent this message, she switched to chat with Zhao Xinrui. The screen was filled with complaints about the game, and Wen Xinyou skimmed for pertinent information. It seemed she was still hanging in there, which was good. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. How did the competition feel tonight? Zhao Xinrui, still awake, replied almost instantaneously. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. Not good. The mosquito's nighttime combat power has surged, and I made even more mistakes than this morning. Tonight, I almost lost a sister as beautiful as a flower. Wen Xinyou sometimes marveled at how fast this girl could type. Just as she finished a sentence, a flurry of messages would already be incoming. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. I also do not recommend you go out at night. The danger level is significantly higher than during the day. To be safe, try to participate in the first 2 rounds, considering the speed of recovery at the safe house. Facing a resident knocking at the door should be manageable. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. Boo-hoo-hoo, sister. You're just like my real sister. I was thinking the same. Several people died beside me tonight, and there were players fighting each other. I was terrified. Wen Xinyou chuckled softly, offering some comforting words before reminding her to stay safe, and then logged off to rest. The game did not present any further twists for the players, and Wen Xinyou smoothly progressed through the 25th day as planned. During this time, she dealt with 2 waves of persistent challengers and spent the rest of her time diligently competing and raiding buildings. By the 25th day, which was technically the early hours of the 26th, the final round of festivities commenced. Wen Xinyou had accumulated a staggering 472 stamps, a full 50 more than Su Qin. It was not mere confidence on her part. The first prize was already within her grasp, a fact confirmed by Xiao Qing herself. As the clock struck 4, heralding the end of the first phase of the grand celebration, the screens of all surviving players illuminated simultaneously. Congratulations to the players who have successfully completed the first phase of the carnival party. Players ranking in the top 30 for stamp collection will receive substantial rewards and the right to enter the second phase of the party, a showdown with the final boss. The list of the top 30 players will soon be revealed. First place, grand prize, player, Wen Xinyou LV1, 472 stamps, reward of 8 million coins. Second place, second prize, player, Su Qin LV5, 422 stamps, reward of 4 million coins. Third place, third prize, player, Lu Yunsheng LV2, 238 stamps, reward of 2 million coins. Chapter 44. The Desolate City. The top 30 players are required to arrive at the system-designated coordinates by 9 a.m. on the 26th day of the game. Failure to do so will result in immediate disqualification from the party. The remaining players will continue with the original party mode. Wishing all players an enjoyable game. As the system notification concluded, Wen Xinyou diligently memorized the names being announced one by one. Concurrently, a message from Su Qin flooded her screen. Player Su Qin LV. 5. Wow, this dimension is extravagantly generous. Compared to it, other dimensions are simply destitute. Player Su Qin LV5. 400,000. Just imagine how many cans of food that could stockpile. The excitement in his tone made Wen Xinyou envision the man joyfully spinning in place, brimming with exhilaration. Player Wen Xinyou LV1. This is what they call the rich getting richer, but I genuinely hope my next dimension isn't slum. Player Su Qin LV. 5. Don't even think about it. This dimension is one of the rarest among rare dimensions. If it were a card draw, it would be SSP level. Let me be straightforward. I've learned that there are dozens of LV1 dimensions out there, but the Desolate City is the only one abundant in resources. Don't entertain the notion of being so fortunate in the next world. Some dimensions lack resources entirely and have barely any monsters to combat. Let us focus on defeating the final boss and maximize our gains. Su Qin's words mercilessly shattered Wen Xinyou's expectations and fantasies about the game. Starting as a champion, was that truly considered fortunate? Wen Xinyou sighed. Player Wen Xinyou LV1. You're right. I need to gather information about other dimensions. Player Su Qin LV5. Sure, after we defeat the boss, come over. I should be here until the last day. Wen Xinyou thought to herself that she had the same intention. Player Wen Xinyou LV1. No problem. See you later. After closing the interface, Wen Xinyou ignored the awestruck gazes of the surrounding players and made her way back to the safe house. It was no wonder the players reacted so strongly. After all, in that list, she had just been announced as the undisputed leader and the only newcomer among the 30 players. The glaring LV1 designation was unmistakably conspicuous. At that moment, within the minds of ordinary players in this dimension, especially the newcomers, Wen Xinyou's image as a martial deity had become unassailable. Compared to the earlier feelings of envy and jealousy, it had now transformed entirely into reverence. People do not envy those significantly stronger than themselves. When the gap becomes vast enough, one's identity shifts from rival to benchmark to idol. This was Wen Xinyou's current standing among the new players. In the safe house, Zhao Xinrui, upon seeing the news, leaped up from her bed, practically bursting with the desire to rush outside and point to Wen Xinyou's name. Boasting loudly, "Look, this is my sister." Jiang Xiao shared a similar sentiment, bursting into laughter at first sight of the list. My sister has ascended, and I'm riding her coattails, even if I don't gain any tangible benefits. Just saying it makes me feel important. Even Gao Mingyue couldn't help but widen her eyes upon seeing the rankings. Goodness, she actually had such an impressive figure personally come to take the lard. And she has eaten so many vegetables grown by such great people. When you think about it, she seems quite remarkable too. Meanwhile, on a street, the Shun siblings were also observing the rankings. Shun Xingming, with a profound expression, pointed at Wen Xinyou's name and glanced at her brother. What do you think? My judgment was spot on, right? I've latched onto a golden opportunity. Shun Xingyuan's serious face revealed a look of agreement and admiration. Indeed, sister is amazing. That night, Wen Xinyou inevitably became the talk of the players, her name destined to become a new legend. However, the legend herself remained oblivious to this. Or perhaps even if she knew, it would not affect her. All she wished for was to hasten to the safe house and view her 8 million rewards. Although she typically earned this amount after diligently scavenging for 3 to 4 days, the difference between earning a salary and winning a lottery was stark. Yet, it couldn't be termed a lottery, for it was, in essence, the fruit of her efforts in gaming. Upon entering, a conspicuous leather suitcase stood prominently in the center of the room. Upon opening it, she discovered 8 neatly stacked bundles of currency. Wen Xinyou found the money unappealing, gray and dull like a pile of ghost money, preferring the vibrant red bills from her hometown that felt more festive. Yet, no one truly despises ugly money. Wen Xinyou cheerfully began to store the suitcase in her inventory, planning to exchange it for supplies after defeating the boss the following day. She suddenly worried if those 400 iron barrels would truly suffice, wishing she had filled all 10 slots at the time. But it was of little concern. After all, the iron barrels were only 2,000 each, discounted to 1,600, so acquiring another 100 was feasible. Moreover, she would undoubtedly acquire more storage cards in the future. Wen Xinyou maintained a positive mindset as she rose to wash up, preparing to rejuvenate herself for the ultimate challenge awaiting her the next day. Resource Harvest Summary for days 22 to 25. Today's task rewards: 500 milliliters bottled water x6, whole wheat bread x4, fried eggs x2, starch sausage x1, furniture upgrades x4. Wen Xinyou chose the door, faucet, window, and boiler. The alloy door appeared sturdier, the filtered water from the faucet was cleaner, and the boiler upgraded from second-hand boiler to a brand new boiler. Total petals: 60, total crops: 120 harvests. Cucumbers x5, total 120 kilograms. Tomatoes x20, total 300 kilograms. Onions x4, total 30 kilograms. Potatoes x6, total 45 kilograms. Other assorted fruits and vegetables evenly distributed. From scavenging, total earnings amounted to 38 million coins, including day 21. And monster hunting yielded 2,437 exchange points, totaling 3,075 exchange points. Materials obtained from competitions: 1L bottled water x 356, 500 milliliters bottled water x 698, various anti-inflammatory drugs, painkillers, antihistamines, antifungal medications, antiviral drugs, antibiotics, disinfectants, and several first aid kits. Exchange materials: granulated sugar, salt, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, canned fruits, canned pork belly, canned tuna, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice. Honey, hot pot base x200. Additional gifts of self-heating rice x100, instant noodles x100, daily wear x100, winter clothing, thick blankets, thin blankets, sneakers, boots, cotton socks, cashmere socks x50. Additional gifts of cotton socks, rabbit wool socks, cashmere socks x50, soap x300, toothpaste and toothbrush sets x250, shampoo and shower gel 300 GX100. Additional gifts soaps x40. Vegetables traded totaled 428 kilograms, exchanged for 5 m of space, 48 kilograms of lard, 32 kilograms of oil residue, and 30 kilograms each of pork, chicken, duck, beef, and lamb. 7 tubes of erythromycin ointment, 10 bottles of Huoxiang Zhengqi water, 7 bottles of calamine lotion, 10 tubes of glycerin, 12 bound items, 10 cans of tuna, 10 cans of pork belly, 10 cans of peach, and 16 instant noodles. Personal consumption of vegetables totaled 30 kilograms, rice 4 kilograms, flour 2 kilograms, instant noodles x8, fried eggs x5, canned pork belly x4, canned tuna x3, beef 3 kilograms, meat sauce 1 kilogram each, apples 2 kilograms, bottled water x27. Chapter 45. The Desolate City. On the 26th day of the game Desolate City, Wen Xinyou awoke in accordance with her biological clock, only to find that the system interface had updated her destination for the 9 o'clock appointment. It wasn't far, and Wen Xinyou estimated she could arrive within 10 minutes. During the party, players had no time constraints when leaving, so she planned to exchange the 8 million reward for supplies first. She headed to the food building and the clothing building, intending to deliver the flowers she had promised to the 2 receptionists along the way. To her surprise, both were absent that day, with the manager explaining that they had been assigned to external duties. There was nothing to be done but wait until after defeating the boss to follow up. In addition to the usual food, clothing, and toiletries, Wen Xinyou made a trip to the industrial building to purchase 198 iron barrels. She knew that once they ventured to other realms, these items might not be obtainable merely with wealth. After completing her errands, the time was nearly upon her, and she proceeded directly to the designated coordinates. The location was a street entirely cleared on both sides. As she walked, she saw no safe houses in the alley, apart from the players clearly participating in the competition. Following the system and oppos, As prompt, she arrived at the entrance of building number 1, her first encounter with a building that actually had a door, adorned with a massive dark red numeral 1. The players beside her had yet to arrive, and when she glanced across the street, she spotted Su Qin leaning against the door, who waved at her when their eyes met. The door next to him bore the numeral 2. There was no doubt that the numbering corresponded to the players' rankings. Su Qin soon approached her, and they exchanged casual banter. "Could you bring me more vegetables in the last few days? I'm about to be sick of cucumbers. I told you to pickle them, but you wouldn't listen. You can't expect to eat hundreds of pounds of pickles. Didn't I give you plenty of chili peppers? Make some spicy cucumbers then." Chili and cucumber seems a bit wasteful, men shouldn't be so picky. "Hey, you woman." Although they appeared taciturn at first glance, when together, they easily engaged in lighthearted bickering. Wen Xinyou understood this dynamic, seeing Su Qin as a team member or a younger brother. In her past experiences, there would always be one or two boys in the team who enjoyed teasing her with conversation, and she had grown accustomed to it. Su Qin was relatively composed in his speech, often sharing intelligence with her through their exchanges, and she did not mind being his conversational partner. Soon, the clock struck 9, and the system's voice resonated punctually, but this time, it did not merely appear on individual player screens. Several massive, transparent panels floated in the center of the street, prompting everyone to look up. "Welcome, players, to the boss battle of Desolate City, LV1. The rules for this boss battle will now be announced. Each player will have one final opportunity to withdraw from the boss battle. 1. This phase will last for 3 days, during which players must remain within the game venue. Failure to comply will result in immediate disqualification. Due to the peculiar nature of this realm, players forcibly exiting will forfeit their participation rights in the next 2 realm boss battles. 2. This battle consists of 3 parts. Firstly, overcoming the obstacles on the 100th floor to reach the top. Secondly, persuading the gatekeeper to grant access. Thirdly, engaging in a final showdown with the ultimate boss. 3. This boss battle adopts a comprehensive ranking system based on the time consumed in the first 2 parts and the total damage inflicted on the final boss. The player with the highest overall score will be ranked first, while the one inflicting the most damage will be the MVP of this battle. The top 3 will receive hidden benefits. The first will reduce their floors by 30, the second by 20, and the third by 10. Due to the unique nature of this realm, the boss battle differs significantly from other LV1 realms, presenting a higher danger level. Players' past experiences may not serve as a reliable reference. Players now have 30 seconds to contemplate their final decision regarding participation in the Desolate City LV1 boss battle. As Wen Xinyou read the announcement, a countdown panel appeared before her, indicating 30 seconds and a confirmation interface. Without hesitation, she clicked yes. The 70th floor was still less than the heights she had scaled at her work. Countdown has ended. The final number of participants in this boss battle is 25. Players, please take your positions. The game portal will officially open in 30 seconds. I'm off. Best of luck to everyone. Su Qin stood, brushed off the dust from his pants, and extended his hand to Wen Xinyou. She paused briefly, but then raised her hand to give him a high five, and he left with a satisfied expression. Wen Xinyou watched his tall figure stride away, chuckling softly as she shook her head and turned to await the opening of the entrance. She noticed a gaze from next door, locking eyes with a bespectacled, refined-looking man. He smiled politely and nodded, and she responded with a gentle nod in return. The third place she recalled his name was perhaps Lu Yinsheng. Before Wen Xinyou could ponder further, the countdown reached its conclusion, and the door swung open with a resounding bang, a gust of cold wind rushing towards her. She quickly quelled her superfluous thoughts, gripping the hilt of her knife as she stepped inside. The moment she entered, the door slammed shut behind her with a loud bang. Wen Xinyou headed straight for the safe passage, remaining vigilant as she ascended the stairs, especially as she passed each floor and oppos, in trance, prepared for any potential ambush by the natives. However, she climbed 20 floors without encountering a single native or even a mutated rat. The entire building was eerily silent, her only company the sound of her own breath and footsteps. Yet, Wen Xinyou was aware that there were others in the building, and quite a few at that. Though they remained silent, she knew they were present. Still, she had no intention of recklessly confirming their presence. After all, it was unwise to seek out danger when it remained hidden, as that would be akin to courting disaster. This wasn't an Appos, a treasure hunting game, focused solely on her ascent. The time required to reach the top was significantly reduced compared to the usual pace of battling monsters along the way. A full 70 floors later, with only occasional stops for vigilance, Wen Xinyou reached the top in less than half an hour. Of course, the price was that she was drenched in sweat, needing to drink water like a thirsty buffalo. The staircase in this building was longer and higher than that of an ordinary structure, demanding a tremendous amount of physical exertion. Wen Xinyou was astonished. She had indeed made it to the 70th floor without any hindrance. Recalling the system's rules, she pondered whether the obstacle mentioned in the first part referred simply to the act of climbing the stairs itself. If it were that simple, then the grandiosity of this competition would indeed be laughable. Taking out a bottle of saline solution, she drank and popped a piece of fruit candy in her mouth to replenish her energy while leaning against the stairwell, attempting to decipher any hidden wordplay in the rules. Just then, a cold, rigid voice echoed from outside the exit of the 70th floor. Haven T, we already arrived? Chapter 46. The desolate city, the cold voice of the native reverberated through the vast, empty building, evoking an ambience akin to that of a horror film. However, Wen Xinyou felt no fear. Her first instinct was to recognize the familiarity of the voice. Gripping the hilt of her knife, she approached the entrance of the corridor, her blade ready to be drawn at any moment. Simultaneously, she lowered her voice and tentatively called out, "Xiaoqing? You've really arrived. So fast. It's only just begun, right? Xiaoyu, you're amazing." Wen Xinyou was momentarily taken aback to find Xiaoya present as well. After a brief contemplation, she straightened herself and emerged from the safety corridor, adopting her usual calm demeanor. The two receptionists she recognized stood in the middle of the expansive floor, looking no different than usual. At a distance, she spotted the pale gray door. Little did she expect that her gatekeepers would be these two. Was this a blessing or a curse? Wen Xinyou pondered as she maintained her composure while approaching them. They greeted her with the same warm enthusiasm as always. "Are Xiaoqing and Xiaoya truly my gatekeepers?" Xiaoya nodded happily, "Yes. We knew Xiaoyu would be first, so we applied to be the gatekeepers of Building 1 right from the start." Wen Xinyou couldn't help but chuckle at their unwavering confidence in her. So this was what they meant by overseas assignments. Xiaoqing tilted her head. "But Xiaoyu is standing right here. Isn't she?" Wen Xinyou smiled, her body still taut, but her mood slightly lifted. At least they wouldn't be overly difficult with her. "So, what must I do for you to open the door?" Xiaoya chuckled stiffly. "Xiaoyu, that's just mean. We're here to have fun with you. The door? You can just pass through. The rules apply after you enter. Just take a look." When Xinyou took the paper, she handed over, perplexed. What did this mean? Did she not need to undergo any trials and could just walk in to face the boss? Such fortune. Welcome, player, to the final showdown. The rules for the final boss battle are as follows. The boss health bar resets daily at 9 o'clock a.m. Players may attack the boss during the time frames of 9:30 to 12 o'clock, 15 to 17:30, and 21:30 to 0:00. If the boss's health bar is depleted within the allotted time, the daily task concludes, and players may utilize the remaining time within the building. The game will conclude when the player depletes the boss's health bar on the third day. Only then may the player leave the building. The rules were straightforward. Deplete the boss's health bar as much as possible within the designated time. Wen Xinyou felt fortunate that she had brought her hot pot along just in case. Otherwise, she would have been stuck eating canned food for 3 days. She didn't wish to waste her precious drinking water on a self-heating hot pot. Having read the rules, she looked back at the two receptionists. "So, can I head straight in to face the boss now? It's still within the first time frame, right?" Given Wen Xinyou's extraordinary speed, she had already lost over an hour. Those ordinary players would undoubtedly miss their chance at the boss on the first day. Xiaoqing and Xiaoya stepped aside to clear a path. "Of course, Xiaoyu, hurry up. Come back quickly to play with us." Wen Xinyou, encouraged by their enthusiasm, quickly chewed through her candy and devoured a pre-prepared egg and beef sandwich for a quick energy boost before swiftly entering through the large door. With the gatekeeper's approval, the seemingly heavy door opened effortlessly, revealing a pure white space within. Upon entry, the door shut tightly behind her. Simultaneously, a gray spherical object slowly descended from above, eventually hovering in the center of the space. Though referred to as a sphere, it was only slightly larger than a yoga ball, with a glaring red health bar prominently displayed at a dazzling 100. Above the health bar was a black digital display showing the current time, 10:57:23, leaving 1 hour until the first stage concluded. Wen Xinyou stood still, refraining from any hasty actions. If this sphere was indeed the final boss, it would not remain stationary for her to attack. The system stated that the health bar could be cleared, so it wouldn't be an impenetrable tank. Wen Xinyou quickly strategized her attack while conjuring 2 vines, poised for assault. At that moment, a light ripple swept across the surface of the gray sphere. In the blindingly white space, this change could easily be overlooked if not observed carefully. Wen Xinyou did not miss this detail, but the next second, her eyes widened as she swiftly retreated. No, there's no time. It was only when the light blade approached her that she recognized it. Her retreat did not save her from the attack. The light blade struck her abdomen, the impact forcing her to crash against the door. But the light blade dissipated into motes of light a second later. Damn it! How could Wen Xinyou was about to curse, but upon steadying herself, she realized it didn't hurt at all. She stared in astonishment at her shirt, which bore a cut, yet her skin underneath remained unscathed. What was going on? Was it her thick blood that rendered her invulnerable? Looking up at the boss, she noticed that its health bar had dropped from 195. Wen Xinyou. Boss. The gray sphere fell silent for 10 seconds. Then the surface rippled once more, and this time, Wen Xinyou discerned the trajectory of the light blade with greater clarity. Yet, she stood her ground, not dodging or evading, allowing the light blade to strike her calf directly. The light blade dissipated, and the boss's health bar decreased to 88. What was happening? Wen Xinyou remained silent, and so did the gray sphere. As if defying fate, the sphere rippled more violently this time, launching 2 blades directly at Wen Xinyou's vital points. Smack! Smack! The light blades vanished, and the boss's health bar fell to 80. Boss! At that moment, Wen Xinyou finally remembered that upon completing her first special mission, she had seemingly chosen an NPC counterattack buff that reflected 35 damage. Yet, she had never quarreled with the natives, let alone fought them, which led to her forgetting this buff altogether. Who would have thought? Even Wen Xinyou, at this moment, could not suppress the upward curl of her lips. She gazed affectionately at the small gray sphere and took a step toward it. Come on, little sphere, let us play. Final boss. Please don't come any closer. Chapter 47. The desolate city in the pristine white expanse. Time stood still at 11:40:22. When Xinyou stepped through the door, aside from her tattered clothing, she appeared utterly unscathed. Awaiting her by the door were Xiaoqing and Xiaoya, who immediately rushed forward, their heads craning to peer inside. Wow, Xinyou is amazing. This is the first time I've seen little Qiu lose so quickly, exclaimed Xiaoya, her eyes wide with awe. When Xinyou and Appo's eyelid twitched at the mention of little Qiu. Well, it does suit the image, she thought, having brought the final boss to its knees. Indeed, you are remarkable, Xinyou. Xiaoqing chimed in. Now that you've conquered the game, you can join us for some fun. Feeling somewhat fatigued, when Xinyou leaned against the wall and inquired, Sure, what do you wish to play? After dispatching the boss with such ease, it was only fair that she partake in some form of reward. Xiaoqing then mysteriously produced a deck of playing cards from behind her back. When Xinyou stared at the cards, noting their pristine condition, which seemed out of place in this world, she pondered for a moment before asking, Where did you acquire these? Xiaoqing tilted her head, settling cross-legged in front of Wen Xinyou, followed closely by Xiaoya, forming a comfortable triangle among the three. Are we already set on playing Dodiju? Wen Xinyou questioned. This was given to us by a tourist a few days ago, Xiaoqing explained. He said it was quite entertaining and offered to let us go in exchange for a game. We tried it out and found it to be indeed delightful. But it requires 3 players, which is why we thought of you, Xinyou. Yes, that tourist mentioned this game is called Dodiju. We played a few rounds and found it quite enjoyable. Do you know how to play? If not, we can teach you. Xiaoya chimed in, her head tilted in curiosity, though they bore fearsome expressions. When Xinyou, having grown accustomed to them, realized she could not only distinguish their differences but also discern their emotions. Presently, they radiated sheer anticipation. A smile crept onto Wen Xinyou's face as she replied, "All right, I know how to play. Let's begin, but only for a short while. I'm quite hungry and tired. May I continue after I rest this afternoon? I can also teach you some two-player variations." Xiao joyfully raised her arms, exclaiming, "Yay, I want to learn." Xiaoqing handed her the cards. "Of course. We understand that you are fatigued, Xinyou. We plan to stay here for quite some time, so please rest as you wish." Xiaoqing refrained from voicing her thoughts that Xinyou was the most diligent tourist she had ever encountered. "We're still unsure about dealing the cards. Could you do it, Xinyou?" When Xinyou accepted the cards and explained the most commonly used 3-6-9 dealing method, not wanting Xiaoya to feel overwhelmed, she added that dealing one card at a time or 3 at a time would also suffice. During the dealing process, she casually inquired, "By the way, why did nothing happen on my way up? Even if I am the first, this benefit seems excessive." As Xiaoya struggled to recall the rules while organizing her hand, Xiaoqing responded, "Oh, that. Xinyou, ISN and Oppos. It because you can absorb blood? Everyone seems to know about that now, and many of the locals consider you a rather unique kind of kin. Moreover, your performance at the party was so renowned that everyone anticipated you would surely emerge victorious. Why would you need to come over and take a beating?" When Xinyou nearly lost control, almost spilling her cards, her heart a tumult of emotions. Considered a kin, huh? Well, it was indeed her doing, and there was no way to change how the natives perceived her. However, such a notion granted her a rather advantageous convenience in her current victory, and she felt it was acceptable. When Xinyou's greatest strength lay in her positive mindset, she quickly set aside those thoughts and focused on enjoying the game with her two companions. After several rounds, both were thoroughly engrossed, yet when Xinyou felt her hunger intensifying, she taught them a couple of two-player games, one involving gambling and the other pairing, enough to keep them entertained for an entire day. As they eagerly delved into their games, when Xinyou strolled to the window, retrieving cooking materials to prepare a meal. Even outdoors, one must not neglect self-care. Diced tomatoes, cubed beef, and lard sizzling with fragrant scallions filled the air with an irresistible aroma. The tomato beef base for the instant noodles soon simmered, its enticing scent wafting on the breeze, reaching every player engaged in battles with the natives and mutated rats. Even those spectating nearby were drawn in. Goodness, what a delightful smell. Who is it? Who is cooking instant noodles? And there in Oppos. Meat aroma. Ah, I'm going to go mad with hunger. Who is it? Let the children have a taste. If nothing else, a sip of the broth would suffice. While others consumed instant noodles dry, this person had broth too. Whoa, lard. They're even using lard. The onlookers were overwhelmed, but those engaged in fierce battles were even more distraught. While they fought desperately to ascend and clash, someone had already begun cooking noodles for lunch. Where's the justice in this world? Who could be so cruel? Only two individuals knew the source of the delectable scent: Su Qin across the way and Lu Yunsheng in the adjacent building. The former vividly remembered the taste from his previous experience, while the latter was too close to ignore it. Hiding in the stairwell, recovering his strength with a nutritional supplement, Lu Yunsheng let out a bitter laugh at the disparity between people. Yet, even if he had a pot, his current situation rendered it useless. He took a deep breath and continued on his path, evading the approaching natives. Su Qin, on the other hand, was grinding his teeth in frustration. How can someone venture out for a competition while carrying a pot? Unbeknownst to the culprit, she simply believed the window provided a better way for the aroma to disperse. Content, after finishing her lunch, she sought a corner to nap, for the high floors with the sunlight streaming in were not conducive to sleep. According to Su Qin, the temperature had stabilized between 44 to 46 C for the past few days, and with no air conditioning outdoors, one could only seek solace in the shade. Even remaining idle in such heat was a torment. Failing to hydrate promptly could lead to dire consequences. When Xinyou napped for an hour, awakening to stretch her limbs before rejoining her companions in their card game for a time. This leisurely lifestyle, surprisingly, made her, who had lived as a diligent individual in this world for over 20 days, feel somewhat out of place. Having checked earlier, she noted that during the competition, communication functions were frozen, with only the marketplace accessible, meaning she had been unable to track the progress of other players or conduct transactions with her clients. Nonetheless, she inquired, "Are there any rats in this building?" Xiao looked at her and replied, Yes. So many. Xinyou, are you planning to use the rats for planting flowers?" "Oh, right." Xiaoya's words reminded Wen Xinyou, who retrieved the flowers she originally intended to give them. They were 2 sunflowers blooming beautifully in half-cut plastic bottles. "This is a gift I promised you." "Wow, it's truly the color of the sun." The 2 ladies joyfully accepted the 2 bottles of flowers, cradling them in their hands and lifting them toward the sunlight. Chapter 48. The desolate city, the genuine joy radiating from them stirred something within Wen Xinyou. This might have been their first encounter with vibrant colors beyond the players. What did this city look like before it fell into desolation? Was it merely a world fashioned for the sake of the game from its inception? These questions posed an unsolvable enigma for Wen Xinyou, who found herself knowing too little, understanding nothing, and having to strive for survival according to the game as designed. In the endless cycle of time and the infinite dangers ahead, who could discern what was good or bad? If given a choice, she would undoubtedly opt for the latter without hesitation. The life of a flower is ephemeral and fragile. In an unsuitable environment, it quickly withers and dies. Wen Xinyou remarked softly, "Oh, what should we do then? Will such a beautiful little thing perish swiftly?" Xiao Yu's spirits plummeted instantly. "Is there no way to keep them alive?" Xiao Qing echoed, her mood dampened as well. Wen Xinyou chuckled gently, her gaze softening as she observed the splendid sunflowers in their hands. Life is a cycle. Whether human or flower, none can escape the inevitable end of death. Yet, life is also relentless. Flowers will strive to perpetuate their existence. She lifted her hand to touch the seed head of the sunflower, which was already brimming with nearly mature seeds. These are their seeds. As long as there are seeds, flowers can continually regenerate. What appears to be a single flower is, in truth, dozens, perhaps even hundreds, and each of those plants will yield dozens, even hundreds more in an unceasing cycle. The 2 young ladies exchanged glances, seemingly struggling to grasp her words. However, Xiao Qing seemed to catch on a bit more quickly, deducing so, as long as we let this flower produce offspring, its progeny will continue to produce more, right? Wen Xinyou nodded affirmatively. Xiao Qing tilted her head. Then, Xiao Yu, can you teach me how to nurture it? I wanted to have many offspring. Xiao Yu chimed in eagerly. I want as well. I want to fill the entire company with its offspring. Wen Xinyou smiled. Of course, I specifically chose this type of flower for its strong adaptability and ease of care, making it well suited to be by your side. However, before they could revel in this delight, she stood up again, continuing, "But let us wait until tonight. For now, I wish to hunt some rats." "Absolutely." The 2 responded in unison. Subsequently, the trio descended to the office area below. Wen Xinyou diligently hunted the mutated rats, while Xiao Qing and Xiao Yu showcased their flowers. Most of the natives were initially uninterested in engaging her in battle, but captivated by the 2 girls, they paid no heed to her actions. The flowers were entirely novel to them, akin to a splash of color in a monochrome painting, impossible to ignore. It was not until she eliminated the Rat King on that floor and returned to look for them that the 2 reluctantly parted from the crowd. "Xiao Yu, everyone really loves this flower. I told them it would have many offspring, and now they are all clamoring for it." Xiao Yu exclaimed with delight. Xiao Qing nodded in agreement. Wen Xinyou smiled, pleased that they were enjoying it. Since the moment she impulsively agreed to gift Xiao Qing a flower, she had been contemplating ways to cultivate this world on a larger scale, even if it were just this one type of flower, setting aside temperature and humidity. The most crucial elements for plants are soil, water, and sunlight. Aside from sunlight, there was virtually none of either soil or water. Even if she could provide them with some nutrient-rich soil and liquid, it was not a sustainable solution. To flourish in the city, they would need to cultivate their own soil. As for water, Wen Xinyou recalled Xiao Qing mentioning that although they do not drink, the city is not actually devoid of water. During extreme circumstances, it could even experience torrential rains. Who knows which unfortunate players might encounter such a situation? After much contemplation, Wen Xinyou turned her attention to the one creature most abundant in this city, the mutated rats. The flesh and blood of living beings serve as the finest fertilizer for soil. With sufficient microorganisms and nutrients, soil can meet the growth requirements of plants. She could not teach them everything step by step, but these natives were not foolish. In some aspects, they even possessed insights and wisdom surpassing that of humans. Given the astonishing speed of information dissemination among the natives, Wen Xinyou believed that teaching Shaoqing and Xiaoyu would effectively educate all the natives. What Wen Xinyou could do was impart the fundamental methodologies, after which it was likely that one or two more astute natives would devise more suitable planting techniques tailored to their environment. That evening, Wen Xinyou shared her thoughts with the two and provided them with the notes she had taken during her contemplation. Although this was a game world, the endeavor itself aimed to foster closer relations with the natives to ensure a safe passage through the game. Yet, from Wen Xinyou's perspective, she also yearned to witness a more vibrant, desolate city. Shaoqing and Xiaoyu accepted her notes, their heads bowed in silence for a considerable time. Wen Xinyou surmised they were engaged in internal discussion. Indeed, after about 10 minutes, they looked back at her, tilting their heads slightly. "Thank you, Xiaoyu. We all truly appreciate it. You're the first visitor in a long time to do something for us, and we are immensely grateful." Wen Xinyou smiled gently, thinking that it was merely because her life was not threatened by them. Otherwise, she would have acted more ruthlessly than anyone. Yet, hearing such words stirred something within her. Mimicking their gesture, she tilted her head slightly. "You're welcome. I'm glad to help." Congratulations to player Wen Xinyou for upgrading skill Vibrant Vitality to level 4, increasing petal count to 20. Vibrant Vitality requires 666 petals to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. Congratulations to player Wen Xinyou for upgrading companion skill Passionate Rebirth to level 4, increasing healing effect to 40 and granting an additional 5 points of temporary defense. Congratulations to player Wen Xinyou for upgrading skill Plants Have Their Own Temperament to level 4, enhancing additional effects with a 20 increase in toxicity, causing paralysis for 30 seconds, and increasing counterattack damage by 20. Plants Have Their Own Temperament requires 888 monster kills to upgrade from level 4 to level 5. Today, while battling monsters, all three of Wen Xinyou's skills upgraded simultaneously. However, the more she gazed at the numbers required for the upgrades, the more peculiar they seemed, reminiscent of deceptive, flashy online games designed to entice players into spending money. With two eager and fresh pairs of hands at her disposal, Wen Xinyou devoted all her energy that day to planting rice and wheat. What one person would take a whole day to accomplish, three could complete in a single evening. Looking at the considerable quantities of rice and flour in her space, Wen Xinyou once again felt that this place might indeed hold great promise. Chapter 49. The Desolate City on the 27th day. Wen Xinyou effortlessly vanquished the little gray balls that could only submit to defeat, just as she had during the first phase. After enjoying a game of cards with her two companions, she felt in high spirits and decided to prepare 2 dishes for her meal. She opened a package of spicy beef hot pot base, scooping a small portion to saute with cabbage. The aroma of the hot pot base was more fragrant and robust than the tomato instant noodles she had yesterday. Downstairs, the players were in utter despair, having lost the will to spectate any longer. They returned home in tears, resorting to bland canned food and biscuits to satiate their hunger. Meanwhile, next door, Liu Yunsheng had just emerged from a battle with the formidable final boss. Despite having rested overnight to regain his strength, he was injured early on due to his unfamiliarity with the boss's attack patterns. Gritting his teeth against the searing pain of his wounds, he awkwardly tended to himself. This was his first experience of such grievous injury. In comparison to this realm, the difficulty of the first realm felt like child and Oppo's play. At this moment, he found solace in the fact that he had focused on gathering various medicines during the party competition. Without sufficient supplies, the risk of his wounds becoming inflamed and festering was inevitable. He began to ponder whether he should continue engaging the boss, as he had already met all the requirements for the boss fight. Staying outside until the end would still yield rewards. Given his current state, pressing on might very well lead to his demise in this realm, which seemed hardly worthwhile. He had just glanced at his status panel realizing that his health had plummeted below 30%, and this was merely the first round of battle. Greed could lead to ruin, no matter how enticing the rewards. His life was paramount. After attending to his wounds, he inhaled deeply, intending to lean against the wall and rest his eyes, only to be thwarted by the intoxicating aroma wafting from next door, which made it impossible for him to concentrate. It was her. Once again, it was her. For the first time, Lu Yunxiang felt a flicker of and oppose, resentment and oppose, toward the woman. Their two buildings were so close that the distance from his resting corner to her cooking area was scarcely 5 meters, and the rich fragrance seemed to invade his senses with an almost tyrannical persistence. Before entering this game, he had never anticipated such a voracious appetite within himself, even though he had fared relatively well in terms of food since his arrival. While he had encountered other players cooking, none had done so with such delectable finesse. His throat tightened as he struggled to suppress his cravings, ultimately unable to resist the urge to approach her window. "Hello," he greeted her, taking the initiative. Wen Xinyou had long noticed his movements, yet for players of their caliber, the best interaction was often to ignore one another. Lu Yunxiang and Appo's approach took her by surprise. Out of politeness, she glanced at him and replied, "Is there something you need? I would like to inquire if you're willing to sell your dishes. I can offer you gold in exchange." His demeanor was courteous, and his tone gentle, harmonizing well with his refined appearance, making his request quite compelling. As a gem merchant, which aligned closely with his prior profession, he had arrived in this realm while tallying his inventory in the treasury, leaving him with a significant amount of gold, his lifeline upon entering the game. To demonstrate his sincerity, he produced a gold bar the size of his palm. When Xinyou estimated it weighed at least 50 grams. Even she could not help but gaze at Lu Yunxiang in astonishment. Was this man in the business of producing gold, or had he brought a treasure trove with him? Unbeknownst to her, she had stumbled upon the truth. Were it anyone else, Lu Yunxiang would not have revealed such a quantity. However, having heard numerous tales about Wen Xinyou, the Valkyrie of Street 25, he was aware of the vast resources she had accumulated, even without resting during the party phase. Coupled with the 8 million rewards for first place, her resources in this realm could sustain her throughout the game. A person like her would not be swayed by trifling gains, thus, as the one seeking assistance. Lu Yunxiang understood the need for earnestness, yet he miscalculated. Even if he offered her 10 grams, she would gladly accept. She desired a broader variety of resources, as she currently possessed none of the precious metals. Moreover, during this confinement period, having someone to consume vegetables for her would enhance her defensive capabilities, which she deemed most advantageous. Had the distance between their buildings not been so great, she would have asked Su Qin if he wanted to dine with her. When Xinyou suddenly recalled something. Hadn't her skill leveled up? Perhaps the range of her vines had increased. She could test it shortly. In the span of a second, a multitude of thoughts raced through her mind, yet it did not hinder her from responding to Lu Yunxiang. "No problem. You are offering too much. I can guarantee you 2 meals today, and if you require, I can also provide you with a healing service. I possess a skill that restores 40% of health and grants 5 points of temporary defense." When Xinyou had never engaged in dishonest trading, she was always considerate towards earnest customers. She could see that this man was significantly injured, particularly in the waist, which looked excruciating. Coincidentally, she had yet to utilize her accompanying skill, and she had long wished for a test subject. Lu Yunxiang was taken aback when Xinyou and Appo's willingness to engage was entirely unexpected. With her cold demeanor and unapproachable aura, he was prepared for outright rejection. Yet not only was she offering 2 meals, but also additional medical assistance. Such fortune left him momentarily dazed. However, this did not deter him from accepting her proposal, as it would be foolish to refuse benefits. "I truly need it. Thank you very much." When Xinyou nodded, her mind occupied with the mechanics of her skill, as a soft vine extended from her wrist towards Lu Yunxiang. "Extend your arm," she instructed. He complied, astonished by the convenience of her skill. The soft vine gently coiled around his arm, its tip extending to deliver a soft prick into his vein. Lu Yunxiang felt a slight sting in his arm, followed by a cool sensation that spread from the puncture, soon accompanied by a tingling itch at the site of his wound, a sensation he instinctively recognized as the regeneration of flesh. The soft prick lingered beneath his skin for merely 3 seconds before withdrawing, and shortly thereafter, 2 cans filled with food were placed gently on the windowsill by 2 deeper-hued vines. The resource cans in the desolate city held a capacity of 250 grams, and once filled, they were quite substantial. Wen Xinyou retrieved the gold bar from his hand with her vines, casually remarking, "If the dishes are insufficient, I can provide more." You and Oppos. LL received 1 box of rice in the morning and another in the evening. With that, she rose and walked to the other side of the building to call for Su Qin. Lu Yunsheng gazed at his health, now nearly restored to 70%, along with the unexpected 5 points of defense. A rare smile graced his face, one that had seldom been seen in the presence of others. He silently affirmed to himself that he must never become an adversary of this woman. Chapter 50. The desolate city. When Xinyou arrived at the window opposite Su Qin's building. Upon her ascent, she had already discerned that although the 123rd floor was distinct from those of other players, their penthouses lay on the same horizontal plane. Wen Xinyou interpreted this as the system's protective measure for the top 3 contenders. After all, being positioned lower made one susceptible to being outmaneuvered by others. She had no desire to remain vigilant against potential threats during her respite. The distance between the 2 buildings was approximately 40 meters. When Xinyou exerted herself and discovered that her hardened vines could reach this distance, and with a little more effort, extend to 50 meters. However, to avoid being shot by the startled Su Qin, she opted for a more courteous approach, gently tapping on his window. The result was a piece of the windowsill being shattered, immediately drawing Su Qin and Oppos' attention, who had previously been oblivious to the commotion. Wen Xinyou, "Well, this works." Upon seeing her, Su Qin begrudgingly lowered his weapon. "What brings you here? Are you trying to seduce me with your delicious cooking?" Given the distance, conversation required shouting, which Wen Xinyou found impractical. Instead, she handed him a note. Upon receiving the note, Su Qin and Oppos' expression turned peculiar, feeling somewhat foolish. Yet, after reading its contents, his anger transformed into delight. With the pen she had thoughtfully provided, he swiftly scrawled the words "no problem." Wen Xinyou's request was for 3 meals a day in exchange for 200 rounds of Browning ammunition, a trivial matter for Su Qin. Soon, Vines reached out once more, delivering a meal akin to that which Lu Yunsheng had received, alongside a note indicating that additional dishes could be provided. As he gazed at the neatly penned words, Su Qin's face flushed crimson, and he pretended as if nothing had happened, folding both notes and storing them away. "Ah, cabbage, how delightful!" On the 28th day, at precisely 10:42:36, Wen Xinyou vanquished the final boss of the day. As other players continued their skirmishes, the system merely notified her of the challenge's conclusion, allowing her to depart without announcing any rankings. Yet, Wen Xinyou was in no rush to leave. Today, she had also collected a 50G gold bar from Lu Yunsheng and ammunition from Su Qin, and she intended to wait for both to emerge before retrieving her provisions for the day. Moreover, Xiao Qing and Xiao Yu appeared reluctant to part ways, prompting Wen Xinyou to linger a little longer. Although surprised by her early exit, the 2 men were not entirely taken aback, considering her remarkable prowess. After finalizing the transaction, Wen Xinyou found no further reason to remain. Aware that she would stay until the 30th day, Xiao Qing and Xiao Yu cheerfully allowed her to leave. Her dealings with Lu Yunsheng had illuminated the potential to exchange her abundant resources for materials she lacked, such as precious metals, weapons, and tools. This notion had crossed her mind numerous times, yet the players had remained notably silent, and her daily monster hunting kept her preoccupied. However, with this being the final day in this realm, any lurking dangers could be evaded by nightfall, prompting interested players to take action. Before that, Wen Xinyou needed to collect the bulk of supplies she had purchased prior to the competition. She refrained from requesting home delivery, especially for food, as the quantities were substantial, necessitating her presence to collect them. As Wen Xinyou stepped out of the competition building, a wave of astonishment erupted around her. "Someone's out. It's the martial god. Incredible. The martial god is the first to emerge. The martial god is magnificent." truly unparalleled. A throng of players, obstructed by an invisible barrier 2 meters from the competition grounds, erupted into cheers upon her appearance, resembling fans welcoming a celebrity. Wen Xinyou was momentarily taken aback by the spectacle. Turning her gaze towards the opposite street, she could discern a crowd of similar size. With a sigh, she pondered the absurdity of the situation. Did no one else need to battle monsters for resources? What compelled them to gather and gawk? Reluctantly, Wen Xinyou navigated through the throng, enduring their enthusiastic gazes and cheers. Martial God, you are my idol. Please shake my hand. Martial God's sister, you are so cool. I love you. The increasingly outrageous shouts urged her to quicken her pace. What was this? A fan meeting? She was merely an unremarkable monster-slaying machine. Why the fuss? Moreover, on such a sweltering day, standing under the midday sun, were they not concerned about heatstroke? Wen Xinyou could not help but mentally critique the absurdity of it all, unaccustomed to the sensation of being in the spotlight. She felt akin to an animal on display at the zoo, open to public admiration without an entry fee. She hastily retreated to her street, relieved that while the players were enthusiastic, they were not audacious enough to follow her. This allowed her to reach the 2 buildings seamlessly to complete her collection. After returning to her safe house, the long-awaited cool air enveloped her, making her feel as if her very soul had been rejuvenated. She swiftly entered the bathroom for a refreshing shower, then disassembled the sink, stuffing it into a diesel barrel, while simultaneously turning on the shower and faucet to fill it with water. Her recent inability to bathe had made her realize the necessity of maintaining a water reserve. Even if it was undrinkable, this was her first priority. The second was to look up at the ceiling. System, are you there? I am here. How may I assist you? Was and Oppos. T had stated that the house would upgrade after 21 days. Why have I not received any notification? The system remained silent for a moment, and had Wen Xinyou not been idly organizing her space in the building, she might have forgotten about it entirely. Yes, however, after system evaluation, your safe house has been upgraded to a structure more robust than stone house. It is now an iron house. Should you require it and possess sufficient materials, the system can also revert it back to stone house. Wen Xinyou chuckled in exasperation. So, I completed a special task and missed out on an upgrade opportunity? The system was silent for 3 seconds. Dear player, upon system verification, you may select one of the following options for safe house expansion in lieu of the original upgrade. A. An attic of dimensions 1M, 1M, 1M. B. A basement of dimensions 1M, 1M, 1M. C. An expansion of the safe house to 3M, 3M, 2M. Wen Xinyou found the options rather stingy. Is the attic included within the safe house's defensive perimeter? Yes. Very well, I shall choose the attic. With the addition of an attic, Wen Xinyou would no longer be confined to observing the outside world solely through windows and doors. Her vantage point would improve, and, if necessary, it could serve as a makeshift high ground. Chapter 51. The Desolate City Received. Transformation has commenced. Estimated time 180 minutes. In her third task, Wen Xinyou opened the message tab, where the first messages were from Zhao Xinrui and Jiang Xiao. They had sent her dozens of messages, with the initial ones expressing concern, followed by greetings upon hearing of her emergence. Wen Xinyou merely glanced through them. The IDs of Su Qin and Gao Mingwei were grayed out, indicating they were still engaged in battle. Wen Xinyou sent Zhao Xinrui and Jiang Xiao a similar message, essentially requesting them to promote her offer among the players. She announced that for the next few days, she would be facilitating resource trading. Interested parties should send her a friend request, specifying the items they were willing to trade and what they sought in return. She required precious metals, weapons, and an array of tools, including but not limited to machinery. She would sift through the items to ascertain her needs, ceasing transactions once her requirements were met. Trading would commence at the earliest on the 29th day at 7 o'clock a.m., meaning that chosen representatives must remain in this realm for at least 7 hours. The other party must acknowledge this condition before sending a request. Additionally, she sought a mechanic and a carpenter. Wen Xinyou had not given up on the pile of discarded items she had salvaged. A clock in a marketplace cost 50 exchange points, and a thermometer was priced at 40 exchange points, which was not a worthwhile trade. She was reluctant to engage in such transactions unless absolutely necessary. She preferred to allocate her points towards weapons and essential machinery. As her loyal underlings, they were more than willing to assist her, especially given her offer of 20 pounds of vegetables as compensation. With the marketplace now opened, they had refrigerators to store their goods, making it a perfect time for trading. With only 3 days remaining before mandatory teleportation, this was their last opportunity to engage in trade with Wen Xinyou. Once they ventured to other realms, it was evident that such advantageous conditions would not present themselves again, particularly for Jiang Shao, who required defense points more than Zhao Xinrui. His skills offered no offensive capability, and his speed left much to be desired. He could barely be considered a half-hearted healer, and if he remained fragile, his survival would be in jeopardy. Having completed her tasks, Wen Xinyou lay down for a brief rest. She had no intention of idling away. She aimed to capitalize on the last few days of opportunity and continue participating in forthcoming parties, entering buildings to combat monsters as she had previously done. If misfortune struck and she found herself in a realm devoid of monsters, a highly probable scenario, she intended to maximize her gains while she could. Upon awakening, her message tab was inundated with requests, nearly exceeding 99. She first inquired about the time from Zhao Xinrui, who had purchased the clock. Su Qin was unavailable, and Zhao Xinrui served as her timekeeping assistant. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. Sister, it is currently 1524. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. Sister, our promotional efforts have been outstanding. We have numerous carpenters and mechanics. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. However, I suspect many are not genuinely interested in trading resources, but rather in securing a friend slot with you. I see through these cunning old players. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. I also encountered a wealthy player whose profession seems to be a jeweler. Her necklaces and rings are exquisite. Sister, you might want to check her out. She is in need of medicines. Player, Zhao Xinrui LV1. There is also a weapon merchant. I saw him with an abundance of firearms, resembling 1,000-armed Avalokiteshvara. However, I know little about guns, so you may want to keep an eye on him. Player, Jiang Shao LV1. Sister, I found an exceptional carpenter. He claims he can craft anything you desire if you tell him the purpose, provided you supply half the materials. He is an experienced player named Duan Haowen. Please take note. Player, Jiang Shao LV1. I met a few mechanics, but they appear rather inexperienced. I doubt their capabilities. Player, Jiang Shao LV1. Sister, I overheard several individuals planning to use fake gold to swindle. Be cautious not to fall for their tricks. Wen Xinyou took note of the pertinent information and replied with a simple acknowledgement, received, thank you for your efforts. Subsequently, she sent them 20 pounds of vegetables and 5 boxes of self-heating hot pot. With some time remaining before the 6 o'clock party, Wen Xinyou dedicated herself to filtering potential trading partners. She did not approve all requests. Rather, she conducted a preliminary screening, discarding those with exorbitant offers, arrogant attitudes, irrelevant responses, and those who attempted to form cliques. She eliminated any items she deemed unnecessary and would meticulously review the remaining offers for a second round of filtering. However, the sheer volume of applicants and the continuous influx of new requests left her feeling overwhelmed by the barrage of messages. Were there truly so many players in this realm? Wasn't it said that half had perished? Ultimately, she relinquished her Na'vi ambition of thoroughly reviewing every message within a short time frame, opting instead to approve only the 2 highest-level carpenters and mechanics before rising to wash her face and step outside. She arranged to meet them on 25th Street after the party concluded, as she needed to focus on acquiring materials. Wen Xinyou's public trading initiative sparked considerable excitement among players, as she attracted countless gazes wherever she went. Although she felt uncomfortable under the scrutiny, she chose to ignore it. There were indeed men who, in their arrogance, attempted to approach her, but Wen Xinyou coldly leveled her weapon at their heads, causing them to flee in fear. This effectively deterred others from attempting to engage her in conversation. At 9 o'clock, the party concluded, and Wen Xinyou met with the 2 craftsmen as scheduled. The carpenter was a tall, middle-aged man, level 3, named Duan Haowen, the very one Jiang Shao had introduced. The mechanic was a petite young woman, level 4. named Xinyou, who claimed she could repair any ordinary object as long as it hadn't exploded. Wen Xinyou commissioned Duan Haowen to construct 2 large wooden cabinets, tailored to fit the height of her safe house. Each cabinet would measure 1 meter in length, half a meter in width, and 2 meters in height. Designed with 2 layers and an open lower cabinet door, providing an ideal space for hydroponically growing bean sprouts and mushrooms. The price was set at 10 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water and 15 packs of instant noodles. Zhang Yue's task was more straightforward. When Xinyou handed her a collection of broken clocks, thermometers, flashlights, hairdryers, and desk lamps, agreeing to give her a can for each item repaired. Additionally, when Xinyou purchased 50 various types of batteries from her, totaling 20 packs of instant noodles. Returning to her safe house, when Xinyou continued to sift through the list of potential trades, prioritizing weaponry. She had 2 primary requirements. The weapons must be in good working condition and offer better value than those available in the marketplace. She identified 3 players willing to trade Browning pistols, one with AK-80 and another with an AKM, along with 3 short rifles and 1 sniper rifle, sufficient for her immediate needs. All identified players were seasoned veterans, at least level 3 or higher, possessing weapons that provided a distinct advantage at any time. When Xinyou inquired whether they had storage cards, receiving affirmative responses, and proposed a trade involving vegetables. Upon learning of her skills' effects, all parties readily agreed. The players with the K-80 and AKM exchanged 20 pounds of vegetables and included an additional 200 rounds of ammunition, while the Browning player offered 500 rounds in exchange for 10 pounds. From a value perspective, this trade was somewhat disadvantageous for Wen Xinyou, considering that vegetables were a precious resource. However, in terms of the defensive value gained, she essentially acquired a multitude of weapons and ammunition at minimal cost. The transaction proved mutually beneficial for all involved. Chapter 52, Desolate City. Subsequently, when Xinyou shifted her focus towards tools. Unfortunately, most of the items available were either redundant or unappealing to her. In the end, she selected only a chainsaw and an alloy toolbox, each priced at 5 packets of instant noodles. Next came the matter of precious metals and jewelry. Although when Xinyou was affluent, she was not foolish. She deftly eliminated any attempts by others to exploit her. Her psychological price point was set at 1 canister of gold for 5 grams and 2 grams for a compressed biscuit, a consideration she deemed quite generous. For ordinary players lacking self-defense capabilities, possessing excessive precious metals was more detrimental than beneficial. It was far more practical to exchange them for life-sustaining resources. At such a moment, those who still contemplated raising prices to swindle her would find themselves left with their treasures, unperturbed by her. The selection process for these items was relatively complex, and before she could begin her assessment, the clock struck 12. Congratulations, player, Wen Xinyou LV1. You have successfully cleared the dimension Desolate City LV1. You may choose to enter the next dimension at any time within the next 48 hours. After this period, the system will enact a forced transmission. The next dimension you are to visit is Coastal Scenery LV1. Now announcing the final boss battle rankings for Desolate City LV1 and distributing rewards. This boss battle MVP is player Wen Xinyou LV1. There are 15 players who survived this boss battle. Out of these, 11 are counted in the valid ranking. The rankings will be announced shortly. First place, player Wen Xinyou LV1. Second place, player Su Qin LV5. Third place, player Lu Yunsheng LV2. All participating players' rewards have been distributed. Please check your accounts. Wishing you an enjoyable gaming experience. Congratulations on your victory in this boss battle. Your prize is a permanent 20 discount card for the marketplace, which is effective immediately. Congratulations on becoming the MVP of this boss battle. Your prize is 1 storage card with 20 slots, capable of holding up to 99 items of the same category per slot. MVP prizes are non-transferable. More astonishing than these rewards was the grim realization that a total of 10 players had perished during the competition. Before Wen Xinyou could contemplate further, a message from Su Qin erupted onto her screen. Player Su Qin LV5. Damn it, this dimension is utterly insane. I've never faced such a ferocious boss. Player Su Qin LV5. In other dimensions, even when players die, it's not like this one where the native inhabitants and bosses crush players unilaterally. This dimension is simply deranged. Player Su Qin LV5. When I find that bastard who told me this dimension was particularly easy, I'll make him pay. Wen Xinyou found amusement in his indignation, wondering what he was so worked up about. For a player of his caliber, this dimension was undoubtedly a treasure trove for resource gathering. Soon enough, he appeared to realize his overexcitement and tried to clarify. Player Su Qin LV5. What I mean is not that other dimensions are easy. More players die in other dimensions, and the conflicts between players and natives are far more intense. However, this dimension is peculiar. In short, Sai, you understand what I mean, right? When Xinyou comprehended his sentiment, essentially, the difficulty of this dimension was not suited for newcomers. The natives and oppos, near absolute dominance, and the bosses that decimated half of the experienced players were indeed bizarre for a novice dimension. Player, Wen Xinyou LV1. I get it. But didn't the system mention that this dimension is super rare? I recall you saying something similar before. It shouldn't be encountered again easily, right? After a brief pause, he responded. Player Su Qin LV5. That's true. I've traversed 4 dimensions and encountered only one player who had been here, and I ended up being deceived. Wen Xinyou chuckled softly. Player Wen Xinyou LV1. Honestly, I don't think it's that dire. The number of surviving players is still quite substantial, far more than I anticipated. Player Su Qin LV5. Are you certain? From what I saw, most were seasoned players. I estimate that around 60 to 70% of new players perished. Wen Xinyou fell silent. In terms of player identification and statistics, Su Qin's words held more credibility, and she opted to bypass the topic. Player Wen Xinyou LV1. Let us not dwell on it. I have a party to attend shortly, so we can discuss the matter of buying information once you've rested. Player Su Qin LV5. Your energy levels are impressive. Fine, I'll message you once I'm awake. Wen Xinyou closed the interface and continued filtering through potential trade partners. As the clock struck 1, she prepared to leave. After the boss battle, no natives had approached Wen Xinyou again. She had to recruit participants for the competition herself. Fortunately, the natives were quite accommodating. As long as she didn't require their company for the entire duration, they were willing to play a few rounds with her. On the 29th day of the game, Wen Xinyou awoke, as per her biological clock. She disliked leaving tasks unfinished, as it prevented her from resting peacefully. Friend requests continued to flood in, but she had largely settled on her chosen trade partners for precious metals. Among them was Lu Yunsheng. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over her. She accepted his request, and he quickly sent a message. Player Lu Yunsheng LV2. Hello, Miss Wen. I've heard you're looking to exchange precious metals. I possess a substantial amount of gold, and if you require, I also have gemstones and jade. How about we consider trading directly? Wen Xinyou. Curse it all, what a wasted night. After some contemplation, Wen Xinyou decided to retain 3 players capable of substantial single transactions, while she resolved to discuss matters with Lu Yunsheng first. Player Wen Xinyou LV1. Are you coming here, or shall I come to you? Player Lu Yunsheng LV2. While I would love to visit you in person, it would be more convenient if you could come over. My wound has become somewhat inflamed, making it cumbersome for me to move. Wen Xinyou had no objections. After inquiring about his coordinates, she set out. Simultaneously, she messaged the 3 other players, requesting them to come by at noon, carefully staggering the timing of the precious metals and weapon transactions to avoid complications. Lu Yunsheng's location was on 32nd Street, and she quickly found it. When he opened the door, his pallid and haggard appearance made Wen Xinyou think of the phrase "a frail willow bending in the wind" to describe a man for the first time. She paused momentarily and said, "Let me tend to your wounds first." Lu Yunsheng managed a wry smile. "Thank you for your kindness." After administering treatment, Lu Yunsheng promptly handed her 20 grams of gold bars as compensation for the medical care. To Wen Xinyou, he now resembled a wealthy landowner who lacked nothing but was sorely in need of assistance. She accepted the gold without hesitation. "Now let us discuss the trade," Wen Xinyou said as she settled onto Lu Yunsheng's sofa. "What do you require?" Chapter 53. The desolate city. Lu Yunsheng regained his vitality and wore a familiar smile. I require defensive points, or rather, I am in need of a substantial quantity of Miss Wen's vegetables, he remarked with a smile. Wen Xinyou raised an eyebrow. Lu Yunsheng was an astute and perceptive man. She was not surprised that he could deduce her abilities. In the past couple of days, he had voraciously consumed an impressive amount of vegetables, certainly around 10 kilograms. For lower-tier players, any fluctuation in stats is readily apparent. He would not assume that the sudden increase in his defensive points, while he was being relentlessly attacked, was merely a result of his efforts to endure the blows. Thus, considering some rumors he had previously heard, there could only be one conclusion. Wen Xinyou had no intention of concealing the truth from him. In her eyes, Lu Yunsheng was a favorable trading partner, often referred to as a big spender. She promptly stated, "Very well, would you prefer to convert the vegetables gradually on your own? Or shall I provide them directly?" The system rules clearly indicated that players could mutually exchange defensive points. Lu Yunsheng inquired, "What is the consumption ratio for the vegetables?" Wen Xinyou recounted her skills to him. "If you desire them, 1 kilogram of vegetables equates to 10 grams of gold, and 1 defensive point to 100 grams of gold. By that ratio, the vegetables are essentially free, though they do require time to process." Wen Xinyou hoped he would opt for the vegetables. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yunsheng asked, "How many defensive points can you provide me?" Wen Xinyou replied, 80 points. You can obtain 200 kilograms of vegetables, totaling 100 points. The sheer amount of defensive points at his disposal startled Lu Yunsheng. What he had initially deemed a commendable skill now felt rather unappetizing. He adjusted his glasses. "I find this proposal feasible. Shall we proceed with immediate payment?" Wen Xinyou smiled slightly, of course. As a gesture of goodwill, Lu Yunsheng promptly sent a gold bar marked as 10 kilograms to her inbox. Wen Xinyou efficiently exchanged the points and vegetables with him. Gazing at his suddenly enriched statistics panel, Lu Yunsheng could not help but lament. "If only I had encountered Miss Wen sooner, perhaps I would have avoided all this suffering." Wen Xinyou, ever considerate, reassured him, "Perhaps we shall meet again in the future." After all, their levels were not vastly different, though the likelihood remained slim. Lu Yunsheng chuckled lightly. Miss Wen is indeed correct. With the transaction concluded, Wen Xinyou did not linger. She needed to engage in trades for weapons and tools before the party commenced. After the event, she exchanged 50 boxes of self-heating hot pot and 50 boxes of self-heating rice for 50 grams of imperial green jade, 350 grams of gold, and 5 carats of pink diamonds with 3 players of precious metals. Subsequently, she found 2 additional players, trading 100 compressed biscuits and 15 boxes of self-heating rice for 630 grams of gold. Coupled with her earlier exchange with Lu Yunsheng, she now possessed an impressive 11 kilograms of gold bars, sufficient for her current needs. In the afternoon, she continued to scour the area. Due to her busy schedule, Wen Xinyou opted to meet Su Qin directly at the stall on Street 25, ensuring she would not miss her competition while promptly acquiring intelligence. As the game concluded, a multitude of players chose to depart, including many who had sent friend requests to Wen Xinyou, all eagerly leaving this wretched dimension at the game and Oppo's end. Consequently, the streets were nearly deserted, occupied mainly by the natives, with only a handful of players still participating in the competition. Wen Xinyou was unconcerned about eavesdropping, especially since she was not seeking any confidential information. There was nothing that could not be disclosed. "I thought you would at least come to seek me out." Su Qin lamented with a hint of reproach. "I and Amp, Oppo's, been too busy. There hasn't end Amp, Oppo's, been time," Wen Xinyou replied without glancing at him. Her eyes focused on her target as she threw a sandbag with force. She was not exaggerating. She had to meet Duan Haowen and Zhang Yue shortly after the party concluded to collect items. Su Qin huffed but said nothing further. "Tell me about your experiences. I wish to know all the information regarding dimensions and boss strategies you have encountered. Techniques for clearing a dimension are inconsequential, but I will trade 10 kilograms of vegetables for them. I desire cabbage and apples, but not those cursed cucumbers and pumpkins." Wen Xinyou caught the hint of his complaints and recalled his earlier quip about becoming a pumpkin. She smiled softly and nodded in agreement. There was little to elaborate on. As the mechanics of other dimensions were largely similar, typically revolving around singular natural disasters, basic survival scenarios, where ample resources ensured survival. Her experiences included seawater flooding, torrential rains, extreme temperatures, and unique dimensions like the ranch and the desolate city. You seem to have quite the affinity for water, she remarked. Do not digress. The first three are self-explanatory and require no further discussion. Consider them as one dimension. The key lies in stockpiling resources and locating a secure base for the safe house. Wen Xinyou raised an eyebrow. Finding a base? Aren't safe houses automatically deployed within a fixed radius? Su Qin clicked his tongue. That's why I said this dimension is rather peculiar. Players cannot dictate their positioning and are left exposed. Should someone come to attack you, you are compelled to confront them. In other dimensions, players do not initially land in safe houses, as their locations could be either urban or wilderness. What consequences would arise if a multitude of bizarre houses appeared in a city with normal societal order? When Xinyou nodded, you have a point. Su Qin continued, however, given your prowess, I believe you need not rush to find a base. As long as one is resourceful, concealed safe havens abound. Thus, my recommendation is to prioritize resource trading upon landing. Before the disasters commence, societal order remains stable, allowing us to procure the most resources at reasonable prices. When calamity strikes, we can then trade at inflated rates, reaping the profits in between. When Xinyou remained silent, as their thoughts aligned closely, the measures Su Qin would adopt were likely those she would consider as well. Beyond that, one must remain vigilant against ambushes from natives and players alike. Those who suffer from scarcity and hunger are capable of anything. Furthermore, in urban dimensions, there are few monsters to slay. To gain exchange points, one must resort to killing. Do not be deceived by my demeanor. Most of my exchange points were accrued in the previous dimension. When Xinyou inquired, can one acquire another and oppose exchange points by slaying a player? Su Qin snapped his fingers. Clever. This is indeed the primary source of exchange points in urban dimensions. By eliminating a player, you can obtain their exchange points, and by destroying their safe house, you can seize their resources. A native typically yields around 20 points upon being killed, though particularly fierce natives may provide even more. However, if you first eliminate a player, their safe house vanishes, and you can only claim their exchange points. The optimal strategy is to invade the safe house, loot it, and then kill. Thus, the game essentially encourages players to turn against one another, Wen Xinyou remarked. So, during the party, those acts of murder and looting were not merely about resources. Chapter 54, Desolate City, and, in response to this, Su Qin offered no answer, merely bestowing a meaningful smile. Wen Xinyou did not dwell on the topic either. Continuing to inquire, what about the boss of city-type natural disasters? Her curiosity was piqued by this question. Su Qin replied, the types of boss are varied. They can be monsters, individuals, tasks, or even a natural disaster itself. For instance, in scenarios like flood dimensions and seawater intrusion dimensions, the player who survives until the end with the highest health percentage is deemed the MVP. When Xinyou pondered this, realizing that in such circumstances, the flood itself is merely one issue. The ensuing scarcity of food and water, poor sanitary conditions, and the threat of plagues pose far greater dangers to humanity. Maintaining high health under such conditions is indeed a formidable challenge. She remarked, aren't these conditions rather harsh for ordinary players? After all, not all players possess the experience to cope with natural disasters, nor do they all have sufficient resources to stockpile supplies. Su Qin chuckled enigmatically thus. This is a doomsday survival game. The emphasis lies not on the apocalypse, but on survival. When Xinyou found herself speechless, she gathered her supplies and guided him to the next stall. Let us discuss the ranch. I have a feeling I shall venture there too. Su Qin nodded, stating, the ranch represents a different archetype, which I refer to as a cosplay-type dimension. When Xinyou shot him a glance. Hear me out, Su Qin continued, a smirk playing on his lips. Such dimensions typically lack natural disasters, and the indigenous inhabitants are not ordinary humans. Upon entry, players are assigned an identity. For instance, during my time at the ranch, I was a butcher at a cattle farm, which allowed me to hoard a significant amount of beef. The initial phase consists of diligent work, followed by discreetly pilfering items from the production line. Indigenous people seldom notice. Skilled players can also utilize their spare time to gather resources from other departments, such as eggs and milk. The second phase involves receiving tasks to capture rampaging animals. Successfully capturing and dispatching them for department registration earns corresponding points, which can be exchanged for various ranch supplies in the ranch market. One must be cautious, however, as the indigenous people conduct random inspections at night. While we relish beef, they have a penchant for us. The ranch features a dedicated facility for raising humans. Wen Xinyou remarked, "This fellow seems to have casually narrated a horror story." The third phase entails, well, a counterattack from the animals. In essence, all animals will go berserk and assault humans, with a formidable boss leading the charge. A powerful bull, best approached with caution. Additionally, the indigenous people will pursue players in a typical cat-and-mouse fashion. Those who fear for their lives may remain in a safe house until the end. The advantage of the third phase is that any animals you slay can be collected immediately. I recommend heading towards the cattle facility. Their meat is exceptionally delectable. At this point, he couldn't help but lick his lips in anticipation. That's about the gist of it. Do you wish to know anything else? Wen Xinyou contemplated briefly, then shook her head. It sufficed, and she would adapt as circumstances arose. Understanding the rules requires time, and having prior knowledge equates to seizing the initiative. With that, Wen Xinyou freed a hand to present him with 20 pounds of cabbage and 10 pounds of apples. Su Qin promptly produced an apple and began to munch on it. Suddenly recalling something, he rummaged through his pocket, a look of vexation crossing his face. Ah, the prize from the boss battle. It left me speechless. It was yet another storage card. Had I known, I would not have participated. It was exhausting. It's only 20 slots. Would you like a trade? Wen Xinyou chuckled. She had always welcomed ample storage space. Yes, what would you like in exchange? Su Qin stroked his chin, his handsome face etched with concern. I want tea trade vegetables. I have enough in my inventory. How about you fry me a few pots of dishes? Wen Xinyou had no objections. She appreciated his enthusiastic support of her cooking. Certainly, I'll prepare 10 pots for you. You provide the ingredients and equipment. Finalize the menu tonight, and I'll instruct you on how to prepare the ingredients in advance. No time to waste. After completing my final day of work tomorrow, I'll head straight over. Su Qin was easily satisfied, relishing Wen Xinyou and Appo's forthright demeanor. No problem. I'm all yours. Day 30 of the game. This marks the final day for players to linger within the same dimension. Except for Su Qin. All trading partners opted to depart after completing their last transaction with Wen Xinyou in the morning. She bid farewell to each in turn. Wen Xinyou's schedule remained largely unchanged, but after finishing her afternoon duties, she took the opportunity to visit Shaoqing and Xiaoyu, imparting some final insights on planting while saying her goodbyes. Though she did not harbor any profound emotional attachments to them, she sincerely expressed her gratitude for their unwavering support, acknowledging them as her friends. This may be our last meeting, but I believe I shall never forget you. You are my friends. As she spoke, the two indigenous ladies, delighted by her words, exchanged a warm embrace with her. Oh wow, I'm so happy. I will miss you, Xinyou. Thank you, Xinyou. We will always remember you. The two front desk ladies said, parting with grace and gentleness. Since childhood, Wen Xinyou had struggled to comprehend the nature of emotions. Over the years, she endeavored to learn how ordinary individuals navigate their feelings. Nevertheless, she maintained her own independent standards for handling her emotions. Thus, she had no qualms about befriending non-human front desk ladies, as they conformed to her understanding of friendship, even if their roles should have deemed them adversaries. One of Wen Xinyou's life philosophies is that there are no eternal friends, nor are there eternal enemies. Following her attendance at the final party, she assisted Su Qin in cooking, and they too bid farewell. Given their differing levels, they might not cross paths again, but as kindred spirits, they shared a mutual appreciation for one another. 23:30, Wen Xinyou returned to the safe house. 23:40, after finishing her bath, she sat down at her workstation to record the day's supplies. 23:57, a system notification appeared. The system will initiate mandatory teleportation for players in 3 minutes. Destination, Seascape Level 1. Please prepare accordingly. 23:59, Wen Xinyou lay on her bed, quietly awaiting the commencement of the teleportation. 0000, A blinding white light flashed outside the window, and the system's cold, mechanical voice echoed once more. Transmission commencing. Estimated duration, 8 hours. Dimension code 008. Self-awareness awakening commenced, successfully transmitted to main system. This dimension corresponds to the primary stockpiling phase typical of apocalyptic narratives. Subsequent dimensions will not feature detailed inventory lists, marking the final appearance of such. Thank you for your understanding. The financial summary for the 26th to 30th is as follows. No rewards from daily tasks. Acquired a 1M, 1M, 1M attic and harvested a total of 240 crops. 20 cucumbers, totaling 480 pounds. 10 pumpkins, totaling 320 pounds. 20 tomatoes, totaling 300 pounds. 20 potatoes, totaling 150 pounds. 10 cabbages, totaling 80 pounds. 10 watermelons, totaling 320 pounds. 60 rice plants, processed into 65 pounds of rice. 60 wheat plants, processed into 37 pounds of white flour and 43 pounds of whole wheat flour. Additionally, 15 million currency was obtained from building sweeps, yielding 3,182 exchange points. Resources acquired from competitions: 354 liters of mineral water, 482 bottles of 500 milliliters mineral water, and 7 blankets. Resources exchanged from the building included 1,500 units each of white sugar, salt, compressed biscuits, instant noodles, canned fruits, canned pork belly, canned tuna, self-heating hot pot, self-heating rice, and honey. 1,000 units of hot pot base, 600 complimentary instant noodles, 500 self-heating hot pots, 60 sets of regular clothing, 50 winter garments, thick blankets, thin blankets, sports shoes, and boots, 200 pairs of cotton and cashmere socks, 50 complimentary cotton, rabbit fur, and cashmere socks, 1,100 bars of soap, 200 sets of toothpaste and toothbrushes, and 300 g each of shampoo and body wash, with 150 complimentary bars of soap. A total of 768 vegetables were traded, yielding resources including 3M of portable space, 24 pounds of butter, 16 pounds of oil residue, 20 pounds of steak, 20 chicken legs, 10 units of wound medicine, 2 units of foot powder, 10 units of medical alcohol, 3 Browning firearms, 1,900 bullets, 1 K80, 1 AKM, and 200 bullets each. During this period, a total of 78 pounds of fruits and vegetables were consumed, alongside 24 liters of mineral water, 7 pounds of rice, 3 pounds of flour, 2 units of hot pot base for instant noodles, 12 can pork belly, 8 can fruits, 5 can tuna, 2 watermelons, and 2 fried eggs. Chapter 55. Scenery of the Sea Kingdom. One aside from an initial jolt, the dimensional transmission process was largely smooth, allowing Wen Xinyou to enjoy a peaceful slumber. Rising promptly at 7 the following morning, she prepared a breakfast of beef and lettuce porridge, accompanied by 2 steamed buns. After a brief tidying of her living space, she stored all essential items into her spatial inventory. The 2 cabinets crafted by the carpenter were arranged, one placed beside the door and the other stored away. Once her previously assembled shelves were emptied, she transferred the seeds from the drawers of her workbench into the inventory as well. Glancing at the alarm clock on her bedside table, she noted it was nearing 8:00 and amp. Oppo's clock, with just 6 minutes remaining until the transmission concluded. At 7:55, the system prompt appeared, approaching the dimension Scenery of the Sea Kingdom LV1. Players, please prepare for landing. The landing location is random. You will automatically exit the safe house, so be ready. Upon landing, you may designate a location as the entrance to your safe house. The medium for the safe house is a door. You have received 2,000 currency units from Country Y, which will appear with you upon landing. Scenery of the Sea Kingdom LV1 Day 1. There are no daily quests in this dimension. There's a chance of triggering drops related to your profession each day. During your survival period, the safe house will have full access to water and electricity without the need for additional consumption cards. Players are encouraged to utilize this resource wisely and strive for survival. Player name: Wen Xinyou. Player level: 2 profession, farmer skill points, 0 health, 30-30 strength, 8 attack, 9 defense, 268 agility, 5 reflection, 0 mental power, 8. At 8 o'clock, with a few jolts from the safe house, Wen Xinyou suddenly felt a sensation of weightlessness as a bright light enveloped her. Moments later, the brilliance faded, and the surrounding sounds gradually became clearer. Startled, she opened her eyes wide and stood up, surprising a passerby nearby. She quickly surveyed her surroundings, a vibrant street bustling with people, radiant sunshine, and a warm, comfortable climate. All of this felt surreal to Wen Xinyou, who had spent 30 days in a desolate city. A glance at her hand revealed a stack of colorful bills. At the same time, she noticed a few individuals nearby wearing expressions of obvious confusion, dazedly observing their surroundings as if they were out of place. Wen Xinyou immediately deduced they were players, likely newcomers. However, she had no time to spare on others. She remembered Su Qin's words. Regardless of the circumstances, prioritize purchasing supplies. She swiftly identified a small supermarket not far away and hurried inside. Fortune smiled upon her as she arrived early. The supermarket was nearly empty. Wen Xinyou had no intention of competing with other players for food. Her target was the spice rack. While her spatial inventory contained ample salt, sugar, and honey, preparing a delicious meal posed a challenge without additional condiments. The supermarket offered a commendable variety of spices: peanut oil, rapeseed oil, sesame oil, light soy sauce, dark soy sauce, oyster sauce, vinegar, cooking wine, and even fish sauce were available. Wen Xinyou cleared the spice rack, then approached the counter, presenting the 2,000 currency to the owner. "I would like all your spices except for salt and sugar, as well as all the eggs in your store. I will return in an hour to collect them. Is that agreeable?" The owner, momentarily taken aback, broke into a beaming smile and nodded vigorously. "Absolutely. I'll prepare it right away." Wen Xinyou added, "I will need to borrow your tricycle at the entrance for transport." "Not a problem," the owner eagerly replied. Wen Xinyou nodded in acknowledgement and turned to leave, brushing past a few hurried individuals entering the store. She glanced back and noticed they were all heading straight for the food section, confirming they were players as well. Wen Xinyou wished to keep her identity discreet for now, maintaining a calm demeanor that made her appear as just another passerby. Moreover, she had specifically changed into a short-sleeved outfit before her descent, appearing quite normal compared to some still clad in heavy winter attire. Without lingering, she headed directly to a nearby gold shop. This was also why she felt confident in placing an order for all the goods. Luck was on her side. She had seemingly landed in the city center, conveniently close to the gold shop. The shop's wall displayed a large LED screen announcing the current gold price at 453 currency per gram. After a moment's consideration, Wen Xinyou exchanged for a 30G gold bar, receiving 13,590 currency in return. Next, she dashed to the adjacent swimwear store, needing to purchase a diving suit and oxygen tank. The shopkeeper warmly approached her, eager to showcase various styles, but Wen Xinyou had no time for lengthy explanations. She pointed directly to a specific suit hanging on the wall. "I want that one." Having previously executed underwater missions, Wen Xinyou possessed a fair understanding of diving gear and could instantly identify the most insulating and durable materials. The shopkeeper's face lit up with joy. "Ah, you have a discerning eye. That's our most expensive model. It's just 3,200 currency, and it includes a 2L oxygen tank." Wen Xinyou then pointed to a set displayed at the bottom of the catalog behind the counter. It included a 4L oxygen tank, a pump, a breathing apparatus, goggles, and a backpack, priced at 2,900 currency. "That set combined with this is 6,000 currency," she stated firmly. "Of course, no problem. I can even throw in an extra pair of spare fins." The shopkeeper smiled. Even without her prompting, the shopkeeper would have likely offered a discount. She appreciated such straightforward customers. Wen Xinyou nodded, requesting the shopkeeper to pack her items for later pickup, and settled the payment on the spot. Returning to the supermarket, she found it now bustling with customers, all frantically purchasing food. The owner, overwhelmed by the sudden influx, had only just called in his family for assistance when he managed to attend to Wen Xinyou. "I sincerely apologize, miss. I have no idea why there are suddenly so many customers today. I can hardly keep up, but I prepared what you requested. Follow me," he said, wiping the sweat from his brow with a sheepish smile. Wen Xinyou nodded. "It's fine. Thank you for your effort." The owner led her to a small alley behind the supermarket where a tricycle was already piled high with boxes. "Here's your receipt. Please check the goods." He handed her the slip. Wen Xinyou took a quick glance, but with little time to spare, she directly settled the remaining balance with the owner. 4,200 will do. Considered a little discount for you. Seeing her frown at the neat stack of bills in her hand, the owner immediately added, "That's all right." Wen Xinyou smiled faintly, counting out 42 bills. "Thank you, boss." Chapter 56. Scenic Beauty of the Sea 2. No need for formality. While the proprietor was preoccupied with counting money, Wen Xinyou glanced at the warehouse door beside her, which was secured by a mere ordinary alloy lock. In a spirit of reciprocity, she advised the owner, "You ought to replace that lock with 2 high-security ones. It's too flimsy and could be easily smashed with a rock." The shopkeeper appeared momentarily taken aback. "Huh? What did you say?" Wen Xinyou continued her grandiloquent discourse without a hint of hesitation. "And don't sell all your food. Keep some at home, and stock up on medications as well. I used to work at the National Weather Bureau, and there may be unusual weather patterns ahead. In the worst-case scenario, we could face extreme conditions." The proprietor was utterly flabbergasted. "What? Is that for real? Please don't scare me. I've lived here most of my life and have never witnessed extreme weather." Wen Xinyou offered a faint smile, her tone gentle and benign. "This is merely something I overheard from former colleagues. If you ask me for proof, I wouldn't have any. Just consider it an unreliable rumor." As she spoke, the shopkeeper recalled the frantic customers in the store, a chill running down his spine. He shuddered and quickly thrust 2 bills back into Wen Xinyou's hands. No. Thank you. You're a good person. Consider this a token of my gratitude. Just park your vehicle back here later. I must get back to work." With that, the proprietor hurried away, turning towards the street instead of returning to the shop. Wen Xinyou suspected he was off to purchase a new lock. Stealing a glance at the surveillance camera above the warehouse, she pretended to ride off on her electric tricycle until she was out of its view, at which point she stowed all her goods into her space before exiting the alley. Though having a mode of transport was convenient, it was too conspicuous, prompting Wen Xinyou to opt for walking instead. With 590 Y country coins remaining, she pondered for a moment before spending 500 coins on a fishing set at a tackle shop, inquiring about locations suitable for sea fishing, as well as nearby places selling mobile phones. Y country, a quintessential tropical island nation, boasted a thriving tourism industry, showcasing a diverse array of ethnicities and features along her journey. She casually picked up a travel brochure from a roadside stall, only to be disappointed by its lack of value. It seemed nothing more than a promotional pamphlet. Perhaps this realm operated without particular rules. As the system indicated, in a world prone to natural disasters, the primary focus was on survival. Thus, she concentrated on Y country and Oppo's geography and specialties, distilling a few key points. 1. The island is quite small, totaling merely 10,000 square kilometers, allowing one to circumnavigate it in under 2 hours. Its terrain consists of a high center and lower peripheries, dominated by the 365-meter height Duquolara volcano, which offers breathtaking natural vistas. 2. Situated within a volcanic seismic zone, it has recorded no significant earthquakes in over a century since its establishment. 3. The island is renowned for its coconuts and king crabs, with a particularly esteemed coconut oil industry. 4. The economy heavily relies on tourism, dining, and local specialties. With a scant second and third industry, 95% of daily necessities and food supplies are imported. 5. Freshwater resources are severely lacking, while the sea salt industry flourishes. Upon reflecting on these points, Wen Xinyou couldn't and amp, Oppos, help but chuckle. It seemed her luck was not entirely absent. This was the essence of her current endeavor. Though not an avid gamer, she had perused a multitude of whimsical novels with her siblings in her youth, gaining insight into potential plot developments. In essence, the implications were as follows. 1. Residing in an earthquake-prone area, yet having never experienced a major quake, the populace's awareness of earthquake preparedness would be greatly diminished. When a significant earthquake finally strikes, they would be caught off guard. Given the explicit mention of the volcanic seismic zone, Wen Xinyou had no reason to believe that earthquakes would be excluded from this game. Of course, volcanic eruptions could also be a possibility, but a major earthquake would inevitably be accompanied by tsunamis, forcing the populace to flee to higher ground. Adding volcanic eruptions to such a scenario would render it a dead end for players. even when Xinyou would have nowhere to escape, for she did not believe the game would allow players to flee the island. Hence, she surmised that either a volcanic eruption or an earthquake would occur, leaning more towards the latter and its consequential tsunami. For such a small island, a tsunami would not only devastate infrastructure but also exacerbate the terrifying prospect of flooding. If the weather were hot, prolonged exposure to water could result in various diseases. Conversely, a lack of sunlight could lead to dangerously low temperatures across vast water bodies. In summary, the situation would be exceedingly precarious. 2. With a singular industry chain and a dense population reliant on imports for essential goods. Should an earthquake occur and maritime supply lines become severed, the consequences would be dire. As for aerial supply routes, well, from the map, Y Country appeared almost as an isolated marine island, with its nearest neighbors requiring a 4-hour flight, and those neighbors were primarily impoverished and incapable of providing aerial relief. In the event of a disaster, the government would have no choice but to seek assistance from the United Nations, and as for their efficiency, it would be better to rely on oneself. 3. The scarcity of potable water resources could lead to a dire situation when disaster strikes, as government reserves would likely be insufficient to meet the needs of residents and the influx of tourists. In summation, when calamity truly descends, it would be a chain reaction of natural and man-made disasters. Lost in thought, when Xinyou arrived at the mobile phone store, she required merely a device capable of connecting to the internet, so she opted for the cheapest second-hand phone, which, along with a prepaid SIM card containing 100 coins worth of credit, totaled 1,090 coins. Next, she ventured to the boat supply shop, where she haggled with the owner and ultimately acquired a luxurious 2.3-meter kayak complete with a 50-pound electric motor, a stand, an inflatable pump, a life raft, a sunshade, and 15 batteries for 2,000 coins. By this point, Wen Xinyou was entirely penniless. She then retraced her steps to return the electric tricycle to the warehouse entrance before making her way to the seaside. Following the tackle shop owner's recommendation, she arrived at a relatively secluded fishing area, where only a few individuals were scattered about. She set her small stool amongst them. Donning the sun hat and mask gifted by the tackle shop owner, she concealed her face completely, garnering no attention from those around her, which pleased Wen Xinyou immensely. With fluidity, she assembled her fishing gear, baited her hook, and cast it into the water. Once the line was set, she retrieved her mobile phone to access the internet. Having not used a phone for a month, she found her skills somewhat rusty and took a while to reacquaint herself with the device. As a nation rich in tourism resources, Y Country provided excellent internet connectivity. Even at some distance from the town, her phone's signal remained strong. As she delved deeper into understanding Y Country and, in particular, the fishing area, Wen Xinyou recalled that such locations often had dedicated shops that purchased fish from tourists, presenting her with a potential solution for her accommodation costs. Indeed, electronic maps indicated several such establishments along the kilometer-long beach, along with numerous seaside lodgings, forming a complete commercial chain. Excellent. Wen Xinyou resolved to consider this her base of operations for the initial phase, planning to relocate to higher ground once signs of impending disaster began to manifest. Chapter 57. Scenic views of the sea. 3. Fishing is an endeavor that demands immense patience and, in truth, is quite physically taxing. Strictly speaking, fishing qualifies as a sport, and not one of low intensity, given the adage that a fisherman never returns empty-handed. Most anglers possess the admirable mental fortitude to sit in one place for an entire day. That being said, Wen Xinyou herself lacks such perseverance. She requires compensation for her efforts and refuses to squander time on pursuits devoid of reward. Thus, while several other anglers were still lost in contemplation, her fishing line began to twitch. "Goodness, everyone!" exclaimed a man nearby. As soon as her line moved, she swiftly raised the rod and reeled it in. Her catch thrashed violently beneath the surface, yet could not escape the inexorable pull towards the shore. In that moment, all eyes were fixed upon this newcomer, as several men watched in astonishment as the slender girl effortlessly hoisted a grouper weighing over 10 pounds from the water. Wen Xinyou deftly tossed the hooked fish in her catch box, immediately recognizing its weight to be at least 9 kilograms, a true behemoth among groupers. My skills have not diminished, she mused. The grouper, known for its ferocity, was now thrashing violently within the cramped confines of the catchbox, splattering water everywhere. Without hesitation, Wen Xinyou struck it with the tip of her fishing rod to subdue it. The young man closest to her watched the entire spectacle, his mouth agape in disbelief. "Is that a grouper you've caught?" he stammered. Wen Xinyou turned her head and politely nodded in affirmation before returning to her seat to bait her hook once more. Zhang Tiandong, observing her calm demeanor, nearly felt the urge to weep. Was this a disparity between a fortunate individual and an unfortunate one? Or perhaps a distinction between a master and a novice? Either way, it stung deeply. They had spent the entire morning catching only a few small fish. And yet she arrived and immediately landed a grouper that appeared to weigh at least 10 pounds. The other anglers feigned composure, but internally they were tumultuous, each striving to outdo the other as they cast their lines with renewed vigor. Approximately 15 minutes later, when Xinyou's line twitched again, and this time, she pulled up yet another grouper. Moreover, its size rivaled that of the previous catch. The morale of the other anglers plummeted. Fortunately, they remained oblivious to Wen Xinyou's inner thoughts. Otherwise, they might have been driven to the brink of despair. She considered that fishing during midday was indeed unwise, as the fish's aversion to light diminished her efficiency. Thus, she resolved to return that evening. Once again, she struck the lively grouper to render it unconscious and tossed it in her catchbox before swiftly organizing her equipment. All under the awestruck gazes of Zhang Tiandong and the others as she radiantly departed. Fish weighing over 8 kilograms sell for 200 coins per kg. You have one at 8, 7, and another at 9. 1. As a new customer, shall we settle at 3,600 coins? The proprietor tapped away at the calculator, ultimately presenting the sum to Wen Xinyou. Agreed, she replied, lacking the inclination to haggle. On her way here, she had discovered that grouper was the most valuable species she could catch in this sea without relying on a fishing boat. To catch larger species, such as marlin or tuna, she would need to rent a vessel. Wen Xinyou contemplated this. Selling fish was the fastest means for her to earn money on the island, and she had no better options. Thus, she inquired of the proprietor, "Where might I rent a fishing boat?" The owner, a languid middle-aged woman with an air of composure, was the only one among the purchasing shops without a negative reputation, making Wen Xinyou more inclined to seek her counsel. The proprietor narrowed her eyes and gestured towards the door behind her. "I have one available. A small to medium-sized boat equipped with hooks and lines, capable of handling 300 pounds of tuna with ease. It's 600 for a trip, with a 200 coin deposit required. Just return it before 7 p.m., or it will automatically trigger an alarm." When Xinyou glanced at her phone, noting that it was just past noon, she extracted 200 coins and handed them to the owner. "I'd like to reserve one, arriving around 3. The proprietor accepted the payment and handed her a form to fill out with her personal information, as all boat rentals had to be reported to the safety authorities. This was something the owner had mentioned earlier at the tackle shop, prompting Wen Xinyou to produce her passport. After securing the boat, Wen Xinyou followed the map to find the homestay she had booked online. The owner seemed quite accommodating, agreeing to her request for a cash transaction upon arrival. She swiftly reached her destination. The proximity to the entertainment district was a crucial factor in her choice, as it was near various seaside bars. The suite was available for 270 coins per night, excluding meals. However, Wen Xinyou preferred not to occupy a bustling ground floor room. Instead, she opted for a sea view room at 400 coins per night, inclusive of breakfast. She spent the remaining 3,000 coins on a 7-day stay, leaving her with 200 coins to order seafood takeout from a delivery service. Having grown accustomed to the desolate city, Wen Xinyou developed the habit of spending money immediately upon receipt, believing that only the funds spent on her sustenance truly belonged to her. Upon entering her room, she refrained from immediately unpacking her safety gear. The amenities in the sea view room were considerably more comfortable than her previous humble abode. As the game had only just begun, she preferred to indulge herself for the time being. She ordered a seafood barbecue, which was somewhat pricey but not extortionate. The proprietor's grilling skills were exceptional, with the fragrance of cumin and chili powder delightfully infused into the fish. which also lacked the nuisance of small bones. Wen Xinyou savored her meal with great pleasure. After satiating her hunger, she indulged in her customary afternoon nap and, upon awakening, did not rush to rise, as the bed in the homestay was delightfully soft, something she adored. After a long absence from her phone, Wen Xinyou utilized the internet to search for valuable information without pause. During her month spent living like a primitive in the desolate city, she nearly forgot the sensation of using electronic devices. She tirelessly scoured for knowledge in areas where she felt deficient during her gaming experience. Although this world was not her own, its developmental model and pace aligned closely with her previous existence. Wen Xinyou discovered a survival forum, diligently brushing up on survival knowledge and revisiting concepts that had faded from her memory. For instance, she reviewed methods of hunting and sourcing water that were not frequently employed, as well as strategies for coping with various natural disasters. As a combat-oriented individual, she had a grasp of theoretical knowledge, yet the intricate details now required her urgent attention. She continued to peruse the forum until 2:40 p.m. before finally getting up, changing into long sleeves and pants, and stepping outside. It was quite hot, yet she could not afford sunscreen. If she earned money from today's fishing trip, she planned to purchase some coconut oil and basic skincare products, as maintaining her skin's condition was paramount in a survival scenario. She could not afford to be sunburned or suffer for dryness. It was essential to maintain a balance of moisture and oil. Both sunburn and chapping could be quite painful, though country-wide's elevation was low. Its latitude also contributed to a considerable intensity of ultraviolet rays. Heading out without sunscreen for several hours of exposure could indeed be quite damaging. Chapter 58. Scenery of the sea. 4 at 14:55, when Xinyou arrived at the fish shop, where the owner requested her signature once more. The proprietor, exhaling wisps of fragrant cigarette smoke, squinted and remarked, "Someone's following you." When Xinyou offered no excessive reaction, simply replying, "Yes, I am aware." 3 men and 1 woman had been tailing her since she descended the stairs. In our country, the concept of maritime security is quite nebulous. The shopkeeper and Oppo's raspy voice betrayed no discernible emotion. As when Xinyou returned the completed form with a faint smile, she said, "That and Oppo's. That's good." The owner paused momentarily, then chuckled softly. "Interesting. All right, go ahead. Someone will take you to the boat." She gestured with her chin towards the door leading to the dock. Wen Xinyou nodded in acknowledgement and stepped through the entrance. Not far away, a sailor waved at her, hearing footsteps approaching from behind within the shop. She smiled and made her way toward the sailor. She had prepared herself for a scenario where she would only be able to consume the inventory, yet unexpectedly, on the very first day, there were those eager to be of assistance. When Xinyou casually brushed her fingers against the small white flower concealed within her sleeve, chuckling lightly, "You truly possess a remarkable appetite." The flower stirred gently against her fingertips. Those experienced in fishing often have their own methods of locating their quarry. When Xinyou surveyed the surrounding waters, identifying a dead zone where drones could not reach, the sea was calm, and a refreshing breeze laden with salt invigorated her, making an ideal spot for observing schools of fish. Tuna typically appeared in large groups, often resulting in bountiful catches with a single cast of a net. However, when Xinyou was aware that the fish population in this area had dwindled, otherwise, such a profitable endeavor would not be accessible to mere tourists. Nevertheless, she remained optimistic, believing that fortune favored the prepared. As she continued to observe a fishing boat that trailed her closely, she accessed the marketplace. This was her first time purchasing items from the market. Upholding the principle of never spending money when one could exploit opportunities, even when offered a tempting VIP discount during a boss battle, when Xinyou had never succumbed to temptation. She believed in allocating her funds judiciously, and the marketplace only held value when she encountered items unavailable offline or when she could not find an immediate source. For instance, at this moment, she unblinkingly spent 400 exchange points to acquire a hypnosis harpoon, comparable in size to a regular harpoon, with a dark, barbed alloy tip capable of easily piercing any flesh. The harpoon contained enough hypnotic agent to incapacitate 40 fish weighing 200 kilograms each, automatically adjusting the dosage based on the fish's size to prevent waste. Truly considerate. Worthy of its price. Bluefin tuna typically weigh over 100 kilograms, with some reaching up to 400 kilograms, making them the most expensive. However, when Xinyou had researched and discovered that the bluefin in Y country had been classified as endangered due to overfishing in previous years, so she did not expect to catch any. Her primary target was the yellowfin tuna, a species abundant and of considerable size, usually exceeding 100 kilograms. Naturally, its price could not compare to that of the bluefin. The female owner of the fish shop priced bluefin at 350 coins per pound, while the yellowfin was a mere 50 coins. The yellowfin is struggling in the fish industry, when Xinyou mused with a wry sense of humor. However, even for yellowfin, 200 pounds would amount to a substantial sum of 10,000 coins, and if she caught 3 to 5 each day, she could amass a considerable fortune in just 10 days. She concentrated on assembling her tools, seemingly oblivious to the approaching threat behind her. Fan Liqiang stood at the bow of the boat, his eyes fixated on the slender figure in the distance, a predatory grin already spreading across his face. From the moment he had descended, he had set his sights on this woman. Fan Liqiang preferred women with a sense of strength. He found them far more appealing than those with fragile limbs. When Xinyou embodied his ideal, tall and graceful, with seemingly delicate arms and long legs that, upon closer inspection, revealed beautifully defined muscles. With an aloof demeanor and exquisite features, she resembled the quintessential ice queen, nearly fulfilling Fan Liqiang's fantasies. Moreover, he had witnessed her entering the supermarket and jewelry store, purchasing numerous valuable tools, indicating not only her beauty but also her considerable wealth. His desire for conquest surged to its peak, prompting him to recruit several impoverished players as accomplices, employing various manipulative tactics to persuade them to assist him in capturing this woman. The group followed her to the hotel, securing rooms adjacent to hers. Although her decision to venture out to sea was somewhat unexpected, it proved advantageous. On the ocean, she would have nowhere to escape. As the distance between the two boats diminished, Fan Liqiang and Appo's smile grew increasingly brazen as he began to envision a blissful life of indulgence with the beauty. The fantasy was so enchanting that he failed to immediately register the frantic shouts of his companions. "Boss! Behind you! Behind you! Ah! Oh my God, a tentacle monster! What the hell is that?" Fan Liqiang, turn around! After persistent screams from his companions, Fan Liqiang finally snapped back to reality. "What the hell are you shouting about? What if you alert her?" Just as he was about to turn around in anger, a cold, hard vine, resembling ancient wood, quietly coiled around his neck, tightening swiftly. He could barely emit a sound before the vine yanked him off the ground, leaving him suspended in midair. The man thrashed wildly, but the pressure on his trachea only expedited his oxygen depletion. Within a minute, his face turned a shade akin to liver, and he gasped for breath, cough. "Help!" His eyes rolled back as he desperately tried to pry the vine from his neck, but it was as unyielding as iron, rendering him powerless. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, the vine abruptly loosened its grip, and his hefty body crashed onto the bow of the boat, nearly capsizing the small fishing vessel. As the world darkened and stars danced before his eyes, he clutched his neck, gasping for air, while distant screams from his companions echoed in his ears. "No! Don't come near! Monster! Ah! Don't touch me! Get away! Help! Help! There's a monster!" The three men were too preoccupied to assist Fan Liqiang, frantically attempting to evade the three pursuing vines. They had rented the smallest fishing boat, offering no space to hide, and soon found themselves ensnared by the three vines. Fan Liqiang watched as one of the lighter-colored vines produced a needle-like tip that swiftly pierced the neck of a terrified male player. What the hell? Help! Help! It's drinking my blood! Help! The player cried out in terror, but within minutes his voice faded, his once rosy complexion paling, and he succumbed to a spasmodic, shock-induced unconsciousness. Chapter 59. Scenery of the Sea 5 after 5 or 6 minutes. The male player completely lost his vitality, collapsing like a lifeless mass as the vines released him. Remaining were Fan Liqiang and another male player, both pale as ghosts, while the female player continued to scream hoarsely. When Xinyou had quietly approached from the other side of the splint, her expression a cryptic blend of amusement and disdain, indifferent to their pleas for mercy. Her moral compass was straightforward. When one chooses to inflict malice upon others, one must be prepared for the repercussions of that malice. She had scarcely cast a glance at the other players, her icy gaze fixed on Fan Liqiang. Ultimately, the two men fell silent, leaving Fan Liqiang as the sole survivor of their fishing expedition. It was evident to Wen Xinyou who the leader was and who the instigator was. The latter's appearance betrayed his malevolence. "You seem quite confident," she remarked. At that moment, Fan Liqiang finally regained his senses, feeling as if he had been struck by lightning. His face as pale as a ghost. Indeed, he was confronted by a specter. The woman who had once been the object of his fantasies now stood before him like a demon from the depths of hell, mocking his arrogance with her scornful gaze and cold laughter. I was wrong. Please, spare me." Cold sweat dripped from his balding forehead. Engulfed in overwhelming terror, Wen Xinyou appeared amused by his plight, offering a smile. "Why should I?" she inquired. Why? Why should you? Is it necessary to question the grounds for mercy?" Fan Liqiang was on the verge of a breakdown under the weight of her oppressive presence, never imagining he would meet his demise at the hands of a woman. Oh no, he thought. Now he understood, and thus he was destined to die. But he did not wish to perish. After struggling to carve out a niche for himself in this wretched game, how could he exit so easily? His expression shifted rapidly as he hastily devised an escape plan. In contrast to his tense demeanor, Wen Xinyou, the hunter, remained calm and composed, occasionally glancing at the sea as if waiting for something. Now was the moment. With a deep breath, Fan Liqiang dashed into the water the instant when Xinyou diverted her gaze to the surface. His lungs were robust, capable of sustaining him underwater for at least 5 minutes, his only chance for escape. However, as he submerged, a weight suddenly pressed down on his thigh. Looking down, he was horrified to see the blood-sucking vine. Almost choking on water, he panicked and struggled, but it was too late. A sharp pain pierced his leg, and he felt his blood being forcefully drained, prompting an involuntary cry of agony. Salty seawater flooded his nostrils and throat, and at that moment, Fan Liqiang could no longer think of fleeing. He gazed at the water and Apos' surface, so near yet perpetually out of reach of those shimmering circles. His body grew cold, and his consciousness began to fade. Damn it, had he known, he would have never approached her. This was the last thought that crossed Fan Liqiang and Apos' mind before losing consciousness. He had thought her a thorny rose, only to discover she was a deadly mandrake. You have slain player Chu Wenbin LV2, earning 22 exchange points. You have slain player Zhang He LV2, earning 15 exchange points. You have slain player Meng Li LV2, earning 11 exchange points. You have slain player Fan Liqiang LV5, earning 1521 exchange points. This fellow turned out to be a high-level player. Sadly, his penchant for seeking death rendered him another's easy prey. When Xinyou dismissed the system notifications, using the vine to drag the bodies onto an adjacent boat before lowering the fishing net and steering towards another part of the sea. This area was rich in fish resources. Despite extensive harvesting, within a mere 2 kilometers, Wen Xinyou still netted a haul of small fish. These would serve as bait for tuna. Tuna are voracious feeders, possessing a unique gill structure that necessitates constant swimming to breathe. Otherwise, they would suffocate. As a result, they require significant energy and readily bite at food. Wen Xinyou planned to store the bait in her spatial compartment before releasing it, ensuring they would perish instantly. She then strung them onto the fishing hooks aboard the boat, lowering them to the depths where tuna resided, and awaited patiently. Before long, the fishing rod began to tremble. Judging by the force of the tug, it was surely a large catch. Without hesitation, Wen Xinyou activated the electric fishing rod to automatically reel in the line, positioning herself at the boat and Apos' edge to deal with any other fish that surfaced. With a splash, a massive fish, half her height, broke the water and Apos' surface. Simultaneously, several figures appeared in the shallows. Wen Xinyou quickly identified the largest shadow, capturing the fish from the rod's line into her spatial compartment while firing a hypnotic projectile. The alloy tip pierced the water, striking its target with precision before retracting automatically. As the fish emerged from the water before her, it was swiftly absorbed into her space. And she fired again, catching another large fish that had not managed to flee. After several rounds, Wen Xinyou exhausted her bait, successfully netting 7 large fish weighing at least 800 kilograms combined. This yield exceeded her expectations, and she began to worry whether the quantity would overwhelm her employer. Not one to be greedy, she understood the folly of trying to take too much at once, as that would only draw attention, despite her already conspicuous performance. Upon reaching an area with signal reception, she messaged her employer to inquire about the recoverable weight, receiving a reply that they would accept whatever she brought back. She felt reassured and continued her return journey. At 800 kilograms, nearing the boat's weight limit, she needed to conceal her spatial capabilities. Thus, she pretended to carry many ice blocks, placing both fish and ice onto the boat just before nearing the coastline. In the distance, Wen Xinyou spotted her employer, who stood quietly on the shore, watching her approach. Upon seeing the haul on her boat, even her employer's eyes widened in disbelief. All of this was accomplished by this young girl alone. She had been gone for less than 2 hours. Not only her employer, but the entire coastal line's attention turned to Wen Xinyou. The sheer number of fish was not surprising. What astonished them was the fact that she was the only one aboard the boat, indicating that all these fish had been caught by her alone. Wen Xinyou docked the boat, leaping ashore to approach her employer, maintaining her composure as she gestured towards the fish on the boat. "I haven't and oppose. T processed the entrails yet. Can you handle that?" Her employer took a drag from her cigarette, her gaze now transformed as she chuckled lightly, signaling her staff to unload the catch. "Leave this to us. You just wait here. We and amp, oppose, LL weigh them shortly. They and amp, oppose, all yellowfin tuna. Today's market price is 53 per pound. Is that acceptable?" Wen Xinyou nodded. "Boising no objections." No employer would dislike a straightforward client, and Xinyou was quite pleased with this seemingly young, yet notably formidable customer. She refrained from inquiring about the whereabouts of the individuals who had accompanied Wen Xinyou. Every soul had their fate, and the sea could be a fitting resting place. Chapter 60. The scenery of Haigua 6, Wen Xinyou realized that in this game, she was destined to be a person who could not remain inconspicuous. Whenever she sought to earn a modest income or gather some resources, it inevitably drew considerable attention. Boss Shun inquired. "The net weight is 815 kilograms. Should I transfer the funds directly or provide cash?" Wen Xinyou replied, "Please transfer." Her phone promptly notified her of a deposit of 86,400 coins. Within the same business district, there were no secrets among merchants, and soon, the title of fishing expert would spread widely about her. Wen Xinyou felt quite helpless about this, but had no choice. It was all for the sake of survival, she mused. It was just past 5:30 in the afternoon, and the sky over Haigua was still brilliantly bright. Wen Xinyou prepared to venture into the city once more. It was the first day of the game, and many players likely lacked sufficient funds to purchase a large quantity of supplies. Few had the audacity to consider committing robbery in broad daylight at this hour. She still had a chance to procure the item she needed. Before that, Wen Xinyou returned to her lodging to take a shower, as the scent of the sea clung to her. "Sister, are you heading to the city?" The proprietress of the inn, a gentle and amiable woman, always smiled warmly and initiated a conversation upon seeing Wen Xinyou's attire as she descended the stairs. Wen Xinyou wore a polite smile and replied, "Yes, I wish to buy some coconut products. Do you have any recommendations?" The proprietress beamed even more at being addressed as sister. "Certainly. I'll jot down a few shops for you. They're quite famous on the island, with a wide variety of products. They're large scale, so you can buy wholesale or retail as you please." As she spoke, she scribbled the names of several stores on a sticky note and handed it to her. Wen Xinyou thanked the proprietress and used her phone to search the locations of the shops along the way. From the preview images, it was evident that they were indeed quite substantial. To her surprise, one of the stores even had an online shop, making things quite convenient. She casually selected a restaurant to sit down, ordered a few signature dishes recommended by the proprietress, and began to browse the online store with focus. fresh coconuts, coconut oil, coconut flour, coconut juice, coconut water, coconut chunks, coconut milk, coconut cream, coconut soap, and coconut candies, among other snacks made from coconuts. Wen Xinyou, feeling generous, ordered 100 of each item. The prices were incredibly reasonable, and when she informed customer service that she would pick up the items in store, they offered her a wholesale price at an 80% discount, promising to have everything ready for collection in an hour. Wen Xinyou mused about the frequent occurrence of such discounts in this game. It seemed she had a special affinity for them. The total came to just 16,000 coins, which she deemed quite economical. Wen Xinyou had a fondness for the taste of coconuts, recognizing that coconut products could be used in a multitude of other dishes. Coconut oil was not only consumable, but also served as an excellent skincare product. Even the fibrous husk of the coconut was of high quality, suitable for weaving, or at the very least, could be utilized as tinder. Most importantly, coconuts were high-calorie foods, and given the game and Oppo's demanding nature, players often found themselves in need of sustenance to support their physical activities. Through the online store for coconut products, Wen Xinyou stumbled upon the largest supermarket in Y Country's online shop. Upon entering, she was greeted by images of 2 golden coconuts, followed by a promotional poster announcing free island-wide delivery for purchases over 888 coins. Wen Xinyou primarily sought sunscreen, as in a country perpetually basking in summer. Sunscreen was a daily necessity, available at reasonable prices. She noted that the largest bottle contained a staggering 5 liters. She ordered 100 5-liter bottles, along with 100 milliliters bottles, as well as moisturizers, body lotion, towels, bath towels, sandals, and flip-flops, each in quantities of 100. For feminine hygiene products such as night and day sanitary pads, sleep pants, tampons, and feminine wash, she ordered 200 of each. The rest of the items, which did not require bulk purchasing, she planned to acquire while shopping at the mall. The total expenditure exceeded 20,000 coins, allowing her to reach the threshold for the supermarket and Oppo's premium VIP membership, where a single purchase of 888 coins or more qualified for an 80% discount. Wen Xinyou chuckled to herself, thinking that perhaps her nickname should not be God of Wealth, but rather Sister Discount. Ultimately, she spent 608 coins in this transaction. Barely a minute after completing her payment, Wen Xinyou received a call from the supermarket, informing her that her items would be ready for pickup in approximately 3 hours. She noted that Y Country was an island that never slept. This supermarket operated 24 hours a day, eliminating any concerns about arriving late and finding the doors closed. By this time, her dinner had begun to arrive, featuring vibrant tropical dishes, mixed fried rice, coconut grilled fish, fruit salad, coconut slush, and mango juice. The enticing aromas and appealing presentation whetted her appetite. Although it was a meal intended for 2, Wen Xinyou quietly finished it all on her own. When the owner came to settle the bill and saw the empty plates, he stared in astonishment and gave her a thumbs up. Today seems unusual. Many customers have been indulging like this, yet they appear so gaunt. Several have even eaten until they were sick, but continued to eat. It seems the youth are overly obsessed with dieting these days, the owner remarked casually as he processed her payment. Wen Xinyou merely smiled in response, thinking those patrons were likely poor souls who had been starving in the previous realm. The meal cost 280 coins, a tad pricey, but given the scenic location, it was an acceptable price. After leaving the restaurant, Wen Xinyou opened her navigation app and headed towards the coconut specialty store. Along the way, she spotted a shop selling sunscreen products. She stepped inside to take a look. The prices were reasonable and not exploitative, so she purchased 50 sun protection garments, 20 pairs of sunglasses, and 30 various styles of sun hats, spending a total of 3,000 coins. Upon arriving at the specialty store, Wen Xinyou provided her phone number to the staff, who guided her to the back warehouse, where a small truck loaded with goods was already parked outside. This arrangement had been established during her earlier online communication. The store had agreed to lend her the truck for a few hours, provided she returned it before their midnight closing time. Thus, Wen Xinyou acquired her mode of transportation, driving the small truck leisurely to the supermarket's underground parking lot. She opened the cargo door, climbed inside, and called the supermarket staff to have the prepared goods delivered downstairs. While waiting, she organized the items in the truck and sorted them into her storage barrel. Her personal storage space was limited to 35 m, and unless she continued to enjoy exceptional luck and partnered with Su Qin in the same realm, this would remain her capacity. She needed to be judicious in how she filled it, requiring timely organization into her storage card. Before long, the supermarket manager arrived with workers in tow. Wen Xinyou instructed them to load the goods into the truck, and once they had departed, she proceeded with her routine of organizing until the truck was empty once more before locking the door. This establishment was more aptly described as a commercial skyscraper than a mere supermarket. It stood as a landmark in Y country, adorned with the charming title of Pearl of Haigua. The building boasted 88 floors, with 10 dedicated to the department store, above which lay various entertainment venues, and further up, the nation's most luxurious hotel. From the higher floors, one could gaze down upon the island's breathtaking nightscape, with the highest level even surpassing the height of Duke Walla Mountain by 20 meters. Wen Xinyou had chosen this location as one of her potential refuge options for the future. Chapter 61. Scenic beauty of the sea. Wen Xinyou ascended to the first floor of the mall via the elevator, which displayed a functional overview of the store levels. Similar to an ordinary shopping center, the lower floors were populated with specialty stores and counters for clothing and cosmetics, none of which piqued her interest. She made a beeline for the daily necessities section on the 5th floor. The transparent elevator offered her a clear view of each level during her ascent. In stark contrast to the previous 4 floors, the 5th floor, designated for food, was teeming with people. The tense expressions and the anxious demeanor of the crowd revealed the presence of numerous gamers eager to secure their purchases. Deciding to forego this bustling level, Wen Xinyou swiftly proceeded to the 7th floor, which was markedly more tranquil. Upon entering the mall, she grabbed a shopping cart and headed straight to the kitchenware section. She purchased several cast iron pans, a pressure cooker, an induction stove, a gas stove, a variety of knives, kitchen utensils, tableware, and even electronic scales and thermometers for various purposes, tools she would utilize in her long and mundane future. In this serene environment, cooking and gardening serve as her means of alleviating stress. Returning to a peaceful existence allowed her to momentarily detach from the chaotic reality. Once her cart was filled, she instructed a sales assistant to package her items and transport them to the delivery area while she continued shopping with a new cart. As she wandered through the store, she found herself in the appliance section, where a large 3-door refrigerator caught her eye. It boasted comprehensive features, including a freshness guarantee of 2 months and an ice-making function, albeit at a steep price of 20,000 coins. Without hesitation, she added it to her list of zero-cost purchases. She adhered to her principle of buying essentials without succumbing to reckless spending. Next, she examined other appliances, ultimately selecting a 200 kilograms ice maker and a hydraulic oil press, along with several other practical machines to include in her zero-cost purchase list. Adjacent to the appliance section, she stumbled upon a pharmacy, which, due to its poor location, attracted minimal foot traffic. The staff were dozing off at the counter. Wen Xinyou entered and purchased 100 boxes of cooling patches, 100 boxes of fever-reducing patches, and 5 thermometers, spending 3,000 coins in total. Having entrusted the sales assistant with her kitchenware purchases to be packed and transported to the delivery van, she proceeded to the 8th floor, which housed specialty products and daily necessities. After browsing, she acquired 20 sets of bedding, 30 pillows, 5 digital alarm clocks, 30 flashlights, and 200 batteries of various types, along with 20 laser pointers and 100 storage jars of 4 matching sizes. Passing through the beverage section, she also picked up some tea bags and coffee. Although she couldn't afford an extensive selection of tea, she opted for 5 cans of several basic varieties and 50 boxes of assorted tea bags. Additionally, she purchased 50 boxes of cocoa and chocolate milk, known for their high caloric content. Upon completing her shopping on the 7th floor, the sales assistant returned with the keys and after discounts. Wen Xinyou paid a total of 6,873 coins. She then handed over the keys to the sales assistant on the 8th floor to repeat the process. The 9th floor featured a stationery section and a bookstore. After a moment's contemplation, she entered a bookstore. Although the prices of physical books were somewhat exorbitant, Wen Xinyou was not particular about hardcover editions, as she could create her own book covers. Avoiding the bestseller section, she selected 10 classic works from each category. The books here were naturally different from those in her world, yet the essence of humanity and Apos' creations shared commonalities. Drawing from her experience and consulting the most scholarly-looking patrons in the area, she curated a selection of literary gems. Avid readers are often generous in sharing recommendations, and Wen Xinyou found this method more effective than relying solely on her preferences. Ultimately, she purchased a total of 100 books, and the store generously provided numerous stationery items, filling 2 cardboard boxes to the brim. She had the staff deliver them to her vehicle. Normally, no one would steal books, so she opted not to hand over the keys. In total, she spent 13,825 coins, covering her purchases from the 8th floor. The final level, dedicated to toys and alcoholic beverages, prompted her to consider the toy section, where she bought 100 children and Apos' speakers that illuminated and played music, along with 30 sets of remote-controlled cars and planes. After some thought, she also acquired various plastic dolls and stuffed toys. Although these items were not immediately needed, they could prove useful in special circumstances. On this last level, Wen Xinyou decided not to have the sales assistant deliver her items just yet, opting to explore the beverage section first. While she was not fond of alcohol, she recognized its potential utility. Preferring not to invest in high-end liquor, she browsed the lower-priced area, given that her country lacked local production. The alcohol was imported from a neighboring nation and thus more expensive than the grain-based spirits that were relatively affordable. She purchased 600 jean of the most basic high-proof liquor at 30 coins per jean, and after deducting her expenditure of 200 coins from the toy section, she had over 6,000 coins remaining, which she spent entirely on plum wine and beer. The plum wine also cost 30 coins per jean, and she bought 150 jean, while the beer was priced at 10 coins per can, leading her to acquire 330 cans. Adopting the habit of immediate consumption whenever she had extra money, she concluded her shopping, leaving her virtually penniless, with just a few coins to spare, thanks to the manager of the beverage section, who graciously rounded off her total. Afterward, she took the passenger elevator while the staff and workers used the freight elevator, arriving at her vehicle first. Upon reaching her parking spot, she noticed several security personnel standing beside her car. Raising an eyebrow, she approached to inquire about the situation. The security captain explained, "Hello. We observed on the surveillance that a group seemed intent on forcibly opening your trunk. Upon verifying your status as a high-tier VIP client who made significant purchases tonight, we became concerned for the safety of your belongings and dispatched a few individuals to monitor your vehicle." Wen Xinyou was somewhat amused by the exceptional service. However, she was even more astonished that on the very first day, someone had dared to act so brazenly, underestimating the mall and Apos' security system. "Is that so? Thank you very much. Have you contacted the police?" The captain nodded in affirmation, stating, "Yes, the officers left not long ago. They should be holding them for at least 15 days and restricting their spending on the island." Wen Xinyou nearly laughed aloud, thinking that by the time they were released, their opportunity would have long passed. She again expressed her gratitude to the security personnel and, in their presence, called the mall manager to commend the security staff. Such commendation from an important customer often leads to direct rewards for the employees, likely resulting in bonuses from the mall, which made the security team visibly pleased as they thanked her in return. After the final batch of goods was loaded into her vehicle, Wen Xinyou bid farewell to everyone, stowed her items, and drove away from the underground parking garage. Chapter 62. Scenery of the Sea Country 8. Wen Xinyou was acutely aware that the individuals fixated on her were not the only ones in pursuit. However, most players audacious enough to engage in acts of robbery were not fools. They preferred to play the game of the mantis, stalking the cicada while the oriole waits in the shadows. Before she had even exited the parking lot, Wen Xinyou had already observed several vehicles tailing her through the rearview mirror. Calmly, she drove back to the specialty store, entered through the side door, and then nonchalantly exited through the front. As she merged into the crowd, she naturally removed the mask and sun hat she had donned since leaving the inn. While wearing them might have drawn attention, particularly in a shopping mall, once removed, no one would recognize her. Wen Xinyou possessed a myriad of strategies to evade their clumsy tracking, altering her posture, Changing her gait, or even a simple hairstyle change would suffice to render her untraceable. Yet, she found no motivation to exert such effort. Those trailing her were likely still attempting to pry open the trunk before the staff returned to collect the vehicles. With no incidents along the way, Wen Xinyou returned to her room without incident. The gentle innkeeper had even prepared a cup of warm milk for her upon her arrival. After enjoying a refreshing shower, she affixed a small security device to the bathroom door and began organizing her workspace. An unexpected discovery awaited her in the drawer, a packet of winter melon seeds, which she had previously believed to have been lost. She had been disheartened, as winter melons were a highly productive crop. Without delay, she retrieved her planting canister and sowed 2 batches, yielding an impressive 4 fruits per batch, each weighing no less than 20 pounds. A thought struck her regarding Su Qin, who was nearly overwhelmed with her bounty of pumpkins and cucumbers. He would surely be incensed if he knew. Well, fortunate for her, they were no longer in the same realm. Wen Xinyou continued to use up the remaining petals and then stepped onto the balcony, allowing the cool, refreshing sea breeze to wash over her as she recorded her day as harvest. Strangely, she felt a sense of contentment wash over her as she gazed at the tranquil sea before her. The water shimmered softly under the gentle moonlight, exuding an almost magical tranquility that calmed her spirit. Yet, she was aware that this serenity would not last long. Standing on the balcony, she took a final glance at the sea and the scattered groups of people strolling along the beach, etching this precious scene into her memory before returning to her room, resolved to retire early. The following day, at 8:00 and Oppo's clock, the game notification appeared as expected. Scenery of the Sea Country, LV1 Day 2. Wen Xinyou rose early and jogged a few kilometers along the beach. Exercising in such a beautiful and pleasant environment was a truly refreshing experience. Before that, she had taken the opportunity to visit the local market, purchasing 200 dozen chicken eggs and 20 dozen duck eggs, exchanging 10 grams of gold bars with the innkeeper for the transaction. The remaining money was just enough for her to buy breakfast after her morning exercise. The people of Y Country did not have a habit of consuming pure cow's milk. They preferred coconut milk, which was only available in supermarkets, prompting Wen Xinyou to forego that option. Today, she decided to venture out to sea in the morning when the temperatures were milder, making for a more comfortable experience. This time, she returned after 3 hours with 8 yellowfin tunas, weighing a total of 1,158 kilograms. Many fishermen were present, their gazes fixated on her as she single-handedly hoisted a fish weighing over 100 kilograms. Unfazed, Wen Xinyou thought the staff of the owner were too slow to assist. She might as well help toss the fish onto the shore. The owner approached, his eyelids twitching, and in a hushed tone, remarked, "A young girl like you, drawing so much attention, aren't you afraid of trouble?" In response, Wen Xinyou merely smiled, her voice unrestrained as she quipped, "Those unafraid of death should come. I could knock him out with a single punch." With that, she playfully tossed the last large fish onto the shore. The owner and those present were left speechless. Wen Xinyou recognized that among the onlookers were players, many, in fact, who understood that the opportunity to earn from fishing was not exclusive to her. Witnessing her haul would undoubtedly pique the interest of those with ulterior motives. While most would choose to conceal their brilliance, Wen Xinyou did not, as doing so would only compel her to second-guess herself and consequently forfeit considerable earnings. In the dichotomy between stable income and unstable security, she chose the former. It was the inept who needed to hide. Since she possessed strength, why should she shroud her capabilities? Unless all players united against her, which was evidently implausible. After deducting the rental fee for the boat, her net earnings from selling fish amounted to 122,200 coins. Contemplating her situation, she realized there was nothing urgent she needed to acquire, opting instead to convert her earnings into gold over the next few days. After all, money was illusory, but gold was undeniably real. Wen Xinyou made her way to the gold shop she had visited yesterday, where she discovered that the price of gold had slightly decreased by 1 coin. After exchanging for 270 grams of gold bars, she was left with 160 coins. From her experience shopping in the mall the day before, she noted that the overall cost of living on Y Island was not excessively high. 160 coins would suffice for 2 hearty meals at roadside stalls. Upon exiting the gold shop, Wen Xinyou noticed a sign in front of the supermarket across the street, boldly stating, "All food and drinks sold out." A slight frown crossed her face. Was it not only the second day? However, upon reflection, the situation was understandable. People are easily influenced by their surroundings. Seasoned players, having suffered shortages in the previous game, would lead the charge in hoarding supplies for this new round. New players, even if initially bewildered, would inevitably be swept up in the fervor of the veterans, joining the frantic rush to stockpile resources. Simultaneously, this panic would likely escalate. As the players and oppos, anxiety would ripple through to the locals. Humans are inherently social creatures. Witnessing others flee would prompt them to follow suit, and seeing others hoarding supplies would compel them to do the same, regardless of the rationale behind it. Ultimately, moving with the crowd seemed to be the safest course of action. As when Xinyou was enjoying a bowl of seafood noodles, she overheard the innkeeper discussing the situation with the owner of the neighboring stall. What on earth is happening? They're all behaving as if they lost their minds, frantically buying food and drink. I heard that at Mingzhu, they even started queuing for limited purchases. Indeed, just look at that commotion. It's rather frightening. My husband even suggested we stock up on some emergency supplies. What? Your family is already preparing? No way. I must inform my daughter to rush to Mingzhu and join the fray. Absolutely. It's always wise to stay vigilant. When Xinyou calmly finished her noodles, which cost 30 coins, a steep price, yet undeniably delicious. With her remaining funds, she purchased 4 more bowls, requesting the innkeeper to add 2 extra eggs for the leftover 10 coins. After all, she had no plans to venture out again that day and intended to leave not a single coin unspent. Alas, it was a pity that no well-meaning individuals had come to offer themselves up for her culinary endeavors today. She might not be able to grow her vegetables, which left a slight sense of dissatisfaction. Chapter 63. Scenic Wonders of the Sea. When Xinyou gazed at the men wielding knives and clubs before her, discreetly touching the excited little white flower on her wrist. Is this the sensation of wanting to give up while the target comes knocking at your door? I would advise against this, she sighed, her tone earnest. The men were momentarily taken aback, before bursting into laughter. What did she just say? I didn't quite catch that. One guffawed, rolling with laughter. I thought I'd only see lines like that in pretentious novels. Another chimed in. Oh dear, my stomach hurts. Give it up, beauty. There are no princes here for you. How would you speak to a lady like that? They jeered, their amusement escalating. Despite their mockery, when Xinyou stood unfazed, pondering how they could not see that their actions and reactions mirrored the 100 stereotypical cannon fodder from those very novels. She found it perplexing that men could exude such confidence. All right, lovely lady, we're not unreasonable. Just leave behind what you exchanged at the jewelry store, and we'll let you go. Sounds like a fair deal, right? The leader, a bald man, finally returned to the matter at hand, narrowing his eyes as he scrutinized Wen Xinyou. His words contradicted his expression in a way that suggested a fractured psyche. Wen Xinyou was curious. Why were most thugs bald? Did the absence of hair confer some sort of strength? Yet, her experience indicated that bald men had a considerably higher mortality rate than their hairy counterparts. As these thoughts crossed her mind, she unleashed 2 tendrils. I believe that killing before chaos ensues is an unwise transaction. While the laws in Nation Y are less than perfect and the security systems rather average, murder remains a troublesome affair, she stated softly. But since you refuse my advice, there is no other option. With her words, the iron pipe in the bald man and Oppo's hand fell to the ground. This alley was a rather secluded dead end, and no one would notice the sudden appearance of a wooden wall. Wen Xinyou possessed the admirable qualities of both a law-abiding citizen and a professional assassin, addressing trouble without disturbing innocence. She swiftly barricaded the only exit with her vines, leaving the bald man and Oppo's 3 lackeys wide-eyed in terror. Their mouths were covered by the vines, forcing them to emit only muffled sounds. They witnessed a towering man, nearly 6.5 feet tall, succumb to her power as effortlessly as a lamb, devoid of any strength to struggle, becoming just another lifeless body. She discarded him like refuse, her expression unwavering throughout. With the leader dispatched, it was time for the underlings. The man who had laughed the loudest now found the vines constricting around his neck, lifting him effortlessly. "No, please, spare my life. We merely wanted to rob a bit for food." His voice trembled, dripping with desperation. Wen Xinyou remained unmoved, delaying the soft vines from piercing his arteries. She stared at the man suspended in the air, her dark pupils devoid of light, resembling the coldest of hunters observing their dying prey. "And why would you choose to rob me?" she inquired. "Because you seem wealthy," he stammered. Wen Xinyou let out a cold laugh. "Are you certain?" The man trembled violently, tears, snot, and cold sweat mingling on his face. No, it's because you're beautiful, and you're alone." She interrupted him coldly. "So, you've decided that as a woman, I'm an easy target, that I cannot resist for men, and thus you brazenly followed me, made lewd remarks, and treated me as though I were prey for your slaughter." The man in Appo's face turned ashen. He could not muster a defense. "So, I merely mirrored your actions. What right do you have to plead for mercy?" she stated flatly. With that, 3 vines simultaneously pierced their carotid arteries. 7 minutes later, the alley returned to its former tranquility. "You have killed player Chun Tao LV2, earning 19 exchange points. You have killed player Zhang Baiqing LV3, earning 53 exchange points. You have killed player Lu Wintao LV2, earning 22 exchange points. You have killed player Jiang Jun LV4, earning 212 exchange points." Wen Xinyou and Appo's slender figure melted back into the crowd, unnoticed as she vanished and reappeared. She found this senseless struggle tiresome, a repulsive waste of time. What troubled her further was the realization that such encounters would become her daily norm, as routine as eating. She merely wished to enjoy the game, ideally reuniting with her siblings and discovering a way to return to reality. Yet, there were always those intent on complicating her life. A scenario she had anticipated when she chose to act boldly. By the second day, she began to reminisce about the desolate city, where at least normal people dared not provoke her, allowing her a peaceful existence. She could understand the mentality of those who thought, while others hoard food, I hoard arms. Others are my granary. However, that granary should not be her. If only there were some formidable opponents to challenge her, it would be acceptable. Yet, a throng of inexperienced fools rushing to their demise left her bewildered. Nevertheless, ruminating over such matters was not her style. By the time she returned to her lodgings, she had largely dismissed the incident. She began contemplating her afternoon plans, ultimately deciding to pickle the duck eggs she had purchased that morning. The substantial amount of salt she had acquired was intended for such tasks. Pickling duck eggs was straightforward. Clean the eggs, dry them, roll them in white liquor, dry them again, coat them in salt, and wrap them in cling film. This realm was blessed with abundant sunlight, perfect for such endeavors. Though Wen Xinyou estimated her time here was limited, the remaining 1L bottle of mineral water became useful as she cut the bottle to a size that allowed the eggs to pass through, filling it up and sealing it with tape, an excellent container. Today, she had also discreetly kept a 150 kilograms tuna from her outing, which the shopkeeper had kindly processed for her. She planned to consume 1/3 fresh and turn the remaining 2/3 into dried fish, taking advantage of the fine weather to prepare all sun-dried ingredients. "Tomorrow, I need to buy more cling film," she murmured. Previously, she had scavenged 7 or 8 rolls from the building, which could be considered a rare resource. Most players had no use for it, while those who did found it insufficient. Fresh food could not be preserved at room temperature for long. The fish meat had been packed with ice that Wen Xinyou had requested from the shopkeeper. "1 refrigerator, 1 tea suffice. I need at least 2 more freezers. After cooling and freezing them, I can store them in my space. That's the optimal solution." With that thought, Wen Xinyou unhesitatingly added the remaining freezers in the mall to her shopping list. Chapter 64. Scenery of the Sea Kingdom 10 on the 3rd day of her adventure. Wen Xinyou dismissed the notification as she stirred the tomato sauce in the pan while gazing at the chat panel before her. Just moments ago, she had received a private message from the Shun siblings. Wen Xinyou had never anticipated this turn of events. She had only added fewer than 20 individuals in her previous realm, with more than half being transient transactional acquaintances. The few with whom she had established some rapport scarcely amounted to a handful, making it nearly impossible to reunite in the same dimension. Thus, during her descent these past 2 days, she had not even glanced at the list until she received a message from Wen Xinyou, realizing that only her and Wen Xinyou and Amp, Oppo's, avatars were illuminated. Curiously, could it be that this individual could bind with several people simultaneously? Though she attributed it to mere coincidence. Wen Xinyou felt there was more beneath the surface. Wen Xinyou did not propose forming a party. Her invitation was simply to share a meal. After some contemplation, Wen Xinyou acquiesced. Player, Wen Xinyou LV2. Sure, let us meet at noon. You choose the place. Player, Wen Xinyou LV4. No problem. She proceeded to set sail, as usual that morning. Today, as anticipated, an abundance of flies, drawn by the scent, swarmed around. Without uttering a single word, Wen Xinyou swiftly dispatched them all. Originally, she had considered letting one escape to relay a message among players, hoping they would take the hint and refrain from bothering her further. However, she quickly realized that these individuals were brimming with confidence. Hearing such a warning might only incite rebelliousness, rendering her efforts counterproductive. Moreover, she had discerned certain unspoken rules of the game. For instance, player-on-player violence did not attract the attention of the natives. Only when violence was directed at the natives would their enforcement mechanisms intervene. Otherwise, no matter how rampant her actions, it was improbable that such a high body count could go unnoticed within 3 days. Aware of this, Wen Xinyou decided against retrieving the corpses, allowing them to drift in the sea, serving as sustenance for the fish. In truth, even if she had wished to collect them, numerous individuals were already stationed at the shore, awaiting the results. Whoever returned first would be the victor. It was essentially a discreet public competition, and she had emerged triumphant. Not only had she succeeded, but she had also brought back an abundance of fish. Her small fishing vessel, capable of carrying a ton, was now insufficient. In their helpless gaze, she executed yet another successful transaction, acquiring 1,428 kilograms of tuna. Fortune smiled upon her today, as she managed to catch a bluefin tuna, inexplicably mixed in, weighing a substantial 250 kilograms, worth 358 coins, nearly 7 times the price of the 52-coin yellowfin tuna. Wen Xinyou beamed with delight, and so did the proprietor, who joyfully announced that she need not pay rent for her next boat rental, provided she delivered her catch directly to him. Not one to change suppliers, as that would be overly cumbersome. Especially since the female owner was the most genuine among the fishmongers, she promptly accepted the offer without hesitation. Meanwhile, the owners of neighboring shops gazed enviously at the bluefin tuna, lamenting their misfortune. To them, it was not merely fish, it was a veritable mound of gold. Upon receiving her payment, Wen Xinyou hurried to the city, spending 10,000 coins on 100 boxes of charcoal and 200 rolls of cling film, dedicating the remainder to purchasing gold. After 3 consecutive days of exchanging for gold, the staff at the gold shop had grown familiar with her. Today, upon her return, they hesitated to conduct another transaction, fearing she might be laundering money, insisting she secure a reputable local resident as a guarantor. Without options, Wen Xinyou admitted her lack of transaction receipts or bank statements, messaging the owner for assistance in procuring a verification letter, which the owner readily agreed to provide within half an hour. She could hardly fathom that this seemingly frivolous game had woven such realism into unexpected aspects. She found herself both amused and speechless. Unable to linger as she awaited the owner's response, she seized the opportunity to meet with the Shun siblings, arriving precisely on time. She had calculated that the gold price had dipped slightly today to 450 coins per gram, allowing her remaining funds to convert into 590 grams of gold, leaving her with 62 coins for lunch with the siblings. Aware that the restaurant Wen Xinyou had chosen offered a single meal for exactly that amount. The meticulousness with which she managed her finances brought immense satisfaction to Wen Xinyou, who had a tendency toward perfectionism. Arriving 10 minutes ahead of the agreed time, she found the siblings already present, with Wen Xinyou perusing the menu. Spotting her, Wen Xinyou smiled brightly and handed her the menu. "You're here. Come and see what to eat. This meal is on us." Wen Xinyou raised an eyebrow, surprised by Wen Xinyou's lavish demeanor, which felt somewhat foreign given their previous struggles in the last realm. Sensing the unspoken message in her gaze, Wen Xinyou cleared her throat, moderating her exuberance slightly. On the day we descended, we encountered a minor event, resulting in a small windfall. We currently have a bit of spare change. As always, Wen Xinyou remained taciturn, merely nodding in agreement with his sister's words. Wen Xinyou continued, since the currency in this realm cannot be taken with us, and we cannot find a reliable channel for large-scale exchanges anytime soon, we might as well indulge a little to avoid our funds turning into worthless paper when disaster strikes. Wen Xinyou accepted the menu, not wishing to reject her kindness, although her plan to completely deplete her balance was unexpectedly derailed. It felt akin to stumbling upon an unexpected 60 coins. She did not mind this disruption. Those 62 coins would suffice to purchase a few jars of coconut oil at the specialty store on her way back. However, upon hearing Wen Xinyou's subsequent remarks, Wen Xinyou looked at her in astonishment. Then why not exchange it for gold? Is gold not transferable? As soon as the words left her lips, the expressions of the siblings shifted dramatically. Wen Xinyou and Appo's smile faltered, and she gasped in shock, exclaiming, "Oh my goodness, how could we forget?" Wen Xinyou observed the duo, realizing they had indeed been navigating several realms rather precariously, their luck evidently abundant. Nearby was a gold shop, but bulk exchanges required a local resident to act as a guarantor. "If you have connections, you could arrange for one," she kindly suggested, considering the free meal. Then, with a serious demeanor, Wen Xinyou clasped her hands together in a gesture of reverence. Wen Xinyou, bewildered, questioned, "What are you doing?" With sincerity, she exclaimed, "Oh, great one, you truly are our benefactor. I shall forever honor you." After a moment of hesitation, Wen Xinyou mirrored his sister and Appo's gesture, bowing in a similar fashion. They sat at the most conspicuous spot by the entrance, drawing the attention of all patrons, including the owner. Wen Xinyou smirked, half amused, half exasperated. "In public, please refrain from embarrassing me." Wen Xinyou immediately composed herself, adopting a more servile demeanor. "No more antics. Have you decided what to eat, esteemed guest?" Wen Xinyou felt her eyelids twitch. Did they fear she might not be modest enough? "Do not call me esteemed. We are of the same age. Just call me by my name." Wen Xinyou turned his head, while Wen Xinyou and Appo's eyes widened in disbelief. Chapter 65. Scenic Beauty of the Sea Kingdom. Wen Xinyou cast a casual glance at her, remarking, "I am also 25, born in August. Is there a problem?" Wen Xinyou sensed a hint of danger and swiftly swallowed her words, immediately altering her response. "No problem. Little you, since she was born in January, she can be addressed as elder sister." "That works, yes." After saying this, she nudged her dazed brother, urging, "What are you standing there for? Call her sister." Wen Xinyou appeared to ponder the appropriate form of address, and after a moment's deliberation, decided to follow his sister's lead, addressing her as Sister Xinyou. Wen Xinyou had no objections and nodded in agreement. The two siblings exchanged relieved glances. "Where are you currently residing, little you?" Wen Xinyou inquired, quickly adding, "I was thinking it would be convenient if we all lived nearby, so we could look out for one another." Wen Xinyou contemplated the suggestion and deemed it acceptable, replying, "Sure, I'm staying at a guest house by the sea. You can stay next door to me." Wen Xinyou paused for a moment, surprised at the mention of the seaside. Wen Xinyou understood her thoughts and clarified, "It's just a temporary base. I'm currently earning money by going out to sea, and it's convenient being by the coast. Eventually, we will relocate when the weather. In short, we will move." Realizing that they might be overheard, Wen Xinyou omitted certain keywords. In truth, she had already secured a relocation site from the very first day, a private hotel on Mount Dokura, said to be the highest and most secure. Wen Xinyou planned to book the room in advance for the 7th day. If things went awry, she would move immediately, for she was not someone who prepared only at the last minute. Wen Xinyou naturally recognized that this was not the right place for such discussions, but felt reassured by the knowledge that Wen Xinyou had a plan. "Then let us go. Shall we go together later?" Wen Xinyou replied, "If you wish to wait, you can come with me after I exchange for gold." "I don't plan to go out today." Wen Xinyou immediately exclaimed, "Together? We also want to exchange." Wen Xinyou nodded, and just then, the dishes began to arrive, and the three enjoyed a sumptuous lunch. Wen Xinyou remarked, In every plane of this type, the first stage is always incredibly comfortable, almost like a vacation. Wen Xinyou remained non-committal. The first stage was a paradise vacation, while the second and third stages felt like a hellish retreat. There was truth in that. After finishing their meal, both owners processed their purchase receipts, and the trio confidently entered the gold shop, emerging with beaming smiles. With so much gold, we want into amp, oppos. You have to worry for the next few planes. When Xinyou commented, it's more practical to stock up on food. Sometimes it's not about lacking money, but rather about being unable to spend it. Wen Xinyou wholeheartedly agreed. For the next few days, we will accompany you to seize more opportunities in the Sea Kingdom. When Xinyou paused for a moment and lowered her voice, gather as much as you can. I suspect there will be large-scale purchase limits imposed soon. Wen Xinyou's eyes widened in disbelief. Really? How do you know little you? Do you have insider information? However, Wen Xinyou chose not to elaborate further, and Wen Xinyou noticed others observing them, deciding that such matters could wait until they returned. On their way back to the guest house, Wen Xinyou suddenly spotted a stall selling dried seafood. Shrimp, crab roe, dried fish, seaweed, and kelp were all available. She felt tempted as processing these dried goods would be quite laborious, and she lacked the time and energy. Seizing the opportunity, she opted to borrow some money from Wen Xinyou. Wen Xinyou was astonished to learn of her hidden prowess, but readily lent her 100,000 coins, excluding the accommodation fee. The nearby stalls were all owned by the same proprietor, and today marked the first day of his goods being sold. Wen Xinyou joyfully purchased the entire stock, managing to spend the entirety of the 100,000 coins, leaving the proprietor elated. He generously offered to lend them a delivery truck, promising to drive it away later himself. Wen Xinyou stared in disbelief, perplexed by her actions. Why are you buying so much? Will you even finish it? That's an entire truckload. Wen Xinyou smiled slightly. Even if we can and amp, oppos, finish it, we can and amp, oppos, be without it. Dried seafood, ISN and amp, oppos, something people typically stockpile, right? Buying extra 1T affect other players' survival. Wen Xinyou was convinced by her reasoning, realizing that someone like Wen Xinyou lacked nothing but strength and space. Moreover, she discreetly glanced at Wen Xinyou and oppos, hand resting on the steering wheel, a pair of hands that had clearly endured much, showing traces that could never truly be erased. Despite any attempts at disguise, she possessed an ethereal beauty, yet perhaps she had tasted the bitterness of life deeply. Wen Xinyou parked the car on the beach behind the guest house, while the siblings kept watch. She then entered the cabin to organize her space accordingly. Afterward, she texted the dried goods vendor her parking location and led the siblings back to the guest house. The proprietress was at the counter calculating accounts. Upon seeing Wen Xinyou return, she greeted her with her customary warm smile. Ah, the guest is back. Bringing friends along? Evidently, she assumed the siblings were merely Wen Xinyou's guests. Wen Xinyou stepped forward, clarifying, no, sister, we are here to stay. Lily recommended that we come here because it's nice. The proprietress looked at Wen Xinyou in surprise before her eyes crinkled into a smile. Oh, thank you for your patronage. I will arrange for you all to stay together. There's a room available right next to Miss Wen. Great, thank you, sister. Wen Xinyou responded cheerfully, adeptly adjusting her titles, showing a natural charm that made her the kind of person most girls would love to befriend. Wen Xinyou had her own motives for bringing them along. Initially, she had a vacant room next door, which had been booked by those tracking her. Now that the Shun siblings were occupying the empty room, she could rest easy without unexpected dangers lurking next door. At the door, Wen Xinyou remarked then, see you tonight. The siblings replied in unison, see you tonight. They planned to exchange intelligence over dinner later and potentially team up if necessary. Wow, a soft full bed. Wen Xinyou exclaimed as she bounded onto one of the single beds, rolling around joyfully. She had loathed the hard beds at their previous hotel. Wen Xinyou followed suit, sitting on the other bed. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke slowly. I find her quite dangerous. Wen Xinyou kept her eyes closed, but she sensed that this danger was not directed at them. I can feel it. She is not a bad person. She is merely. She considered her words carefully, decisive perhaps. She won't hesitate when it comes time to act. Wen Xinyou remained silent for a moment, agreeing with his sister's assessment. He had never sensed malice from Wen Xinyou. Then we should act alongside her, he suggested. Wen Xinyou laughed in disbelief, playfully kicking him. What gives you the confidence that we get to decide whether to act together? If she wishes to join us, that's splendid. If not, we'll just find a safe place to lay low. Oh, Chapter 66. The Scenery of the Sea Nation 12 on the other side. Wen Xinyou was diligently managing the ingredients in her space. Despite the slow passage of time within it, fresh produce could not be stored indefinitely. The meats had already been portioned, vacuum-sealed, and preserved since her every exchange with Gao Mingwei. The meat itself was frozen, directly taken from the cold storage, significantly extending its shelf life, thus allowing Wen Xinyou to trade for an ample supply. As for the vegetables, she had to rely on her own efforts. Fortunately, with a dehydrator and the sun and damp, Oppo's warmth, the favorable weather was ideal for processing food. Vegetables could be transformed into pickles, dried goods, or canned items. Wen Xinyou particularly enjoyed canning corn. Duck eggs could be made into century eggs and salted eggs, while chicken eggs were daily essentials, not a concern for spoilage. If necessary, she could later convert them into marinated eggs and vacuum seal them. Unlike in the desolate city, she still needed to consume petals daily. But there were hardly any companions to share the burden of crop consumption. Consequently, she had to convert most of her produce into rice and flour, subsequently crafting other dry goods. To expedite this process, Wen Xinyou purchased an additional dehydrator, now that she no longer resided in a safe house. Space was no longer an issue. Wen Xinyou, who had been sunbathing on the adjacent balcony, was initially astonished by the array of dried fish hanging on the clothes rack. However, upon noticing Wen Xinyou and Oppo's incessant comings and goings throughout the afternoon, alternating between sunning eggs and drying vegetables, she felt overwhelmed. Aren't and Oppo's, you exhausted? Wen Xinyou inquired. Wen Xinyou paused, contemplating the question. Was she tired? I simply cannot remain idle, she replied. When idle, my mind tends to wander, digging up memories and conjuring unnecessary thoughts. Thus, aside from pressing issues that require contemplation, I strive to keep myself occupied, whether through focus or distraction. In any case, I cannot afford to be idle and lost in thought. Wen Xinyou, who longed to lounge about for 24 hours, felt struck by an arrow of realization. Her heart ached. This was the disparity between her and the capable individuals. After dinner, Wen Xinyou knocked on the door to the adjoining room, where Wen Xinyou welcomed her in. They utilized the restroom door as an entrance to their safe house, and, as Wen Xinyou entered, Wen Xinyou emerged from the restroom, having just finished washing dishes. Wen Xinyou moved a small table from the balcony between the two beds and poured a glass of water for Wen Xinyou. Thank you, she accepted, placing it on the table as she retrieved a sightseeing guide from her pocket without further ado. Did you all receive this? Wen Xinyou's eyes widened in disbelief. Oh my, we didn't tea. I've been puzzled these past few days about how a tourist country could lack a travel guide. Wen Xinyou inquired further. Did you not search for it on the first day? Wen Xinyou scratched her head. We weren't in the streets that day. We only arrived in the city last night. Wen Xinyou added, our landing point was on the other side of the island, at a wealthy villa, where we coincidentally rescued a millionaire whose brakes had failed and nearly plunged off a cliff. This explained the source of their substantial funds, and there was no reason to conceal it, as it was an irreplaceable experience. Indeed, Wen Xinyou showed little concern, nodding as she continued, that makes sense. Perhaps only on the first day could one obtain this guide. I've been observant. The individuals distributing flyers have vanished over the past 2 days. Initially, there were people at the specialty shops, restaurants, and supermarkets handing them out. Wen Xinyou exclaimed in frustration, what a scam. Everyone was preoccupied with seizing resources and locating safe points on the first day. Who would think to look at a travel guide? Wen Xinyou gestured toward the pamphlet in Wen Xinyou's hand, asking, may we take a look? She handed it over. It's meant for you. Once you read it, you'll understand my earlier concerns about the imminent large-scale restrictions on the Sea Nation Pearl. The two siblings huddled together, quickly perusing the contents. Wen Xinyou's expression soured as she cursed, damn, 95 reliance on imports, with supplies arriving only once a month. If anything goes awry, it would be disastrous. Wen Xinyou furrowed his brow in agreement. It's not just food. This place cannot even sustain its freshwater supply. Should an earthquake occur and disrupt the water system, it would be truly catastrophic. No wonder the first point emphasizes the volcanic earthquake zone. Wen Xinyou lamented. If there is an earthquake, what will happen if a volcano erupts? And it states that supply ships only arrive at the end of each month, meaning they just resupplied before we entered the game. Wen Xinyou fell back onto the bed in despair. Wen Xinyou cast a sidelong glance at her, articulating her prior speculation, I suspect it's merely an earthquake. A volcanic eruption seems unlikely, for that would spell a dead end. This island is too small, isolated in the vast ocean, unless we somehow manage to acquire an aircraft. However, Wen Xinyou mused, even an aircraft would be of little use. The devastation wrought by a volcanic eruption encompasses not only lava, but also threatens the sky, land, and sea, unless we were to flee from the very start. Yet Wen Xinyou shook his head, affirming her thoughts. That's impossible. Players cannot escape the game's boundaries. Exceeding the limits would lead to system elimination. This statement indicated that they had indeed attempted to do so. Wen Xinyou sat up, gazing at Wen Xinyou. Do you have any other ideas? Wen Xinyou nodded. I don't believe the rules would state something trivial. Both earthquakes and volcanic eruptions may occur. But volcanoes aren't limited to land. They're also underwater volcanoes. The siblings exchanged glances, then turned back to her, awaiting her elaboration. Even in a game, disasters cannot materialize out of thin air. My hypothesis is that an underwater volcanic eruption causes tectonic activity, leading to oceanic disturbances that create tsunamis. For a small island nation, a tsunami poses a far greater threat than an earthquake, Wen Xinyou articulated calmly. Wen Xinyou frowned, continuing, earthquakes can wreak havoc on the underground public systems of cities, while tsunamis would inundate coastal towns, forcing people to flee to higher ground. Wen Xinyou added, the flooding caused by a tsunami is also a concern. It leads to temperature drops, leaving people to contend not only with food and water shortages, but also the need for warmth and protection from the cold. Wen Xinyou smiled slightly. She relished conversing with intelligent individuals. Didn't you change your clothing in the last instance? She inquired. Wen Xinyou shook her head. Clothes are too expensive. We prioritized food instead. Wen Xinyou nodded, acknowledging that ordinary players would not allocate a significant budget for clothing. Then, with little regard for the siblings who were already contemplating purchasing winter attire, she dropped a bombshell. I have some unfortunate news. I believe I should inform you that this place does not sell thick clothing. At least, the Sea Nation Pearl does not. What? Wen Xinyou displayed a look of despair. Wen Xinyou leisurely remarked, you can purchase from me. A down jacket is 2,000 coins per set, and a thick quilt is 6,000 coins, calculated based on the desolate city's pricing. Chapter 67. The Scenery of the Sea Country 13 Scoundrel. Scoundrel. Wen Xinyou cast a fleeting accusatory glance at Wen Xinyou, exclaiming, I never expected you to be such a big shot. I've misjudged you. However, they all recognized this as mere jest. Wen Xinyou's willingness to share resources for a price was, in fact, a form of implicit trust. Buy 4 sets of down jackets and 4 quilts. Wen Xinyou cried out, feeling a pang of regret. With a smile, Wen Xinyou promptly retrieved the garments and blankets, placing them on the adjacent bed. Thank you for your patronage. The amount will be deducted from your loan. Wen Xinyou nodded solemnly. Wen Xinyou, observing his sister's performance, found it somewhat amusing. He could tell that while she was genuinely pained, her actions were primarily a reflection of her affection for Wen Xinyou. Otherwise, according to her usual temperament, they would have first ventured out to verify the news before making any decisions. Well then, should circumstances change, we shall deliberate on our next course of action. For now, let us focus on our own matters, Wen Xinyou stated as she rose. Wen Xinyou stood to see her off. Be careful. It's best not to reveal your player identity. Some unpleasant groups specifically target solitary players. Wen Xinyou paused, contemplating, that may prove difficult. Wen Xinyou sighed, acknowledging the reality. That is true. Your capabilities are commendable. I merely wish to remind you that some players possess rather disturbing skills. I encountered a mental control type in the previous 2 realms. Had he been of a higher level, I might have taken drastic measures. Wen Xinyou frowned. Such skills exist? If so, They could indeed pose a considerable threat to ordinary players in later stages. That seems overly advantageous. Wen Xinyou replied, yes, later on, someone examined him. And it turned out his profession was psychologist. Wen Xinyou was momentarily taken aback before nodding. All right, thank you. I will be cautious. After conversing with the Shun siblings, Wen Xinyou paid closer attention to the inns on the mountain and the wealthy villas she had previously overlooked. However, upon investigation, she discovered that the security systems at the villas were even more stringent than those in the city center. Attempting to infiltrate them with her current equipment would be akin to entering the Pentagon armed with nothing but a fruit knife to kidnap the president. Hence, her target remained the upscale hotel in the Sea Country Pearl. Her daily fishing earnings continued to be exchanged for gold, and she occasionally replenished supplies that were lacking in her inventory. As she entered the gold shop with a confident demeanor, many players in town began to take notice of her, sparking interest among them. The shop attendant remarked that business had been exceptionally good lately. Some even followed her, purchasing whatever she bought. Wen Xinyou speculated that perhaps players from the previous desolate city recognized her. Nevertheless, it mattered little to her as long as they did not provoke her. In addition to gold, Wen Xinyou procured several sets of diving suits and oxygen tanks over the next few days. On the fourth day, she even conceived the idea of renting a stall at the local market to sell vegetables. The governance in Country Y was not particularly stringent. It was essentially a private island draped in the guise of a nation. The government, in reality, was controlled by a consortium that held the reins of power. With a little relationship building, there was no need for licenses. Thus, Wen Xinyou's daily routine became catching fish in the morning, resting at noon, and selling produce in the afternoon. Fortuitously, she managed to catch 1 or 2 bluefin tuna almost every day, averaging an income of 280,000 coins daily. Many players, realizing they could not compete, decided to join the fishing ranks, though their earnings were less than Wen Xinyou's. Anyone with a modicum of skill found it far more lucrative than laboring. This was, after all, a resource point established by the game for players. In the primary realm, many details need not be scrutinized. The natives would not raise suspicions, and players simply focused on earning money to exchange for resources. Wen Xinyou sold only one item at her stall, winter melon, which had a high yield and a long shelf life. She sold only 40 portions daily, amounting to 200 jin, with a minimum purchase of 10 jin. Selling more would be too time-consuming. Her aim was not profit, but rather to mitigate the influx of players eager to waste their crops. Otherwise, even with constant processing, she could not consume such a volume alone. She had already experimented with the innkeeper, discovering that even native consumption of vegetables could enhance her defense value, prompting her to pursue this venture. The Shin siblings were astounded by her strategy. Fresh vegetables were highly sought after in this island nation where self-sufficiency was impossible. Yet they were relatively expensive and typically available only in large supermarkets. Consequently, Wen Xinyou's small stall unexpectedly gained popularity. She priced the winter melon at 10 coins per jin, slightly steep, yet still acceptable for most. She noticed some customers returning after a few days, perhaps realizing the changes in their status panels, buying dozens or even hundreds of jins in one go. From Wen Xinyou learned that when players discussed game-related topics, the natives would automatically rationalize or ignore them. Compared to the desolate city, Wen Xinyou felt fewer qualms in this realm. In her first realm, she had been less familiar with the rules, and her safe house was always exposed, making such operations quite risky. However, now her defense value was significantly higher than that of ordinary players, and her safe house was well concealed, alleviating fears of betrayal. To prevent waste, she placed a sign at her stall stating that wasting 1 kilogram would deduct 2 points from her defense value. She did not disclose the benefits of her increased defense, but those who understood would certainly grasp the implications. This also attracted a new batch of adversaries, but that was inconsequential. These were merely winter melons delivered to her doorstep, an opportunity for bolstered defense value, which Wen Xinyou welcomed wholeheartedly. After she had dealt with a slew of troublemakers, the remaining individuals finally settled down, queuing obediently to purchase vegetables, while those still intent on causing trouble were simply accepted. Thanks to these encounters, her little flower, affectionately named Little White Flower, achieved another glorious upgrade. This time, the upgrade represented a qualitative leap, although the number of petals did not increase. Each petal could now hasten the growth of 2 of crops, effectively doubling her efficiency. However, the requirements for the next level skyrocketed to 1,688, a distant goal indeed. In just a few days, Wen Xinyou watched her defense value surge at an astonishing rate, leading her to a quiet yet resolute decision to implement her stall strategy for the long term. This situation persisted until the 10th day of the game. On the evening of the 10th day, as Wen Xinyou was packing up her stall and hurrying back to the inn, a sudden downpour struck the island without warning. Everyone was taken aback. Merchants scrambled to gather their stalls while tourists frantically sought shelter from the rain, flooding the streets with umbrellas of various colors. Unperturbed, Wen Xinyou unfurled the umbrella she had prepared in advance, yet her pace quickened noticeably. In the distance, she spotted Wen Xinyou waving at her from the balcony. Wen Xinyou hurriedly greeted the innkeeper before dashing upstairs to join the siblings. "Look at the sea, Xiaoyu," Wen Xinyou exclaimed, her face pale. Chapter 68. Scenery of the Ocean Country 14. Wen Xinyou returned to the balcony of her room and gazed into the distance. The azure sea, which had been tranquil in the afternoon, now appeared like a bowl of ink, its waves stirred by the wind and rain exuding a sense of oppressive danger. Without hesitation, she turned to her companions and declared, "This is a sudden rain. It will cease shortly. The real downpour will arrive tonight. Let us gather our belongings. And as soon as the rain subsides, we shall head up the mountain." The siblings nodded solemnly and promptly began to prepare. Wen Xinyou had little to pack, having cultivated the habit of storing her possessions in her space. She took out her phone, accessed the accommodation app, and messaged the owner of the mountain lodge to inform him of their imminent arrival. 2 days prior, she had arranged for Wen Xinyou to join her in reserving the lodge, anticipating this very moment. The lodge had been difficult to book. It took the combined efforts of their 3 phones to secure 2 rooms. Originally, she had intended to stay at the Ocean Pearl, but the desired floor was not available until the 17th day, compelling her to seek alternatives. To be prudent, she had reserved a presidential suite starting from the 17th, spacious enough for the 3 of them. Next, Wen Xinyou opened her social app and contacted a previously arranged driver, requesting him to come immediately. The driver mentioned an additional fee due to the rain, which left her speechless, yet she consented to pay an extra 200 coins. Having completed these tasks, Wen Xinyou finally set her phone down with a sigh of relief, her gaze drifting back to the tumultuous sea, her eyes clouded with uncertainty. By 10 in the evening, the 3 of them successfully arrived at the mountain lodge. The owner had come out with an umbrella to greet them, and upon seeing his face, they were momentarily taken aback. This man bore a striking resemblance to the owner of the previous lodge. The owner noticed their scrutiny and asked, "Is there something on my face?" "Ah, no," Wen Xinyou explained. "We just thought you looked quite similar to the owner of the lodge by the sea." The owner chuckled. "Oh, you must be referring to my younger sister." Understanding dawned on the group, and they followed the owner inside. The lodge was designed in a rustic stone style, with both walls and decorations made from various types of stone. Though only 5 stories tall, it boasted a foundation that extended several meters deep, earning its reputation as the most solid lodge in Y country. As the owner processed their check-in, Wen Xinyou, ever the social butterfly, struck up a conversation. "Why did you choose the most solid as your theme? Generally, lodges go for tropical or coastal aesthetics, don't they?" The owner smiled and replied, "It's a personal preference. Ever since I was young, I feared earthquakes, worried about buildings collapsing and being robbed. As I grew up, I wanted to create a safe haven for myself. Running a lodge was merely incidental. This is my home." Wen Xinyou and her companions exchanged glances, surprised by the owner's profound awareness. This also subtly indicated that the lodge was indeed reliable in terms of earthquake resistance. At that moment, Wen Xinyou queried, "But aren't you concerned about volcanic eruptions?" With a hearty laugh, the owner responded, "Well, if that were to happen, there's little that could be done. No matter what kind of house you build, it would all be in vain. But here are your room keys. Breakfast is served daily, and guests are welcome to visit the kitchen in the morning." Wen Xinyou accepted the keys with a nod of gratitude, and the trio ascended the stairs without delay. They had booked 2 double rooms on the 4th floor, one of which was located at the end, offering a view of the distant city from their balconies. Half an hour later, the rain intensified, accompanied by thunderous roars and blinding flashes of lightning that seemed to split the sky in two. Wen Xinyou noticed a small red car struggling up the mountain road, presumably heading for the lodge as well. She stood by the window for a moment before drawing the curtains, shielding herself from the terrifying scene outside. Disliking the sound of thunder, which unsettled her and made sleep elusive, she found herself for the first time in her safe haven, where the soundproofing was modest but still a comfort. The torrential rain persisted throughout the night, disrupting her biological clock, prompting her to rise before 6. She had contemplated purchasing earplugs at the mall, but ultimately hesitated, fearing they might block out any important sound from outside. Given the inclement weather, outdoor activities were out of the question, so she opted for an hour of indoor aerobic exercises. Uninterested in the lodge's breakfast, based on her past experiences, they seldom met her expectations. She busied herself in her safe haven, preparing kimchi and cooking seafood porridge. The rich and fragrant porridge brought warmth to the cool, rainy morning. Nestled in the higher part of Duke Valley Mountain, at an elevation of over 250 meters, the temperature was significantly cooler than that of the town below, and the refreshing chill after the rain was even more pronounced. Sitting at her workstation, wrapped in a light blanket, she savored her porridge while engrossed in a book, finding a sense of contentment. After a while, she received a message from Shun Xingming and opened it bemused. Player, Shun Xingming LV4. Huo Ze, your porridge smells heavenly. I can't stop drooling and can't sleep. Can I buy some from you with gold bars? Player, Wen Xinyou LV2. No need for money, just come over. Player, Shun Xingming LV4. I love you, big boss. I'm on my way. Shortly thereafter, Wen Xinyou heard a knock at the door. She carried the pot to the table in her room, turned on the heating, and then opened the door. As soon as it swung open, Shun Xingming inhaled deeply, her face alight with joy. The smell of paradise. Shun Xingyuan, standing behind her, discreetly covered his face. When Xinyou chuckled, stepping aside to let them in, Shun Xingming bounced into the room, while Shun Xingyuan calmly expressed, "Thank you for your hospitality." "Not at all. I made too much," Wen Xinyou replied. "Please help yourselves. I'll just grab a bowl." With permission granted, Shun Xingming quickly scooped a bowl for her brother, and they both took their first bites simultaneously, their eyes widening in astonishment and delight. "How is it? Is it too salty?" Wen Xinyou inquired from the kitchen, given her preference for bold flavors. It might have been overwhelming for others. With a serious expression, Shun Xingyuan stated, "It's exceptionally delicious. Indeed, just right. Absolutely perfect. Xinyou, you're amazing," Shun Xingming exclaimed, marveling at how someone could be so beautiful, skilled in combat, possess a kind personality, and cook at such an extraordinary level. It hardly seemed fair, as if Nuwa, the goddess, had been biased. Through their close encounters over the past few days, Shun Xingming felt she had glimpsed the essence of her formidable friend. Although when Xinyou appeared distant and aloof, she was in truth quite amiable, attentive to others, patient in her explanations, and often willing to lend a hand. Now, she was even generously sharing her home-cooked meals. Truly, she was an extraordinary person. Chapter 69. Scenic beauty of the ocean with a gentle smile, Wen Xinyou replied, "That an appos, that's good." Shun Xingming, showcasing her innate talent for conversation, asked while eating, "Are you an only child?" Wen Xinyou shook her head, "No, I have 5 siblings. I have both brothers and sisters." Shun Xingming was taken aback, but soon comprehended. Indeed, when Xinyou and Appos' demeanor resembled that of someone with younger siblings, bearing a certain resemblance to herself. Just as she was about to utter more, an abrupt mechanical voice interrupted her. Scenic beauty of the ocean LV. 1 game day, 11 disaster warning. Submarine volcanic eruptions will result in earthquakes and tsunamis. Players must evacuate within 1 hour. Earthquake countdown. 59 simultaneously. A sharp broadcast echoed from the direction of the city, the government's disaster alarm ringing out. Wen Xinyou dismissed the notification box and turned to Shun Xingming. Do such dimensions always provide these alerts? It dawned on Shun Xingming once again that, in a certain sense, Wen Xinyou was a complete novice. She nodded affirmatively. Yes, typically, There is a warning 1 to 2 hours in advance. If one fails to evacuate to a safe area in time, the outcome is essentially fatal. Wen Xinyou furrowed her brow. How can one ascertain if they have entered a safe zone? Huo Ze explained, some dimensions provide maps, while others rely purely on luck and intellect. This dimension falls into the latter category. Wen Xinyou acquiesced, all right then. Although there was no map, the notification validated her suspicions. Their survival strategy was sound. Curious about the city's water supply system, she inquired, have you stocked up on water? Huo Ze nodded, yes. We bought numerous buckets and have been filling them since the day you predicted a tsunami. That's reassuring, Wen Xinyou remarked. She too had been filling iron buckets with water since the onset of the previous dimension, now possessing a reserve of 99 buckets in her space. After finishing her last bite of porridge, Huo Ze wiped her mouth and said, let's head back for now. If you need anything, just call us. Wen Xinyou agreed and escorted them to the door. Before leaving, Huo Ze thanked her for the hospitality. Wen Xinyou thought the boy was rather formal. If only he could impart some of that demeanor to her sister. Reflecting on her siblings, a shadow of concern crossed Wen Xinyou's face. She wondered how they were faring. If the game time aligned with real time, her eldest sister would have traversed through 22 dimensions, while her younger brother, 5 months her junior, would have experienced 5. No, now it had to be 6, as she herself had already entered her second dimension. Even if they intentionally slowed their pace while waiting, Wen Xinyou would have to reach the LV2 dimension before she could stand on equal footing with her brother. The pressing question remained, how to find one another? Perhaps her elder brother and sister had already discovered a way, while her low rank rendered her invisible to them. It was also possible they were equally helpless, relying solely on the minuscule chance of encountering one another. For even if they arrived at the same dimension simultaneously, how could they find each other in such vastness? The direst possibility loomed when Xinyou rubbed her temples. Among the 5 siblings, only she and her elder sister were truly capable fighters. Her younger siblings had received self-defense training, so they should manage, but her concern lay solely with her elder brother. He had been frail as a child, relying entirely on intellect, embodying the notion that extreme intelligence can lead to physical frailty. With a sigh, Wen Xinyou tidied up the dishes and returned to the safe house. She recognized that overthinking was futile. The fact that she was the last to enter the game dictated that her only course of action was to strive for advancement. She could not linger at the same level for too long. She needed to ascend swiftly to gather more information. Perhaps at higher levels, she would unlock a more advanced marketplace, gaining access to correspondingly useful items. Wasn't Huo Ze's ability quite similar? Wen Xinyou quickly calmed herself and returned to the safe house. Resuming her reading, she firmly believed that none of the Wen family children were a waste of space. As long as they survived, they would eventually reunite. 8:57 Wen Xinyou set down her book, rubbed her brow, and donned a light blanket as she stood on the balcony. The Huo siblings were already positioned next door. The storm had subsided, yet the sky and sea remained shrouded in oppressive darkness, the low-hanging clouds radiating an unsettling aura. Wen Xinyou spotted the owner standing below, accompanied by a familiar figure, the proprietress of the seaside inn. Thankfully, she had also come up. Wen Xinyou felt a sense of relief wash over her. Everyone was gazing towards the city, specifically at the sea bordering it. Glancing at her digital clock, she noted 30 seconds remained until 9:00 and Oppo's clock. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the time struck, the proprietress below emitted a piercing scream. Wen Xinyou was nearly thrown off balance by the violent tremors beneath her feet. She clutched the stone railing of the balcony, striving to steady herself, her eyes fixed on the distant sea. In the wake of the earthquake, the previously serene sea visibly surged, forming a towering wall of water several kilometers away, advancing slowly yet swiftly toward the land. Thanks to the government's warning, the beach was devoid of any presence. However, the town remained crowded with residents. They had never witnessed such a spectacle and were oblivious to the height they needed to reach in accordance with the broadcast. As they beheld the approaching water wall, nearly 10 meters high, they instinctively realized this was not a safe zone. Panic-stricken screams erupted from the crowd, yet the trembling ground rendered them incapable of standing upright, let alone fleeing. They could only watch helplessly as the towering waves surged towards them, ultimately engulfing them in a torrent that swallowed their once proud ocean. All of this transpired within a mere 2 minutes. Yet it was not over. A second and third wave of monstrous tides followed in quick succession, leaving no respite for the small island, much like a ravenous beast feasting upon its prey, swiftly devouring the island's edge. When the colossal waves finally ceased and the earth stilled, the survivors discovered that their city had vanished in mere minutes, half of it swept away. In those fleeting moments, countless lives were extinguished, many were displaced, numerous injuries were suffered, and countless individuals disappeared within the swirling floodwaters. No one dared to move recklessly, constrained to watch their loved ones swept away by the relentless currents. It was not until 2 hours later that the furious sea began to regain a semblance of calm. Throughout those 2 hours, Wen Xinyou remained motionless, striving to absorb the distant scene before her. Ultimately, she recognized the tragic fragility of humanity in the face of nature, even finding it somewhat absurd. This marked Wen Xinyou's first encounter with a natural disaster, and she became acutely aware that the profound shock wrought by such calamities was unlike that of war. It encapsulated a stark difference between helpless resignation and the desperate gamble for survival, a battle not won through mere strength. Chapter 70. The scenery of the Sea Country 16. Wen Xinyou had been observing her from behind. In comparison to them, Wen Xinyou's reaction to the game's calamity was rather apathetic, her expression unchanged, mirroring her usual gaze upon the sea. If she hadn't noticed the tension in Wen Xinyou's grip on the railing, Wen Xinyou might have assumed her demeanor was a testament to an exceptionally strong psychological resilience. It was only when the sea settled back into tranquility that Wen Xinyou quietly turned and walked back to her room. Wen Xinyou scratched her head, contemplating whether to offer a few comforting words, but hesitated, fearing it might be an unwarranted intrusion. Given Wen Xinyou and Appo's character, she likely preferred solitude for contemplation. As Wen Xinyou reflected, she was struck by a profound sense of helplessness, overwhelmed by the realization of how swiftly life could be stripped away. While she felt a measure of compassion for life, it was limited. She was not inherently sentimental. More often than not, she maintained a calmness bordering on coldness. To her, the lives of strangers felt distant and ethereal, and she would not expend her already scarce emotions on them. Her thoughts were consumed with what action she should take next. In the face of natural disasters, humanity had no recourse but to hide, to survive, and only then could they contemplate further steps. Predictably, the water levels would continue to rise, leaving only 2 avenues of escape: ascending the mountains or seeking refuge in the nation in Appo's tallest building, the Sea Pearl. As for subsequent actions, Wen Xinyou resolved to assess the situation first. Forcing herself to relax, she seized the opportunity to take a hot shower while the accommodation-s water supply was still functioning. Upon emerging, she noticed a message from the innkeeper on her phone. The owner had created a guest group for timely updates. The message informed them that due to the earthquake and tsunami, the city's water and electricity supply systems were compromised. The inn's self-circulating system could no longer sustain normal consumption, leading to immediate restrictions on electricity and water. 30 minutes of water supply in the morning and evening, and 1 hour of electricity until the city systems were restored. Guests expressed their discontent, yet no one dared to demand a refund amidst the chaos unfolding below. Wen Xinyou believed the owner's swift response was prudent. Moreover, if aid did not arrive promptly, they would soon face internet outages, as the impact of such a cataclysm on urban infrastructure was all-encompassing. While there was still internet access, Wen Xinyou and Appo's phone was diligently downloading various electronic materials. Additionally, she had purchased a laptop and 2 1-terabyte external hard drives, all of which were also downloading extensively. She needed to rapidly acquire numerous skills, necessitating comprehensive resources. Uncertain whether these devices would function in the next realm, she deemed it wise to prepare, as there was no loss in being ready. At that moment, the utilities in her room had yet to cease. The owner warned that power would be cut off precisely in half an hour, repeatedly reminding guests to charge their devices and store water. Wen Xinyou overheard someone from the neighboring room venting frustrations, seemingly intent on confronting the owner. The emergence of a troublemaker could spiral into further disorder, prompting Wen Xinyou to take decisive action against this potential nuisance. Drawing her Browning concealed within her sleeve, she stepped outside. The inn contained only 8 rooms per floor, and surprisingly, all guests had opened their doors, including the Shun siblings next door. Wen Xinyou and Appo's hand rested on her waist, indicating a shared intent. The agitated guest was a burly man adorned with gold chains, vociferously demanding an explanation from the owner, while others in adjacent rooms seemed ready to join the fray, clearly eager to partake in the unfolding drama. Damn it, I paid so much to stay at this hotel, and now they deny us water and electricity? Who does he think he is? With a loud thud, the man continued to bellow, both for the owner below and to assert dominance among the guests. The reactions of onlookers, some in admiration, others in fear, only fueled his bravado, rendering him oblivious to the ominous sound of a firearm being readied behind him. The other guests, who had initially been stirred into action, now stood frozen, wide-eyed, as they witnessed the strikingly composed beauty Wen Xinyou positioned the dark barrel of her gun against the back of the man's head just moments before he descended the stairs. His ranting ceased abruptly. Perhaps many were unaware, but since the advent of firearms, humanity had developed an instinctual awareness and fear of them, akin to the relationship between rats and cats, or hyenas and lions. People may never have encountered a gun, yet when cold metal pressed against a vital spot, their minds instinctively conveyed a singular message: do not resist. This is a weapon that could claim your life. Du Huan was now paralyzed, unable to move. Create further disturbances, and you will find yourself feeding the fish. She threatened bluntly, her voice loud enough for those above and below to hear clearly. Why yes, I won't cause any trouble. Please calm down. The man capitulated almost instantly, without hesitation. However, Wen Xinyou remained unfazed. Her grip tightened on the weapon, recalling how he had incited discord in the group chat, a natural instigator. Please don't shoot. I swear I won't cause any more trouble. I'll do whatever you say. The once arrogant man, now trembling and resembling a cornered rat, raised his hands in surrender. Wen Xinyou scoffed, sent a message in the group, publicly apologized to the owner, and promised that if anyone else stirs up trouble, you'll be the first to stand against it. Okay, I'll do it right now. He stammered, desperately complying. Read aloud your message 10 times, she commanded, her grip on the gun unwavering. Du Huan's face contorted, mortified at the humiliation. He had never experienced such disgrace. Yet the sound of the trigger cocking behind him stripped him of any pride. Om Du Huan. I sincerely apologize to Boss Lin. I should not have spoken recklessly. I should not have incited the crowd. I promise to adhere strictly to the hotel's regulations from now on. If there are any troublemakers in the future, I, Du Huan, will be the first to oppose them. His words were delivered with such conviction that Wen Xinyou suspected he was no stranger to writing self-reflections. Chapter 71. Scenic views of the Sea Nation yet. She remained unsatisfied and coldly commanded. Speak up. Haven't you eaten? Weren't you shouting just a moment ago? Du Huan had no choice but to muster his voice and shout once more. They stood at the staircase, and the commotion was enough to resonate throughout the entire building. With each command, Wen Xinyou insisted that he raise his volume, and by the final shout, Du Huan's once resonant voice became hoarse. The residents on the 4th floor watched in terror, their gazes towards Wen Xinyou akin to that of a devil. Mere threats were insufficient. They sought to utterly annihilate Wen's dignity. Was she truly a demon? Even Wen Xinyou was left stupefied by this display. The manner in which the elite used intimidation was far more ruthless than actually slaying a chicken. The chicken remained alive. Yet the onlookers were now far more frightened than had they witnessed its demise. Wen Xinyou spoke dryly. We cannot offend her. Wen Xinyou nodded gravely in agreement. Finally, Wen Xinyou let out a cold huff, releasing the man who was on the brink of collapse. As she lowered her weapon, Du Huan crumpled to the ground, nearly tumbling down the stairs. Without sparing him another glance, Wen Xinyou turned to cast a cold, sweeping gaze at the onlookers peeking from their doors. The moment they met her eyes, their faces drained of color, and they hastily retreated, the sound of doors slamming echoing around them. Wen Xinyou returned to her room. casting a resigned glance at Wen Xinyou, who was giving her a thumbs up, and Wen Xinyou, who wore an expression of admiration. Wen Xinyou chuckled. We had initially planned to teach that troublemaker a lesson, but we didn't expect. Wen Xinyou nodded in agreement. Wen Xinyou chose not to dwell on the topic, exchanging a routine reminder to stay safe before retreating into her room. Upon reopening her phone, she noticed that no one dared to speak in the guest group anymore, allowing the proprietor to maintain order. Wen Xinyou, the owner, announced, "All decisions made by this establishment are for the long-term safety of our guests. Until the city system is restored, our utilities policy will remain unchanged. Guests wishing to check out may receive a refund based on the price difference. For those needing to extend their stay, please contact me online. Furthermore, effective immediately, we will no longer accept new guests. Once checked out, we cannot accommodate you again. Thank you for your understanding." Wen Xinyou, the owner, continued, "Breakfast will be served as usual according to the number of beds in each room. 1 portion for single rooms, 2 for double rooms, 2 for large beds, and 3 for family rooms. The supplies are limited on the mountain. Please understand. Had this been a hotel or guest house located at the foot of the mountain, the situation might not have felt so dire. However, this was the highest guest house in all of Y country, aside from the Pearl of the Sea Nation, and resupplying was already a challenge. Given that the owner was a doomsday theorist lacking a sense of security, their measures were hardly surprising." Exiting the group chat, Wen Xinyou saw a message of gratitude from the owner's sister, Wen Xinyou. She referred to Wen Xinyou as the owner because the seaside guest house was, in fact, her late husband's inheritance, and she insisted on being called the owner. Wen Xinyou briefly scanned the screen, filled with expressions of gratitude, acknowledging her assistance as seen on the surveillance and extending an offer for Wen Xinyou to stay free of charge, with meals provided and utilities separately accounted for. This felt less like gratitude and more like a subtle bribe. Wen Xinyou replied that it was unnecessary and reminded her to stay safe, then disregarded further messages. She opened the system interface, bringing up a prompt she had missed earlier that morning. "Congratulations, player, for surviving 41 days in the game. You have earned a second opportunity for a safe house upgrade. You may select one option for the upgrade. A. Expand the safe house to 3M, 3M, 3M. B. Expand a 1M, 1M, 1M basement. C. Increase the safe house defense value by 5. Without hesitation, Wen Xinyou chose A. Received. The safe house will undergo automatic upgrades, with an estimated time of 180 minutes. As anticipated, on the night of the tsunami, torrential rain returned to the island. The storm significantly hampered rescue efforts, and Wen Xinyou frequently spotted bodies drifting away from the shore through her binoculars. She purchased a drone from the store, planning to deploy it once the rain lessened and visibility improved, to assess the situation across the city. Additionally, many braved the rain to ascend the mountain, but no matter how fervently they knocked and pleaded at the door below, the owner refused to allow anyone entry. Had it not been for the knowledge that all players had descended together, Wen Xinyou might have doubted whether the owner was indeed a player. Despite the terrifying natural disaster, such a resolute attitude seemed unfathomable. Should the calamity be contained, his guesthouse business would face an uncertain future. However, he had his own considerations, and, from her perspective, they seemed justified. Should he turn out to be a soft-hearted savior, Wen Xinyou would have contemplated employing more drastic measures. On the 12th day of the game, heavy rain persisted. On the 13th day, the downpour continued. By the 14th day, the rain began to ease. It became evident that the owner's strategy was sound. On the day the rain abated, a large number of those stranded at the foot of the mountain began their ascent. In a minuscule nation like Y country, their capacity to withstand disaster was virtually non-existent. The government, or rather the conglomerates, would not expend much effort to rescue the populace. When the costs of disaster relief exceeded their budget, those below would be ruthlessly abandoned. Yet, the time had not yet arrived for them to feel utterly hopeless. So rescue personnel could still be seen among the crowd. This did not prevent Wen Xinyou from noticing several helicopters flying over the dim sky as the rain subsided. Rescue teams were broadcasting reassurances to the distressed citizens, informing them that diplomatic personnel were en route to seek assistance from the United Nations. and assuring them that the government had enough stored water for 2 daily meals, barely calming the agitated masses. Food and water were secured, but what about shelter? What of warm clothing? The Sea Nation was no longer the same place it had been 4 days prior. After days and nights of torrential rain, the temperature on this small island had plummeted to unimaginable lows. Most people, including residents, would not have stocked warm clothing, let alone the tourists, who comprised a significant portion of the population. Even those fortunate enough to have warm clothes at home. How many had escaped the initial tsunami unscathed? Moreover, being on the mountain resulted in a far greater temperature differential between day and night, and people could only huddle together in flimsy temporary tents, seeking warmth from one another. Not to mention the disaster-stricken. Even guests staying at the guest house had to wrap themselves in blankets when the heating failed, afraid to open windows or step outside. The displaced individuals were growing restless and eager to occupy the guest house on the mountain, and the only establishment that had not been overrun by disaster victims was theirs. This was largely due to the sturdy doors built by the owner, which prevented the cold and hungry victims from forcibly breaching their refuge. Chapter 72. Scenic beauty of High Nation at this very moment. Those who had previously urged the owner to admit some disaster victims into the establishment fell silent. It is easy to be generous with others, yet when faced with a crisis oneself, the notion of benevolence becomes moot. Ultimately, human nature is inherently selfish. The structure of this lodging is quite remarkable. The ground floor lacks rooms and windows, while the budget accommodations on the second floor come without balconies. Unless the owner voluntarily opens the door, outsiders cannot even attempt to climb in. However, while external threats may have been mitigated, the internal strife among the guests grew increasingly severe. They were merely ordinary tourists, unaccustomed to hoarding provisions in a temporary refuge, and now they faced a dire shortage of food. Although the owner provided a hearty breakfast each day, it scarcely sufficed to meet the daily needs of an adult, especially considering many rooms housed multiple occupants, making their rations even more meager. Many guests sought to purchase food from the owner, but he steadfastly refused, stating only that they could remain in their rooms, but he could do nothing about their food supply. The only option for obtaining more provisions was to descend from the third-floor balcony via the rope provided by the owner and venture to the relief station for aid. Indeed, the owner was reluctant to open the doors of the inn, and the guests were acutely aware that should they choose to exit, they would likely never return, as they would be stripped of their possessions by the desperate victims outside. Simultaneously, Wen Xinyou became increasingly aware that the system prompts were far from superfluous. Upon recognizing familiar faces among the crowd of disaster victims, she realized that even players were not exempt from the hardships of homelessness. The medium of the safe house was a door. Without a door to freely access, one would inevitably find themselves in the predicament of having a home, yet being unable to enter. Thus, in this game, strategy and resources are indispensable. The seemingly simple mechanics can lead to failure with a single misstep. The price of failure is death. This game transcends mere entertainment, existing as a stark reality under cruel conditions. Wen Xinyou felt little inclination to concern herself with the plight of those outside. As she remarked, unrest brewed within the inn. As someone who brazenly prepared meals daily, she was acutely aware that many had begun to cast covetous glances in her direction. The Shun's siblings had noticed, as had the owner, and it was impossible for Wen Xinyou to remain oblivious, despite her self-imposed seclusion. She knew that each day there were individuals lurking outside her door, desperately attempting to catch a glimpse of her. They were cautious, deterred by the presence of her firearm. Yet she understood that their audacity would soon escalate. Shun Xingming advised her to maintain a low profile, but Wen Xinyou could not fathom why. Cooking delicious meals was not her fault. Shun Xingming was left speechless, as the two of them often enjoyed the delectable dishes she prepared. Reluctantly, the siblings assumed the role of sentinels, venturing out to shoo away any intruders whenever they detected movement outside. The only measure Wen Xinyou took was to engage in a chat. When 408, if someone breaks into my room and I inadvertently harm them, will the owner expel me? Lin Xingchen, owner. Lin Xingchen, owner. No, as long as you can handle the aftermath. When 408, I will manage it well. Lin Xingchen, owner, then please prioritize your own safety. When 408, thank you. With the owner colluding with her, what was there to fear? However, more than these individuals, Wen Xinyou was deeply concerned about the situation at High Nation Pearl. Almost as soon as the rain ceased, she eagerly deployed her drone. The water level had risen beyond the fourth floor of ordinary residences. Yet in the island nation, few buildings exceeded 4 stories, meaning the streets had been completely submerged. The populace had congregated within the bustling commercial area of High Nation Pearl, known for its density of high-rise buildings. Despite the elevated terrain of High Nation Pearl, the water had reached the 4th floor, with most people crowding the food zones on the 5th and 6th floors. The drone and Oppo's footage clearly showed these 2 levels teeming with individuals, while the other floors were relatively sparsely populated. Wen Xinyou and Oppo's objective was the 7th floor. She needed to secure the necessary equipment before the rain further inundated the buildings and the crowd ascended in search of supplies. The weather was stable now, presenting the best opportunity to act, for who knew when the next break in the rain would occur. That area resembled a refugee camp. As long as she could reach it, entry would not pose a problem. According to the owner, rescue teams from the mountains would transport a few individuals each day, and Wen Xinyou planned to hitch a ride with them. Once she acquired what she needed, there would be ample means to return. She messaged Huo Ze to inform her of the day and Oppo's mission and requested that she keep an ear out for any disturbances in their room. Wen Xinyou would naturally take her safe house with her, but she wished to avoid returning to find her door broken down. Huo was utterly perplexed by her intentions, but adhered to the principle that there must be a reason behind Wen Xinyou and Oppo's actions, thus refraining from asking further questions. 3 days later, Wen Xinyou finally opened her door once more. The individuals squatting at her doorstep were taken by surprise and screamed in terror, their hunger rendering their nerves taut and their reactions exaggerated. They had rehearsed countless phrases in their minds, contemplating how to negotiate for a morsel of food without provoking her into a violent response. Yet, when their words met her icy gaze, they became lodged in their throats. Akin to kittens fixed in the sights of a lion, their instinct for self-preservation compelling them to swallow their words. Wen Xinyou cast a cold glance over the gaunt guests, refusing to waste a moment on them, and strode down the stairs with purpose. Only after her silhouette vanished to the stairwell did the man huddled by room 407 exhale in relief. He trembled as he opened his palm to reveal a twisted hairpin, while the woman beside him, pale-faced, exclaimed, "My God, I truly thought she had perished in there. She didn't hear us, did she?" Another man wiped the sweat from his brow. "Surely not. We haven't even begun yet." The man with the hairpin swallowed hard. "In any case, it's confirmed she's not in her room. Let us make haste. Yes, she must have a wealth of food inside. We need to hurry." Just as they began to comfort and encourage one another, preparing to continue their lock-picking, they were startled by the sudden opening of the door next door. Huo Ze regarded these unfamiliar faces, incredulous at their conversation, baffled by their audacity to risk their lives for a theft instead of seeking relief supplies. Over the past few days, she had nearly dismantled the inn, and yet, still, there were those undeterred by danger attempting to intrude. Huo Ze found it unfathomable, feeling exasperated as she methodically dealt with each of them, delivering a thorough reprimand before watching them flee in terror. Huo Ze stood by the door, observing, and could not suppress a yawn. Why would they choose to break in for theft rather than seek food aid? Who could say? Chapter 73. Scenic Views of the Sea Kingdom 19. Wen Xinyou glanced up at the incessant commotion above her and then shifted her gaze back to the proprietor. Boss Lin adjusted his glasses and opened the door to a room on the 3rd floor. "Guest, do you truly intend to venture outside? Perhaps I am being overly concerned, but I must caution you that the outside is exceedingly perilous at present." He then lowered his voice, leaning in slightly. "If you are in need of sustenance, I can spare some for you. There is no necessity for you to risk stepping out." Wen Xinyou looked at Boss Lin in surprise. Did she hold such high esteem in his eyes? Receiving her unspoken thoughts, Boss Lin offered a wry smile. "If it weren't for the guest who restrained the individual in room 407 that day, I certainly wouldn't be standing here conversing with you now. To put it rather sentimentally, you are a benefactor to my sister and me." Wen Xinyou thought to herself that it was indeed overly sentimental, and she was not particularly adept at receiving such compliments. I merely made the choice that aligned with my own interests. There is no need for further gratitude. I am not leaving in search of food. Barring unforeseen events, I shall return before nightfall. At that time, I would appreciate your assistance once more. Seeing her determination, Wen Xinyou refrained from further discussion. Then I wish you a safe journey. Wen Xinyou nodded, secured her harness, and with his help, descended smoothly to the first floor. The disaster victims who had been lingering around the guest house seized the opportunity and rushed forward like famished beasts, attempting to grasp the uncollected harness. However, before they could get close, Wen Xinyou dispatched them back with swift punches and kicks. How could a throng of cold and hungry ordinary people contend with a vigorous warrior? Wen Xinyou had no intention of causing harm. Fighting at such a moment was futile. Thus, she drew her AKM and hoisted it in her grasp, which proved far more effective than any verbal threat. As anticipated, she reached the relief station without hindrance and quickly identified the leader of the rescue team amidst the crowd. It was not due to any special ability. Rather, the area around him was teeming with disaster victims, and his uniform was distinct from those of the other rescuers, making him hard to overlook. Captain, I beg you, take me to Mingzhu. I have a child. She is only 3 years old and will freeze to death. My child is only 1 year old. If anyone should go, it should be me first. Captain, if you take me to Mingzhu, my husband is there, and we can offer you a substantial reward. Bah, who knows if your husband is even alive? Captain, don't listen to this woman's empty promises. Here, take this. One man pressed a gold ring into the captain's hand. The captain bit it with his teeth, squinting with a smile as he plucked the man from the crowd. Upon witnessing this, Wen Xinyou felt a sense of relief. Problems solvable with money were not true problems. She touched her face to confirm that her mask and sunglasses were in place, then tucked away her AKM and quietly maneuvered to the front of the crowd, deftly placing a 10-gram gold bar into the captain's hand. Even the captain was taken aback by the sudden appearance of such wealth, immediately looking up at her. The figure before him was completely concealed, dressed in a down jacket and tall boots that starkly contrasted with the thin clothing of the surrounding disaster victims. Judging by height, it appeared to be a man. Please take me with you to Mingzhu. Wen Xinyou's voice, naturally androgynous, was intentionally lowered, leaving no room for doubt regarding her gender. Absolutely. Gather your things and prepare to leave. The captain beamed, recognizing her stature and generous demeanor. She was likely a person of significance, and escorting her could yield additional benefits. The captain was always confident in his judgment of character. This was precisely the effect Wen Xinyou desired. Only with an imposing presence would those around her refrain from approaching. Of course, it was primarily because she had a conspicuously displayed Tang Dao at her waist. Anyone with a modicum of sense would hesitate to provoke her. The rescue team could take a maximum of 3 individuals each day. Besides Wen Xinyou, one was the man with the gold ring, and the other was a woman clutching a girl. The girl, nestled in her mother's arms, gazed at Wen Xinyou with wide, dark eyes like black grapes. After a moment, she turned to her mother, whispering, "Mommy, that sister is so tall." Startled, the woman quickly covered her child's mouth. "What are you saying? That's a brother." She then anxiously turned to Wen Xinyou, apologizing. "I'm so sorry." She doesn't understand. Wen Xinyou remained silent, her emotions somewhat complicated. Without saying a word, she quietly pulled a coconut candy from her pocket and offered it to the girl. The child's eyes lit up in an instant, and before her mother could react, she grasped it eagerly. "Wow, thank you, sister." Children often possess a sharper intuition than adults. She sensed that Wen Xinyou had given her the candy because she had called her sister. The woman's expression shifted slightly, caught in a dilemma as she looked at her daughter. On one hand, she was wary of accepting gifts from strangers. On the other, she felt heartache for her daughter, who hadn't eaten her fill in days, let alone had sweets. In the cold and hunger, even a small amount of sugar felt like an extravagant treat. Noticing the gaze of many around them fixed on the mother and daughter, she realized that their hesitance to approach Wen Xinyou didn't mean they wouldn't target them. The woman's face paled, and she felt increasingly at a loss. Wen Xinyou spoke calmly. "Go ahead, eat it. It's not poisoned. I'm here." They wouldn't dare to act. With her assurance, to refuse would seem overly suspicious and could provoke resentment. After much deliberation, The woman concluded that Wen Xinyou had no reason to harm them. Even if she did, there were other ways to instigate trouble regardless of their acceptance. With a resigned smile, she reached out to pat her daughter's head. "It's from your brother. You can eat it." Receiving her mother's permission, the girl promptly unwrapped the candy and popped it in her mouth. Suddenly remembering something, she withdrew the candy and held it up to her mother's lips. "Mommy should eat too. Mommy and baby can share." The woman felt a lump in her throat as she gently bit off a small piece. Leaning in to kiss her child in Appo's cheek. "Yes, my baby is so good. Thank you, darling." The girl beamed, shoving the rest of the candy into her mouth, and mumbled, "The candy is for my sister. We need to thank her." The woman felt helpless at her daughter's persistent mislabeling and could only offer a sheepish smile to Wen Xinyou. "Thank you. This child hasn't had anything sweet in days. She has been craving it." Wen Xinyou nodded, saying nothing, and turned her attention to the rescue team, who were still dawdling in their preparations, causing impatience to swell within her. Noting that Wen Xinyou had no intention of engaging in further conversation, the woman wisely fell silent, redirecting her attention to her daughter. Chapter 74. Scenic beauty of the sea country. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the rescue team finally completed their preparations and was ready to depart. Wen Xinyou glanced at her watch. It was only 13:08, still early. They followed the rescue team down the mountain, where a dozen bright orange kayaks were moored by the murky water. The team leader instructed them to board one of the vessels. The man with the gold ring eagerly jumped into the safest middle section, causing the boat to sway precariously, completely disregarding the children and women behind him. Wen Xinyou, peering over her sunglasses, cast him a sidelong glance. She was the second aboard, placing her foot firmly beside the man to stabilize the rocking boat. "You bastard." He seemed ready to provoke her further, but upon seeing her hand resting on the hilt of her knife at her waist, he swallowed his curse, his expression twisting in discomfort. Indifferent to him, Wen Xinyou turned back, taking the small child from the woman and Appo's arms with one hand while steadying the woman with the other as they boarded the boat together. At last, the woman realized that Wen Xinyou was indeed a good person. She gratefully embraced her daughter, repeatedly thanking Wen Xinyou. "Thank you, handsome. You are truly kind. Thank you so much." The little girl in her arms waved her tiny arms and chimed in, "Thank you, sister. You're amazing." One of the rescue team members couldn't help but chuckle, eliciting an even darker scowl from a man, who huffed and crossed his arms, turning his head away. "Never mind. Just sit down," the handsome one said coolly. The rescue team navigated smoothly back to the Sea Country Pearl, where someone awaited them on the 4th floor to assist them ashore. Wen Xinyou casually signed in and headed straight for the safety passage. "Hey, handsome, wait a moment." The woman, noticing her brisk departure, hurried to complete her registration and catch up with her. Wen Xinyou turned back, pausing to ask, "Is there something else?" The woman replied, somewhat awkwardly, "Well, my husband owns a shop on the 37th floor. If you need a place to stay, you could consider coming with us. He and Appo's is coming down to pick us up." Wen Xinyou shook her head. "Thank you for your kindness, but I have somewhere to go. Goodbye." The woman felt a twinge of disappointment, but still kindly said, "All right then, but if you ever need anything, feel free to come by. Goodbye, and I wish you well. Oh, by the way, my name is Huo Ze, and my husband's name is Zhao Qian. If you come, be sure to mention his name." The girl waved at her, chirping, "Goodbye, sister. Come play at my house next time. I and Appo's LL treat you to candy." Wen Xinyou waved back, "All right, thank you, Ms. Zhou. Until we meet again." The woman stood holding her daughter, watching as Wen Xinyou's figure receded until it vanished at the entrance of the safety passage. "Little rascal, why do you keep calling her sister?" Zhou turned to her daughter, pinching her chubby cheek playfully. The little girl pouted, extending her tiny hand to pinch her mother and Appo's face in return. "Mommy and Appo's silly. She is a sister. She and Appo's slim, soft, and smells nice. Definitely a sister." Zhou was perplexed. Was she truly a girl? Then she had been calling her and Appo's handsome and Appo's all this time. Zhou silently covered her face. Meanwhile, Wen Xinyou encountered a minor inconvenience in the corridor. The safety passage was narrow, providing more warmth than the spacious exterior, resulting in many people crowding the stairwell, leaving only a slender path for passage. Most individuals were scantily clad, whereas Wen Xinyou appeared fully bundled from head to toe, making her stand out conspicuously and drawing everyone into oppos, as attention. In such circumstances, where official order had long since collapsed, the formation of small groups was inevitable. To ascend, one must shed their clothing. When Xinyou observed a leg stretched out before her and then glanced at the brooding man leaning against the wall, without a word, she lifted her foot and stepped onto it. "Ah, you crazy woman." He had not anticipated that she would dare to do such a thing. And when Xinyou showed no restraint, the hard sole of her boot nearly shattered his unprotected calf. Infuriated like a rabid dog, he lunged at her, but she sidestepped, causing him to lunge forward and fall, attempting to catch himself, only to have her sweeping kick send his arms and legs askew, resulting in a resounding thud as his face met the stairs. When Xinyou could hardly be bothered to smirk, disdainfully uttering, "Useless." She then placed her foot in the gap beneath his neck, casually flicking it, and he tumbled down the stairs, howling as he went. Witnessing this, several would-be helpers who had intended to intervene silently squatted back down, pretending they had never stood. After all, the clothing stolen would not fit them anyway. In just 3 flights of stairs, Wen Xinyou had dealt with 4 troublemakers. Honestly, had she not been pressed for time and worried about causing a commotion, she would have dragged them out to feed to the little white flower. At last, she emerged from the foul-smelling corridor onto the 7th floor. In stark contrast to the crowded 5th and 6th floors, the 7th was sparsely populated. Most people, even if not on the 5th or 6th floors, would rush to the 8th, where bedding was available, and, with luck, they might secure a spot. The 7th floor was filled with cold kitchen appliances, and the front glass panel had a gaping hole, allowing chilly winds to blow through. When Xinyou and Oppo's arrival went unnoticed, and she headed straight for the appliance area, seeing it empty, and began her spree of zero-cost acquisitions without restraint. First, she claimed 2 large-capacity multi-functional 3-door refrigerators she had set her sights on earlier, followed by 4 commercial-grade large-capacity freezers, 2 200 kilograms ice makers, and a hydraulic oil press. She then ensured to take 1 or 2 of everything available in the area as per her needs: blenders, noodle machines, wall breakers, juicers, coffee machines, yogurt makers, microwaves, canning machines, soda machines, breakfast machines, egg beaters, pressure cookers, electric kettles, air fryers, multi-functional rice cookers, hot pot grills, and integrated cooking stoves. After perusing the appliance section, she naturally did not overlook the household area. Radios, electric bicycles, camping lights, mini lamps, shoe dryers, massage chairs, vacuum cleaners, sewing machines, irons, projectors, video doorbells, water purifiers, air purifiers, water heaters, washing machines with drying functions, solar generators. After plundering the appliance area, she quietly moved to the other side of the kitchen area, only to find that items like blowtorches and gas stoves had all been taken, likely appropriated by the disaster victims for cooking. It was somewhat regrettable. Adhering to her principle of thoroughness, Wen Xinyou decided to check the warehouse, hoping it wasn't limited to just the displayed items. She had learned the warehouse's location from the sales team when they came to restock the following day. A portion of the warehouse had already been emptied, but being a large supermarket, the stock was still quite considerable. It was only the 4th day of the disaster. They were not yet at a point of total depletion. Chapter 75. The scenery of Haigua, when Xinyou quietly rendered the drowsy doorman unconscious and, guided by the signs along the shelves, procured the necessary items. 10 boxes each of spray guns, gas canisters, solid alcohol, windproof alcohol blocks, mosquito repellent, toilet paper, insecticide, and camping lamps, alongside 10 sleeping bags and tents, and a box each of thermal blankets and raincoats. She also stumbled upon a shelf for electronic products, albeit with only a few items such as wired headphones, Bluetooth speakers, power banks, and solar power banks, about a dozen of each, which she collected in their entirety. The acquired supplies sufficed for her needs, and there was no necessity to deplete every item available. Thus, Wen Xinyou contentedly resolved to cease her gathering. During the initial phase, She had already familiarized herself with the fundamental layout of Huo Ze. This building was constructed against the mountainside, with the lower levels embedded within the mountain, only separating from it, starting from the 25th floor, to discreetly retrieve a lifeboat without drawing attention. The most prudent course of action would be to escape through a restroom window on the 26th floor and then traverse the mountain path back to the guest house. Fortunately, the recent earthquake had not triggered significant landslides. Drone surveillance indicated that the mountain road remained largely unaffected, and a mere 50 meters of ascent from the 26th floor would suffice to reach it. The road led directly to the guest house cluster nestled at the mountain and oppos as foothills, with a path branching off halfway that led straight to Lin's guest house, as informed by the owner. However, after days of heavy rain, that path might have succumbed to the torrents, compelling her to revert to the main road, thus inviting a plethora of complications. Perhaps it would be wiser to find a room within the building to serve as a makeshift safe haven? A bold idea suddenly struck Wen Xinyou. After a brief contemplation, she decided to message Wen Xinyou to inquire if she wished to join her. After all, having requested assistance in safeguarding the premises, it would be inconsiderate to leave without so much as a word. Yet, 10 minutes elapsed without a response. Frowning, Wen Xinyou sent another message through the system dialogue. And to err on the side of caution, she messaged Wen Xinyou as well. Another 10 minutes passed, and still, the two siblings remained silent. This was unusual. It was implausible for both to be resting simultaneously, as Wen Xinyou had explicitly stated that at least one of them would always be online. The conclusion was evident. An incident had occurred at the guest house. With a grim expression, Wen Xinyou dashed towards the 26th floor, sending messages to Lin Xingchen and Lin Haixin along the way, as anticipated, to no avail. Who could it be? Wen Xinyou reviewed the guest list once more, effectively ruling out the possibility of internal strife. Therefore, external intrusion? Yet, it had been less than 4 hours since her departure from the guest house. Could someone have been monitoring her movements? What sort of individual could incapacitate both siblings? Although they were not particularly formidable, they had consumed her ample supply of vegetables, indicating that they should at least possess enough strength to send her a message. The likelihood of them being victims seemed minimal. It was far more plausible that they were somehow restrained. So, the target was in fact her. Abruptly halting her steps, Wen Xinyou dispatched a security guard attempting to impede her advance into unconsciousness. Entering the restroom on the 26th floor, she retrieved her phone and sent Wen Xinyou a message. I will remain at Huo Ze and will not return to the guest house. You may come if needed. She then opened the window, punched through the now deactivated high-voltage fence, and leapt outside. While traversing, she kept an eye on her phone, and, after 5 minutes, she indeed received a reply. Something has happened at the guest house. Please come back and save us. Wen Xinyou smiled. She and Wen Xinyou had never communicated via text prior to this day, making it impossible for the other party to mimic her tone without revealing their deception. She refrained from replying, hastening her return instead. Inside the guest house, a chubby man holding Wen Xinyou's phone frowned at the chat interface, hesitating before glancing back at another man lounging on the bed, smoking. Boss, she hasn't, he replied. The man exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Casting a glance at the bound and unconscious Wen siblings nearby, she will return. The chubby man responded with an O, squatting down to nibble on a compressed biscuit. Originally, they had anticipated that with the armed woman out of the way, they could seize a significant opportunity. To their dismay, her room was cleaner than those of the disaster-stricken, with not a crumb of biscuit to be found. Even worse, they had failed to capture the owners, having searched fruitlessly for their whereabouts. In a fit of rage, the boss resorted to slaughtering all the guests to accumulate points, even sparing no player concealed within, although most were merely low-level novices, yielding fewer points than a single native would. This only worsened the boss's mood. The two still alive were merely bait to lure the resource-rich woman back. Now, Gao Zhu was too frightened to make a sound, fearing the repercussions of collateral damage. Chen Xiuxiu glared out the window, his expression cold as he continued to smoke. He regretted trusting the words of that man from down the mountain, who claimed that the woman was formidable, having achieved dual MVP status in the Last Dimension's boss battles and being known as the martial god. In hindsight, It was likely mere bluster. How strong could a level 1 boss truly be? A boss felled by a novice was nothing short of a joke. If a pure novice could defeat such a boss, he could easily incinerate it. The thought of a level 5 individual like himself being intimidated by a mere novice due to rumors made him feel ridiculous. Come back soon. Come back soon. Chen Xinyou repeatedly murmured to himself. He would ensure that the so-called martial god learned that not everyone could be deemed a strong contender. Wen Xinyou traveled for an hour, and fortunately, the small path remained intact, allowing her to return to the vicinity of the guest house without taking a longer detour. She approached with caution, first climbing a large tree to survey the situation with binoculars. The guest house and Appo's entrance appeared intact. However, below, a gruesome sight awaited: piles of corpses. The once gathered disaster victims had vanished without a trace, leaving the guest house resembling a foreboding medieval fortress. Most of the bodies below bore signs of scorching, indicating a gruesome fate. Wen Xinyou scarcely recognized one bald figure among the remains. Room 407. The identity of a deceased was evident. Given the number, it was likely a complete annihilation. What troubled Wen Xinyou most was the revelation that the invaders had not spared even the children. She noticed the burnt body of a woman cradling a similarly charred child. Such a degree of brutality, devoid of humanity, could only be attributed to players. Wen Xinyou stowed her binoculars and leaped from the tree, calmly purchasing a steel claw grappling hook from the store for 150 exchange points. Once equipped, she stealthily advanced toward the guest house. Chapter 76. Scenic views of the Sea Country 22. If the intention of the other party is to lure her back to save someone, it is highly likely that they will remain in the room of the shunned siblings, provided they are still alive. Wen Xinyou stealthily navigated to the other side of the inn, utilizing her steel claws to ascend to the balcony of room 302. Fortuitously, the balcony door was unlocked, sparing her the trouble of shattering glass and creating a commotion. Fear was not a concept she entertained, thanks to her previous ventures. Her defensive value had now surpassed 6,000. When selling her wares, she intentionally offered them to players evidently possessing storage cards, ensuring that the remaining items were consumed promptly, resulting in significant wear on the last day before the catastrophe. Nonetheless, the overall consumption far outweighed the losses, with players still contributing to her defense value daily. What does a defensive value of over 6,100 signify? Even a highly capable Su Qin could only boast a defensive value of 50 before encountering her. She now embodied an indestructible force. Her only concern was the possibility of them wandering about the building. She had no desire to engage in a tedious game of cat and mouse. When Xinyou quietly climbed onto the balcony of room 402, opened the door, stowed her steel claws, equipped a fully loaded Browning, and then took out her phone to send a message to Shun Xingming. I'm almost downstairs. Where are you? No sooner had she sent the message than she spotted a rotund figure emerge from the balcony of room 406. Before the man could widen his eyes in surprise or utter a sound, a blood hole appeared in his forehead, and within 2 seconds, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. When Xinyou did not witness this scene, as she had slipped into the room just after firing her shot. This man was evidently a lackey. The mastermind remained inside. You have killed player Gao Zhu LV4, earning 412 exchange points. When Xinyou raised an eyebrow, was this henchman truly so valuable? A furious roar emanated from the direction of room 406, followed by a series of intense banging sounds as the door of room 404 was forcibly breached. When Xinyou crouched behind the nightstand between 2 beds, 2 sturdy vines snaking from her wrists along the ground, patiently awaiting her prey. With a sharp crack, glass shattered, accompanied by a rush of heat as the curtains ignited. Quick-witted, Wen Xinyou swiftly cleared the bedding to her storage, leaving only 2 stone frames behind. A man, his hands engulfed in flames, entered, and upon seeing the woman perched on the nightstand, he wordlessly hurled 2 fireballs in her direction. Wen Xinyou raised an eyebrow in surprise. How refreshing to encounter someone who bypassed idle chatter and initiated an attack. She deftly evaded the projectiles, which struck the wall, creating 2 charred holes. It was evident that he possessed genuine strength, unlike those who merely offered themselves as fodder. However, Wen Xinyou was no pushover. The vines lying in wait on the floor sprang to life, ensnaring his wrist just as he attempted to unleash another fireball. The man's expression shifted to one of astonishment as he grasped at the vines, fire rapidly coursing along their strands towards Wen Xinyou. A smirk played on his lips, as if he believed victory was already within his grasp. Yet, he did not anticipate that Wen Xinyou would draw a long knife, severing the vine before the flames could reach her, while simultaneously launching two new vines like arrows, skillfully avoiding his fiery hands and targeting his ankles. In a moment of panic, Chen Xiaoxiu was caught off guard, losing his balance as the vines pulled him off kilter. In his frantic attempt to extinguish the flames, he bent down, and Wen Xinyou seized the opportunity to don her heat-resistant gloves and grasp the still-burning vines, wrapping them tightly around his neck. Chen Xiaoxiu screamed in agony, the vines still constricting his wrists, forcing his hands behind his head to shield his neck from the flames. In doing so, he forfeited his offensive capabilities, and Wen Xinyou did not hesitate to snap both of his arms. I will kill you. I swear I will kill you. The excruciating pain drained color from Chen Xiaoxiu's face, his eyes bloodshot as he glared at Wen Xinyou with murderous intent, as if he wished to devour her whole. However, Wen Xinyou was impervious to such intimidation. Her only concern was avoiding his spittle from soiling her attire. Frowning, she delivered a sharp slap across his face, the sound echoing through the room with a resounding crack. Enough of your nonsense. Be quiet. Could he not maintain silence from beginning to end? She had hoped he would display some semblance of dignity in his final moments. Stunned, Chen Xiaoxiu swayed, his vision darkening as stars danced before his eyes. Had it not been for Wen Xinyou holding him up, he would have collapsed to the floor. Seizing the moment, she pressed him down, forcing him into a contorted position, while the vines entwining his ankles grew rapidly, ultimately enveloping him entirely within a ball. A scoundrel of his caliber warranted no mercy. Wen Xinyou showed no restraint, and after securing him, she delivered a kick to his head. Without his skills, Chen Xiaoxiu was rendered utterly powerless, collapsing into unconsciousness, a far cry from the formidable figure he had presented moments before, adorned with flames. Wen Xinyou dragged the ball toward room 406, just in time to witness the Shun siblings, who had awakened and were writhing on the ground, desperately attempting to free themselves from their bindings. Upon seeing her, Shun Xingming instinctively felt joy, only for her expression to shift to one of alarm as she shouted, "Xiaoyu, be careful. The intruder can breathe fire." Wen Xinyou sidestepped the unconscious ball and pulled him to the doorway. "This one?" Shun Xingming replied. "The damage isn't severe, but the insult is profound." She struggled to explain, "There's also a fat man. His skill releases gas that can instantly stun someone." We were both caught off guard, glancing toward the balcony and spotting the corpse of the rotund man. Shun Xingyin quietly remarked, "Sister, he has gone too." Shun Xingming turned, her gaze locking with the fat man's unclosed eyes. Wen Xinyou used her tang knife to sever their bindings. "Your phone should be on that fat man." Shun Xingyin rummaged through the man's belongings, uncovering several phones and a bag of gold jewelry. "Wow, this fat man was quite profitable," Shun Xingming commented with a hint of sarcasm. Shun Xingyuan handed Shun Xingming her phone and the gold, which Shun Xingming then offered to Wen Xinyou. "Here you go. Xiaoyu, take it. No need to be modest." Wen Xinyou accepted without hesitation. The bag contained a substantial amount, at least 100 grams. Shun Xingming glanced at the still motionless ball and grimaced. "Xiaoyu, what do you plan to do with him? He has a real piece of work. We can't let him off easy." Wen Xinyou replied nonchalantly, "I haven't thought much about it. Let us burn him. He seems to enjoy fire." Her tone was so casual that it sent shivers down Chen Xiaoxiu's spine. He had intended to feign death to buy time, but he never expected her to say such a thing. Was she a devil? Chapter 77. The Scenery of the Sea Nation 23. No, you cannot kill me. He could no longer pretend to be dead and began to roll on the ground in a frenzy, struggling desperately. Wen Xinyou tilted her head, regarding him with curiosity. "Why?" Chen Xiaoxiu, gritting his teeth, replied, "I do not wish to die. Spare me, and I can offer you gold, jewels, weapons, anything you desire, I can exchange. Wen Xinyou laughed. You possess such treasures? Chen Xiaoxiu and Appo's heart leapt with joy. She was merely a greedy individual, and as long as he could survive and shed a bit of blood, it mattered not. A gentleman avenges himself 10 years later. The priority was to live. Yet, in the next moment, he could not suppress a dreadful scream. The vines entwined around him tightened further, and he could even hear the cracking of his ribs. Unfortunately, I still believe your death is of greater significance to me, she said with a smile, tightening her grip. I have my reasons. I beg you, please spare me. The sound of bones fracturing assaulted his eardrums, and Chen Xiaoxiu's instinct for survival reached its zenith. He frantically pondered the rationale that might save his life, considering what words could persuade her to let him go. Pain spurred his mind into overdrive, yet his thoughts were filled solely with the screams of those he had ruthlessly slaughtered since entering the game, those he had mercilessly tormented. Emboldened by his formidable skills, he suddenly realized that in his murderous spree, regardless of how pitifully they pleaded for mercy, he had never softened, but rather found pleasure in their humble supplications. What if this woman was just like him? Chen Xiaoxiu's complexion turned pale. At this moment, he still did not regret his actions. He only regretted underestimating his opponent, lamenting that he had not devised a strategy beforehand. Wen Xinyou coldly observed the transformation of his expression. She had encountered far too many individuals like him. In regions governed by law, such people were shackled and intimidated by legal constraints, deterred from acting out. However, when order crumbled, these individuals, upon acquiring even a modicum of power, would exploit and oppress the weaker without hesitation. They were not driven by hardship or coercion. They were simply malicious. At least in her eyes, a good person, even when straying from the righteous path, would maintain an unbreachable bottom line. This man, evidently, had none, and Wen Xinyou was disinclined to waste any more time with him. She dragged him to the 5th floor and hurled him from the balcony onto the rooftop, then scooped a ladle of diesel from the space and poured it over the vines binding him. No, please. Sister, I beg you. I truly regret my actions. I will never commit evil again, I swear. I truly swear. Please spare me. He was terrified. He was genuinely afraid. But Wen Xinyou remained deaf to his pleas, too lazy to spare him another glance. With precision, she severed the connection of the vines and struck a match, tossing it onto him. Fear not. I shall return to collect your remains. You may rest easy as you perish, she said with a smile. Wretched woman. Wretched woman. You shall meet a terrible end. You will surely meet a terrible end. The man, now a fireball, hurled his vile curses at her. Wen Xinyou shrugged indifferently and turned to descend the stairs. Whether she would meet a dreadful fate remained uncertain, but one thing was clear: he would not. Returning to room 406, Wen Xinyou was met with Shen Xingming's incredulous gaze. I never expected you to have such a wicked heart. Wen Xinyou shot her a sidelong glance. Shuden and Appo's, do you be praising me for my kindness? I merely sent him off in the manner he favored. That is one way to look at it. But I thought you would have ended him swiftly. This seems a bit out of character. Shen Xingming hesitated to express. Rather, when Xinyou and Appo's deliberate return to save them had already shattered her preconceived notions. She had assumed the figure would not regard them at all. When Xinyou scoffed softly, her gaze enigmatic. I have never established any persona. It is merely what you all have imposed upon me. Upon hearing this, Shen Xingming's face flushed crimson. She flustered. No, I did not mean it negatively. I was simply surprised, yet I find it quite delightful. I feel as though I have come to know you a little better, and it gives me the sense that perhaps you regard us as friends. I feel somewhat shameless. After speaking, Shen Xingming could not help but clap her hands over her face in embarrassment. What on earth am I saying? She must think I am a fool. Yet the anticipated scorn did not materialize. Shen Xingming merely felt a gentle pat on her shoulder. She looked up in astonishment. But Wen Xinyou had already moved on to converse with the recently returned Shen Xingyuan. Have you found the boss? Yes, they have taken refuge in the basement. All right, I shall go take a look. Shen Xingming was flustered. What did this mean? The lack of a rebuttal suggested agreement with her assertion. Noticing his sister and amp, Oppo's, a sudden silly grin, Shan Xingyuan spoke in a low voice. Sister, have you bumped your head? Shen Xingming immediately scowled and approached her foolish brother, delivering a smack. Off with you. What do you know? This lad had no idea how precious a lifeline she had just secured for them. Shall you wait for me? The lack of rejection from the figure meant consent. Shen Xingming resolutely affirmed her theory and dashed off after Wen Xinyou, leaving her bewildered brother behind. Shen Xingyuan, equally perplexed, followed suit. On the first floor, Wen Xinyou had already received an update from Lin Xingchen regarding the situation. Apparently, it was not long after she had departed that the two intruders had barged in from the third floor. Lin Xingchen, recognizing the gravity of the situation, had immediately taken his sister into hiding in the basement. The reason for not responding to Wen Xinyou's messages was the fear that her phone, like Shen Xingming's, would be seized by the assailants. This message was merely bait. I did not anticipate their malice to be so profound. Lin Xingchen sighed wryly. He had just emerged from the basement, and, upon reviewing the surveillance footage, saw the pile of corpses at the entrance, recognizing the identities of the guests, leaving him with a tumult of emotions. Shen Xingming immediately interjected. This is not your fault, boss. Those two scoundrels were targeting everyone in Amp, Oppo's, lives. Wen Xinyou nodded in agreement with her statement. The boss is merely a fat sheep, but the remaining lean ones are still meat. Wolves will not let them go. Within the inn, apart from the three of them and the boss, there were still 32 guests. Even if all of them were locals, their demise could yield 640 exchange points. They dared not commit mass murder in populated areas at the foot of the mountain. Instead, they sought a relatively secluded inn to act without restraint. When Xinyou glanced at the system prompt that had just appeared, you have killed player Chun Xioshu LV5, gaining 3,183 exchange points. If this person had not visited a desolate city like her, the source of such a vast number of exchange points was self-evident. Chapter 78. Scenic Wonders of the Sea Kingdom. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Haixin inquired, her complexion still somewhat pale. When Xinyou glanced at the two siblings, noting that the situation at the Sea Kingdom Pearl was relatively stable. I intend to return, she declared. Shen Xingming hesitated, suggesting, shall we wait until the third phase to decide? After all, the Sea Kingdom Pearl was a substantial building. Whether it could withstand a second or even a third earthquake remained uncertain. What if it lacked the fortitude to endure? Such prophetic words were automatically silenced by the two bosses, granting them the freedom to speak candidly. When Xinyou contemplated for a moment and found merit in the thought, very well, let us remain here for now and observe what transpires on the 21st day. Shen Xingming nodded vigorously, and Shen Xingyuan had no objections either. When Xinyou turned to Lin Xingchen, Boss Lin, would it be convenient for us to stay a few more days? Lin Xingchen, eager for their presence, readily replied, of course. Stay as long as you wish. With only a few of them remaining, resources like water and electricity were no longer a concern. With Wen Xinyou around, Lin Xingchen felt a sense of security even during the night. There are vacant rooms on the third floor, right? We can relocate to be better prepared for any arrivals. When Xinyou suggested, Lin Haixin affirmed, yes, I'll go tidy them up right away. When Xinyou glanced at the time and addressed the group, I will handle the bodies outside. Please send me the room numbers directly. It was unacceptable for so many corpses to remain piled up, and the stench of charred flesh was unbearable. If left unaddressed, that area would become uninhabitable. Shen Xingyuan stepped forward, offering, I'll help. Shen Xingming raised her hand to volunteer, but was ruthlessly blocked by her brother. You're injured. You should rest. When Xinyou cast a glance at her burned arm and insisted, go and take care of it. Shen Xingming pouted, dejectedly following Lin Haixin upstairs. After the harrowing experience, the nearby disaster victims were too frightened to approach again. Many had witnessed the horrific scene of the guests being burned alive by Chun Xioshu and thrown from the building. The chilling screams that echoed from the rooftop were terrifying. They did not know that it was Chun Xioshu. They assumed it was just another unfortunate soul. The inn remained a notorious domain of an arsonist. Consequently, Boss Lin was no longer apprehensive about leaving the doors open, sparing them the trouble of jumping around like monkeys. Observing the towering pile of corpses, when Xinyou inquired of Shen Xingyuan, do you possess a storage card? Shen Xingyuan shook his head. My sister has a 10-slot card, but it is already filled. Wen Xinyou produced her empty 10-slot storage card and handed it to him. Put the bodies in here and dispose of them in the volcanic pit. They could not dig graves for so many. Wen Xinyou had heard of certain regions where the dead were offered to the volcano, a custom of sky burial. That was the best they could do under the circumstances. This inn was reputed to be the highest in country Y, standing at an altitude of 325 meters, with only a 40-meter direct line to the Dequala Pass. Most guests chose this location for the convenience of reaching the summit the following day. Wen Xinyou hesitated momentarily before accepting the card. "Are you sure you trust me with such a valuable item?" Wen Xinyou replied. "Even if you were to run off with it, where could you possibly go?" Wen Xinyou fell silent, resuming his serious demeanor. "I am going up the mountain." Wen Xinyou, listening from the third floor, silently facepalmed. Her foolish brother. Wen Xinyou departed with the bodies, while Wen Xinyou asked Boss Lin to quickly wash the floor to dissipate the smell. She then climbed up to the rooftop, where Wen Xinyou had become a charred mass entangled with vines. Unbothered, she pried open the vines and searched him thoroughly, discovering a 15-slot storage card filled with provisions, several handguns, and thousands of bullets. Wen Xinyou chuckled to herself, wondering how much he had looted to amass such a fortune. Regrettably, she thought, if only she had compelled him to reveal the location of his safe house before ending his life, there might have been even more supplies within. Having dispatched a fat lamb, Wen Xinyou felt quite pleased and casually discarded his body into the nearby forest before heading downstairs to prepare a hearty lunch. She retrieved a jar of burn ointment from Wen Xinyou and Appo's stash to bring to Wen Xinyou. "Wow, thank you, Xiaoyu. I was worried about how much pain I would endure without this," Wen Xinyou exclaimed, nearly brought to tears by the gesture. Wen Xinyou disregarded her melodramatic response, asking, "Is the storage card only obtainable by defeating bosses?" She found it peculiar that so many players she encountered possessed storage cards, as if they were as common as cabbages. Wen Xinyou pondered for a moment. It shouldn't be limited to that. There are also wandering merchants. There could be an NPC from whom one might purchase it if luck permits. Of course, this is merely hearsay. I have never encountered one myself. Some chosen ones receive a storage card as part of their starter pack. I obtained mine from a misfortunate soul who tried to steal my food, only to be backstabbed by my brother. She chuckled, as if reminiscing about a fond memory. Wen Xinyou nodded, acknowledging that this explanation made sense and that there might be more methods of acquisition. "I understand now. Thank you. Please take care of your injury," she said. "Sure thing." She moved from room 408 to 308, while the Shun siblings occupied 402 and 403, ensuring they could respond promptly to any intrusions from any direction. Boss Lin had restored electricity and water to their rooms, and Wen Xinyou took the opportunity to charge the devices she had brought back from the Sea Kingdom Pearl. The ice maker was set to work in the safe house, as she aimed to fill a compartment with 49 buckets and water barrels. Next, she installed the water heater and integrated cooking stove, checking that they functioned properly, which brought her relief. The integrated cooking stove came equipped with a range hood, 2 electric burners, and a steam oven, alleviating her concerns about greasy messes in the living space. Moreover, this model featured an internal circulation system, significantly reducing the aroma of cooking, which was a selling point for Wen Xinyou. After installing it, the room felt cramped once more, yet Wen Xinyou gazed around with satisfaction. With the water heater in place, she allocated 20 slots in the ice bucket for hot water, recognizing its importance in certain situations. She did not forget about the refrigerator and freezer she had longed for, methodically connecting them to power to initiate cooling, planning to store perishable items when the time came. There was also a visual doorbell, but for now, it seemed superfluous, consuming power unnecessarily. Wen Xinyou decided to temporarily store it in a utility box. With these tasks completed, it was finally time to treat herself to a well-deserved dinner. However, as she surveyed the abundance of tools in her space, she felt a sudden sense of indecision, akin to a harem of beautiful women, uncertain which cup to drink from. Chapter 79. Scenic Beauty of the Sea Kingdom. Ultimately, Wen Xinyou could not discern the reason behind her actions, but she filled her rice cooker to the brim with rice, baked a batch of pudding, and prepared 2 large platters of steamed vegetables. With a refrigerator at her disposal, she relished the opportunity to cook in large quantities. Knowing that any leftovers could be stored away, their shelf life extended manifold. She even dedicated an entire freezer compartment to pre-cooked rice and pasta, taking advantage of the days spent indoors to prepare these meals. Following that, she ensured that all food items were frozen, manually slowing the spoilage process. The substantial collection of utensils and containers she had previously purchased was gradually being filled. As she surveyed the increasing bounty of food around her, a smile crept onto Wen Xinyou and Appo's lips, her heart swelling with satisfaction. As expected, the rain that had paused for half a day resumed around 7:00 and Appo's clock. Through her telescope, she could faintly discern a group of people moving along the mountainside, evidently heading straight for the pearl of the Sea Kingdom. It was difficult to imagine the scene of these individuals squeezing into the restroom stalls, but attempting it seemed preferable to being trapped in the mountains. With the onset of rain, the temperature dropped noticeably, prompting Wen Xinyou to remain indoors, where she could enjoy the warmth of her safe haven, listening to music, exercising, reading, and cooking. Were it not for the occasional piercing screams that pierced through the sound of the rain, it would have indeed been a rather pleasant evening. On the 15th day of the game, heavy rain persisted. On the 16th day, the rain continued, and the authorities announced that the base station had been irreparably damaged, resulting in a nationwide internet outage. To mitigate the risk of communication breakdown, Boss Lin distributed walkie-talkies to ensure they remained connected. On the 17th day, the heavy rain continued. On the 18th day, the last group of displaced individuals who had been seeking shelter in the mountains set forth towards the pearl of the Sea Kingdom. The initial attempts made by the previous groups had returned empty-handed, but it seemed they had devised a plan upon their return to set off once more, likely having succeeded in breaking through. On the 19th day, the rain persisted. On the 20th day, the unrelenting downpour caused the water levels to rise alarmingly, flooding the lodges near the mountain foot, compelling them to move higher up. Those situated above were naturally unable to offer assistance, for they too were at their wits' end. After so many days, resources had been depleted, and with the water levels climbing ever higher, many began to realize that if they did not leave soon, it would be too late. Those who had remained on the mountain were likely players, much like themselves, waiting to see what would transpire on the 21st day. On the 21st day, the Shen siblings arrived at Wen Xinyou's room early in the morning, clad in bulky down jackets, sipping warm ginger coconut milk as they awaited the 8:00 and Appo's clock announcement. Finally, the day had arrived. They urged for a swift conclusion, exclaiming that if the rain continued, they would surely become moldy. Shen Xingming sighed in exasperation. Shen Xinyou nodded in agreement. Wen Xinyou, however, was not faring much better. Her unfortunate luck had left her devoid of sunlight across both realms, and here, the rain persisted without end, leading her to feel as though she might develop rheumatism. Perhaps it was the calm before the storm, as today's rain had diminished significantly, falling in a gentle patter, yet such tranquility only heightened the sense of unease, as if the ocean was brewing something ominous. As anticipated, the 8 o'clock forecast did not disappoint the players. Scenic beauty of the Sea Kingdom LV. One day, 21 of the game disaster warning. Undersea volcanic eruptions will trigger a strong earthquake, resulting in a tsunami. Players are advised to evacuate within 1 hour. Estimated number of seismic waves. 3 earthquake countdown. 59. 59. The announcement was nearly identical to that of day 11. The only distinction being that earthquake had transformed into strong earthquake. Shen Xingming's complexion paled upon hearing this. This was no trivial matter. He felt that an earthquake was far more terrifying than the desert jungles, where one misstep could lead to certain doom. Wen Xinyou felt a pang of anxiety at his words. Did this imply that she had unwittingly drawn 2 high-difficulty quests upon her arrival? If only she could find a safe point. Suddenly, Shen Xinyou spoke in a hushed tone. What if we could find a safe point? Wen Xinyou squinted at him. What safe point? Shen Xingming paused before saying, "Oh right, I forgot that this is your first time experiencing such a realm. But there are legends that in disaster-type realms, there exists a place of absolute safety, known as a safe point. If one manages to enter, they can survive until the end." Shen Xinyou continued, "However, this location is exceedingly elusive, It is said that one must trigger hidden conditions to gain entry. Even having the qualification does not guarantee one can find the right place. Very few players have successfully located and entered it, and its existence is often deemed a mere folk tale. Wen Xinyou glanced at his brother, surprised that this usually taciturn boy had shared so much, evidently anxious. Oh, Wen Xinyou nodded, decisively dismissing this option. To gamble with fate when death loomed was a notion she found utterly preposterous. During the second earthquake, Wen Xinyou resolved not to remain indoors as she had during the first. Although Wen Xinyou was confident in the sturdiness of his stone house, Wen Xinyou would not take the risk of what if. The siblings concurred with her sentiment, and, as the countdown reached 10 minutes, they descended together, pulling the bewildered Lin's siblings into the open space outside the lodge. "Miss, what on earth is happening?" Wen Xinyou inquired, alarmed at their solemn expressions, her eyes darting in confusion. Wen Xinyou replied matter-of-factly, "An earthquake is imminent. We must take emergency precautions." Wen Xinyou looked at her in disbelief. "How do you know there will be an earthquake?" Wen Xinyou forced a smile. "Don't ask, boss. We wouldn't speak without reason. Just know that if we're still safe in 10 minutes, we'll return inside. For now, let us enjoy the rain." Wen Xinyou opened his mouth but ultimately swallowed his words. He had always believed in the adage of better safe than sorry. Now that they were outside, they would wait for 10 minutes. Yet, deep down, he remained confident in his house's disaster resilience. The last time, while other houses had cracked, his remained unscathed. 10 minutes passed swiftly, and in the final 10 seconds, one could feel the ground beneath them trembling ever so slightly. "Crouch down and protect your head," Wen Xinyou whispered urgently, quickly hunching down to shield her neck, and the others promptly followed suit. Moments later, the ground began to shake violently, and the monstrous waves rising from the distant sea roared deafeningly against the wind. The ocean surged like a colossal beast, unleashing increasingly towering waves that crashed upon the land, submerging any structures that had previously peaked above the water surface. The first wave of tremors lasted 3 minutes before the earth returned to a semblance of calm. Had it not been for the towering waves still crashing against the island, one might have believed nothing had occurred. Yet the 3 players remained seated, holding onto the 2 bewildered locals who had been disoriented by the quake. "Aftershocks will follow. We must wait," they reassured, having just experienced the chaos. The Lin siblings could no longer doubt these guests, obediently sitting down and awaiting the next disaster with ashen faces.